Good morning. Ah, TikTok still sucks. It's not fixing itself. It's broken. I think it needs an enema. What's up, Bobby? Tap the screen. What is wrong with you? There's only two of you. Guess I'll tap the screen myself. I just started like a few minutes ago. Normally, though, I would get people in here quite a bit, quite quickly, but nope. TikTok sucks. I don't know what the hell's going on. Did it pop up in your feed? How'd you see that it was live? Donald Trump's approval rating among voters has split. A new Fox poll found that Trump at 44%, approval 56%, disapproval among rural voters, give him a net negative 12 approval rating. This is a 14-point decline from June, when the same polling series found him at 51% approval. He just keeps dropping. This I don't know. I wasn't around when Biden was president, so I didn't do TikTok a whole lot then, or at all. And I wonder if but when Biden was doing something wrong or bad or something, I wonder if all the liberals disappeared. Like they didn't want to argue it, so they just didn't show up. I wonder if that's the case. Because it seems like that's what's going on right now with conservatives. Did you want to come up?
Yeah. Yo.
Can I get your age and who you voted for?
45 Trump.
Why'd you vote for Trump? Well, do you still support him?
Yeah, I think he's doing all right. He still doesn't have an easy job. And, you know, people don't want to see him succeed, so it makes it more difficult. But I don't know about the war. I'm not a huge fan of wars in general, but never have been. Iraq was a disaster, so hopefully it doesn't turn into that. But, you know, I don't know.
What's he doing that's good?
Well, I think that he touts it a lot, but the investment he's bringing into the country and how he's relooking at our trade positions with other countries, I think that's smart. I think that he's handled costs pretty well. Yeah, at least we've stabilized costs for the most part, meaning the rate of inflation. I think he's right that we should lower interest rates. But he doesn't entirely control that. You know, I think that his challenge. What's that?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, people are asking what the sound is.
It should have gone away now.
It did.
For some reason, my headset shut off. So weird.
Okay, got you.
And I have a fan on my phone. That's probably what the sound that was coming through.
Yep.
My phone gets hot when I run this.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm sorry. So you started answering. I asked you what Donald Trump did good, and you started answering, and then it cut out for me. So, what do you think Trump's done good?
Well, I think that economically is why he was elected. I mean, there's no doubt. So, I think that the investment that he's attracted to the country and him renegotiating trade with our trade partners is wise and necessary. And we've certainly slowed the rate of inflation to a manageable level, although it's not great. And we've still got this mess.
All right, we're gonna stop. First of all, we've lost manufacturing jobs since Donald Trump took office. Our trade deals have not worked out with anybody. He just imposed another 10 or 12.5% tariffs on 96% of the imports coming into the country as a threatening gesture to the rest of the world. We've got other countries like Canada working with China and working with other European nations, doing bilateral talks with them and leaving the U.S. out of it. They're no longer coming to us to actually trade with us anymore. None of those countries are. So our trade deals are null, nil, gone, non-existent. Every other country hates the way we do business. They're not working with us anymore. Our inflation rate is almost well, what is it, like 0.6 or 0.7% higher than it was when he took office. So that's not going any good. We're not building new plants here, new factories. I don't know what you think is good about the economy right now, but everything is miserable and in the dumps.
I don't agree with you. I mean, the reason costs got so out of control is because of Biden's administration. So we've been put into a shitstorm that we're still getting our way out of, and it will take time. When it comes to how much things
all these numbers, he's fucking things up from where they were at.
I mean, don't forget who it happened under, whether you want to admit it or not, or you don't want to take accountability for it or not. The reason we have that problem in the first place is because of the previous administration. And you need to cut the size of the government and the programs. We can't afford it. And
he's adding $2 trillion to the national debt this year. He has not cut the size of government. He's only increased the size of government.
Which is a good way to do it.
No, not through tax cuts.
Because they do spur economic activity.
He is spending more money.
When people have more money in their pocket, they spend it.
He is spending more money than any other president before him.
That's wise deficit spending right there.
Wait, can you hear me?
He's has really the
can you hear me?
That he extended are very.
Can you hear me?
For a lot of people.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're not listening.
Your phone not working still?
He has failed miserably at everything he's tried to do. Miserably. He's adding $2 trillion to the deficit this year. It's not because of tax cuts. It's because he's increasing spending, because we have now like a $1.1 trillion defense budget. He's added money for ICE. He's added money. He's added money. He's added money. He's added money to the National Guard, trying to get people out of the country. Can't get people out of the country. He's building new detention facilities to keep people.
Why do we let no reason in the country, Mojo? Why do we let them all in?
We've always had immigrants in the country. What is wrong with you?
Why'd we let in all the illegal immigrants?
We've always had immigrants.
Why'd we let them in?
We've always had immigrants.
Immigration control.
We've always had immigrants in the country. What is wrong with you?
Common sense, dude. Remain in Mexico.
You don't have
common sense rule.
All right. I'm sorry, but it didn't work. I'm sorry, but
I'm gonna let you go.
You're gonna shut the fuck up. Is what you're gonna do. Because you're not listening. You're not responding to anything I say. You're just saying random shit like common sense. Okay. Good. Go away. Fucking idiot.
Oh. You muted him and he got his butt hurt and had to run away.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Just saying random shit. What's up, Messy?
Hey. Hey, Rosa.
Hey, Messy. How are you?
I'm good.
Hey, Mojo.
Hi.
He was not listening to you. Oh my God, they're so impervious. Oh, they're getting harder and harder to deal with.
Are you on a submarine?
Oh, does it sound bad? Oh, I can fix mine.
No. Well, it does sound kind of bad, but it was actually the beeping in the background sounded like a beep from a submarine or something.
It did.
Like the
it
sonar.
did.
Well, that wasn't my beeping. I'm sorry.
Get your beeping together, Rosa.
I don't have any beeping.
You did. There was a beep that came.
Was he the first?
Yeah, he's the first person that came up.
He didn't last very long then, huh?
No, he didn't want to talk. Mike, can I get your age and who you voted for? Mikey? Are you there?
Are you golfing?
Well, I mean, obviously. Who do you think I voted for?
I don't know, but you sound drunk, so I would say Trump.
Thank you. really, Trump, really, no.
Are you really drunk
I
this
mean,
early on a Sunday morning? Did you drink too
I
much
don't
of the
know.
wine at church?
Church.
Are you laying down? I'm so confused.
No,
Are
I'm
you
in
in a
the
baby
pool.
pool? You're in a baby
No, I'm in the
pool.
pool. It,
Oh, and you
I'm
voted
in
for
the big pool.
Trump?
Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
You're an idiot
Okay.
if you voted for Trump.
No.
Well, yeah.
No, I am not talking to some weird drunk dude in a fucking baby pool. What the
That
fuck?
baby pool looked like it had poop in it.
What the fuck?
That water was dirty.
What the
Man,
fuck is wrong with people?
so many things. Like, do you mean in general or today?
Yes.
I'm in a really good mood today.
I can tell.
I'm going to Pierogi Fest later. I can't wait to have some.
Pierogi Fest.
Mm-hmm.
They have like 1,000 different kinds of pierogies.
I'm hoping so.
Potato and cheddar, potato
Yes,
and
potato and
mozzarella,
cheddar is the
potato and
best. Yes.
red potato with provolone, yellow potato. I mean, what the fuck? You can only make it pierogies in a certain amount of ways, I think.
Well, and there's different ways you can cook them too.
Is there?
Yes, I'm so on about the pierogies. I'm excited. Well, Mike, you said that a bug just flew in his mouth.
What do you eat pierogies with? Do you dip them in something or?
No, I used to make them all the time. My ex-husband's parents on their little meat market, they had a brand that they would get that were frozen, and I would fry them up on the skillet. So good.
It's just like an Asian dumpling.
Mm-hmm. And I would get the potato cheddar filled ones.
And just eat them plain.
Mm-hmm. I'd make
good.
like grilled chicken or pork tenderloin or whatever. It'd be a side dish.
The Tapleys?
You gotta read my bio.
What is the Tapleys? No, Mikey, you can't come back up here.
Oh, well, there he is.
Who the fuck did that?
Wasn't me. Did you see that it was ruled yesterday that the administration has to release a shit ton of unredacted files? That they were really not wanting to do that?
From Epstein?
Mm-hmm.
A judge did.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he's going to comply, though, right?
Probably not. Probably not.
I'm not fucking with you, Mikey. You cannot come up on my panel. You are a grown-ass man drunk at 8 o'clock in the morning on a fucking Sunday sitting in a goddamn dirty baby pool. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Emphasis on the dirty part. Rosa, is there anything you want to talk about? Oh, there's another one. We got two Rosas.
Hey, what's up?
We have one that cooks and one that doesn't.
Oh, I cook, honey. In the kitchen.
She's an excellent sandwich maker.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You want to make sandwiches for whoever.
Is Rosa or did you vote for Trump or you voted for Kamala Harris?
But
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you.
You,
I
yes.
voted Trump.
You. Yeah, we're definitely not the same.
Not this. I've been cooking a lot more Rosas. Rosas?
you've been cooking rosas?
Cooking
Talking to
right
both
now.
of them. Made some cornbread last week.
So, Rosa, how do you think Trump's doing? You still support this administration?
Is that me?
I'm
Yes,
sorry. What is your name? I apologize.
It's Rosa.
Rosa, perfect.
You're
So,
Rosabella, I think this account is. Maybe.
you think, I'm sorry, Say it again.
I have a lot of different accounts, so I think it's Rosabella.
It is.
Rosabella. Okay, perfect, Rosabella. Why do you support the worst president in my lifetime?
Because I was basically a one policy voter. I voted for the border, and I got the border.
You got the border how?
Well, he put 9,000 troops on the border in a rotation of 20,000. So, and it's really doing what it's supposed to be doing, and not allowing people to cross the border at non-entry points.
So once all the brown and black people are whisked away by ICE, how is that going to make your life better?
What do you mean?
When all the immigrants, the brown and black ones, not the white ones, they're here on expedited pathway to citizenship. You know, they have houses and cars and stipends for food. So the brown and black ones that they're rounding up and unaliving in the streets and putting in internment camps. Once those people are
What
all
do you mean
gone,
internment camps? They want due process. That's why they wait for due process.
that's not where they wait for due process. That's not
Yes,
how
it
due
is. What else are you
process
going to do with them?
Give them
Okay.
ankle monitors.
What I asked you is after if that happens, if all of that happens, right, and your supremacist leader effectuates mass deportation and all of the evil undocumented brown and black people are gone, all of those that were stripped from their TPS and asylum, and all of the green card holders that now have to leave the country to apply for to be a naturalized citizen, once they're all gone, how is your life going to be better? That's my question.
I just it's the point is they use subsidies, right? They use social programs. The immigrants they take housing up, right? So now housing is more expensive and less.
No. They work and they pay for their housing. They don't receive any subsidies.
Okay,
They are-
so when hold on a second. So when
Sure.
Abbott and DeSantis shipped all the migrants to New York, are you following? So
Yes,
they
ma'am, I
stayed
know
here
that case. I
in
know
the
it
hotels,
word for
right?
word.
And then after they left the hotels, the state was obligated to pay for their housing for a year after they
Do
were
you know
shipped
why?
to
Do you know
other
why?
counties.
Do you know why? They
Ma'am,
were
I don't
here.
care why. That's my
Well,
point I'm
ma'am,
making.
ma'am. We're distinguishing between undocumented immigrants and people that are here legally. Those people that Ron DeSantis and Ken Paxton and Greg Abbott shipped to Democratic-run cities, they were here legally. They stopped at a port of entry, they were inspected, and they were given a court date in which to plead their asylum case. So they are here in the country legally, per our 30-year standing asylum policies. So if they did get temporary housing, it is part of our asylum process. I am talking about undocumented immigrants, the ones that you are so proudly raving about the 20,000 border agents at the border stopping them from entering the country.
It's not
You're
20,000,
talking
ma'am.
about
It's
legal
9,000
immigration. So
on rotation.
you're talking about legal immigrants, people that are here legally, that stopped at a port of entry for inspection, had their biometrics done, their information was taken, and then they were given a court date. Again, I'm asking you about the undocumented immigrants that don't receive anything, that work
Yes, they
their
do.
ass off.
In blue states, they do.
No, they don't. If you're
Yes,
talking
they
about
do.
Med-Cal in California, that ended in 2025. So back to my
They have
question.
Medicaid in New York. Like, I don't know what.
No,
In
no.
some instances,
Medicaid
they
is
can
a
qualify for food stamps.
no,
Yes.
they can't. No, they can't.
Yes, in some instances,
Prove
they
it.
can.
No, no.
Yes, they
SNAP
sure
is
can.
federally funded. I'm afraid you're incorrect, ma'am.
No,
tell
if you
you-
look it up, it says under certain circumstances, they can qualify for
What
that.
circumstances? By having a U.S. citizen as a child? For their child? Well, that child is a U.S. citizen. Undocumented migrants do not receive SNAP benefits.
So when you fill out a form, right, to qualify for SNAP, you
This
put
is so
on
nuanced.
who's
I
the
need you-
qualifying individual, and then you put down how many people in the household, and that's what they go off. Like, I don't know
That
what.
is emphatically incorrect, ma'am. You have to provide a social security number for
No, you
every
do
single
not.
person on that application.
It
You
asks
absolutely
you if
do.
you have a
Yes,
social security number or not on the application.
I'm sorry. So now we're giving SNAP benefits to people who don't have social security numbers. You're just
In
lying.
certain circumstances, yes, that happens.
No,
No,
it
it
doesn't.
doesn't, Rosa.
Yes,
Go
it
get
does.
WIC for five and under. WIC formula milk.
Yeah, and WIC is also a state-funded program.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
So again,
wait, well, hold on.
Sure, Roger.
If she lives in one of those states, is she not being affected by it?
So the illegal citizens, right? That's a problem because they work, right, for people off the books, right? And then it drives down prices, pay rates for individuals.
So the undocumented immigrants at work, they pay $100 billion annually in taxes. They contribute $1.7 trillion annually to the GDP. Those undocumented immigrants that pay those taxes in good faith, they don't reap the benefits from
If
everything.
they're getting paid under the table, ma'am, they're not paying taxes. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you something, lady. I'm a fucking tax accountant. Okay.
All right, stop it.
I am. My
Stop.
family is full of
Stop.
accountants. I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop. Do not
It's
use
full of
the
accountants.
term.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck. Do not use the term lady on my panel. Do not use any pet names at all. Lady, sweetheart, darling, dear. Don't do that. I'm going to ask you nicely, and then I'm going to boot you for it. The other qualification that I have to stay on the panel is do not say shut up or shut the fuck up. Otherwise, allow people to finish their statements, please. Thank you. Oh, Susie, can I get your age and who you voted for? Are you
Sorry.
there?
No, I don't know how to work here.
Bye, Susie.
Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you.
Rosa Bella, I'm sorry. May I ask you a question, please? Rosa Bella, are you there?
Go ahead.
Great. Are you an immigrant or a descendant of immigrants? If you don't mind me asking.
I am. My family came here in the 20s.
Okay. To Ellis Island?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you know what that process was when, because my great-grandfather also came here through Ellis Island. Do you know what that process was?
Yeah, the process was you got off the boat, you lined up, they took your information, they made sure you had vaccinations and you weren't sick, and then you got let into the country and you had to come here with some kind of work ethic in order to support yourself because there wasn't social programs.
Okay, so I love that you said that, and I love that you know that. So we can agree that when our ancestors came here through Ellis Island, they didn't come with a work visa. They didn't come with a pre-existing, authority to come into the United States. They just showed up, checked for communicable diseases, welcomed into the country, went to work, just like you said, right?
Right, they had to work now. Remember I said they had to work because there wasn't subsidies. There wasn't social programs for the people.
So I'm sorry. Is it your contention that Hispanic undocumented immigrants don't work?
I didn't say that. Why are you putting words
Well,
in
I'm
my mouth?
asking you. Because you said they had to work.
There's absolutely social programs in the 1920s, by the way. But
In the 20s,
Yeah,
what was there?
that's a good point, too. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
yeah,
sir.
I mean,
Well,
people were sleeping in police stations, right? Like this was a big popular thing at the time. Like if you didn't have housing, they would allow you to sleep in police stations. There was also Tammany Hall. It's like a really big, famous thing, Tammany Hall. There's also like the Catholic Church was like a huge driver of immigration and like provided a lot of aid for people. And also, might I say, right? Like you didn't have a passport. Like you didn't have any paperwork. You would just come in and write your name and
Any name.
Exactly.
Most people changed their name. They changed their last name so that it would not sound like it came from that whatever part of the world they were coming from.
Exactly.
Any name.
So like if you had like an Eastern European name, if you had a Polish name, you would change it to sound more English.
Yeah,
and
my
like there
grandma's
was
name
no
was
way.
changed.
Yeah, and there's no way to verify that. You would just lie and say a fake name.
And Rosa, do you know where sanctuary cities originated? How they came to be a thing?
Actually, I don't, Messi. I'd love to know.
Rosa, do you?
No. How did they come to be a thing?
The church, Catholic churches in cities, they started being like a sanctuary and a safe haven for immigrants. That's how it came about. It was a Christian thing to do.
Okay.
Hey, do you know what those people didn't do that came over here from Ellis Island?
What?
They didn't murder our citizens in the streets.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're not up
So
here serious, are you?
they didn't also bring fentanyl and drugs over to the border
You
with them.
think
Not true.
you think that
Yeah.
may I respond, please? You think the
Oh yeah.
you
I
think that
think
the
majority of them do, absolutely.
May I respond, please? Thank you so much.
You already I know what you're
You think that the undocumented Hispanic immigrant who came here undocumented, right? Wasn't whisked in on a plane, a 3.5-month journey from, let's say, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala. They barely survived. They have to have 25,000 US dollars to even come over here. And this was back in 2002, right? That 9 family members had to put together, making $8 a day in a bean field. You think
No,
those
that's not
people,
true, because USCIS
I wasn't
helps
talking
them.
to you, Rosabella. I was just addressing the other gentleman.
So if they escaped and went through a 3.5-month journey, why are they flying that flag? Why the fuck are you flying your Mexican fucking flag in our nation?
So you're
racist.
Whoa.
No, you're not allowed to fly
my
that fucking
goodness.
flag in our fucking country.
That's some anger.
Whoa.
Soapbox,
Straight
chill
up.
out. Hey,
try that shit in Mexico.
Chill the fuck out.
I'll give one of you.
Okay, I need Soapbox. I need you to chill out and have like adult conversations, please.
Yeah, this guy's getting angry. But can I also say, right, I mean, famously, people coming over in the 1920s, a lot of people were from Sicily. It was the mafia.
They were good white people.
It was the Sicilian
Good white
mafia,
people.
bro.
Yes,
Like,
and
what are you
that's
talking
organized
about?
crime. It's not
They
just
weren't bringing-
unaliving people in the street. It's like
Well,
wild.
they-
They
Yeah,
absolutely
people.
were, dude. They
What?
absolutely were. There was so much violence.
But it was organized
between-
crime, Lord. They had a name for it. It was different.
Just like the statistics on how many Hispanic undocumented immigrants and social guys go on, thank God. Yeah, they're not murdering people in the streets. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And if they were, ICE would be on ICE would have judicial warrants that were signed, obviously, by judges. They wouldn't be kidnapping people in the streets, racially profiling them, having SCOTUS to agree that they can racially profile them, and in Christy Nome versus Vasquez. If these people were murdering people, right, like that gentleman said, they're just... I like to use this term from MAGA, graping and maiming and schmurdering for fucking fun, right? If this was happening, we would not have had Donald Trump go to the Supreme Court of the United States of America and ask them to allow ICE to racially profile them, violating their 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendments, right? If these people
okay,
were
I need you to be a little more concise.
Okay, with what?
Yeah. With your responses, with what you're saying.
My response is that they're
You're speaking for a long period of time.
Okay, I
I think it's a
apologize.
brilliant response. I mean, I think
I don't care what you think, Benny.
I'm
Can I
just
get your
saying.
age? I don't care, Benny. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
45 Trump.
All right. Do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, so anybody saying that they're a net positive to our system because they pay $90 billion a year in taxes, our judicial system as a whole throughout the United States, between the state, the city, and the federal level, spends over $100 billion a year processing and dealing with undocumented immigrants, with not only them being undocumented and the stuff that comes from that, but also from other legal issues and other things that they involve. So just in legal fees through our judicial systems every year, they're a net negative before you even get into anything else in this country.
Managing your money can feel so.
Can you turn your background TV down?
Oh, sorry.
So, I mean, can I ask? I mean, I want to ask Mojo. I mean, what's your view on this? Because, I'm struggling to understand how, like, a Marxist has Rosabella as a mod. I mean, this
doesn't matter who he is. Come on, we're not gonna do that.
What is wrong with you?
I mean, you have a person who's anti-immigration who's
I don't
bringing up.
I don't even mod.
You're a moderator.
Yes, I know, but I don't do it.
Yeah, we're not
Okay,
really
so-
allowed
New
to. It's
people, I
kind
don't
of
bring-
it's kind of just mods in name only.
Why
We
are
don't
you
really
so-
do anything.
That's so
our
weird.
powers.
What, do you want to be a mod or something, bro?
No, it's just weird to
What
me
the fuck?
how, like, someone who's like a communist, like, would give someone power in their live stream who, like, is anti-immigration. Right.
Yeah, Mojo.
Okay.
Answer to that.
Yeah, I love the purity testing. It's always so much fun to be purity tested by dipshits. Love it.
What's your view on immigration, Mojo?
He wants to give everybody mass amnesty. Call it a day.
I actually think we shouldn't have borders at all, but that's just me.
We would like to have one passport, or just actually not even a passport, just the free will to go from one tip of the Americas to the southern tip. Just be able to go all the way through.
We had that, Messy.
If we don't have borders, we don't have a country.
We're all human beings living on the same fucking spinning goddamn globe. I think borders are something that we invent so that we can start wars and fight wars and create weapons so that we can make money off of it.
To try and keep an area safe from another area that's probably...
I just need to be safe from you, Benny. I feel like I need to be safe from you.
Person.
And then that other guy that was up here. Like that's who I'm terrified of in this country.
Get Messy the safe
you.
space.
That sounded real intelligent.
Her the safe space. She needs it.
Thanks for contributing to that. That's
Yeah, that last guy makes me, God, I can't wait to see my Latino boyfriend this afternoon. God damn.
Yeah, thanks for, contributing absolute nonsense, but, back to the conversation.
Yeah.
Can I ask Benny a question? Benny, I'd like to ask you a question, please.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Rosabella. So once all the pesky Hispanics and Haitians are gone and swept away from the country, why do you believe that your inadequacy is going to somehow be reformed? Why do you believe your life is going to be better once all of these undocumented immigrants are swept out of the country? Because under your government's contention, they've removed millions of people already, right? How is your life benefited from people being put in these immigration centers and unalived in the streets and removed from the country, whether they did so of their own accord or whether they were forcefully removed? In the last year and a half, Benny, how has mass deportation helped you, sir?
Well, if we can get rid of all the undocumented immigrants, we can take a financial strain off of our country and use those tax dollars for other things to actually benefit the citizens of this country rather than trying to deal with non-citizens.
But you don't want to do anything. How do you feel about universal health care?
Messy,
universal health care? I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I don't see the
You don't want to use, I'm sorry, Rosa, you don't want to use our tax dollars for our people either. Our people, that sounded really fucking weird.
Well, giving a handout is not the same.
Messy,
I don't want to give handouts to anybody.
Benny, the person that you voted for, you guys have the political trifecta. You have the legislative branch, you have the executive branch, you have SCOTUS. What has this administration done to help the American people? Let's forget mass deportation because you've already answered that. It's gonna give, you're not gonna benefit from it at all. You're not. The allocation of our tax dollars are going to new wars, to backdoor deals with the Trump family.
What is it with the submarine? Why are you in a goddamn submarine? What the fuck?
Does it really sound that bad?
It's loud as shit to hear the sonar beeping every once in a while.
I don't have a beeping. I apologize.
You do have a beeping.
It sounds like you're in your car or in a parking garage. Is there a flock camera nearby?
No, there's not. I'll put my Wi-Fi on.
You're good. You're good. It's funny.
It just sounds like a sonar beeping. It's such a wild thing. I feel like I'm in a subway.
Surveilling me as an anti-left liberal lunatic.
I tell you what, I got freaked the fuck out the first time not long ago, last year in Chicago. I have a Jeep Cherokee, and driving through the city, my car was just beeping like randomly, and I realized after freaking out about it and looking into it, it was every time I passed by a flock camera, it would beep. Like my car would tell me.
Is this any better, guys?
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard it yet.
Sorry about that.
So Benny, I have a question for you.
Well, hold on. I've already been asked 4 questions.
Oh, well, then go ahead and answer. I apologize.
So as far as this whole funding new wars thing, I'm guessing you're talking about Iran, which isn't a new war if you've actually been paying attention to what's been going on in the world in the last 20 years.
Yes.
And if you thought this was something that, it wasn't going to happen. And like, apparently you weren't paying attention to Trump for the last 20 years either. Okay. This thing going on with Iran's been going on for a long time. It's just now coming to a head. And I see no problem with what's going on over there, because when you literally have a country whose officials and military get on and preach, we want to kill all Americans, I have no problem going over there and saying, we're not going to let you have the ability to actually try and carry that out. I have no problem with that. Zero.
Okay. I think Mojo wanted to ask you a question, and then I'd like to respond to what you said.
You can respond. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So so you don't want anyone that is openly saying that they want to unalive American citizens, certainly not to have the capacity to do so, right? That's a fair assessment. So how do you feel about Juan Hernandez being pardoned by Donald Trump, who was convicted in a federal court of law in the United States of America and sentenced to 25 years in prison for trafficking 400 tons of that rug that everybody likes to talk about? And I quote, "I want it shoved down the throat of every American citizen," end quote.
Holy fuck.
I'm not familiar with that case, so I'm not going to go into it.
Most of you aren't familiar with a lot of things, but
well, you're talking about a
Can you
case
let
of
him
one
finish his
specific
answer?
person. I'm talking about an international conflict. We're kind of doing apples and oranges there. So, like I said, I'm not familiar with the case of one individual person with something that's not involved with everything else. No, I'm not. I didn't look into that. I don't know the case. I don't know the facts. I don't know what the pardoning was about, what was going to come after. I don't know any of that. So I'm not going to get into it because that wouldn't be fair.
What was
of
his
me
name?
to just make assumption.
it was Juan Hernandez, the ex-president of Honduras.
Oh,
He
that's
sent-
the Honduran president. Okay, I just didn't know his name.
he sent Donald Trump a letter and said he was persecuted by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Hillary, and Barack Hussein Obama. And
So it wasn't just a normal citizen or an immigrant here. It was the ex-president of a whole ass nation
who trafficked 400 tons of rugs into the United States by his own accord, and said he wanted shoved down the throat of every American citizen. And Donald Trump pardoned him. But in regard to the war, Benny, did you know that 17 different times Benjamin Netanyahu asked Barack Obama and Joe Biden to go to war with Iran, and they told him no 17 times? So for you to say that this would have happened no matter what, that's just factually incorrect.
Well, I don't doubt that neither one of them did anything about it. They really don't give a crap about
we'd be at war no matter what.
Neither one of those presidents really gave a crap what was happening to the people of this country anyway.
Well, did Donald Trump say that he would not start a new war and that Barack
This
Obama
isn't a new war. This conflict with Iran has been going on since the
You're right.
70s.
You're right. But in respect to Iran, Donald Trump said Barack Obama will start a war with Iran because he is an ineffectual president who cannot negotiate. Elect me and there will be no new wars. I will end the war in the Ukraine. I will end the war with Israel and Palestine on day one. 24 hours after election.
Yeah, he actually
Every
tweeted
politician
that.
lies to get elected. I mean, I don't know what.
I mean, he tweeted that. Okay.
Okay, so for one, Trump does a lot of trolling of the media. If you actually listen to that and you think that anybody really thinks that he can end the war between other countries himself in one day,
right?
So
you're taking that seriously.
All right,
then
so
I'm sorry, you're the one that's
so
probably
you knew he lied
got,
to you. So he you knew he lied to you, and you're okay with it. That's fine.
I'm perfectly okay with him trolling the
can you
media.
tell
I think
me?
it's hilarious.
Can you tell me?
Because I know the difference between what he can and can't do when he's
fucking
trolling.
Christ, shut up. Okay, can you tell me what war we could possibly start that hasn't been an ongoing war for any extended period of time at all? Is there a war that could start right now that hasn't started before? Could we invade another country? Okay.
I mean, I guess
your definition.
I guess there's plenty of them that could.
Yeah,
you know, some kind of random new conflict could start out of nowhere.
Yeah, where?
Anywhere.
Where?
What if France decided to do something ridiculous to us, and then we?
Well, there's World War II. It's just an ongoing thing with World War II. We had to
because we're allies with France,
and we had to help rebuild that country, and they've been a pain in the ass ever since. And then even after that, they decided not to join us with our war in Iraq. So fuck them. They weren't part of the coalition of the willing. They started a war with us then.
When I say an ongoing conflict, I mean there hasn't been a single month that there hasn't been a conflict between us and Iran since the 70s.
That is incorrect.
It's literally been an ongoing.
That's a lie. That's
struggle.
An absolute lie.
Yeah, no,
that's an
not.
absolute lie.
When were we out? When were we at peace with them?
The JCPOA was the JCP. The JCPOA.
No, before 79, we were.
Jesus.
If you want to talk about the JCPOA, anytime after that thing was signed, there's been nothing but conflicts with them.
That is incorrect.
And with
As a matter of fact,
it's been constant tension since that
wrong.
started. So don't even.
Benny, you're wrong. Benny, you're
How
wrong.
many times did they violate it?
Benny,
how many times did they violate it?
What is wrong with you? They didn't violate it once. Just so you know, between 2015 and 2018, they did not violate the JCPOA. When Donald Trump took us out of it, they were in full compliance with the JCPOA. There was no attacks at all that happened during that period of time at all. So I don't know what it takes for you to think that a conflict ends, but we signed a peace deal with them, and we were inspecting their sites, and they allowed us to inspect their sites, and they agreed to all the terms of the fucking peace deal, and they were abiding by that peace deal. That this is a new war. We had absolutely no rationale.
Except those 4 sites that they didn't disclose, right?
They didn't have to disclose those. Those were not part of the deal. This is a deal we signed. This is a deal that other countries signed. They were in full compliance with that deal. There were no attacks during that period of time. This is not an ongoing war. We started this war last year for no reason at all.
How about them apples?
Crickets and hay bales from Benny and Rosabella.
There's been conflicts with the JCPOA since it started. They violated it a number of times.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. How many times did they have too much hard water? How many times?
They didn't ever have it during the JCPOA.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Why do you think that one of the main reasons we got rid of it is because they had too much?
Because Donald Trump wanted to start a war with Iran. That's why.
No, they had too much actually 4 times.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
If you're saying they
not
didn't,
after
you're
it was
just
signed.
ignoring truth.
Not after it was signed. They did not.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
4 times it was inspected. They had too much.
Prove it. Prove it.
Mojo, the IAEA claimed that they had undisclosed locations that they were never able to inspect. So it's not like they didn't have to disclose them. They did, and they still don't even have a good answer for why they didn't.
They were not part of the deal. They didn't have to disclose them.
4 different locations, Mojo? Come on.
They were not part of the deal.
They were supposed to be disclosed.
Are they
all of
in
them.
the JCPOA? They weren't supposed to expose anything. They signed a deal. We worked for years on that deal.
So why would the IAEA then say that there was undisclosed locations in their documents?
There were no undisclosed location in the documents. If
Mojo,
they're
I already showed you
undisclosed, that
this.
means that they were not in the documents by definition.
No, in the documents the IAEA reports. The MPT.
Yeah, if they were undisclosed, they were not in the documents by definition.
On the IAEA website. What are you talking about?
Again, if they were undisclosed, they were not in the JCPOA deal. That by definition, that is correct.
Dude, the IAEA is still waiting for an answer as to why they were undisclosed.
How do
they
you
were
not?
supposed to be able to go and
Yeah, they're supposed to disclose everything.
No,
that's in the JCPOA.
No, it was not.
It's not like, oh, you can only have this much in these sites, but we're going to allow you to have as many sites as you want that we don't check, so you can do whatever you want to in them. That's not part of the JCPOA. If you think it is, you're a moron.
No, that would be you, sir. No, we made a deal because this is where they were doing their nuclear testing. This is where they were doing their enrichment. We knew where they were doing it because we.
So we made a deal with them that said you can only have a certain amount of stuff in these sites, but at any other sites that you have, it's perfectly okay to do whatever you want. You think that's what the JCPOA said?
Do you honestly think that we have the people, the personnel, or the capability of investigating every single square inch of Iran?
Well, that's what the JCPOA was for, was because they promised not to do these things, right?
Yeah, and they didn't.
And then they had undisclosed areas that we couldn't search.
We would have the same thing. Every country's going to do that. There are going to be places where other countries are not allowed into.
No, Mojo, stop that.
Where they're doing, yeah. See, this guy's just completely
doing
disingenuous.
What? Secret military training? Oh my God, not that.
Mm-hmm.
May I say something?
Where the places where they know they have materials going in and out.
They had no idea. And as a matter of fact, it was never proven that there was any fucking material in those goddamn sites anyway.
Okay.
These were not part of the deal. They fully complied with that deal. I don't
No,
know
they
what
did
the
not.
fuck you. They absolutely fucking did.
Hey, tell me this. When we pulled out of it in 2018, was the deal still there in place?
Yes.
It was?
Yes.
And they never violated it?
Never.
So in May of 2019, when they started finding all these things that they were doing to violate it for years afterwards,
they didn't
because
find
once we
anything
pulled
in
out,
2019.
other countries started doing more investigating.
Yeah, they didn't.
And they found
find
all
anything.
kinds of things.
They didn't
that didn't
find
actually
anything
happen.
in 20. They didn't find anything in 2019. No.
They didn't. In May of 2019, when they found excesses of hard water, that didn't happen. That was.
This was after the deal. They had hard water. Oh no, not that. What do you know?
Okay.
You pull out of the deal, and then they decide to go ahead
The deal
and go
was
against
still
the deal.
We were out of it. We weren't the only country in on it, though.
We were the only country.
The deal was still there.
We were the enforcement arm of that deal.
Oh,
there was no other country that was enforcing it.
Well, you just said that even after we pulled out, the deal was still there, and you just said that even after we pulled out,
the deal
nothing
was still
violated.
There with other.
You said both of those things verbatim. You agreed to both of those things.
They still allowed inspections into those countries from into their country from other countries, but we were the enforcement arm of that.
I asked you if the deal was still in place after we pulled out. You said yes.
It was not in place.
I asked you if they violated after we pulled out. You said no.
You didn't ask me that.
Yes, I did. I asked you both of those things specifically.
No, you didn't.
Somebody clip it and go back and show this idiot what he just said.
This is on fucking YouTube. You can go watch it yourself.
Good gracious.
My goodness.
Now you're just lying about what you said 10 seconds ago.
Hang on 1 second. Relax. Rosa, did you want to put...
I did. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to address 2 points that Benny made. So the first thing is, in regard to the heavy water, so we signed the JCPOA, I think, I can give you the exact date. Give me a second. January of 2016. So there was a time when we first signed the JCPOA, when they were being inspected voluntarily because Iran signed the JCPOA. They had briefly exceeded its allowed 130 metric ton limit of heavy water by less than 1 ton. They resolved it immediately after the IAEA flagged that overage. Iran quickly exported the excess material to Oman, bringing itself in full compliance without any other declarations or violations. So it was a technicality, but they immediately, so if they were trying to do something, why would they allow inspectors to see exactly what they had and the metrics to what they had? Secondly, Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA May 2018, which left the following G5 countries in place. They were still adhering to the JCPOA a year later, right? So we still had France, China, the UK, I think Russia and Germany. Once the United States pulled out, they still abided by that agreement for a full year. But after that, yes, they were like, you know what? If the United States isn't going to adhere to this deal, why should we? So that's the point. Had Trump not pulled out of this agreement, they would have still been in complete compliance. Secondly, we went in June and obliterated them, right? Oh, wait, we didn't. Then we went in February 28th and obliterated them again 14 days later, according to Pete Hegseth. Their Navy was at the bottom of the Red Sea. They had no ability to fight back. 6 months later, we're still in a war with no regime change. We're still at a war. The closure of the strait, we've effectuated nothing, spent over $1 trillion. So this is a needless war. And in regard to other wars, we were in defense of. This is an offensive war. We started it.
Mojo, there's people in the queue. I don't know if you've...
All right. So you did admit one thing. They did violate well before 2018.
It was a technical. It was by 1 ton of water. But yes, that's correct.
Well, that's...
We didn't stay in it because they weren't adhering to it. He pulled out of that and put the maximum pressure campaign on.
No, ma'am. We pulled out in 2018. This happened in 2016. I'm sorry. Your dates are incorrect.
So we have established that they have violated before then. You can get into how technical it is, but they did.
Well, Benny, let me ask you this.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Which disproves the other guy that said there is absolutely never a time that we did. We also established that even after we pulled out, it was still going. And then they violated more.
So Benny,
Which totally, hold on, I'm just trying to get back to what this other guy said that was completely wrong. So we can discredit whatever he just said because he either didn't do his homework or he was just lying to make himself
Benny,
look
his
better.
point was that Iran stayed in the deal over a year, even after the United States pulled out of it. And we were absolutely the executors of that.
If you're going to make an argument for me, you could have just let me continue.
I'm sorry, Mojo. I apologize.
Yeah, you didn't have to take up my argument. I don't know what the point of that was, but go ahead.
So now it's not that they didn't violate. Now you're just trying to get into technicality about.
No, I'm gonna say they didn't violate. So that's
they didn't,
okay.
Even after we know now that they did, you're going to say that.
I'm going to say that.
That really makes you look, real intelligent.
I don't care what you think I look like. It makes no difference to me. If you want,
I'm not going to count that violation as violation.
Okay. It was not a violation.
Okay.
There's a certain amount of leniency built into every single deal that Ed's ever made.
Really, exactly how much leniency is built into this one?
I would have to go look at the specifics.
None. There is no leniency built into this deal.
You're talking about heavy water. The whole point of it was about developing enriched uranium. You're just talking about heavy water, for Christ's sake.
Their whole thing, Iran's whole thing was we need
to
develop nuclear technology here. We need it for our infrastructure. We need it for this. We're not using it for weapons. Well, why would you enrich it over 60% if you're not using it for weapons?
Because that didn't happen until after Donald Trump pulled us out of the deal.
Oh, they didn't enrich it over 60% until after then? Is that what you're saying?
They did not.
Anything over 3.67, they weren't supposed to have. It was supposed to be very minimal
and
for
they did not,
use only.
And they did not have anything
Mojo,
over 3.67 the entire time.
Mojo, you know what? They had undisclosed locations, and they're still answering for that.
There you go, the fucking undisclosed locations. By
they're
definition,
still answering for that.
By definition, undisclosed locations are not part of a deal. By definition,
they were supposed to disclose everything.
No, they were not. They were supposed to disclose what was in the deal, and that's it.
That's what the deal would be for.
Can I just
ask? Anywhere that they enriched uranium, they were supposed to disclose.
Can I just ask you guys real quick? Like, why are you so scared? Why the fear? What's so scary about them? None of their weapons. Yeah, none of their weapons can reach our shores. Why are you so scared?
Why are we nervous about a country that has openly said that they want to destroy and kill all Americans?
I said scared.
They're literally.
It's not that we're scared. We're concerned about this country.
There was just a stabbing today, and the guy yelled "Allahu Akbar" before he stabbed somebody. Like, what are you talking about? Two people actually.
It was 2 days ago. 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're talking about a country that goes under Sharia law and wants to kill Americans, and you're saying, "Hey, well, why do we have a problem with this country?"
No, I said why you're scared. Why do you keep rephrasing what I said? I said,
why do you keep saying
why are you afraid of Iran? Why do you keep
saying that?
Because it's your entire ideology. Your entire ideology revolves around being scared and giving up your fucking civil liberties in the name of safety because you're scared. And I'm asking you why you're scared.
So you're just trying to rage bait somebody.
I'm not rage baiting shit, man. If I wanted to rage bait, I'd start talking about why you like this in
Whoa.
Oh, you're scared of them now because you're concerned about them.
Benny, hang on. Civics, it's the commie jihadists coming after them in the Muslim Brotherhood. You better hide your wives, hide your kids.
Just straight up, like, why are you so scared?
So I'm not scared of them. I'm concerned about this country having, trying to produce technology and weapons that could actually do something to our country when they've already stated what they want to do to us. Yeah, that's concerning.
Why aren't you concerned about the fact that more and more power is being concentrated in the fewer hands in the U.S.? The richer you are, the more powerful it seems to be, and less power that the people have.
You're
less concerned about that and more concerned about a country that has been spouting off that they hate the U.S. for fucking years. And
because that's not what's going on in our country.
The
DSA would like to do
that. Benny.
The DSA is not going to accomplish that.
I didn't mention the DSA. You see how you're grasping at your fear straws right now? I didn't mention the DSA once. I'm asking you, since 1979, what the fuck has Iran done to us?
Okay, now shut your mouth and let me answer a question.
Okay, do not do that. Do not. Hey,
every time I try and answer you, you try and interrupt me.
Hey, shut the fuck up.
So ask a question, then shut up and let me answer.
Okay. Once again, you fucking dipshit motherfuckers. I told you, no shut the fuck up on my goddamn panel. You do that again, I'm just going to boo you.
Let's have a reset. Everybody take a deep breath in. Level set. It's getting heated. No need to be afraid.
That's the whole point. He's scared. Can you just tell me, 79, I'll repeat the question. Since 79, what has Iran done to the American people?
What have they done to us? And be a little more specific with that.
What have they done to justify a war?
Of 1991.
Have I what?
Have you read the Muslim Brotherhood document of 1991? It basically depicts how they're going to dominate North America.
Told you. Muslim Brotherhood.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read the Muslim Brotherhood of whatever. No, I don't.
Civics?
You know what?
Have
Rosa,
you read it?
I'm not a Muslim, so I wouldn't have read that.
What is the percentage that they have been able to accomplish in that book?
Well, it's like a 30-year plan, 40-year plan.
Mm-hmm. Would you say like 10%, 5%, 100%? How much have they gotten done?
Well, if you look over in other countries, right?
No, but I'm worried about the U.S. I'm worried about the U.S.
Yeah, okay, well, you look over to England, right? And what is happening in England is going to be happening here. I don't know
Nothing
if
has
you're
happened
familiar
in
with what's
England.
going on outside of your country, but yeah.
I have plenty of friends that live in England. None of them are scared of the Muslims. It's all the fucking right-wing
It's not being
fear
scared of the
jockeys that are
Muslims.
telling you that there's problems. There's nothing in fucking England. There's nothing wrong with England.
Right.
London
Oh
is
my
still one of the
God, I
most
used to
prosperous
live
cities
there.
in the
England
world.
is a fucking dumpster fire right now. Are you kidding me?
Hey, if it's not being scared, what is it? Why do you care?
If it's not being, it's a concern. It's a concern.
Okay, so you
I
are
have kids
scared.
I'm raising here.
Muslims are
It was just a
destroying Europe
proposal
right
to
now.
change.
So it's
It
all
was just
about
a
being.
proposal to have.
So then it's all about being scared.
It's not about being scared.
It is.
Believe me,
You
if
just
shit
said
pops
it's a
off, I'm not going to
concern.
be scared.
Yes,
I'm
I
going to
have
be right
kids.
there.
Rosa.
So being concerned
You
is
just
being
shut
scared.
up.
Those are the same thing
What
now.
the fuck? You just said, I asked you if it's not being scared, what is the purpose? And you said, well, it's a concern. I have kids. I'm worried about them. I'm scared. You specifically said that you are scared.
I didn't say I'm scared. I said
You just
it's a
said
concern.
it.
It's a legitimate concern.
That's wild.
I'm not scared of it. I'm not scared of them, but I want them to have a whole what do you call it? A whole training camp, a few miles from me, which is being proposed? No.
Rosabella, can I ask you a question, please?
What?
Do you know that 4 million Muslims live in New York alone, side by side with Christians, and they commit no crimes. They're not terrorists. They're not enacting Sharia law.
Well, thank goodness I don't live in New York City.
I'm sorry?
I said, thank goodness I don't live in New York City.
But if that is their agenda, they have 4 million. 4 million Muslims.
Do you live in New York City, ma'am?
Ma'am, I'm asking you a question. 4 million Muslims live in New York. Why aren't they enacting Sharia law? It's a question.
You know that they have Muslim community patrol, right? That they drive around in basically cop cars, and they have like uniforms, and they tell people to stop drinking on their porches, and they tell girls that skirts are too short.
The
like,
nerve
what are you
of
talking
them.
about? They're trying to enact Sharia law 100%.
Oh my God, telling people
So do
not
Christians.
to drink on the
So do Christians.
That number's actually about
Christians do not drive
800,000
around
in New
and tell
York
people
City.
to
It's
fuck
not
it.
I
4
didn't say New
million.
York City. I said New York State, sir.
Oh,
Get your
New
Well,
York
it's not
facts
happening
State.
on Long Island until they propose that fucking training camp out there.
Wow, you people are so
It's Long Island, it's not New York City.
Can we just circle back to how you're not scared?
I don't want that shit around. It's not fucking.
Yeah, New York State only has
the
about
Quran's
1.2
not
million.
aligned with fucking Western civilization. It just doesn't.
New York State has 1.2 million.
Do you know how many
4.
people have died under the guise of Christianity?
Can we get our
100
numbers
million.
right before we do anything else? 'Cause,
100
both
million.
things you said are wrong.
100 million. 100 million people have been unalived under the guise of Christianity.
How many have been?
Why don't you
How many
compare
have been
that?
through Muslims?
None.
No, none.
Muslims-
Really?
Muslims are
Really?
Christians.
Muslims have never killed anybody because of their religion.
Not in our country, no. Not by that metric.
No,
no.
are you talking worldwide or what now? Because you said how many people have been throughout history.
The United States of America has
Just in the United
unalived
States of
over
America, we've killed 100 million
people.
100
Under the
million in
guise-
this country alone.
The United States has unalived over 100 million people by their agenda based on Christianity.
Show me that. Show me where can I pull that up?
Read a fucking book.
Where can I pull that up? No, really. Where's that coming from? Show me the evidence on that. I'd like to see where it says the United States has killed over 100 million people because of Christianity.
Well, I won't make that claim, but I will make the claim of Christianity. I'm not going to give you numbers, but we can talk about the whistleblowers that have come out and said that their officers have said that this is a holy war, and they wanted to shine light on that.
Mm-hmm. The second coming of Christ and all, like the rapture.
Because what you're doing with that 100 million is you're saying, oh, well, because this country was founded on Christianity, that anything that they do is a war that goes anywhere, unalive anyone based under Christianity. Well, then in that argument, there couldn't be anything from another religion because you're saying Christianity is the one that this country does it for.
Are you not doing the same thing about Middle Eastern countries in general? Countries with Arabs in them?
Exactly.
No, I'm asking you.
Well, no, y'all are saying, oh, it's just the United States we're talking about. Well,
and you're saying that it's just Iran. You're saying that Iran is responsible for every death that the Muslims have created around the world, and you're saying Iran is responsible.
I never said that.
You're saying that Iran
I never said that.
You are saying that
Iran.
You are saying that Iran is responsible for what's going on in New York City and about them.
No, never said that either.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, it's not. When did I say that?
It is.
Tell me when I said that.
Because we're talking about Iran. We're talking about the war in Iran. And then you move to Muslims. And then
well, no, I didn't move to them. Somebody else did. I just corrected their numbers.
Hello? Are you there?
The woman that was talking about New York City.
Are you there? What is wrong with you? Why can't you have a normal conversation?
Why can't you acknowledge the fact that I didn't bring up Muslims?
Why can't you have a normal conversation?
Okay, I didn't bring up Muslims. I never mentioned them at all. I corrected somebody's number that gave a false number about them. That was it.
Yeah, you were talking about Muslims. You were talking about Islam.
When did I say that? When?
You were talking.
I
am fucking trying to answer you, you dipshit.
No, you're not.
Benny,
I am, and you won't stop saying
okay, when did I talk about him?
What is wrong with you?
When
Why are you such a child? Are you done throwing a temper tantrum?
Okay, there are 83 people in the room. Please like, tap, and share with all your friends. Use 3 fingers. It's far more efficient. Gift the host. Repost. Mojo, there's 8 people in the queue.
And your gift goal.
Oh, yes, gift goal.
What the hell is that? Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus.
I joined up to bring some decorum to the panel.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I hope so. God, this is fucking stupid. When?
Benny, Go Army down here is a practicing Muslim. He loves it. He can tell you all about Islam.
Okay, I didn't bring up Islam. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me when I brought it up.
I'm about to bring it up if that's okay, Mojo.
Yeah, you guys talk about whatever. This guy's a
awesome
nut job.
This question is specifically for Rosa. Hey, Rosa, how you doing? I'm doing well. I hear you about your fears of like Sharia training camps, right?
Wrong, Bella. I mean, wrong, Rosa.
Oh yeah, that
was the other girl.
That was definitely not me, sir.
Oh, Sherry gone.
Mm-hmm. But go ahead for the
I was just going to
Islamophobes in the comments and panel.
I was going to see if she was like supportive of President Trump's move to allow Qatar to build a military training facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho, considering that the Qatar specifically is an Islam country practicing Salafism. I think
that's not true.
Benny and Go Army probably have
a runway. That's all.
Probably have
What's that? What's that, Go Army?
Well, I know you're trying to defend Islam and you go straight to some airport, but what they're not building a whole base. What they're doing is just adding a section to the base. That's all.
Oh, I'm not defending Islam. I was just wondering, like, from the Islamophobic view, like how they felt about like increasing Qatar's presence in here, considering that they have Sharia law.
Well, they signed the Abrahamic Accords, didn't they? So they're ready to move forward in the world with a new way of thinking, right? And I would
So
say
you-
there is no such thing as Islamophobia. There's no such thing. Islam just goes directly against our culture and our American way of life. So when you say, hey, our religion, what we follow above our government, says you can have multiple wives, for instance, that goes directly against American. Go down to the courthouse and a man and a woman.
Are you going to go to Utah and get rid of all the polygamists?
I don't agree with anything.
Tell that to the Mormons.
But there's really not a lot of
marry
there's
a
not a lot
9-year-old.
to have that in the Mormons, but Mormons aren't like true Christianity. That's a sub crazy.
all right, cool. So,
Like Muhammad literally married a 9-year-old and had consensual.
No, he didn't. So go Army.
I don't condone any
You're
religion that thinks
muffled,
that
Benny.
that's
We
good.
can't hear you, which is probably a blessing. So go Army. If we're going to Utah, getting rid of all the polygamists, cool. I'm with you. Let's do it. What are we going to do about all the Muslim Americans that were born here? Are we going to get rid of them as well?
Muslim Americans that were born here. I mean, you're not going to get rid of them. Just like if you go to a Middle Eastern country. Hold on, there's churches all over the Middle East, right?
Hold on.
But there's churches in the Middle East, but they're Muslim countries. How is that possible?
You tell me.
The same way that you can be a Muslim in America.
Because Islam isn't as intolerant as you think it is.
Oh, it absolutely is worse than people think. You're getting a watered down version.
No,
So when
no,
people say
You're free to do whatever
I'm
religion
answering-
you want
I'm
to in
answering-
this country.
Hey,
You're not
bud,
free to
I'm
be an
answering
extremist.
your question. Dude, I'm answering your question. You brought up the fact that there are Christian churches, and I would add synagogues, in Muslim countries, Muslim majority countries that even have Muslim leadership in government. And you said, how's that possible? And I'm giving you an answer to your question. Maybe Islam, writ large, isn't as intolerant as you think it is.
Can you guys
There really
agree
isn't
that
many churches and
can
synagogues
you
in Muslim countries.
hey
Sorry.
okay, can you guys agree that both these religions suck ass?
One has more
100%.
function. One makes a more functioning government that people want to come to. The other one is importing people into our country
How
that
does
stink.
religion make a functioning government?
It's part of your society. It's part of your morality.
Do you
Yeah, you
want
make
to
better
live-
decisions.
treating women
Do you want to
respectfully.
live? Do you want to live in a fucking theocracy? Is that what you're saying?
We're not living in a theocracy. We have
But you're trying to combine government with religion. That is a theocracy.
our politicians are influenced by religion and morality and the Ten Commandments.
So
When you
want
look
a
at
theocracy?
Christian-based countries and Islamic-based
have a
countries, which
theocracy.
ones are thriving?
Okay, I mean, what the fuck? How do you
And
get
which ones
to-
have people that are starving?
Okay, never mind. What the fuck?
Hey,
I think
Can
Saudi
Swear
Arabia
to
is doing
God,
pretty
Oh
well.
my-
people are annoying as shit. God, you fucking people are annoying as shit. I got nothing. Go ahead. I can't fucking say a goddamn sentence anyway.
go ahead, Mojo. Go ahead.
What the fuck? Everybody's just interrupting every time I start talking. Just have fun. Yell at each other.
No, I think it was a great question.
All
though,
religions
Joe.
suck.
I think it was a great question. Like, who here wants a non-secular religious state for a government?
Not me.
Anyone want that?
I would.
No,
Pete Hexath, he wants a. I'm sorry, Mojo.
Oh, a non-secular religious state? Is that what you said?
Did I say that wrong? Sorry. Who wants a religious state versus a secular one?
I would counter that the Muslim states have very secular Sharia law religions and morality police in Iran and different things in Saudi Arabia where they just allowed
Did
women
you
to
just say
drive.
morality police is secular?
That's a real yeah.
Isn't it?
Cutting out Mojo. Hold on. Mojo, you are cutting out.
I can't be cutting out. Seriously?
Yeah, secular means non-religious.
My bad, non-secular. I apologize.
Yeah, I get it mixed up all the time too.
Yeah, I misspoke. I won't make it again, maybe.
So are you for or against a secular state? Do you want a non-religious government, or do you want, granted, like any non-religious government is made up of people who's in some way, shape, or form are influenced by religion common in their society. We're leaving that aside. Do we want a secular state for a government, or do we want a religious state? That's the question.
We don't really have a religious state right now. We have our
I'm not saying we
constitution.
do. I'm saying, like, of the panelists, which side of the the fence are you on? Religious state or secular state? That's the question.
Secular state.
W.
Yeah. You guys can
religious.
sensationalize it and saying Pete Hegseth making us a religious state, but I don't agree with that.
Well, he wants a theocracy. He wants an evangelical theocracy. It's in all three of his Crusader books.
That'd be perfect.
He said it openly that if he had the power, we would be a evangelical theocracy. You can look it up. I have no reason to lie. That is his agenda. That's what he wants. And God bless him serving this holy war that it was anointed by Trump, was anointed by Jesus Christ to go against the evil Muslims.
You don't think this is a holy war?
Absolutely not.
Hold on. Let me just ask you a couple questions, Rosa. You don't think this is a holy war?
Assalamu alaikum. No.
You don't think Islam would have the chance to take over America Christianity if they could?
Absolutely. No, sir. No, I emphatically deny that. No, sir, because I'm going to tell you why. Under your own purview, you say that they've been chanting unaliving to America for the better part, let's see, since 1996, 47, 57
Also
years.
called us the Great Satan, by the way, over and over
And
over.
and how have they effectuated the unaliving of America, sir? How have they done that? Why haven't they done that
they
yet?
couldn't yet, but they were about to because
They
they
were
got
always
weapons.
about to. See, I would
They got a deal with China. Is that fair to say? Just got in with China. They're starting to get rockets and all this stuff from China, right? So it wouldn't take very long.
Why though?
Fair to say?
Why though? Why?
Because
Why?
China's like a big superpower
Because
in the
we are
world,
attacking
right?
them, sir. They are in defense of their country. Do they have a right to exist? Do they have a right to defend themselves?
They don't.
as
They
Israel?
don't. No, they do
Oh,
not.
only Israel does. Who didn't sign the NPT? Who does not allow their nuclear
They're radical.
arsenal
They're radical.
Oh, they're
religious
radical.
zealots is what they
Not
are.
the ones that are committing genocide.
Many
in
women are
Palestine.
unalived in the
evil Iranians, right? You people are so lost in the sauce.
Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with Iranians personally, so I don't know what you like. I have. There were many of them overseas, by the way, in going against our troops in the
you were in
Yeah, and Iranian through proxies has unalived plenty of American soldiers that I don't like them.
groups, gangs, and stuff as
All
well.
right, can we have some decorum? You guys are just yelling fucking nonsense at that.
Are we loud or
I don't
what?
think they're yelling nonsense.
No, it's one at a time. Go Army. Is this your first day here?
I'm sorry. Who are you? Who are you? I don't recognize your name or.
I'm sorry, I just muted you.
Oh.
So can we go one at a time, please?
Like that power.
You're not Mojo.
So Bobby was speaking. Bobby, go ahead.
I ran through their proxies. Hezbollah or whatever, however you said that, unalived 240 Marines in 1982. Their proxies supported the IEDs in Iraq that maimed
And they
a
brought
lot of people as
EFPs
well.
to the IEDs too. Yeah, that's a big thing. They made them basically a big bullet instead of just a big explosion.
Storm, you stop interrupting, man.
No, and he's helpful, and we agree on a lot. And so that's why he unalived Soleimani. So through those proxies, they've also shot, pew-pewed at shipping through the Houthis as well. So they're not angels. You guys have never been to a Muslim country. You don't know anything, but you want to import this foreign thing into our country. That if we look at any of those places, stink. Other than going to Dubai maybe for you guys.
What's a Muslim country?
He said that beautiful, very beautiful, Bobby. This is well said. It's great
Yeah,
for bringing
so-
up the Marines. You also
Yeah,
left out
right.
Obama and the troops where they had our sailors on their knees in front of the.
Y'all should get a room.
Remember that, Bobby?
That's illegal. That's illegal in a Muslim country, by the way.
Foreign thing. Saying foreign thing is fucking very xenophobic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. We don't
Did
mind
you know,
that.
Bobby? Did you
Yeah, I
know
understand
that?
you don't mind being a racist because you all are. I get the fucking Trump supporters are proud of being racist. I get it. It's just fucking
No,
gross.
we like our safety, and if you want to
Yeah,
call
you
us
like
bad
to be
names, then-
racist. I get it. I understand.
no, we like our safety, and you want to
No, you like
mischaracterize
That's not
us.
racist, Mojo. That's not racist. That's like, hey, there's a
I did
problem with
say
these people
xenophobic.
go direct. They don't
There's
like
a
us.
problem with Trump supporters, by the way.
Like, see, you guys just keep saying, well, that's racist, that's xenophobic, that's Islamophobia, but we're over saying, like,
You said
hey,
these
look at what our
things.
barracks they do to our
You
barracks.
said
Look what the
these
sailors
things.
they did
You
to our
referred
sailors.
to fucking human beings as things. That's fucking
well,
gross.
I would say the radical jihadists and Islamists are.
You said import this foreign thing.
Yeah,
It's
and I was
interesting
talking
to me.
about their religion and kind of their
fucking
ethos.
gross.
It's interesting
So
to
don't
me
import
that
them. That's not gross. We don't let them in.
How about we
They
just
could stay in
deport
their
all
country
you
and make it
fucking?
great.
How about we just deport all you fucking Trump supporters and take them all in?
Who's
I'd
going to
rather
pay
do
your
that.
taxes? Who's going to pay your
Me,
government benefits?
me, because you guys
You're
don't pay
employed?
shit.
I pay taxes.
You are the
I'm
poorest
employed.
people in the fucking country. MAGA supporters are the poorest motherfuckers in the goddamn country. I'm
What's wrong with
sorry.
being
White
poor?
males pay
What's wrong
most
with
of the
being poor?
taxes in
You
this
against
country. I
poor
know
people?
most of the people. So
There's that
Oh,
fucking
white
xenophobia
males.
animal again. What the fuck?
White
You guys are
males.
These,
racist
I'm
pieces
good.
of shit.
Listen,
You're just
can
a
I?
racist piece of shit.
No, can we
Just
do
admit it,
this?
man.
Let me explain. Can I explain something to you?
No, no.
You guys, and I'll bring it into the racism in a second.
Oh, don't.
You guys put your
I'll bring
fingers in
it
your ears
into
and
the
can't
racism in a
listen and
second.
can't
Are you
listen to
fucking
anything.
serious?
You
Why don't you
guys
start
can't
with the
listen.
racism?
I'm
We
citing
can circle
and
back
stats.
to
How
it.
about you
You're
start
going to
with the
have this
racism? How about you
conversation more
start
and
with your
more.
racism? Why are you racist?
Because of the reasons I get of the unaliving of soldiers. They just had a Muslim
Wow.
attack in Germany today.
Hmm.
They do terrorist acts in our country
Can I ask you something real
because
They
quick?
of
don't like
safety.
us.
Bobby, what happens when a Muslim kills a Muslim American soldier?
I don't know. I know there
Is
was
that a
also that
racism?
Fort Hood attack.
Is that why you're racist?
No, I don't like that.
I've seen it
Okay.
happen in my
So
own
how about we
eyes.
stop generalizing as if we're not a fucking diverse goddamn nation with multiple religions and multiple ethnicities?
We
And
are.
same with some of these quote unquote Muslim countries, they have multiple ethnicities. Iranians don't get along with Saudis because they're different sects of fucking Islam, and you guys are too dense to understand shit like that.
No, I understand that completely about the
What sect
Yemeni
is it?
civil war
Tell
and all
us.
this stuff.
One of the reasons that these other countries don't like Saudi Arabia anymore is because Saudi Arabia is actually easing the restrictions of its Sharia law, becoming more like all these other countries of the world. And that's why these unthriving countries that you run Sharia law, places like Afghanistan and Iran, are all in the crap hole because they keep enacting Sharia law in its fullest extent, which nobody in the world is okay with.
Remember
Exactly,
that
Benny.
four-letter
Thank you.
word group when Obama was president and they just went across the Middle East just doing like heinous attacks and the craziest stuff in the name of what? Islam, right?
Say something, Mojo, please. I'm glad you brought up Saudi Arabia. Trump just signed a 30-year civilian nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, giving them priority to build plants, nuclear plants, to enrich their uranium.
You can say
And
nuclear.
Saudi Arabia. Oh, I said schnuclear. I'm sorry.
You can say nuclear.
Oh, I can. Oh, thank you, Mojo. I'm sorry. I can't keep track of the banned words on TikTok, thanks to Oracle. Yeah, so Saudi Arabia is absolutely operating under strict Islamic Sharia law. And 15 of the hijackers from 7-Eleven plus 2 were, in fact, Saudi Arabian citizens. So I want to ask the Trump supporters.
Were they Muslims? Were they all Muslims and Islams?
Yes.
This strict
Oh,
Sharia
gee,
law
wow,
you're
crazy.
talking
I never
about
seen
is
Christians
actually
get
being
it.
phased out in Saudi Arabia. That's why all these things are happening. Like women can now drive over there again, which they can't do in strict Sharia law countries. Women are being allowed to do
where
all
can't
kinds of
women
things they
drive?
weren't allowed to do before. And a lot of more changes are coming between now and 2030. If you look at what they're doing, they're getting
You
rid
know
of
a
these
lot about
strict
Saudi
Sharia
Arabia.
law. They're getting rid of a lot of the strict Sharia law, and they're
He
going
loves
to a
women.
less. Look it up. They're going to a very restricted form of it, is what they're calling it, which actually gets rid of a lot of the parts of it that most of the world have issues with. They're getting rid of those.
Benny, can I ask you
They're
a
coming
question?
around to the rest of the world. That's why.
Dios mío.
Can I ask you a question, Benny?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you think that this administration, at any time, previous or moving forward, is going to end 5,000 years of a theocracy? Do you actually believe that we are going to effectuate any type of regime change? We took out their Ayatollah, their supreme leader, who was adhering to the fatwa, which made it against their very foundation of their religion to have or acquire nuclear weapons. The son is a little less, cooperative, if you will. So we took out the father, the supreme leader. We have the son. Do you believe that the United States of America, right? We're not liberating the Iranian women. We're not saving them. We unalive their children with absolute impunity. We've only pissed them off. 11 million civilians have now joined voluntarily the Revolutionary Guard. I want to ask you, you're talking about saving these Iranian women, right? How they treat their women is abhorrent. Do you actually think that the United States of America is there to liberate civilians?
Yes.
Do I think we'll actually be able to accomplish it? More than likely, no. We probably won't. But at the same time, I don't believe you should just sit back and let terrible things happen to people because, well, there's a good chance I can't change it, so I'm just going to act like it's not happening. So I have no problem with making an attempt to make things better in the world. Whether or not we can actually do it or not is kind of irrelevant. You're making the attempt.
Okay, so why don't we start with our citizens first? Why don't we give our citizens free health care or free education or free after-school care or free child care? Why don't we start here?
So why don't we just completely bankrupt a large part of our society?
So you'd rather bankrupt our society to help them over there because your heart feels good about it?
What? What we're doing over there is a fraction of what you're talking about would cost. Fraction.
That's so weird.
Not only that, it would put more people needing assistance because we're just going to completely bankrupt, a number of industries all at one time and put all these people out of work. And you want to do this by increasing the taxes on the people that are already paying over 50% of the country's taxes with 1% of the people.
Did you ask me what I wanted to do with taxes, or are you just?
So how's this going to work?
Are you done with your straw yet?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So two things. Massey asked you a very important question, and maybe you can answer it quickly. What other country doesn't allow women to drive? You skipped right over it.
Afghanistan.
What other countries?
Yeah.
I could there's Afghanistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia now allows them. They used to not.
Iranian women can drive.
I remember women driving in Iraq, for sure.
No, I never saw
Iranian women can drive, and Iraqi women can drive now too.
Those countries are thriving too, to be fair. And the other places are going,
That's what I was getting at. The ones that are coming around that are doing better are the ones that are slowly getting rid of all these strict Sharia law bullcrap. The countries that aren't doing it, like Iran, are going down the toilet.
Again,
and so we ask ourselves then if Sharia
Iranian
law
women
is
can
based
drive.
around the Muslim religion and strict
Iranian
Sharia law
can drive.
is
That's
being
not the
terrible
point.
for countries.
I don't want to sidetrack. You couldn't name countries. The point is,
I'm not going to
why
teach
are
up
you
to
more
go look
concerned?
them up.
Why are you more concerned about us helping Iranian civilians with more and more fucking DoD money and not helping American citizens by, I don't know, let's start easy. This is universal. Both Democrats and Republicans would agree to this. We need universal child care. It's harder and harder to have children, and we need children. And you racist assholes don't want fucking immigrants, so why don't we make it easier for Americans to have children?
Well, here's the thing. It's easy to have children if you plan for them and don't just go out and get pregnant on a whim.
Can you answer my fucking question?
Oh my fucking God.
If he doesn't answer it next, Civics,
this isn't hard. If you take a year or two and figure it out
I'm
and say,
not
look,
talking
we
about
want
your
to have
bedroom
kids, let's
troubles here,
figure
man.
out how
I'm
this is
asking
going
you
to
a
work.
fucking question.
There you go.
I'll answer your question since I'm a father, maybe. Childcare is very expensive, but the problem is, universal. It's like if you're very poor, you can get credits through the state, and through the county and so forth to put you in places. So there is free childcare. There is no rock bottom. You can go out and get benefits, but on top of that, why don't we just give families that are married doing it the right way and have children? Why don't we give those mothers the money, a stipend to stay home with the child instead of putting the child in a place with foreign people that they don't know, or they have to introduce their children to, not foreign as in actually foreign people, but foreign to the baby.
A couple people
keep
put
them at
together
home,
an
right?
actual plan that would have worked really well that the left hates, and that is people that have kids that can't work because they say they have kids and need assistance and this and that. Well, why don't those moms earn their benefits by watching the children of other people that can't go to work?
Because not every
Instead of
person
giving them
is
a
able to
paycheck,
do
let's
that.
just say that that's how you're going to earn.
But not every
your food
person would be able to do
stamps.
that.
That's how you're going to earn your EBT.
So you'd be expecting every mother or stay-at-home parent to then take on the responsibility of other people's children to make whatever beneficial money, that's kind of defeating the purpose.
But instead you're counting on everybody else in America to pay for their child care.
Yeah, it's called the social net.
See, that's kind of why can't they be responsible for their own? Why does everybody else have to pay for them to get done what they want instead of them having to do something?
I'm going to answer it because it's a social net that we agreed to being a part of this country.
That we agreed to.
Yes.
We agreed to have our children cared for while we go to work.
I mean, that kind of already happens a little bit, Benny. So if someone is like has a kid and can't work, right, and they're getting significant government subsistence, right? They might be living in government housing, and there's this like natural what do they call them, where you share support services. There's a formal name for it, but they already do that probably in an informal way for money under the table or maybe for free. Like people, when they're poor, lean in and help each other. But yeah, I wanted to correct your understanding of this Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. I think you're misclassifying it a little bit. So Saudi Arabia has famously been one of the developed nations that hasn't had a codified written law, but it's been a decentralized version and ruled over by like regional judges who are conservative clerics and interpret the Islamic texts by themselves with no like codified guidance or precedent, right? And this has led to like wildly inconsistent rulings across the country. So the Vision 2030, what it is doing is codifying laws. So it is true that they are borrowing from some Western codified law, Egyptian, some European, but mainly what it's doing is codifying what version of Sharia law to be used across the country. So a lot of the things that, you know, the conservatives in our country are consistently hammering on, like the subjugation of women is going to be now codified and used universally. You know, the unalivement penalty for nonviolent acts classified under Sharia as like blasphemy, that's going to be codified, right? And legal recognition of polygamy, so multiple wives, that will now be codified and used universally across the country. So like you're saying they're moving away from Sharia law, Vision 2030 is actually codifying the agreed upon Sharia law that they're going to put in place.
Yes, but this agreement of how it is not anything near strict Sharia law. There's a ton of relaxed restrictions and things that they're not actually putting in there. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Because, like, Sharia law is an interpretation of an individual cleric. So I addressed that when I said like it was done regionally by individual judges before. So if you have a very fundamentalist, like literal interpreter, they're going to take it to the extreme. If you have a less conservative or, dare be I say, a progressive Islamic cleric, you're going to have lighter interpretations that more align with our westernized ideologies. But, you know, everything you guys harp on, like polygamy, it will now be codified, like getting a woman's a man's permission to marry, like that sort of thing is.
Well, you say that's going to be codified, but there's nothing actually saying that those things are still going to be in there when all this is said and done.
It's in the draft documents. That's all I can tell you at this point.
It's in some of them. It's not in some of the other ones. There's conflicted draft documents right now, and that's one of the things that they're going at. They're trying to figure out which ones they're using, right?
Yeah, there's not conflicting drafts. Right? There's versions. So you may not be. You're looking at different versions. Who knows what it'll be when at the end of the day? But
exactly. So you can't say those things will be in there because you don't know, right?
Correct. Just as you can
a lot of people are fighting to get them not in there.
Just like you can't say they won't be in there, right?
Yeah,
they're making an attempt for them not to be.
Cool. Well, we can agree that
they're making an attempt to move in a better direction.
We can agree on this.
Which is why things are happening over there the way they are. And things are
stop doing that.
We can agree on this, Benny. We don't know what's going to be in it, but we know for sure you're going to be scared of it.
Yeah.
Why do you keep saying people are going to be scared? Y'all just like that word, don't you?
I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm trying to get you to understand where your fucking core ideology comes from and the difference between conservatives and sure, we'll call them liberals, right? Like you guys are fucking scared of everything. and you
There you
need
go with
daddy
that word again.
government
Now I'm
and daddy
scared of
shield.
it.
You need daddy's shield to come do something about it. Meanwhile, while daddy's protecting you, they're fucking robbing you and making the wealth disparity worse and worse and worse, and you guys are egging it on. That's my fucking problem with conservatives.
The wealth disparity.
You're scared of nothing. It's not actually something to be afraid of.
So you're saying that you're not allowed to be wealthy? Is that what you're saying?
That's what happens.
Are you saying that there's somebody keeping you from being wealthy?
Random things.
You're saying that only the people that are rich right now are allowed to be rich, and they're keeping everybody else from being rich?
Right now, there is a system in place.
I'd love to see those laws.
Well, you can. It's called the Big Beautiful Bill, where they gave tons of tax breaks and easements on the ultra wealthy while making things more difficult on the lower classes. So
let me ask you this: the 1%, how much of the taxes do they pay?
You can't let it. None of you guys can let anybody finish a goddamn statement. And when you do, when you start talking, you all talk for like 3 fucking minutes. I don't fucking get it.
The Democrat thing, they can't have a conversation.
Oh, I'm
like
sorry.
this.
You're doing the same thing.
I'm trying to have. I was in the middle of a statement, and I got cut off with a nonsense question that had nothing to do with my point.
It was a statement, not a point, Mojo. That's the problem. He wants to make a long statement. That, like, here's my point.
What the fuck do you think what the fuck do you think a statement is?
Exactly.
It is making a point. By definition. What is fucking wrong with you people?
Long story short, at the end of the day, the ultra rich in this country are given tax breaks, they're giving considerations, they're easing restrictions on the environment, on things that they can do, while those then fall down towards the lower classes to pay more. Because you have to understand, 15% of a billionaire is not the same as, say, 30% of someone making $40,000 a year. It's a big difference, because that's what it's looking to be right now.
So again, how much of the taxes in this country are paid by the top 1%?
They pay probably anywhere between 2 and 15%.
No, how much of the total taxes that this country are paid by the top 1%?
I don't have that specific number in my
over 50% are paid by 1%, and you're saying they need to keep paying more?
It's 72%. 72%.
The 1% pay 72%, but they get the tax breaks.
Well, they're also paying 72% of the taxes, so I would expect most of the tax breaks to come from the people paying most of the taxes, right?
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm on your side, Benny. He doesn't know the numbers. They assume they don't pay their fair share.
Yeah, they're paying more than their fair share.
Poor people got Trump accounts. That's something that helps them too. Things like that.
All right, so
regular
this
middle
is where I have some
class.
expertise.
Anyone smart and savvy has a Trump account for their kids.
Yeah, so
If you
this
wanna
is
get
where
those
my
tax
expertise
breaks-
lies. If you guys want to have an honest question about like fair taxes.
Anybody can have
Okay,
those
so-
tax breaks. Just make them out of money and do the things they're doing. You get them too.
We all learned something today, though. The 1% pays 72% of the taxes, about, or 70%.
No, it's about 40 to 46%.
No, it's not. It's way more than that.
Okay.
Yeah,
we know
you're gonna have to look
80-20
at that.
rules and power laws.
The top 5% actually.
Well, hold on,
pay,
hold
I
on.
think
Are you
it's
guys going by
92%?
Are you guys going by net income group or net worth group?
They're related, but yeah, it's typically
No,
net income.
they're related. I mean,
It's salary.
causality.
It's fucking
there's
salary. It's fucking salary.
Net worth and income aren't the same thing. You don't pay taxes on your net worth. You pay your taxes on your income.
Yeah,
Right.
correct. But net
Or
income
capital
is related
gains.
to net worth, right?
It can lead to it, and when it does, you pay the taxes on it.
Well, no. You're saying when it leads to net worth, you pay the taxes on it, but you just said you don't pay taxes.
I
on
might have
net
heard
worth.
you say. Okay, I might have heard you differently.
So the amount of taxes paid by the wealthy depends on if you're talking like net income brackets or buckets or tiers or net worth tiers. So when you look at it at the net worth tier and you get an understanding of like their non-earned incomes, that shrinks the like, it doesn't shrink the absolute amount or percentage share that they pay in taxes, but it does shrink like kind of the effective tax rate. So like our effective tax rates, and what you always hear is they pay like a high amount, right? 33%, but that's not really their effective tax rate from like an all earned or an all income standpoint, right? So they make significant more of their money through non-earned income. So, like, the numbers you guys are all quoting are based on, like, W-2, usually.
And you know why one of the reasons too is people understand. Do you know why these people get tax breaks?
No, it is the amount of federal tax dollars that are being brought in is what they're talking about. When you say 72%, the tax dollars that come into the federal government, 72% of them are paid by the top 1%. It's irrelevant where they come from. The fact is that 72% of them come from the top 10%, and 47% of the people in this country don't pay federal income taxes at all.
Yeah.
We need to go after the poor people, huh?
And the reason that all these top 1%
and
get the tax breaks they get is because the top 1% actually employ the majority of America. They generate the income and the wealth for the majority of America. So that's one of the reasons they're getting some of these tax breaks.
Can you
say they're not giving back?
There are arguments.
They're creating more jobs and more wealth for people than anything else in this country.
You just keep fucking yapping. There are arguments against all of these things, but you have to get the numbers right first.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the top 1% also holds like 90% of the wealth in this country too. So obviously they're going to pay more taxes. The bottom 47% of that 40 million people in this country live in poverty. So I don't know what that you want to tax people in poverty and let the fucking billionaires buy another yacht. I don't know what you're looking for.
And Benny, I would say the mass majority of jobs in this country are created and given by the 99%. The majority of our jobs are not like corporate America.
Well, I didn't say corporate America. I said a result of them. So,
but when you're talking about like 1% high net worth and ultra high net worth and the billionaires, they're the ones that own large companies or have the biggest share in it outside of like BlackRock and institutional investors, right?
So let me break down something that a lot of people don't realize. You're saying that, most of the wealth or whatever, most of the jobs are generated by people because they open up their small businesses and they hire people and they do this and they do that. A lot of these small businesses that you see are actually owned by investment groups. Okay, just because there's only like 2 or 3 of some store doesn't mean that they're owned by the small person. Most of the time, they're actually owned by investment companies who are owned by other large companies who are owned by, at the top of it, the top 1% is creating these groups that's funding and building these small things.
Well, I mean, certainly they do get in there and do their hack and slash jobs, but if we had a better economy for the mass majority of us, the people who started and grew these businesses wouldn't be as incentivized to sell out to private equity groups, right?
Yeah, if we brought more attention to the benefits of what mutual aid is doing and community organizing has been doing, they've been around for years. They just not enough people know about it, right? A community can get together, pull some money, and if somebody wants to open up a convenience store or a taco stand, for example, they could go to their community bank, their mutual aid from the community, and start that business. Right? There are multiple ways of doing it. We don't have to go to the ultra fucking wealthy, who all they have to do is try to wash some of their money and do something with it, because older billionaires are starting to get to the point where like, well, shit, I can't unalive with this money. I need to do something with it.
Well, a lot of these people that sell to these groups that, own multiple companies like that own multiple small companies, the people that started the companies do it because a lot of times it's actually better for the company. And most of them actually still stay on and run things and run operations. But let's take grocery stores for an example. Let's use grocery stores. A lot of small mom and pops grocery stores open up and they wind up selling to these subsidiaries that own tons of grocery stores. And it's better for their store in the long run. They still run it. They still make money. But because they're part of now this larger company, which has a bigger distribution scale and better pricing and better everything, well, now they're able to get products into their grocery store at a lower price because the overall company that's buying them isn't buying for 1 or 2 grocery stores. They're buying for 1,000, right? And their employees now have access to better insurance because it's not just a mom and pop's place that's got 50 employees they're trying to get insurance for in a group. Now they're part of a group that's got thousands of employees. So a lot of times when they sell to these places, it's not because they can't hack it, or it's not because, a lot of times it's actually better overall for the company and the community around them that's using them if they're part of these bigger companies. Not every big company is just trying to suck the life out of everything. Some of these bigger companies are actually doing things to benefit.
It's not necessarily they do it for the benefit of their business and their employees. They do it for the benefit of themselves to get the liquidity event when they're purchased out by private equity, and regardless of whether or not they stay on, that represents security. So if they negotiate a buyout where they get a liquidity event, $5 million or something, that represents security. If they have a standing contract with the private equity to stay on for transition, that represents security. But it's usually done in self-interest, because in this economy, like grocery stores in your example, extremely tight margins. So do they want to keep going it themselves and grow it to a Walmart or Kroger or big food line and take that risk? Or do they want to focus on their family, put some money towards the next generation? It's never done for, I won't say never, but it's rarely done because it's the best thing for the business. It's the best thing for them. And it could be also a good thing for their business, but it's rarely a good thing for the employees.
You say it's rarely a good thing for the employees?
Yeah.
So a bigger corporation owning them, they can afford to give a little bit better salaries. They can afford to give them insurance at a little bit better price. That's bad.
It's usually the opposite.
It's usually the opposite, because the big corporation has the power because they have more bargaining with their employees, because they can burn it, churn, and replace them. So generally in smaller businesses, to a certain point, once they become successful and they grow and they're getting targeted by private equity, you're seeing better salaries. Rarely does private equity come in and purchase or acquire a mid-market business and say, we're giving pay increases. They come in and drain it and push efficiency. So you see salaries go down.
When you look at a model like Costco, you can do things that actually help employees there. They have a really high wage when people work up in the company to like $30 an hour for like a cashier job, and like people can actually save and like make a living. But the problem is that a lot of these other businesses don't give a shit about their employees, don't give a shit about their customers, and then they raise the costs of the products and they don't raise the wages for their employees. And it screws them over.
Well, that's
what
the thing.
happens to those businesses that treat their employees like crap? They
Wages at mom and pop
Why doesn't everyone
are
follow
never as
Costco?
high as wages by
Costco, Walmart, they work.
Why don't you look at a Costco type of model, because they're doing it and it works. There's a place called Market Basket near me, and it's family owned, and they actually pay their employees and are loyal to them and keep prices down in terms of a grocery store. Not every business has to be predatory and greedy. That's a choice.
That's how you characterize businesses, because you guys think you think win lose and zero sum game.
No, I think of greedy versus not greedy.
People are
That's
allowed
what
to
I
have,
think of it.
Yeah, you're not going to get rid of greed. People have their self-interest, but if they don't care about their employees go somewhere else.
You're proving my point that they're greedy. That they're hurting society and people.
What if there's nowhere else to go?
Bad things exist in the world. We don't live in a utopia. Welcome to life.
What if there's nowhere else to go?
This. Who do you think pays more to their employees?
I was
Walmart
in the middle of
or
a fucking question, Benny.
Groceries?
You could read Walmart's book and how much he cared about.
I'm still in the middle of a question. Bobby, what if there's no other employer? Where are they supposed to go?
So we need more jobs. We need more people creating jobs.
We need to stop the system that allows big companies to come in, push out small businesses. Once they're the only shop in town, raise their prices and give nobody else a choice.
It doesn't even happen anymore. Y'all are like stuck in the 90s or something. I swear.
What are you
like,
talking
if
about?
you
It
fast
happens
forward
every
a small
day.
business today, a small business, everything is like online and digital now. You can compete. If you have a small business, you don't have to go out there with a corner with the sign and compete and just have lack of business. You can get on social media and have the whole city come into your little shop. Like
that's not true.
You're right. You're right. Keep. You're right.
You think the solution everywhere is for us to have trucks bring us things and deliver us
No,
things?
no.
Because we can't get off of our asses and walk to the downtown market, farmers market.
Well, it's not
Like,
safe to walk to downtown with my family.
it's
I
not
promise
safe
you
to
that.
walk
I mean,
downtown. Then
downtown
maybe you should go to
America.
the city council and make your
I
community
don't care about
safer.
city council. I'd rather
That's
move
right, I
to
will.
where there's not that. I'd rather go to rural, keep going further away.
Again, can I circle back to how you're not scared? Please, Benny, here's another conservative for you that's fucking scared.
Yep, it's true.
I mean, we don't like crime in inner cities. Maybe you guys do and tolerate it.
Well, then you support the fiscal policies that eradicate or lower economic scarcity in society as a whole, because the economic scarcity people have is directly correlated to the amount of crime in society. So if you don't like crime, you should try to
give
raise the
more
tide.
money.
Who
to
employs more people,
crap
mom and
heads?
pops places or corporate run?
99.9% of the jobs in this economy are from enterprises or companies with under 500 people. So you tell me.
99.9%?
Yes, that's kind of correct. Yeah.
Where the store itself, not the overall corporation.
99.9% of all jobs in this country are for businesses with 500 or fewer employees.
That's not taking into account a lot of things. Like, say over here, my Jiffy Lube over here only has 40 employees. They fall in that category, even though nationwide,
Yeah, it's likely a franchise
Jiffy Lube has
owned by a
thousands,
single owner.
tens of thousands.
Yeah, it's a franchise. Don't you understand how franchises work?
Yes, but a franchise, like you're saying, would be bad because that's part of the big corporation, right?
I would prefer not to have franchises, but
So see how your argument falls apart right there?
No, it
Because
doesn't.
you're like, oh, it's all. You're trying to make it look like mom and pop places have all of the.
Hey, Benny, you see how he was answering your question and you just interrupted him?
Why'd you mute him, Civics, bro? Jump in and just mute something.
Dad was in the middle of answering his question.
Yeah, like all these mods around here.
So if you look at like franchise models, right, there's varying degrees of like fair versus unfair franchise models, but you can't attack the franchise model in a system that allows it. So when we talk about like greed always being present in society, yes, but that's where we can put in place fiscal policy, mainly taxes and tax schemas that disincentivize that greed or redirect it to the benefit of society.
It's being redirected, I think, beneficially to society. If you guys don't want to go to a franchise, don't go to a franchise. But they're effective because they're making money, or else they wouldn't invest and sponsor them as business owners. So the market does have some controls in it. We do weigh on antitrust over time. We do different things. I don't personally like Jiffy Lube, but people go there because it's easy and convenient and in their neighborhood.
Yeah, I get it. So when I'm talking about like decentivizing greed through taxes, what I mean is like starting out with a higher overall progressive corporate tax rate, move away from this regressive BS of 21%. When the effective rate the large conglomerates pay was like 11.2% last year. And then we start off with a higher tax rate, but then we give tax breaks to businesses for like paying higher than market rate to their employees, for instituting healthy 401ks, or even better defined benefit pension plans, right? And the reason I say that is it's always cheaper when you're proactive. So if we incentivize businesses to be proactive in the care of society, it's going to cost us less than being reactive. And the reactive side is we have to spend our tax dollars. Sorry, we have to spend our tax dollars to subsist the employees that they're shorting. So we as society pay for it either way. It's just cheaper if we do it up front through the businesses.
You're making okay points, but they're kind of wrong. What about the second order effects of raising the corporate tax rate? That would cause businesses to go overseas or be stationed in Switzerland, Ireland, or the Netherlands.
Great point, Bobby. So during TCGA, we dropped it from 34% with an effective tax rate of 21 to 21 with an effective tax rate of 12%. So that's a huge delta between the two. How many corporations rehome to America?
Since TCJ in 2017, let me get you the numbers.
Hey, real quick, when corporate taxes go up, who pays that? The corporation or ultimately just the consumer?
There's an extremely weak correlation to consumer price. It's about 0.1, right? When we look at reactive measures like tariffs, it's a much higher correlation to consumer prices. So it's around 0.7, 0.8. Again, proactive measures are cheaper than reactive.
Something, please. So corporations do not leave higher tax areas because they can just lower their tax bills without even moving. They rely on massive benefits that high tax regions provide. They would have to undergo the complex and costly process of relocating their offices, their infrastructure, their employees. They use accounting methods and they take advantage of local resources and they stay right where they are. So this idea that corporations are going to leave and relocate to other countries simply because the corporate tax rate.
Well, we know that exact scenario happened in New York when Mamdani came in.
That's not true.
That is not true at all.
It's not true. Corporations didn't leave New York.
No.
Their home offices.
Benny, the
and things when
largest
Mamdani
flight
came
of
in.
corporations, the largest flight of corporations in New York happened, I think, around 2011 or 12, when they actually also lowered taxes. So taxes aren't a driver of corporate headquarter decisions, the primary driver at least. The mass majority of expenses for a business are salaries and wages. So labor market is a primary driver. Cost of labor. So that's why larger businesses trying to get to economies of scale and operational efficiencies will relocate to a cheaper labor market. But corporate taxes aren't the primary driver.
They didn't leave New York for another country. They left New York for another state. They're still within the U.S.
There you go.
They went to cheaper labor markets. They went to anywhere other than New York, mainly southern states where the labor is cheap. But there's also weak infrastructure. So usually when they move out of a higher infrastructure place like New York to like Georgia or South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, it comes with huge subsidies from the local government to build out their infrastructure, right? And then the taxpayers bear that cost through either an state income tax or consumption taxes or property taxes.
Well, not necessarily in Florida. What they're doing is the developers have to, say I want to develop this property. Along with that permission, they have to agree to infrastructure contracts and they have to pay for it and so forth. So that's not really taxpayer.
So you're in Florida, so you understand very well about the local governments giving away protected land to attract businesses down there. So there's a societal cost to the local citizens who live in that area. Would you agree?
Maybe down South Florida, but not where I'm at. I don't really see that. To corporations and so forth, no. The land was already there for sale. Like all this land has been for sale. The problem is the problem, and this is Republicans do have a problem in Florida, is you probably know this is like this. I want to say this correctly. It's very confusing. The state now has authority over local zoning district, like zoning. So like they can turn this zoning into something else, and the state
cities
has
gave
to
that
step
up?
in. Yeah.
Wonderful.
In Florida?
This was like a couple of years ago. Not
They
even.
gave it up?
2 years ago.
Develop
Why would they do that?
I don't know the main reasons for it, but this is the issue they're facing now.
So stupid to do.
I love it.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, you really what happened is I would blame Democrat policies for going after the farmers in the first place. Now, the farmers had to get subsidies due to the bad policies, whatever. So then now we have to
It's a Republican state, though.
They sold all their farms. And
what are you talking about?
couldn't buy it, so people had to go in there and buy them all. The corporations went. They're the ones who bought them.
Go Army.
What are you
Go
gonna
Army.
do?
Is Florida a red or a blue state?
It's the most red state they're saying the most.
So why are you blaming Democrats for the actions of
Democrats
a red state?
were in charge for a while, long before. So and we're fixing all this.
What?
Stuff,
So you're giving up your ability to control zoning in your
Listen,
city so that the
no,
state
it's
can
not that.
monopolize and give all the rights to whatever company pays them out. So that's great. I'm sure that will work out great for Florida.
Emma, I
Have
don't
fun
live
with
in a
that.
city. I don't live in a city like you may live
You
in
live in
some
a
big
town?
city. Like I know
I
you
don't live in a
escape
big
suburbs of big
city.
cities.
I have 40,000 people in my town, in my city. Like what? I don't live in a huge
I don't know.
place.
Anyways, I don't know. City just throws all
Mm.
off, but this is more
I've got
like
6,000, if
rural.
that, Emma.
This is like rural home, like family farmland that succumbed to government pressure. So they sold it. They were all it's for sale, all this property. And who came in? Corporations came in, bought
That's
the land,
bad.
developers.
That's
Yeah,
horrible.
it's bad, but this is the country you live in. Like, what are you
But
going to
it's a
do?
Republican
Where are
state.
you?
It's
Where
a
are you
red
buying
state making these
property, Emma?
policies.
Emma, how much
Like
property
what?
have you got your friends together and say, let's all put our cash together and let's start buying some property so we
You're
can keep
talking
it
about
national?
your state that's given over the
You
power
haven't
of
done that.
zoning to the state to be able to control that. That's horrible. That's not going to work out well for anyone.
I don't know. I didn't do nothing about it. It's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, that's the whole problem is
I'm
that you
very
didn't do
like
anything
real
about
about
it.
the situations I live in. Like I understand. I'm a small ant in a giant world. You guys think you're
You just said you
bigger than
don't
the
even
world.
care to go to City
A
Hall,
lot of you
though.
guys do.
You don't
Do you
even
think
care to go down and like fight for the people, the farmers in
Emma,
your community.
go down and fight for the people in my community. What does that even
Yeah.
mean? I have to go to
Go
a
down and
job. I have
talk
a
to the city
business to run. I have
council.
kids to
Yeah, it's
dinner. I
after
have things to
work. It's
do.
after work. I have things to do too. I went
Or
from
maybe
work
my wife
directly
would
to
say,
City
"Oh,
Aren't the
Hall.
you're going to
Democrats the ones
protest."
fighting for more government control?
Are you
No,
seriously
no, not under
complaining?
this administration. And Go Army, the last time Dems held Florida was a trifecta in
No, I'm just talking
1992.
about in general.
They lost the Senate in 92. They lost the House in 96. And the governorship was lost in 99. So it's been consistent 25 years, full Republican control trifecta of Florida.
I'm just talking
Why
about right
can't you
now.
guys
Like,
fix
the
the
Democratic agenda right
Democrats'
now is to move
mistakes?
to socialism, where all this
25
stuff will be
years.
controlled by the government, right?
Absolutely
Got
got
you at
25
all.
years and you
The
guys haven't
governor
been
was
able
just
to
a
fix it?
Democrat. What are you
All
talking
of you
about?
stop. You're talking over one another.
We got the hallway police monitor. Everybody hide.
Gormy, I was about to give you the floor, you numbnuts. Dad asked you a question.
I'm sorry,
my
but
bad.
nobody can
I'm sorry.
understand anything that you're saying when three of you are talking at the same time. I don't
Yeah.
know what the fuck's wrong with you. Guys can't even understand each other.
Yeah, Gormy, I was going to allow you to answer Dad's question.
I apologize. I'm being backed into a corner by like five raging liberals. So it's
What?
like
I'm
it's
talking very
like,
calmly. Like, what are you talking about?
So I apologize, Civics. You are doing a good job. It's panel's going a little bit different today. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate a liberal just saying that the government shouldn't have that much control. That's kind of weird. Yeah, you hear little things here and there and here.
We're just saying when Trump's in charge. They want Trump and the voters.
Oh, God. Dad had asked you that the Democrats haven't been in charge since the 90s. So how do you square that circle when you're saying that the reason why cities gave up their power to the state was because of Democrats?
He might have just misspoke there. I don't know what he's going to say. I don't know why. Go Army might not even have talked to these farmers too. Some of them might have actually been happy to sell their land and make a profit. A lot of them can't pass it off to the kids because it's hard work. It's low margins. So I don't know if Go
That's
Army
not
has
true.
talked to.
It's not true. You know why their kids are liberals? They don't want to farm. They want to go to the city.
God.
That's what usually
So
happens.
let the
Bobby.
farmers sell their land for a good price.
No, for sure. I'm saying that's what's
Give the
happening. You can't stop.
subsidies.
Hold on.
Give
That's
the-
what, Bobby, I agree with
No
you. I'm
subsidies.
saying you can't stop it. Like, what am I going to do? A dad over here of kids and I work, I own a business. What am I going to do? Go out
What
there
do
and
you
protest
do?
in front of the
What do you? No, I'm not
bulldozers?
talking about
Like, it's
protesting.
stupid.
Go
They
on.
have
What
the
I'm
right to
talking about
sell
is
it.
I don't think they're.
And the
what I'm talking
corporations
about
have the
is
right to buy it.
what
There's
did you
nothing
do?
can do
Did you do
until.
anything? Did you try anything, or did you just sit around and know that it was happening?
I said I wanted to
and
sit
not
down with the
help?
developer and realize how can I get up to that level? How can I?
You didn't help your neighbor.
Can
You
I
didn't
get some
help a
kind of
person in your
contract? Can I get in
city.
and make some business?
You like literally act like it's like this. You acknowledge that it's a problem. You know that it's a problem, and you don't do anything about it. That's my problem. Is
Nothing
that
you
like
can
you
do.
could go down to City Hall, you could figure out and be more involved in your local government, but instead you think it's okay to give out zoning rights to the state. Like this is insane. This is why that state is like literally going down the tubes. This is why. It's lack of the need of stewardship and moral responsibility for like civic responsibility. Like it's everyone's responsibility to know what's going on in their community and being there for your neighbors, even if it's just one. Like this is insane.
In what ways is Florida going down the tube? Because last time I checked, they have more electoral votes each cycle, and they have a net migration of Americans and not international migration.
2.5, Bobby, and then it's redistricting. The recent redistricting, we're about to get like 4+ House seats alone. So it's not good. Florida is, like I said, going to be the most solid red state. Like people are coming there specifically because, hey, honey, I'm tired of our life up here in New Jersey and New York. All these government things. Let's have a change while our kids are young, and let's go down to Florida and pursue our dream. And they come down here, sell their $1 million house, and come down here or $600,000 house, and they buy $1 million house down here with it. And like excuse me, I have baggers, but they just do things down here, and it's different. They love it, the freedom. So it's happening all over. Like that's the real problem, Emma. You're not going to stop it. One little person going down to city council and like, come on, this is like
with that attitude, you do nothing, and you say you have no time, but you're here on fucking TikTok.
Type stuff, you know.
You're here on TikTok, and you have time to do this, but you don't have time to actually advocate for people in your own community. It's embarrassing.
I like to debate. I like to talk politics.
No, it's embarrassing because you just proved my point. You're on here all the time, so you do have time to go down to City Hall and speak your opinion on something, but you don't. You choose not to. You choose where you want to spend your time.
What is that going to do? What is that going to do?
Exactly. That mentality is why what's
There's
happening.
People that donate millions of dollars behind the door, corruption, all that kind of stuff going on. You think my little opinion is going to change anything? It's just a waste of time. Like I'd rather sit in my garage, like straight up.
No shit. That's all you do.
All right, so here I've got the down the tubes KPIs for you. So
maybe
go
have
Army
more
when
money
you
and
talk
power
about
that way.
how is Florida going down the tubes over the past 26 years. So there's property insurance premium growth. And I'm going to give you the pros and the cons, so just bear with me. Cost of living disparity, 79% surge in home prices since 2020. Public K-12 disinvestment, so they continuously rank last in the nation, earning a grade of F for K through 12. The rental market burden, it's increased 1445 in 2020 to 2208, and they went from the 16th most expensive state to the 6th most for rental, child and health well-being. Consistently ranks bottom under 35th in the country. Now, how have they improved? GSP, so that's the state level GDP and population growth. So it went from 1.4, reach a 1.4 trillion, ranking first in the nation for population growth over 5 years. Private sector job creation's doing well. It is a 5-year employment growth rate of 2.8%. Higher education and alternative school performance. So this is the flip side from the public K-12 grade of F.
What are you doing?
He's just saying how they're going down the drains. So like you guys are moving away from public education to charter schools.
Right.
Florida.
Okay, you're just giving random.
That sounds all great, man. I mean, there are negatives that they are kind of addressing through charter schools. It sounds like they need more apartment development as well.
I mean, this is all based on the like Republican platform, though. Like you would have slightly different pros and cons under Democratic. Arguably, they would be the flip side of what we're seeing here, except for private sector job creation would be a lot bigger under Democrats.
Well, for now, but there is net migration out of your guys' example of a well-run state of California.
Oh yeah, but that's
affordability crisis is the highest in life.
Hold on. I'm going to explain something real quick. California has been gaining and losing people for a long, long fucking time, but they always have a net positive population growth in California, except for 1 year. There was only been 1 year in the last 100 years where California's actually lost population. Other than that, they always gain population. But what they do is they go there, they buy homes, they build businesses, everything goes up in value, everything goes up in price, then they sell it all off and they go to a cheaper place. They were doing this to Colorado back in the 90s and 2000s, where half the people that where it became half the people living in Colorado were actually from California. Then they did it to Alabama, I think. Now they're doing it then they did it to Texas. Each and every scenario, it got more blue as they go along. When Californians do this, when they move, they don't become red. They go to another area. They sell their $1 million home. They go to a new area, buy 4 fucking homes, get rental properties, and start voting blue in those areas. So you end up losing your redness as these people move in. So I'm Go Army. I think you're probably looking at this the wrong way. You guys are losing your state right now to commie blue Californians.
Yeah, it's
Mojo,
a
I
life
don't know if
cycle,
to take
right?
that serious. Like if you're trolling.
So people
I'm
prefer
dead
to live in
serious. That
blue
happened to
states for the
Colorado.
infrastructure
We
and
used to,
education.
Hold on,
we used
hold
to,
on,
we
Dad.
used to,
Hold on.
we used to,
And
we used
Mojo,
to
you're
be
contradicting.
we used to be a bright red state in Colorado.
Sure.
We were known as the hate state up until the early 2000s. But then we turned blue. We turned blue because of all the Californians that moved here.
And then people are moving out. There's net migration out of Colorado now.
So
There's
Mojo,
there's a contradiction in your thing, man. You say there's always positive net migration in, but we're going to look up the numbers. None of that makes sense. There's new people moving in, buying $1 million homes.
Population growth.
You talked about how half of California moves to Colorado. That doesn't sound like net migration.
No, I said half of Colorado becomes Californian.
Yeah, so
you're not
there are people
listening to
moving
what I'm
out.
saying. I'm sorry. You're addressing the issues that I didn't mention.
Here, I have net migration out, and this also includes international migration.
Yeah, go look at the population. Go look at the population. I talked about population
Mojo,
growth.
the difference is, this is a big difference you're leaving out. This is going to change everything. C19 people saw, hey, Florida's not restricting stuff. Florida allows a little bit more freedom. And
No, this has been happening for 40 fucking years. This has been happening since Ronald Reagan was president.
Okay, you're right.
I think
This has nothing to.
Oh, go ahead.
This has nothing to do with C19. It's been happening since Ronald Reagan was
Everybody
president.
moved to the South after C19. Absolutely.
It's been happening since Ronald Reagan was president. You're just wrong.
In different areas, for sure. But this is like been way different. This is like C19. This is like changed the game, changed everything. People just come in here in droves. People are like moving. There's whole, man, I don't know how deep you can even want to go. There's realtors here that like have whole connections for people, like a pipeline to move to the South. Here's the school system they just built. Here's the neighborhood. And now the developers are building a neighborhood where it's like, hey, you don't have to go to Disney anymore. We'll build the golf cart paths everywhere. We'll build the lagoon down there, and we'll have all this slides and all this stuff. And you can just like get in your golf cart at your house and ride down there. The moms can and chill all day and come back home and pick their kids up from school in a golf cart. Like this is all. And why would you move from New Jersey and stuff? That's what they're doing everywhere.
I can tell you I'm a socialist, and I can tell you that I own a very expensive house in Colorado. I can tell you that I also went down to Florida on vacation 5 years ago or something like that, and I was going to move there. We were thinking about selling the house here for a lot of money and buying like 3 houses in Florida, renting out 2 of them and having one of our own. And we actually looked for houses when we were down there. So I don't know what to tell you, but I wouldn't have changed my views. I would have still been blue, whether you liked it or not.
But you didn't move here. But that's probably fair to say. But you didn't move here.
Why did you want to move from Colorado? What Democratic policies were pushing you out of Colorado?
It has nothing to do with the policies. It has everything to do with the fact that I could buy 3 homes for the price of my home.
And probably
the weather. Those days are over. Like that's not.
And the weather and the beach and shit like that. Sure, but I've lived in Colorado most of my life, so I'm ready to go live by the ocean for a while and buy 3 houses and have 2 of them to rent out. I don't know why I wouldn't do that, but we chose not to.
Hey, so I have the net migration numbers out of California, and what's kind of saves them is they have international migration into the state of California, and I don't know if those are the best people, whether asylum seekers or whoever. So
we know that's
domestically, U.S. citizens wise, it's lost people. I had some of the 2017 and 2010 numbers were combined, but starting in 2016, negative 15,000, that doesn't mean anything when you have 39 million people. 2018, 43,000. But I mean, international migration, they let in 120,000 people, 260 in 2024, 190, and you're losing about, 270 to in 2021, 370,000 in 2025. So in 2025, you lost 215 U.S. citizens. So there is an affordability thing. We wish California worked really well. It's a beautiful state. I love visiting. The weather, I think, is the best. But you can't make it affordable, whether the housing prices are developing. I don't know what's going on.
Hey, Bobby. Well, if you're looking at net migration between states, I would implore you to look at key groups. So young 18 to 34, families 35 to 55, and then older adults. Historically, what we've seen is blue states with stronger infrastructure, higher education ranks, see net migration in those bottom two. And then red states with the income tax favorable treatment of their states usually has a higher net migration. That has changed due to C-19 with adoption of with work decoupling and becoming more remote normalized in that way. And due to the housing cost across the board increasing, it's putting downward pressure on net inflow to blue states, as we're also seeing red states step up their suburban developments and create better infrastructure. They're draining that away from the blue states too. But again, the cost of that infrastructure is going to lead to higher taxes in red states in the future.
And Florida's doing a wonderful thing, because it never ever happens usually. Florida is lowering the property taxes by increasing the homestead exemption. So hopefully the Florida people apply to that. Now it's going to be $250K, whereas before it was only $100K, because they do get you with the property taxes in no income states like Florida and Texas.
Yeah, but I don't know if you've looked at the forecast of the budget for Florida, but they're doing these things with having no clue where they're going to get future revenue, and it's a hope and a prayer that consumption and sales tax are going to provide it.
No, man, they have a surplus, and that's why they're giving tax breaks to property owners. Maybe you could say it's retired and boomer people, but that's a wonderful thing. They have a surplus, unlike California, unlike other blue states like Illinois and New York to some extent.
Well, you're looking at 1 year. So when we look at California, they are the world's fourth largest economy. It used to be the fifth. So you're taking one bad year performance that's driven by a true up of state pensions and looking at it. So if you're looking at the performance of a state from a budgetary standpoint, you should probably be looking at over a 10-year period at bare minimum of 5 year.
Hey, does surplus money or debt in the state's bank account, does that transfer year to year? So if we have a surplus now, that'll be there next year for Florida if they manage well. It's California's debt's going to be there next year, so I don't really understand that point.
Yeah, so the current debt or surplus money is a accumulation of surplus and deficits of the budget and the BAS, yeah.
So looking at 1 year is kind of okay. I know, I'm aware of California's GDP. I hope they could keep it that way. But like I said, the net migration out might not help. They might have to change their policy. They'll probably change their policies before.
But there is a net migration on their debt. You just said earlier that there isn't.
Who doesn't have debt? What?
They don't have net migration out.
They do, and especially if you take out international migration.
What's wrong with international migration?
Mojo said California doesn't have net migration out. They only had it for 1 year.
No, I said they have constant population growth is what I said. God, how many fucking times do I have to tell you
people,
this?
My guy.
They're not losing. They have constant population growth. There was only 1 year in the last 100 years where they have actually lost population.
They lose it every year. That's what net migration means.
No, they don't.
If it's negative, that's population
I'm not talking
loss.
about migration. I'm talking about total population. Are you fucking stupid?
As in people being
birth
born?
rates?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If people are leaving, but there's still more people being born. And again, can we circle back to what's wrong with international migration? A lot of the people that come to California are H-1B, right? Because of Silicon Valley. Those are the kinds of fucking people that we want. They're smart. They're engineers for the most part.
We have smart Americans too.
We want people from. We want our neighbors as well. I disagree with that. We want our neighbors as well. We want Mexicans.
No. We want our neighbors here in America to get those degrees and be in those positions. That's what.
Yeah, but they won't. They won't. That's the
Oh, they
problem.
will.
They
It's just
won't,
you
and
have
they
a
can't.
disadvantage.
And people like you will not allow, no offense
People
to
like
Army,
me.
but you won't allow for more democratic policies like universal, like universal college, dude, or something like a
It's already
program. Like we
free.
need
It's
more
already
doctor. We
super
need more
free.
doctors. We have an extreme physician shortage. If people think we have a nursing shortage, the real problem and the real scary thing is we have a physician shortage. And the way they're meeting that is by having people become nurse practitioners and physician's assistants. Well, those aren't doctors. And so then we call people from other countries to become doctors. Why don't you look for some policy that would, promote, doctors going to college for free instead of having to pay $500,000? You say there's a problem.
Why?
You
The
say
people in India. The people
there's a
in India didn't
problem,
have to pay
Army, and yet
$500,000 to
you
become a
don't want to
doctor.
address the problem. You don't want to address the problem.
If you get to become a doctor in India, don't you think it's pretty close to being pretty cheap here in America? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but the cost of living is different there, and they don't value their healthcare
Why do I
workforce the
have to
way
pay that
America
much amount
does.
of money? You know what I'm saying? Why
You
do I have to?
shouldn't. That's what I'm saying. We're agreeing. You should not have to. So you
Do you
should
think
be
it's
voting in
fair?
policy that
All
university
right.
should be free.
I just want to know a question. Do you think it's fair? I just graduated with my law degree. I'm an attorney looking for a job. Do you think doctor. I went to medical school. I'm going to become a knee surgeon or a knee doctor, whatever. So do you think it's right when I'm looking for a job to go at a practice to join up a doctor's office, whatever, and there's like 30 other people from internationally applying for the same job, for the same position and all that, blah, 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 blah. Do you see how it's frustrating for an American? Like, why are you letting these 30 people in when I should be the one? This is my country.
That's not how it goes, Gormy. We are so, like, when I say the healthcare system will collapse probably in 2030. That's my prediction. It will completely collapse in 2030 if we do not address it. But let me finish. Doctors do not compete. American doctors do not compete. No doctor in the United States competes with another doctor. You get the job. The job's listed. I guarantee you will get the job. There is no competition. That is how severely low the shortage is.
There's definitely competition.
There's no competition. No, there is not. As somebody who works in healthcare, no, there is no competition. There's no competition when you become a nurse either, unless you're a new grad. There's literally no competition in healthcare right now. That is how severely low staffed healthcare is. It's bad. There's
If
no
two people
competition.
apply for a job, you have to ask for less salary or do something else to show you're a beneficiary.
If two doctors apply for the same job, the hospital will open up a second position for that other doctor. That is how bad it
You're
is.
missing what she's saying. Your talking points on supply and demand for jobs doesn't apply in the healthcare industry.
Hold on.
Is what
They
she's
don't
saying.
need two head physicians at the hospital. Like, they don't have two different positions for that. They have one person in charge.
No, there's different position. No, you're thinking of like.
If I've been a doctor for the past 40 years and
thinking
I'm
of
applying to be the head doctor of that hospital, they're not going to just open it up.
No, you're thinking of administration. It doesn't work like that. There's no head doctor of an entire hospital. That's ridiculous.
Are you talking about a neurosurgeon?
I mean,
there's a doctor of a field.
Yes,
there's residents, and then there's attendings. But yes, there's been hospitals that have multiple attendings for the same specialty.
Yeah,
that's not
lower position.
And they track that all and look at FTEs and if they have enough volume to do brain surgery or head and neck surgery or whatever.
I think you're missing. I think civics kind of perfectly points out exactly what I'm trying to say. This supply and demand economy or whatever way of getting careers does not apply to the medical field currently. It just doesn't. So that is why we're doing brain drains for other country. You want to fix the problem? Set up programs where people can go to school, go to college for free, and become MDs for not $500,000, because right now the average is about $500,000 to become an MD. So you want to fix the actual issue and have Americans become doctors? That's how you do it.
Why don't we just make the AMA and the ACGME or the GME build more medical schools? Because I think we restrict the number of medical schools in this country. There are more DO schools
That does
now.
That does nothing for the cost it takes to become a physician. That does nothing. Yeah. Creating more schools. Okay, you think you're going to create more competition? Do you think the schools are going to lower their price?
More supply. Yeah, more competition.
No, that's not going to happen, dude.
You're a physician.
All the medical schools are full, by the way.
Yeah, I know. The barrier to entry is extremely high.
I work in healthcare too, by the way. So just
Here, Bobby. Same.
No, you don't. You mow lawns, go Army. You should fuck up.
Fuck up, go Army, you dumb shit.
I heal
Army,
people.
You hire Mexicans to cut lawns for people. You're a scheduler.
Your administration, go Army. When you're talking about administration.
whatever you got going on,
No,
make
Bobby,
that money.
listen, these people don't understand. Like, they don't believe in like the spiritual world. They believe that healing is just like physical. Like I got to repair your bone. But sometimes people need healing.
What the fuck? You get together with a bunch of your gay fucking friends once a week and have Bible study, and you think you're healing people? What is wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with being gay, by the way. We love that for the gay community.
There is a spiritual part of healing, but sometimes you do need antibiotics and an orthopedic surgeon to fix your ACL or meniscus or whatever.
What, like sounds?
Have you tried fasting?
Yeah,
Sure.
fasting's great. It's been talked about in religion forever, and there are medical benefits to fasting. Yeah.
I'm gonna fast for 40 days and pray for Messi.
Fasting isn't just a
tell us
religious
about it.
thing.
That'd be interesting. Yeah,
Fasting
Messi
isn't just a religious thing.
Messi might not be able to be. Well, everyone could be saved, so I don't want to be rude.
Hold on. Fasting
Go Army,
isn't just
I
a
think you
religious
should.
thing.
I think you should fast for 6 months, go Army, or a year,
It's
maybe
40 days. That's hard.
Don't wish ill on people.
Fast water too. Fast water for a week.
You realize that fasting isn't just religious, right? Hunger strikes have worked.
Yeah.
What the fuck,
Right.
people? Have 40 million people in this country fast every single fucking day. What are you talking about?
And are they during Ramadan, or what are we saying?
I'm saying that they can't afford food.
Oh no, we got food banks like the churches. I don't know about non-Christians like y'all, but what we do in our community is we open food banks like specifically Wednesdays. Every church I drive by has got a lot of that.
40 million people in this country live in poverty.
Get them to the food banks where you drive them a bus. Like, help out.
Give them more money. That'll fix their problems.
There are 27% of the children in this country that are food insecure. 27% of our children are
Food insecure.
And we have SNAP benefits.
Meaning that they don't know where their fucking next meal is coming from.
Okay, well then that the parents' fault?
It's the fault of the system. Their parents aren't making enough money to fucking buy food, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
They could apply for SNAP benefits.
I guess, I don't know.
That's socialism. You guys get that, right?
We do have somewhat socialist policies on top of a capitalistic system.
Why can't we have more then?
Because we're in 30 trillion in debt. 60% of our 60% of our budget is entitlements already.
And you think that's because of socialism?
Well, 60% of our budget's entitlements, so that's the socialist policies that are even
Does that
mentioned and
include
other things.
Sorry, does that include the DoD budget?
DoD's what percent of our budget do you think is the DoD? Because we were talking about this earlier a little bit.
I don't know, 3 or 4%.
I thought you were going to guess like 30%. It's 15.
No,
it's 15%.
No, it's 18%. It's $1.1 trillion and a $7 trillion budget.
But if you break that out to about a third of that of the DoD budget is kind of entitlements through VA programs as well for our veterans.
Kind of entitlements. That's fucking wild.
They are entitlements.
I'll tell you what.
Army.
Everything in the federal government is a goddamn entitlement.
Wait. That's right.
Because everything is paid for by the tax dollars. That being said, we can have more socialism. I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with our debt. The debt was not built on the backs of socialism because FDR instituted all socialistic policies, and that was quite a long time ago, if I remember correctly. And when Ronald Reagan took office, our debt was $700 billion. When Ronald Reagan took office, $700 billion. It is now over $40 trillion. So I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with social programs. It has to do with Republican spending and trickle-down economics.
I don't think so, because we just talked about the budget and how those entitlement programs to people are a large part of our budget. We talked about how the 1% pay, the 1% pay out the majority of our taxes.
All of those things are self-paid. Every single person that works in this country has money taken out of every single paycheck to cover Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. These entitlement programs that you're talking about, are all paid for ahead of time through a taxpayer funding. And every single person that works pays that tax. This is not the same for the fucking war in Iran. This is not the same for the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. This is not the same for the military industrial complex that the Republican Party loves so much. It's not the same for the Iran-Contra affair. It's not the same for running guns into fucking Mexico and going after cartels. None of this shit's the same.
Didn't we just talk about the 60% entitlements to about the 15% defense spending?
That program was created by W, you dipshit.
The Fast and Furious, that was Obama.
Yes. No, it was created by W.
Well, I think Trump's better than W. I don't even like W.
I don't. These are all fucking Republican policies, and Republicans have fucking run us from $700 billion in debt when Ronald Reagan took office to $40 trillion in debt. That's all fucking Republicans.
It's a new party. It's MAGA.
Because Democrats have always decreased the deficit. Always. Every single fucking time.
Just Clinton, not Obama.
And also, there's a solution to this, right? Like when you're just complaining about the debt without providing like an actual real solution. Like cutting isn't going to do anything. The debt's still going to exist no matter how much you cut, right? So you should just do more positive actions, like taxing the rich more. That's the solution. They make them pay off our debt. If they want to be billionaires here, well, the luxury of being a billionaire in the richest country in America is you pay off its debt.
We can't pay off the debt even if we confiscate all their wealth.
Yes, you could. Absolutely. That is just a lie. Start trying. Over years. Of course, you couldn't do it all at once.
We have the numbers on their wealth.
No, you don't.
They aren't public companies.
That's bullshit. What an excuse, dude.
Even if we confiscate all their wealth, we couldn't even do our USAID charity. That would go
yeah,
on in
not
like
all
2
at
years.
once, of course. But if it happens over years, absolutely you could. This is undeniable.
And we get to see this experiment too with California trying to pass this wealth tax. And Mandani, he doesn't have power with the state, but he's advocating kind of for wealth tax as well. So we'll look at those experiments and if they work.
California has the 4th largest economy on the goddamn planet.
I know.
Of any country.
For now.
No, not for now. They just went up. They went from number 5 to number 4 largest economy on the fucking planet like 2 years ago. Not for
and
now.
that's because and is that because of capitalism or is that because of socialism?
It's because of fucking democratic policies.
Or is that because of the 1% or is it because of Democrat policies?
Here, I'll give you the answer that you're looking for. It's because of capitalism with guardrails. That's what
it's because of both. It's because of both. We wouldn't be able.
It's what social democrats want. You and I are, well, you're a communist, but we're socialists. That's fine. But I'm okay with more social democratic policies. It is fucking capitalism with guardrails.
Yes, that's why I said both.
They put plenty of guardrails on companies operating out of California.
Yes, and
both.
Zuckerberg.
At the end of the day, Bobby, it's both. So I will give you that. It's capitalism that's grown the economy, but in order for the economy to sustain itself, we need workers to be able to actually live here. It's very expensive, as you pointed out. So middle class is getting squeezed every which way from Tuesday, right?
Yes.
So we create these social programs, like we have something called Medi-Cal, where we come in and we subsidize what Medicare and Medicaid won't cover. We have our own CalFresh, which is our own version of food stamps that again comes in and covers what SNAP won't cover. We have many programs that help the working class to be able to stay in California and keep those companies like Tesla going and those wineries in fucking Napa going. So it's both.
Yeah, but then you don't administer those programs well, and there's fraud there, and Medi-Cal, illegals use that. Illegals use SNAP as well and get benefits.
It's not that they use
and
it.
Then you
it's
have,
that we pass legislation that they can use it. It's 100% legal here. We are a sanctuary city. Medi-Cal covers people who are undocumented. It's not that it's not fraud. I'll be honest with you. It's because we made it law that it extends to them because we're not heartless freaks who say, here, come in, pick all our grapes, and then if you get a heart attack, sorry, buddy, you're on your fucking own.
It's bad policy though. That's why your
policy,
city. That's why your
fourth
state's
largest economy in the world. Fourth largest economy in the world.
Yeah,
not bad policy.
And then your people that made your state like that, like the Google dudes and Zuckerberg, and I could look up a bunch of other people, Californians, Ellison. They're all buying properties and changing their residence
So you're
to
pointing out to
Florida.
the real problem. The
The
real
highest
problem
economy
is
in the
the
world is still
billionaires.
massive debt, and you beg
The
to
billionaires
differ.
Pointing
created all your
out.
wealth, as Mojo
Why
and
are
even
you
Civics
both
admitted.
talking over me right now? Can I
What was
finish
your
a
chance?
You talk too
statement?
much, you dumb
I didn't ask a
commie.
question.
All
I
I've
didn't
heard
ask
from
a
you.
question.
All right.
So,
Hold
Bobby,
on.
you
Talk
pointed
too
out. Go
Copium.
ahead.
much.
Hold on.
Who just
Copium.
said dumb commie?
That
I
would be
did, you
Copium.
fucking dumb Marxist bitch.
Oh,
Why
you
do you have to
sound
defeat
fun.
her?
Don't kick him. Don't
Spicy.
kick him. Don't kick him. He sounds like a little
I'll line you up
angry,
first on the
sad
wall.
man. Are you a little sad man? Are you a sad, angry man? Are
I
you
just think
scared
he's
of?
under 25.
Are you scared of commies? Commie jihadist. I'm a commie
Yeah.
dummy mommy.
We killed a fuckload of them, though. We've killed a shitload of commies, that's for sure. And we'll do it
Not
again.
enough, apparently.
Who's we?
Foreign and
Who's
domestic,
we?
bitch.
Messy, is this you just getting off on trying to
Oh yeah,
fuck
I'm
with
done
her?
now. I'm done now. Yeah, you can go.
That's it? That's all you
Yep, that's
needed?
all I had. Yeah, I'm good.
So,
Who is we?
Finally, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so Copium, I'm gonna
Chill
need
out,
you to
buddy.
be an
Chill
adult. Stop! Copium, I'm gonna need you to be an adult. Do you have the capacity of being an adult? Do you have that capability? Copium? Because if you don't, I'm just gonna...
Let's give all our money to some lazy fat fuckers.
Okay, you don't. Gotcha.
So weird. You are so weird.
He was a really good example of why we should stop this anti-intellectual fucking dogma that's plaguing the fucking U.S. right now.
I want to talk about Messi's conversion to Islam.
Let's not get personal here. About 30
she
minutes.
Hasn't converted.
So,
what the fuck? She's got
Why
Jesus
not?
in her heart. Because she's got Jesus trapped in her fucking chest. Leave her alone.
Palestinian Jesus.
There you go. Okay.
Palestinian Jesus is held hostage in my heart, and that's one hostage that will never be released. Fuck Israel.
Around 30 minutes, about 30 minutes ago, you guys hit common ground. You guys were actually complaining about the corporation, right? And the guy that was in the lower left box, I can't remember his fucking name. He's irritating, but he made a comment. You want bigger government? Well, let's see. As a worker, as an individual, what stands between you and the corporation? Either government or labor unions, right? Or you will get fucked because they have. Excuse me.
I said sure. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so even on your side, you can see the problem. They have undue influence upon me as an individual, right? We can
maybe
agree with
if
this
you
shit.
decide to work for them, or if they poison your environment.
What are your options?
Find a different job. Complain to your government. Complain to the EPA if they're poisoning your environment. Tariff them to make them the jobs come back and not have slave labor overseas. You have thousands of options.
Those options. Most of those options you refer to were government, right? Which the guy at the bottom, I'm not saying you, Bobby, the guy at the bottom below you earlier, half an hour ago, can't remember his fucking name again, he was the one whining about expanding or bigger government. You want bigger government? Yes, I prefer bigger government when I have to fucking fight against a corporation. Yeah, absolutely. Unequivocally true. Because I know as an individual with less means than these corporations, they will squash me like a bug. And they will do every day of the week without even thinking about it. I am just a mere number.
Correct. But government also does work with corporations to create rent seeking. So after the ACA, we had, consolidation of healthcare and hospitals where you can't have solo doctor entrepreneurs and primary care physicians open up at a local shop because people are tired of dealing with all the billing and the ACA compliance. There's other examples.
Yes, you can. You can open up your own private profit. You can open up your own private practice. When did that get taken away? What are you talking about?
You can still do it. It's more difficult now.
Who cares? People got health care. People were dying from lack of access to health care. I don't care if a doctor whines because, hold on, let me finish. I don't care if a doctor whines because it's a little harder to open up their own private fucking plastics practice. People got health care.
Okay, well, I thought we cared about like kind of rent seeking and
No, I
bad
care about
policy
people
and bad
dying
outcomes.
first. Yeah, this is called triage, right? I'm going to take the most important need first and I'm going to address it. And that's what the ACA did. Unfortunately, yes, that means it's going to be harder for the billionaires and the millionaires and the doctors to open up their own private practice, but we took the most emergent issue and we addressed it first. And that was people dying from lack of access to healthcare.
What do you? No, I mean we still have mortality in this country. Is the guy that owns his primary care clinic in a small town? Is he the billionaire or millionaire, or is it the insurance companies who could only take 20% profit
Again,
because of medical loss ratio?
yeah, I don't care about that. At the end of the day,
I
we
know you don't know
triaged
what to
this
care about.
nation. We triaged this nation and we saw that the most emergent need of the people with the most amount of people was going to be that they had lack of access to healthcare. So we tried to address that with the ACA. Did it make other people's lives harder with regulation? Yeah, regulations are going to make people's lives harder because we don't want people to die.
Yep. And so now some people get health care for free, and working class and middle class people have to pay more out of their paycheck.
Okay, then ask for universal health care. Ask for universal health care. There you go. Solves the problem. Boom.
No, it doesn't.
Bobby, that is a concern. I don't like this means tested bullshit. Right? I prefer like what B just said, like universal health care. I don't give a fuck if you're a millionaire or a billionaire. You get free health care. I don't care. The thing is,
and I'll add one thing.
When we have
Civics.
universal health care, would you still allow people to go to private practice? Canada doesn't allow that. Bernie didn't
No, there
sponsor
wouldn't
that.
be any private practice. It's universal.
So I would model.
I don't think that you're in
What's
healthcare.
universally bad?
Oh, Jesus. So guys, there is universal healthcare that allows private and public. Like Switzerland has a great model of universal healthcare. But Bobby, what you said about like it costing middle class Americans more is just unequivocally false. When I look at the data, what I see is the ACA cut the escalation of the running cost of healthcare by nearly half. So people might have had more of a shock, like having these like high deductibles pay out of pocket, but overall cost on a per capita basis has the escalation of that cost has been cut in half. So they're saving in their paychecks or other places, but they might have a higher out of pocket cost. That the reason we went to the high deductible is so people, consumers, would take control over where they're spending their money, because it's a shock factor out of your pocket. But overall, the prices have been escalating slower for everyone since ACA's.
There's part of the ACA and health insurance that limits high deductible plans, and that put guardrails on that. So we couldn't.
No, they limit Cadillac plans. High deductible plans are what the ACA brought into existence.
And then, but you said that, Dad, that they had been going down, but since the subsidies were not extended for the ACA with the big beautiful bill, mine went from $150 to $423 a month.
Yeah, I think on average we saw an increase of like 20 to 24% due to the non-extension of subsidies. But like the 2 decades prior to the ACA, healthcare was escalating at like 15%, and it cut down to like 7 or 8% once the ACA came into effect. So we have at least 10 years. So the 10-year window after the 2011 inception, it cut the escalation, the CAGR, if you will, the compounded annual growth rate of the cost of healthcare, nearly in half. So it's effectively saved people money.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, definitely. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just
Now it has impacted like the upper middle class, but right now the middle class in America is between $50,000 and $150,000 annual income per household on average nationwide. Does that sound like middle class to y'all?
no.
That's
You
what
can't forget about pre-existing conditions, and it also allowed, of course, that people would be able to change jobs. A lot of people were stuck in the job that they were in because they couldn't leave because they got sick.
Now, Bobby, I agree with you on your tariff thing in principle. Like, if companies want to ship all our jobs overseas, tariff them, but that's a reactive, costly approach. I would put higher taxes on corporations and then give them a rolling discount depending on how many jobs they had based in the U.S. versus, abroad. If they had 100% U.S. workforce, they might get a 10% tax cut. If they have 50, they might, get 3%, something like that.
I like tariffs better. We don't have.
Why? They cost more.
I'll tell you why. We don't have China and England and the EU coming to the table asking us to lower our corporate tax rate. They get upset when we put tariffs on the world because we are a net importer of goods, and so we do have an upper hand in tariff negotiations.
Why are you wanting to upset?
We could also look at the CPI since Liberation Day and see that tariffs really haven't passed through to the consumer that much. We produce we produce and consume 85% of our agricultural goods too, by the way.
Yeah, these are all nuanced discussions. We're a net exporter of services, where we're a net importer of goods. So we're suffering in our net exports because that's how people are retaliating towards us. And the lag of making it into the CPI from the tariffs is from use of the warehouses where you can park your goods and wait for the Taco Tuesday to come, right? So we haven't been collecting a whole bunch of money. We collected on average $100 billion a year on tariffs, and we doubled that. It's $100 billion. It's not an effective fiscal policy because it doesn't change the behavior of the corporation.
You're getting your tariff revenue. We're still collecting 20 to 30 billion a month in tariff revenue, even now, even with the
100% over what we saw last year prior to the tariff scheme.
A lot the numbers that you brought up, Bobby, were because companies were able to stockpile before the tariffs, before Liberation Day. So of course the numbers are going to look good. The biggest difference is though, companies can't model companies work in quarters. They can't model their third and fourth year quarter and beginning of Q1 2027 because they have no fucking idea what Trump's going to wake up to with a bad mood. That's the problem, number one. Number two, long term, the rest of the world who depends on the services that the U.S. gives out, and I'll give you an example because I work in this industry, Europe is starting to end its dependence on Microsoft things, right? They want to get off Windows, they want to get off Teams, they want to get off Outlook. I don't know if you know how much of the world's fucking business operates off Microsoft products, but when a large body like the European Union, starting with France, is already starting to hire all of the fired Microsoft employees to go build their own version of that locally, that's a long-term thing that we are not going to be able to bounce back from. Those services now are not going to be around in the next 10 to 15 years.
And Microsoft services are going to change. They make a large percent of their revenue off of cloud services or Azure or different things like that. If France thinks they could build a better system, I'm actually kind of for that.
You're for that? You want Microsoft to lose market share?
They are an American company, and Trump would protect American companies.
How is he going to protect them if they're building their competition?
Well, you can't protect against that, really. You could protect them by stopping that.
Against that?
The EU fines.
Jesus Christ! I'm in the middle of something. You protect from that by not having outlandish fucking trade policies that will force their hand into building something locally. The only reason they're doing that is because they don't trust the direction the U.S. is going in.
Or they don't want to pay Microsoft anymore, and they want to have their own thing going, and they could start their own business.
I don't think security reasons.
I don't think
if all of a sudden Microsoft, because of the direction of Donald Trump or some other authoritarian, says cut off the fucking services to France, they realize that they're fucked.
That's if that's a sole motivation or even like the number one motivation, then France's Microsoft knockoff is not going to succeed. That's a factor probably in the starting of the business, but that's not the main thing.
It's not about starting a business. It's about not being tied to the U.S. anymore. Countries are offloading their dependency on the U.S. because of our instability. And you're just sitting there being like, well, that's capitalism. Like, no.
We're the most stable. NATO's starting to pay more of their bills.
We're not stable anymore. We're not the most stable anymore.
Because you don't like the president doesn't mean we're not stable.
No, it's not that. It's the Greenland thing. It's the Venezuela thing. It's the Iran. It's bombing Nigeria. It's bombing Yemen. It's like all of these things happening in such a small amount of time. That is why we're not stable. I don't give a two shits about the president. You heard I mean, civics, I'm a communist. I could care less. I didn't like Joe Biden either. So it's about looking at it objectively and seeing why countries come to this conclusion, especially if you're doing realpolitik.
Which Trump is.
No, he's not. He's actually putting people in danger by doing these things, especially the servicemen of this country.
You could talk to Venezuelans that are part of the diaspora that had to come up to America because people were starving, different types of famines put in prison, and people were kind of happy with the partial overthrow and a step towards a more positive Venezuela. We can look at the economics.
Are traitors. I don't care about what a diasporoid thinks. I really don't.
Yeah, sorry, I messed up that word.
Diasporoid, somebody who comes from the diaspora. I don't care what they think because they're traitors to their own. And 9 times out of 10, if you were rich enough to escape a country that was going under quote unquote communism or socialism, then you were rich enough to escape that country and you're probably the one being persecuted because you refuse to give up your wealth. So I don't care about what the diaspora thinks. Also, if you look at Venezuela, foreign policy and understanding the way the United States shaped that country is essential to understanding why they were in those positions in the first place. That's realpolitik.
Okay. And so that communist nation has pretty much failed. They had refugees come to the U.S.
It's not a communist nation, by the way, and it never was. It never was.
It
never even claimed to be.
It never is. But they
never even claimed. Like Stalin claimed to be communist, right? Mao claimed to be communist. No such claim exists in Venezuela. No such claim.
The Bolivarian Revolution is not communist.
Socialist, whatever. You guys want to do these nuance of the words of stuff that's broken and doesn't work.
No,
that's never worked in history. Communist or socialist, I don't really care.
You don't know the difference between the Bolivarian Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, the Maoist Revolution. You don't know any the nuances between any of those three that I just mentioned.
Yeah, and what were the outcomes?
Why don't you start with this? I'll make it easy. Our hemisphere. Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference between the Cuban Revolution and the Bolivarian Revolution.
Both of them didn't work. There's no difference. Let's look at the outcome at the end. We could do your liberal Jeopardy questions.
That's a scapegoat. You can say you don't know.
No, it's the end result that matters.
You can say you don't know.
Yeah. Ask me pointless questions more.
It's not pointless.
I don't know the answer to.
The point I'm making is that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He said I don't.
Ask me more pointless questions that aren't outcome based, that always fail because it isn't real communist real communism for the 100th time.
And you just said you don't understand it. So you
and
need to
it doesn't even matter.
If you think if you don't think it matters, then why would you talk about it?
In a general sense, they've all failed. They all stink. People move out of those places.
Why would you talk about it? Why would you talk about it if it doesn't matter?
It matters in a general sense, but we don't have to get into. We don't have to get into tangential details.
You are talking about it. You do have to get into details if you're going to talk about it.
Not pointless ones. That you guys should be able to weigh in your heads.
I'm sorry. The revolution and the cause of the revolution is not pointless.
Okay, so did people take boats from Cuba to the U.S.? Did people jump over the wall from East to West Berlin? Are people going from North to South Korea? All socialist, communist, whatever window dressing you want to put on your words.
We would have to take those. And again, this is what I mean by you kind of just want to do this. Let me figure out a talking point that supports my point of view. Listen, I'm a communist, but I don't contribute moralities to these nations. So you have to analyze them based off of the material conditions of that time. So why do Cubans come in boats? Like you have to take this one at a time. Why do Cubans come in boats? Because before Castro comes in, the mob essentially runs Cuba. Batista essentially unalives a whole bunch of people, and there's reasons why people are escaping Cuba on boats. And these tend to be what we call gusanos, people who are of the wealthy landowning class who did not want to secede their essentially slavery to Castro. So these things require nuance. You cannot just say, let's look at a communist nation and look at it not working. And that's it. You have to look at everyone's involvement in that.
Okay, and we could get all complicated and detailed and intellectualized failure in whatever way you want. And
that's just history. If you don't want to know about history, then you don't want to know about history. You can just say that. You don't care about it.
No, I do care about history, but we don't need to do this kind of intellectualizing and there was badness on both sides. None of these systems have worked for people. You're hurting people with your communist ideas that you want to spread in America.
In your generalization of things not working, how big of the equation are sanctions and international pressure to not have trade with these countries?
A decent part of it, probably, yeah.
A decent part of it. And who's imposing those sanctions?
The United States. And when
And
we
why?
became a nation, did countries impose sanctions on us? And somehow we came up with a system to overcome those sanctions.
Yeah, but you're blaming the failure of these countries on
themselves.
just the system itself failing and not giving any credence to the fact that they're not allowed to trade.
Yeah, and that's a percent of it. And we influence people
That's a
through
massive
economics
percent
before
of it.
military.
That's a massive percent of it. The fact that there wasn't overnight revolutions after they tried to implement these sanctions is a testament of how the government actually providing services and the needs for their people, despite having sanctions, is actually pretty remarkable when you think about it.
Yeah, a great government can survive obstacles and sanctions.
What's the failure?
They're not well-developed nation states. At times, they get so bad in Venezuela, you have hundreds of thousands of refugees coming to Central America and the United States.
Because of sanctions. And yes, because Maduro and Chavez towards the end, while he was still alive, didn't do enough to diversify their economy. They were too dependent on oil. There could be criticism laid there. I know a lot about Venezuela and what they were doing, but they weren't ready to deal with the market forces of oil, of the price of oil fluctuating because they didn't diversify their economy enough. However, they were still able to do all that despite having fucking global sanctions on them. Do you understand this? Like, you're saying it's a failure. It's not a failure because socialism itself as an experiment and giving services to people failed. It's because they didn't have fucking money because they couldn't trade. And you're just saying that it's the ideology that's bad. No. How about having the ideology flourish without sanctions? Look at Vietnam right now, for example.
Okay.
They're flourishing.
Okay.
They don't have fucking sanctions. I'm sorry. I'll land there and rant.
And they only have a partial socialist system too. They went more capitalistic. China went more capitalistic as well. They have capitalistic policies. You can't have top-down control of the farms and other assets in Venezuela and expect the
You are
farms to produce
conflating
your food.
markets and opening up their markets to capitalism. That is not the same thing. Capitalism doesn't own markets.
Yeah, it controls them. We don't own anything. We just control stuff.
Okay, fine. Let's level set here because you're conflating a lot. What's the difference between socialism and capitalism?
Capitalism is self-ownership. Socialism is top-down or government control of different assets or the means of production.
Wrong.
In what way is it wrong?
It's the workers owning the means of production, not the government. It's the workers, the laborers, and both of them.
Do the workers
operate in
consolidate
markets.
that power? Do the workers
Both of them operate in markets. There is still a market.
And is an effective market in a socialist system where the workers own stuff? We could all go live on a commune. Some of them work out, most of them don't. You need sometimes an owner of things or multiple owners of things.
Sure.
No, you don't. I don't agree with that.
Like state capitalism that China's doing, where most of their companies are at least 51% owned by the state. Sure, that's state capitalism. Not disagreeing there. However, them opening up their markets like they did under Nixon is not them becoming capitalist. They just opened their markets. The industries that were opened up were still owned by the fucking state or owned by the people. That is not capitalism. Just because you're doing trade.
Hey, and you guys complain about tariffs, but what were China's tariff rates on the world in the 70s?
Can you address what I said?
Yeah, I did. I don't I'll disagree with what you were saying about China. But I think this is important. Do you guys know the tariff rate for China?
You're really bouncing all over the place, Bobby. It's kind of hard to have a conversation if you want to change the subject every 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes at this point. We're going on like 2 minutes. You're changing the subject.
I mean, there's not much to talk about. There's socialism, communism. Majority systems have not worked anywhere, man.
How do you feel about cultural Marxism, Bobby?
Why everything you are involved in is destructive to the United States? Cultural Marxism is destructive teaching people that they're victims is destructive and not constructive. Everything you pick in this world, whether it's Islam or everything else, that you're not around, that you live in a majority white area, that doesn't affect you, you're a fan of.
Why, Messi? Why'd you have to ask him a question that just makes him look dumb as fuck again?
Did you, and so you can't respond to any of those points I just said.
Cultural
You don't live
Marxism
around.
Cultural Marxism doesn't exist. It's not a fucking term. It's not an idea. It's not anything that Marx ever said. It is a Nazi propaganda tool.
I mean, in the conversation, doesn't your political ideology just have a different victimhood? We're victim of other countries taking advantage of us. We're victim of the poorest of the poor immigrants coming in and making us poor. The rich are victims of the democratic socialist appeal to make them pay fair taxes. It's just a different kind of victimhood, bro.
Wait, what do you mean that it's Nazi propaganda?
It was something that Hitler used. It was what is it? Russian Bolshevik Russian Bolshevism or something. He was talking
Jewish Bolshevism, but he did actually use the term cultural. He did also use the term cultural Marxism. He did actually use that term.
Yeah, so that it was born from rhetoric given by Hitler in order to dehumanize Jewish people in Germany. That came from Russia specifically, but it has now been turned into a Republican talking point.
And that, I think that goes with kind of Marxist DEI stuff as well, I believe. I'm looking up cultural Marxism.
Now you're just continuing. Now you're just continuing the Nazi propaganda. That's fucking wild.
You could classify it as a Nazi, but it's. I mean,
what about
this is kind of
Republican
what
DEI, where they include incompetency as a protected class?
they do not include incompetency. We could look at the Supreme Court cases where they let in people with lower GPAs and SAT scores in the universities. And
Yeah,
how
that's
they've
what I'm
lost those
saying.
court
Like, we're
cases.
being inclusive of idiots. That's evident in the current administration's hiring
and the current
practices as well.
In what way are we being idiots when we're trying to correct trade deficits? When
Well,
we're
we're hiring
getting NATO to
people
pay their
that
bills?
are like Navarro, whose economic PhD is in windmills, to lead global fiscal policy when he's never had anything like that in his resume. That would be one indicator that our Republican or MAGA DEI policies extend to idiocracy.
Do you think Besant's an idiot as well?
I think he's a horrible person, but no, I mean, it's a difference from being able to like be manipulative and take advantage of people, and that way he's intelligent.
But how will they ever learn?
his base understanding of he understands what he's doing and who he's benefiting. I disagree with who he's benefiting, but he's intelligent in what he's employing.
I like watching him speak. He talks about like going to the Duquesne Arena in Pittsburgh and talking to the steel workers and being a waiter and going out in DC and talking about no tax on tips. I think he's compared to Janet Yellen. He talks about the working class more in his speeches than anyone else, even though he's not the best speaker.
But then AOC, when she talks about her experience waitressing and bartending, that's a slight. She's not qualified to have the position. And the reason economists are against no tax on tips is because it only focuses on 2% of the working economy, and it doesn't take into account everyone else making a similar level of income through a different employment vehicle that doesn't have tips.
Yeah, and AOC, her only job was a bartender that I'm aware of. Besant was a macro trader who dealt with economics, who shorted the currencies and worked for Soros. That has kind of more life experience than a bartender.
Who trained Besant to become the person? Yeah, Soros.
Yeah, Soros
His
and
mentor was Soros.
Jim Rogers.
And he's specifically great at toppling currencies. And I don't think that qualifies someone in our government economic system.
Really?
And AOC has an economics degree, so let's not cut her short.
No, can I say something that's kind of interesting? So I was watching the Soros interview on 60 Minutes, and he was talking about what he does, and he was talking about one night he had dinner for Nelson Mandela, with Nelson Mandela, and Mandela said, "How do we prevent you from shorting our currency or having bad things happen?" So you ask people that are unsavory how to prevent that. And Soros was so taken aback by that, he wrote him up like 5-page document or whatever, and told him how to prevent that and to have a strong economy so your currency doesn't get shorted through bad government policy. So I don't like what you're saying.
That's a great point. Counterpoint is, how is our currency looking now compared to when Biden's administration left office? Do you think that that follows your hypothesis of having an unsavory currency toppler in the position he's in?
Well, currencies should be allowed to move, and I'm actually happy it's coming down because that allows us to export more. China and other countries, especially China, though, have devalued their currency so they could be this net exporter and manufacturer. They don't want to have a middle class or more consumers in their nation. They want to export everything to us so we could continue to have trade deficits.
Hold on, 1 second. Please, Civics, I love this. Please.
1 second. Who has the largest middle class in the world?
China.
China's middle class has been increasing. Their manufacturing has been on the decline for the past 8-9 years.
Great.
Right. And are our exports increased or decreased since Trump's taken over and we've seen a currency devaluation?
Exports have been kind of stable to a little bit negative, but those
so they've shrunk with our currency devaluation. So your hypothesis that a currency devaluation is beneficial from an exportation standpoint isn't working.
We could talk about China's policy for the last 20-30 years, maybe. That's what they do to be able to export more.
So they're declining in manufacturing for the past 8 to 9 years.
Yeah, and the currency value has been rising as it should be as well.
And their middle class has been growing. So you're like cherry picking points that you think are building your argument, but like 1 out of 10 have supported your argument. The other 9 are saying you don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Everything you just said is what we kind of want to happen. China needs to have a better middle class. Maybe they want to go to, as their standard of living increases, maybe they don't want to go to war with us, which I'm fine. Maybe they're all like you guys and kind of don't know anything and self-righteous. But currency.
Okay, so what policies are the Trump administration's putting in place to increase the China's middle class that predate Trump's first administration in growth?
By forcing them to have a consumer middle class.
So Trump in his second administration is forcing China to have a consumer middle class, and we've seen that growing since before Trump's first administration. Try again.
And it's going to continue, and the trend line is going to increase. We could look up news articles about how consumers in China and Germany have to get credit cards because they have to have more debt to buy goods to soak up these trade surpluses instead of having us have credit cards and being in wild debt because we are the number one consumer nation in the world.
So we're just going to ignore that the fiscal policies employed in Trump's second administration have had downward pressure and nearly plateaued the growth of the middle class in China?
I mean, China's it's going to be a side effect of good trade policy and fair trade policy.
So the side effect of us putting downward pressure on China's growing middle class sector of their economy is the side effect is going to be growth of that same sector?
By not having them rely on a manufacturing economy that devalues a currency that has net exports, they need to find some way to consume their goods that they make. Now to consume more iPhones and Starbucks and Gucci belts, they need to raise the wages and not have slave labor in these countries. So their shift from
manufacturing to service economy predates Trump's first administration. So how is Trump doing this in his second administration?
By not allowing them to be, by affecting their net exports.
Shift from manufacturing to service?
Yeah, with tariffs, yes.
What you're saying makes absolutely no sense.
It does make sense.
Do you understand that?
The last 3 hours have not made sense.
How does not tariffing another country not affect their manufacturing industry?
That is not
their primary.
Go
ahead, Mojo.
how does not doing something not affect something? Not doing it means that it doesn't affect it.
How does tariffing China of their goods that they manufacture there, that would affect their imports and their prices?
Their imports.
So we don't. Our
into their
tariffs don't
country?
affect their imports. Our tariffs
Exports.
affect their
China's exports. Yeah.
Yeah, and their primary export. Do you know where that goes?
We could look that up. Not off the top of my head.
So their primary export market is Asia. By like over 50%, I believe.
Yeah, but
the
we're
largest single country they export to is the U.S. I think that still holds true. It's been about 18 months since I looked at the data.
Yeah, they might only export like 15 to 20% of their goods, but that's enough to affect them and their whole manufacturing industry if we put tariffs on Chinese goods. And by the way, EU's now putting tariffs. They're learning the lesson from Trump. They're putting more tariffs and being stronger on trade with China as well, because China does this to the world. So if you don't like Trump, we can look at EU policies as well.
Bobby, do you own a house?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a mortgage.
Yes.
Okay, what's it? Just swag it for me. What is that? 20% of your income goes to paying your mortgage? 30%?
The house I live in now is cheap, so it wouldn't even be like, let me get you a number.
Well, on average, Bobby, 20% to 35% is what people on average spend on the cost of rent or housing, primarily mortgages.
Debt to income ratio, that's what lenders allow you to get up to, 30 or 35%, correct?
No, that's incorrect. What I'm talking about is people's mortgage expense on their house is generally 20 to 35% of their income. Can we agree on that national average stat that you could look up at any point?
Sure.
So every year, what happens with it's what, 2% of your income?
Yeah.
Okay, so put yourself in the mindset of the average American who pays, let's just land on 20% of their income on a mortgage.
Got it.
What happens every March to your mortgage bill?
They reassess the escrow balance. Maybe taxes go up. Maybe home insurance goes up.
Right. So for
depending
instance,
on when you took out the mortgage, really.
Mine jumped about 1 to 2% this year. Right.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, I mean, that's typical across the board, right? So that's a 1 to 2% change on 20% of my exported money. Do you think that change in the exportation of my money by 1 to 2%, similar to China's export of 20% of their economy, 1 to 2%, is changing my consumer buying habits?
No, but it's more than 1 to 2% effect we're having on China.
How much?
I'll get you those numbers.
I have a question. How does a tariff on a hammer made in China, how does that affect China?
They have to reduce their price. They have a lower profit margin.
Why do they have
maybe
to
could
reduce?
pass? They maybe could pass on the cost.
Why do they have to reduce the price?
Because they do price volume analysis, and they say if we have this hammer at the higher price, we'll sell less. But if we keep it the same, we could still sell more and make more money.
But they don't have the hammer at the higher price. Their hammer still costs the exact same amount of money to make and to send out to other countries.
All right, I have the data here for you. In 2023.
Wait!
Sorry, go ahead.
How does that affect China?
I just kind of told you.
No, you didn't. How does it affect China for us to put a 10% tariff on a fucking hammer?
They have to adjust their price to sell to the consumer markets.
That's not true.
That's what's happening.
No, it's not. They're not adjusting their price. They're not lowering their price.
They're raising the price, you're saying?
They're not doing anything to the fucking price. They're sending hammers here, and Americans are still buying the fucking hammers.
And we kind of had this CPI argument before, where you guys said they were warehousing everything. Everyone might actually know.
I'm talking about a fucking hammer right now.
I'm talking about CPI and consumer goods on tariffs.
I'm talking about a goddamn hammer. How does that affect? How does that tariff on a fucking Chinese hammer affect China?
They do adjust the price. We're seeing that in the CPI.
Don't. No,
yes,
they don't.
Do, man.
No, they don't.
Okay, what numbers say no, they don't?
You can still call China right now and buy a fucking shit ton of hammers for the exact same price you could 10 years ago.
With the 12% tariff, yes.
Yeah,
maybe there's a carve out for hammers.
You don't pay that to China. You don't pay that to China. China didn't lower their price. They didn't raise their price. They're not making 10% more. We're paying 10% more.
And would we see those price increases in the CPI for consumers, the PPI?
Okay,
Producer price index?
I'm talking about a goddamn hammer.
Well, you want to give this hypothetical where you just say no, they're not. They're not.
The reason I'm giving this
hypothetical,
there's a reason I'm giving this hypothetical, because we make hammers in the United States of America too. The hammers from China cost $10. The hammers from the U.S. cost $20. So if you go to the fucking hardware store, you're going to pay $20 for a fucking Craftsman hammer, or you're going to pay $10 for a Chinese hammer. The only difference that we've seen in the marketplace on hammers is the fact that Chinese hammers are now $15 instead of $20. So we are paying $5 more for our goddamn hammers if we bought them from China, and it's still cheaper to buy that than it is to buy the American product. And China is not hurt at all.
I'm still looking up how China is being hurt by our tariffs. We're also taking in 20 to 30 billion. It's really 30 billion a month in tariff revenue that could go to your entitlement program.
American taxpayers.
I'm more a fan of consumption than income tax on hard workers.
This is from American taxpayers. The American taxpayers are paying those fucking tariffs that you're talking about.
Okay.
The money that we're bringing in is not coming from any other country. It is coming from American taxpayers and American businesses.
Bobby,
I entertain the hypothetical, but then could we actually look at how the tariffs pass through to consumers now with the CPI?
Whether it passes through to consumers or not is irrelevant.
That's the whole point of this argument. You're saying in your hypothetical they do. I'm saying with the numbers they don't.
If the American company chooses to eat it, it's still harming American businesses. Either way, those tariffs do not harm China. They harm Americans.
Do you think these American importers would want to eat it, or do you think they'll renegotiate with China as well?
They don't renegotiate with China. They buy the fucking hammer because
they just roll over and take it.
It's still cheaper than selling the fucking American hammer.
What other hypothetical can we pick and not use any numbers to?
Well, we don't need a hypothetical here, guys. You're saying that we're impacting China's economy and changing it, but the truth is, from the time our tariff, pump scheme thing went into effect, year-over-year change, 20% decrease in their exports to the U.S. Overall, their total exports increased over the same period, 5.4 to 6.1%. That's trending in line with the 5-year CAGR of their total export growth year-over-year of 6.3. We've had net zero impact, maybe a 0.2 downward pressure. They just shifted where they were exporting.
Right, and that's why the EU's tariffing China now, because they don't want the goods dumped on them either.
EU's making backdoor deals with them because Trump attacked them in his tariff schema.
And you said before,
Canada is too. They're going around us. It's hurting our economy.
This was all talked about at the World Economic Forum. They started going around the U.S. to do international trade deals. They're going through individual groups of countries that are going to China directly without using the U.S. at all in that process. They are bypassing the United States. We have moved ourselves out of the global marketplace. We are no longer control a goddamn thing.
Our currency as the standard currency of the world is still very strong, and that's our right to go around and have markets with better deals and not have tariffs. And like I said before, China to grow their economy in the 70s or 80s had high tariffs on the world.
That has given up our power around the world when it comes to economic deals.
No, it isn't.
I'm sorry. Donald Trump has put us in a worse place internationally than we ever have been.
Bobby,
Our
We're
status is
getting
the
stronger and
world's
stronger.
global. Hold on. You said something that's factually incorrect. Our status as the world's reserve currency has dramatically slipped during Trump's second administration. We've lost nearly 10% of total transactions compared to the past 2 decades, where we also lost 10%. We've lost in 2 years the same amount of the global transaction volume that we lost over the past 2 decades. And it's pushed forward and given this boost to BRICS that economists weren't expecting for another 20 years. So you're wrong there too, man.
Bobby, you got to remember, you actually cited this too, and I agree with you. China exports are roughly 15 to 20% to the United States. And under Trump's tariff policies, they've had record exports. Wow. Because they've been exporting more to the other parts of the world. We're getting fucked right now. They're getting strengthening their trade relationship with the rest of the world, but not the United States. And we get higher
so
prices.
the reason that works out like that,
Bobby, the best part, we get to pay more at the retail shelf.
No, okay, here. So we were getting F before Trump in our trade deals, and so how do you fix that problem? By not allowing Chinese to dump all their goods here. So if they want to dump it to other countries, the other countries could play stupid like we did for 50 years.
How were we getting fucked? You said we're getting fucked by other countries. How are we getting fucked by China?
By China, by running up trade deficits, by allowing them to devalue their currency so they could export.
Stop. Why does the trade stop? Why does the trade deficit matter to anybody about anything?
Trade deficits matter because if you run a trade deficit and China has a surplus, they need to park that money somewhere. So they park it in U.S. debt, they park it in U.S. farmland and U.S. housing.
What is a trade deficit?
So it's good to be a trade surplus.
I gotta hop off.
Walmart loves when they have a trade surplus with me.
You don't even know what a trade deficit is.
Exactly. Thank you. This is the whole point. You think a trade deficit is all of a sudden a negative thing. We have trade deficits and have had trade deficits for the longest fucking time because we're a fucking huge country. What is a trade deficit, Bobby?
Imports are more than exports.
Do you want a country like Vietnam to import, I don't know, sorry, go ahead, Mojo. You got this.
It means that we spend more than they spend. We spend more on their products than they spend on our products, which is fine.
I like mine better.
But they don't need products from us, nor they buy products from us no matter what the fucking deficit is and no matter what the tariffs are. They're not going to buy products from us because they don't need them. If I go to a barber shop and I get a haircut, I have given the barbershop money. I have a trade deficit with them. I have bought more from them than they have bought from me. That trade deficit is not bad. It just means that I'm buying things from them. That's not a bad thing.
And do you want to be, if I have a trade deficit with Walmart, do you want to be Walmart or do you want to be me, little consumer? You want to be the producer of goods.
I want to be the person that can buy products at the cheapest price possible.
While hollowing out our middle and working class.
Well, our middle and working, we are a service-based economy. I'm sorry, but we don't fucking build shoelaces anymore. We don't make shoelaces anymore. We just don't.
Yeah, and we'll never be competitive in T-shirts and some of the other things.
No, and we shouldn't
correct.
be even fucking trying to do any of that shit. So what the fuck is the point of competing with China about selling fucking T-shirts? What the fuck?
I said we're not really going to compete in that.
Okay, that's where our trade deficit comes from, because they make shit that we don't fucking make, and we make shit that they don't fucking buy.
And they did that because they had tariffs on the entire world.
They didn't do anything. That's just the way our economies work. They are an industrial-based economy.
It's all magic. It's all magic.
They are an industrial-based. They are an industrial-based economy. We are not. We make different things. We do different things. Our shit costs more than their shit. They don't use our shit. We buy their shit. That just means we spend more money with them than they spend with us. That's not a negative thing.
For national security, it's a negative. It's slightly a negative thing, but that's not my main issue. I want to focus on. And they do buy Boeing jets, and they do buy Caterpillars, and they do buy soybeans, and some of our agricultural products. I'm looking at the U.S. as the percent of reserve currency. 2024 is 58. 2025 it went to 56, and now it's back up to 57%. You made other claims about so with our tariff policy. 20% reduction in exports. It's been a $100 billion effect on China so far with our tariffs and having to export to different markets to get rid of their surplus.
How much has it been? Sorry.
100 billion so far.
It's been 100 billion on their economy.
100 billion effect on our tariff policy by getting us less goods. Some estimates 130 billion.
So you're saying that all their exports raised and total like exports, the what they have to sell them elsewhere cheaper. So smaller economies that don't have as much buying power can demand lower prices from their exporters. Is that your reasoning?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
So
I don't understand why you would disagree with that.
So like you and me, you're Walmart, and I'm 30-person similar store, right? But I'm small. You and I can go to an exporter in China, and I can demand a lower price of goods than you can as Walmart because I have the less buying power.
No, but these are different things. I mean, you could price it. You want to price iPhones at U.S. prices in Vietnam? Do you think you're going to sell anything? Come on. You're going to sell as many iPhones?
What that is?
Are
you know
people
what that's called? That's called a trade deficit. Oh my God. What a terrible thing.
It is. They're looking for other places to put that trade deficit.
What the fuck?
I think this is why you see China starting to build up Africa, right? Like we see this with the Belt and Road Initiative. We see this with the various loans that they've given Africa and essentially forgiven, is because I do think that they're trying to build up another consumer market.
No, they were doing that. They were doing that before Trump. I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with the Belt and Road Initiative.
No,
I agree they were doing that before Trump. I think that they have long wanted to divorce the United States.
No, they're just trying to expand their economy, just like any country wants to do.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah, that's what I said.
This has nothing to do with the U.S. This has nothing to do with this conversation whatsoever.
It all has to do with the U.S. and being.
It has nothing to do with the U.S. It has to do with strengthening China.
Yeah, and
I think it also has to do with wanting to get away from the United States. It's notoriously unstable.
Again, it has nothing to do with the U.S. They're just trying to make more money as a country, just like every country tries to do.
Well, the United States has been consistently, at least in rhetoric, hostile towards China.
Okay, that's
regardless
fine, but they're still doing
the administration.
They're still doing the Belt and Road to expand their economy altogether, whether the U.S. is involved or not. That had nothing to do with it. That's irrelevant to the conversation, is my point.
I don't think so. But we all have opinions.
Well, the economy is interconnected. If they were doing it before Trump, if they were doing it before fucking Biden, if they've been trying to expand into Africa for God knows how fucking long, what does that have to do with the fucking United States?
The United States has always been a hostile entity towards the Chinese government.
Okay,
so it doesn't matter what the administration
have to
does.
Do with the United States?
Because the U.S. is a huge consumer market for China. Is it its biggest? No, but it is still a very large portion of it.
What does that have to do with the Belt and Road?
So you build up another consumer market to replace the consumer market that you do not want to be with anymore.
Would you build a market if you're not trying to? Would you build a market if you're not trying to replace something?
Say that again. Sorry, my brain.
Would you actually build a market if you're not trying to replace something? Would you just build a market because you want to increase the size of your economy?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's a two.
Okay, then it has nothing to do with the United States. Stop.
Well, I don't think it's dichotomous. I don't think it's dichotomous like that. Like it either has to do with the U.S. or it doesn't have to do with the U.S. I think there's somewhere in the middle where they can say, this benefits us from all angles.
You can think what you want, but it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. This is not because of actions of the United States.
I think they are related. They're interested in
You are
having a
connecting
consumer
things.
market there.
You guys are connecting things that don't connect, and you are disconnecting things that do connect. You were saying that fucking trade deficits are fucking bad because I don't fucking know, because I shouldn't get my hair cut at a fucking barber shop, and you're saying that China hates the U.S. so they're expanding
No,
into the Belt and Road project.
I don't say
what the fuck?
No, I don't say hate. No, not at all. It's
No
not
hate.
because of hate.
No hate, Amanda.
It's just realpolitik. These countries act within their own best interest, and this is something that is the best interest of China. I agree that this is how they expand, their market, but I also think that it's been, this sort of, not a Cold War, I won't go as far, but there's been tensions with China since their industrialization and since they've become this global superpower. We have had tensions with this country. We hear it.
You know what we should do to solve that? Put fucking tariffs on them.
Well,
no, I don't. That's a horrible idea. That's a horrible idea.
Why?
Regardless if the United States has had tensions with China or not, I believe that China would still pursue their Belt and Road Initiative, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. You're saying they're doing it because of us.
Yes, exactly.
No, that is not what I said. I said they're related.
They're not fucking related. They're either related or
we
they're
just
not.
disagree on that.
We don't even make it related. Economy's interconnected, and they become related whether we like it or not. Asian currency crisis affects the world. African crisis affects the world.
You were giving him every excuse to fucking put tariffs on China because we got to try and keep their fucking economy slowed down because we are affecting their economy, and they wouldn't be doing Belt and Road if it wasn't for the United States of America meddling in their fucking economy. So now we should just go ahead and tariff them because fuck them, because they're trying to take us over anyway.
Okay.
You are giving him ammunition, quite literally.
No, that's
not really.
No, that's not what I mean at all. I don't think that China is trying to take over at all. I think that China is trying to do what is in its own best interest. And I think when you have a country that is consistently hostile, that it is in your best interest to not do business with them anymore. Look at BYD. China tried to break into the American car manufacturer market, and they were unable to because of Elon Musk. How long before that just becomes the American trade policy, where we will not allow anything Chinese because we need to make sure that Jeff Bezos, who builds, factories in a different part of the world, make sure that he's wealthy and rich and that China can't break into our market. So this is just one small example of what is potential.
Yeah, so you're giving them reason to leave, and they've already got reason to leave, and now they're doing the Belt and Road Initiative, so we might as well go ahead and tariff them while we can.
Okay.
I don't think that we should tariff them. I think that we are living in a global economy, and what the United States does economically is extremely unwise. I think trade is what
then we should stop trading with other countries and just accept their fucking terms.
No, I think trade is what keeps countries from warring, going to war, right? Trade is the modern day marriage. Back in the day, you used to marry someone from England and Spain because they were warring with each other, and then you had marriage, and then they stopped warring with each other. I think trade is the modern day version of that, and I think what the United States is doing is dangerous.
Did you just fucking use arranged marriages to fucking defend why we shouldn't have tariffs? What the fuck
She was giving an example of anti-conflict and how to resolve conflict, and she's saying economics.
Trade promotes peace. How's that?
Okay, and for the fifth time,
no, trade causes conflict. What do you fucking people?
It does promote peace. It is nice to trade with people.
No, it doesn't. It causes conflict because we're always worried about what we're selling for, what we're buying. It's going to be tariffs. There's going to be fucking trade deals. They're going to be fought over. It promotes conflict. I don't know what.
Well, here's a problem with you, kind of Marxist, communist, whatever you are. Do you think economic activity could ever be win-win? Do you think it's always zero-sum games?
I never said anything of the sort. I don't know what the.
Well, that's what you're kind of saying.
Why are you trying to change the subject?
No, it deals directly with your point about conflict. You don't think economic games and trade could ever be win-win for two nations? People could act unfair in this game, but it could still be win-win and not zero-sum.
I don't have a problem with international trade. I kind of like pineapples, and I can't grow them in Colorado.
Right, and there's cutouts for a lot of products. Pineapples, bananas, coffee, different goods. Nick and everyone else gets on. We're not stupid. We're not going to put tariffs on things.
What are you talking about right now?
You're talking about us tariffing pineapples, and we're not going to do that.
No, I didn't say anything about tariffing pineapples.
Why did you bring up Lutnick?
Because Lutnick talked about the carve-outs.
I think that we shouldn't trade with other nations. My answer was I like pineapples. And then your response to that was, well, there's carve-outs for pineapples. What the fuck kind of conversation are we having?
Standard one.
I like turtles.
So what I'm saying is we're still trading pineapples.
I like pineapples. What the fuck?
That you started this non-tangential thing.
No, I didn't. You're the one who fucking asked me a stupid ass question that had nothing to do with the fucking thing we were talking about.
For the sixth time, what were China's tariffs on the global economy in the 70s, 80s, or 90s?
I don't care.
Well, it's kind of important because this could show you how to grow a manufacturing base.
We don't want a manufacturing base. We are not a manufacturing economy.
We're about to be. Buckle up.
No, you want to go back to making
high-tech.
You want to go back to making t-shirts and fucking shoelaces? No, fuck you.
We're building chips. We're building NVIDIA chips. Get to work,
Awesome. That's
Mojo.
technology. That's fucking fine with me. That was what Joe Biden was doing with the Chips and Science Act. Now you want to fucking tariff countries. Now you want to fucking tariff countries to fuck that all up. I don't get it.
Yeah, let's give tens of billions of dollars to NVIDIA and other chip manufacturers that are the richest companies in the world. That'll really incentivize them.
Right? Let's go ahead and buy portions of the company because we're fucking socialists, right?
Hell yeah, brother. He turned Biden's grants, non-recourse loans, into assets for the American people to make money to pay for your entitlement programs.
Awesome. I love that you're a socialist. I agree.
So was Roosevelt.
I got no problem with being a socialist country.
There's certain socialist things. They probably won't take out loans or get grants anymore like they did. You could affect companies and affect chip manufacturers by tariffing different things, by tariffing pharmaceutical manufacturing.
So you're saying we should punish American companies in order to make them build more chips?
I'm not incentivized. Why use the word punish?
No,
we're not
you're punishing them. You were punishing them by making them pay these fucking loans back or whatever instead of just subsidizing their industries.
Why do you want to subsidize the billionaires, my guy?
I want to subsidize
there's a
the
carrot and a
manufacturing.
stick sometimes with the billionaires.
I want to subsidize the manufacturing that we need, that we want to do, that we're good at doing. That's what I want to subsidize. I'd rather have it owned by the people as a whole, so I'm good with Trump's socialization of these fucking marketplaces. That's absolutely fucking wonderful. I think we should do that with everything that we're going to be fucking making in this country.
The people own Intel already. It's in everyone's 401k and retirement plans.
No, it's not.
It's part of the S&P 500.
I have a 401k.
What's that?
I don't have a 401k.
Well, get on that. You could do a self 401k. I don't know what your situation is.
You are fucking stupid as shit. You are so
not
wild.
Really. Don't say that, Mojo.
It is so fucking wild how you fucking Trumpers will twist yourself into pretzels and turn yourself into fucking socialists just to defend the stupid fucking policies of Donald Trump. It's so fucking wild.
They're smart business decisions is what
Sidebar.
he's doing. We could
How
have two
much should
conflicting
the
policies.
average American contribute out of their paycheck week to week, bi-weekly, when they're living paycheck to paycheck, in your expert advice?
That's tough. You can't be saving if you're living paycheck to paycheck, really.
Damn.
So maybe we should have more high paying.
I guess we ought to get on that.
Yeah, Trump is doing that. And the working class did
Get
vote for
on
Trump, by the way.
saving for a 401k when a lot of the people in this country are living paycheck to paycheck.
We need to fix that. Do better trade policies.
So we should
we
put
need
tariffs
to
in
buy
place.
all of Intel. We need to buy all of Intel and just do profit sharing with all American citizens.
Yes.
Well, Intel would fight back against
So
that.
basically nationalize it, right? That's fine. I have no issues. I
I
have
don't
no
know
issues
about that.
nationalizing. Well, I want to know,
He's okay with it too. What the fuck?
They turned a grant.
So
they were never going to get that money
Bobby,
back, guys. What do you want?
We're
to
all
do? Just sit on
socialists
it?
now.
Principle?
Every single one of us is a socialist now. This is fucking beautiful.
Bobby,
Trump does have socialist tendencies, man. I don't know what to tell you.
So show
Did it, Mojo? We did it, Mojo.
We won.
You guys won.
No.
Bobby, can you explain to me how Trump policies are actually improving lives of Americans right now under his socialist policies?
Yeah, we talked about how real wages went up under his first term. the price of, if drill baby drill, once the Iran conflict hopefully resolves, it's probably not going to resolve. Before that, though, gas prices were down. The price of a barrel of oil is, there's less days of over 100 under Trump's time in office versus Biden's versus Obama's 8 years as well.
Are you promoting socializing or nationalizing oil in the United States?
Trump has been strong-arming the oil companies, but you don't need to do that. In some ways he hurts them, in other ways he helps them. He's encouraging, now they don't have to buy sanctioned oil. Venezuela could sell it at market prices, which is wonderful for them and their people. That hurts kind of oil producers, but now oil producers can start investing in kind of a dangerous situation in Venezuela. He's encouraging people to drill in the North Sea for the UK. So in some ways he's helping, in some ways he's hurting the oil industry. But overall, it's going to help our consumers.
Bobby, every time we have high gas and oil prices, who benefits?
The oil producers, the people that already have wells.
Yeah, the corporation, right? We were talking about corporations a couple hours ago, I think it was, and you finally, the light bulb lit up. The corporation is not your fucking friend.
I know.
They're trying to extract as much wealth out of you as possible from every transaction.
Okay, let me do my quick rebuttal, just quick. No. Let me say this part, because you're not doing market factors. So they benefit when the price of a barrel of oil goes up, but does that also encourage more drilling? Because now it's more economical to drill new wells. So then we would have the kind of the boom and bust, or maybe a decrease in the market over time as the supply goes up. So it is a market as well. And then the profits are going to go down afterwards. We could all watch Landman and see him talk about this, like, I don't know, every episode or something. I don't watch your show.
We should not be drilling more. We shouldn't be encouraging more drilling.
For now, we are, but we're also going green in some ways.
What ways is the Trump administration going green? By like trying to dismantle the EPA? What the fuck?
Lee Zeldin's like a star in the administration. Everyone loves him. He's doing a great job at the EPA. Nuclear is, I would consider, kind of green energy. Reducing the cost of energy is important. We don't have to get into it, but I don't really.
Where is Trump talking about? Wait, no, that's a great point. Nuclear is helpful. Where is Trump talking about building nuclear facilities, energy facilities? Where has he put forth this infrastructure plan?
I haven't seen anything really on his comprehensive infrastructure plan, but the permits in the plants are getting built.
B, you got to give him a little time. It'll be out in 2 weeks.
Listen, I agree that this is like similar talking point to the tariffs. Tariffs are good for the economy as long as you put infrastructure in place along with those tariffs. We see that with Elon Musk, right? And BYD, what I was talking about earlier. It worked because we essentially put 100% tariffs on BYD, heavy duty taxes as well. And then we also built Tesla factories. That helped with our car manufacturing companies, but he's not doing that. He's just saying tariffs. And so similar thing with, the whole oil thing. It's like, yes, in theory, what you're saying is correct. If we put heavy prices on tariffs, people will move to more green energy, but he's not pairing that along with infrastructure of things like thorium or nuclear.
He is putting that with the infrastructure. You just can't put tariffs on people and not do the other legs of the stool.
Where is that?
He lowered we talked about it. He lowered the corporate tax rate to incentivize businesses to come back.
And it hasn't incentivized anybody to come back. Where is the building? Where is the drill baby drill? Where is any of that happening? None of that is happening.
In the Gulf
You're living in La La Land. You think that this imaginary hand of the market is going to come in and save us all? We're still waiting for that hand to happen because it's not happening. There's no proof of that.
Let me get you some numbers.
Lowering the corporate tax rate encouraged stock buybacks. Right.
I believe it.
That's one thing for certain. How much infrastructure was purchased or developed under this TCAA?
I'm still looking up just how manufacturing U.S. Production has increased by tariffs right now, so it's going to take me a minute.
Are you looking for domestic or foreign? So if you're looking for domestic, it's GPDI. If you're looking for foreign, it's FDI. If you're looking at like foreign investment, like promises or investments in stocks or equity, that's FPI. And IIP would be the international investment position.
You down with OPP?
You know me.
That was before my time. So how tariffs kind of helped our infrastructure, we are producing only 2% more steel, 3.5% more aluminum, 6.4% semiconductors.
We don't own a steel company anymore.
We sold that shit to Japan.
Oh yeah, U.S. Steel out of Pittsburgh.
No, U.S. Steel was sold to Japan. It's Nippon.
Right. Yeah, that was a company sold. Yeah, the Nippon or something, Nippon Steel.
Yeah. We don't, because of Trump, we don't make steel.
U.S. Steel needed a bailout, basically, and you could let the company die and let those workers go out, or you could make a deal, approve a deal.
Or we could have made it
if you really have to
nationalize it,
or if you really have to keep it, you nationalize it, and you make sure that we have it instead of selling it to a fucking foreign country.
Our companies, our local companies,
sounds good to me.
Guys, what are you talking about? U.S. Steel, the company that was actually managing, couldn't manage it. They went into bankruptcy or had hard times.
States,
so why don't you sell it to a company that could actually maybe turn it around? And is
one outside the country. What a crazy thing to sell the American security network to Japan. That's fucking beautiful. What a beautiful thing, sir.
So you sell
Banzai
that,
Japan, they are an ally.
You
now.
Sell that corporation
How long are they going to be an
to
ally?
the U.S. government, so it's not a national security risk. You don't even own U.S. Steel anymore. You nationalize it. The government takes over. They revamp management because guess what? They're the government, and they hopefully can turn a profit.
The government's always good at managing business.
What happens if when Japan is no longer an ally? What if they get pissed off?
Then we nationalize it. No problem.
Oh, then we can nationalize it. But
You're
on their way out, they'll just destroy all the machinery and all the factories and shit like that, and we have no way of producing steel in this country, and we are fucked.
And what about all that during all that time period, the wealth extraction from the United States to Japan? So we nationalize up front, so it stays here. Pretty good idea, Bobby.
And Nippon was in Wheeling, West Virginia, since the 80s. I'm seeing if there's some type of clause where
Japanese company. What the fuck? There was a clause that says they can't destroy their fucking machinery. I don't know what stops them if they're our enemy and they decide to go to war with us.
Didn't they do that already once?
They most certainly did. But now they're our ally.
How are you?
And they don't like China.
Defending this shit? It's so wild that you guys can defend these things.
Because he's not. You don't have to be rigid and principled in everything. You have to make stuff work and overall improve the lives of Americans.
That is exactly correct. In order to be a Trump supporter, you don't have to be principled.
In some ways, and in ways that don't really matter that much. You're coming up with these weird hypotheticals again that they're going to destroy all the equipment. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But there needed to be a bailout. Someone needed to buy U.S. Steel.
Is steel involved with national security?
Yes.
Do we need steel? Okay, so do you think that selling it to a foreign country is a good idea in any way, shape, or form?
We could find the reasons why it would be a good deal and why it would make sense. Absolutely.
Well, please do. Please tell me how selling our national security to Japan is a good idea. Please explain it to me. I don't get it.
Having an ally for now, making steel versus having a plant shut down and not having any jobs or not having any steel is worse than the other option, the compromise of letting Japan buy it, correct?
Okay, now you're giving a false dichotomy. The false dichotomy being that we can't produce steel on our own because, I don't know, we only did it for 100 fucking years or more. So we can certainly produce steel on our own. We don't have to rely on Japan to produce steel for us. And Japan being a national security concern, steel being a national security concern, I would say that we probably should be making our own fucking steel.
Where were you in the 90s and 2000s asking for tariffs on U.S. steel when China and everywhere else were dumping U.S. steel?
Tariffs are fucking stupid.
Not if you want to protect the steel industry for
I'm
national
all
security.
about
As you're
free
bringing,
trade. I don't know what's wrong with you fucking people.
Marx was about free trade too. Do
I'm
you
a
know what his
Marxist, you
reasons?
dumb shit.
Huh?
I'm a Marxist, you
No,
dumb
no.
shit.
But do you know why Marx was about interested in free trade?
I don't care.
No, it's important.
I don't care.
Well, let me tell you.
I don't
Tell us why you
care.
think.
Because
Tell us why you think.
he was a degenerate anti-creator, non-builder who loved free trade because it
Again,
hurt workers
I don't
and
care
would
what your
accelerate
idea
the
of Marx is.
revolution.
Your idea of Marx.
Where does he say he loved
Your idea of Marx. Your idea of Marx is
This was a
irrelevant
direct
to me.
quote. I could pull you up the
Again,
direct
your
quote of
idea
how
of
much you
Marx
love
is
free trade
your
because it
idea.
accelerates the revolution.
Again, your idea of Marx means nothing to me.
Okay, well,
I
the
don't
part
care
about the
what you
quote
think
still
about
stands, so we could just go off that.
I
We don't have to
still
talk
don't
about
care
it.
what you
No,
think
I
about
want the
Marx.
quote. That's a wild claim. I want the quote.
Because that's what crappy
Was it
people
Das
do.
Kapital?
I believe so, but
This is a wild claim. What the fuck? Marx loved free trade. Marx wanted to dismantle the current system in its current state at the time, which was essentially almost a free trade system. His entire mission, his big, huge, the biggest book he ever wrote, the one that was the most important, the one he's known for, Capital, is critiquing capital. So he didn't want capital to exist.
yeah. And one way to get capital to not exist is to hasten the revolution by hurting people through free trade policies. Because he's a bad person.
You know, you think that he thought that?
You're ridiculous. That was his quote, lady.
You don't have, no, show me the fucking quote.
Oh, why is it lip? That's.
And don't call her lady. Hey, Bobby, don't call her lady again, please, and thank you.
I didn't use a bad word.
We don't
I
say that.
won't. Okay. If that word offends you guys.
I can't read that, my friend. I'm sorry. Can you read it out loud? I'll trust what you're saying.
In a word, the free trade system hastens the social revolution. It is in this sense it is in this revolutionary sense alone, gentlemen, that I vote in favor of free trade. I kind of butchered that, but in a word, the free trade system hastens the social revolution. It is in this revolutionary sense alone, gentlemen, that I vote in favor of free trade.
Where does he say that?
Get that. I will get the.
It doesn't say what book he says that in or what speech he says that in.
I'm looking that up. You make a fair point about asking what book it's in.
It can also be in a speech. So you don't, if you're going to type it in, you could just ask where he says this. It could be in a speech.
It comes. Oops. It is not originally from a book. It comes from Mark's speech on the question of free trade delivered to the Democratic Association of Brussels, January 9th, 1948. The speech was published. The speech was published in a pamphlet in Brussels later in 48. It is included as an appendix to the Poverty of Philosophy.
Okay, yeah, I'd have to look more into the entirety of the speech to understand the context it's in, but I'll trust you and I'll go off of what you're saying is true, that he did this from an accelerationist standpoint.
Sounds like a great guy, no? He wants to give people pain so that they could have a new form of government that's never worked out anywhere in the world.
I don't really particularly put morality on these types of leaders. I sort of just analyze them from their material conditions at the time. I don't put a morality good or bad. Those words mean nothing to me. I could put that on Donald Trump because he acts in a morally, in a way that I deem immoral, but at the same time as well, I'm living during the time that Trump is alive. So maybe I'll have more of a different analysis once he is no longer here and no longer the leader of this country. But I think putting these moral claims on people is just kind of ridiculous.
And we do that to our current politicians. I could compare Trump a little bit to Marx. Marx allowed all his kids to live into poverty, his wife to starve, even though he came from a trust fund, just like Donald Trump.
His wife
Trump's
was wealthy.
kids, huh?
His wife was wealthy,
His parents were lawyers.
Ingalls is who
Bankrolled him.
essentially the one who funds him. Yeah, I don't
And he
really
mooched off
care.
others, too.
Again, I don't really care about.
Okay. But so
I
do you
care
guys
about
want,
the
do you want to
ideology.
hasten the revolution? We could hasten it right now by allowing free trade and allowing the capitalists to have slave labor. Are you guys supporting of slave labor?
I think that the revolution is going to happen whether you want it to happen or not. I think that if we continue on the current route that we're continuing on, where we give tax cuts to the rich and people are living in poverty and hungry, and as long as that wealth gap gets larger and larger, I think that whether you want it to happen or not, it will happen. And history has shown us that time and time again, the guillotines will come out when people are fucking hungry. There's nothing you could do to stop that. So,
Well, we could start now and prevent it. There is prevention. And one of the ways
but
to
your
do
way
that
isn't
is to
preventing it.
change
Your
the
way is
policies that we've been
continuing
doing and allowing this free trade and allowing alcoholing.
Mojo, are you there?
No one's here.
No.
Messi, are you here? Sorry, I know you hate when people ask that. HR wants
No, I really hate when you take over with your communist bullshit.
my bad. You want me to go down?
I'm just kidding.
You just stop me.
He's being
Stop me.
a-
You have to stop me.
He's just being a dick.
I am totally just being a dick. I'm totally.
I have read that speech. That section of that speech is him. Before this, he talks about what free trade is and what it will do. And this is a neg. He's saying to those people, do it and it'll bring on my revolution if you do this, because of how much it will hurt workers. He's not saying it because this is what he truly wants to do, right? It's a neg, right? You should actually read his stuff. Read Alienated Labor. Read what he actually thinks about these people. And yeah, Marx's personal life was an absolute shambles, but so is Trump's. So are so many geniuses. And the thing is I'm not personally.
Call Trump a genius? What is wrong?
No.
Come on, HR.
Can you just let me finish?
A very intelligent genius.
Oh my God, guys. Can you let me fucking finish?
You're cooking, yeah.
You can't actually, when I'm not a Marxist, right? I have a very much more mixed market. I'm not entirely sure what will work. Complexity has increased to such a dramatic degree since the 1800s that I don't think we need to be using those exact ways of running our economies now. Those people had no fucking clue what our economies look like now. And I just think it's silly to think that we can take those ideas and transplant them to today and actually think that they're going to work without major fucking problems. But you can't deny that Marx understood something about people. He understood something about how history was functioning through the lens of economics. And he comes up with some things that have withstood the test of time in a way that a lot of other economists haven't, without ever really being an economist. He was more like a political philosopher. So I give him a lot of credit, and I take his work really, really seriously. Trump is a moron, okay? He is a moron.
Right.
Let me just explain.
I'm getting bored with the morality too, actually.
No,
can I ask you a question?
Wait,
simple
hold
question.
on. I was literally about to say the point that I wanted to make. You're talking about tariffs, but have you looked at the entire thing that he has published? Did you read through that? Did you see the reasons that he's giving for these tariffs? Did you see exactly what products he's doing? Did you think about how to cross-reference that with how small businesses are running and functioning right now? With our inflation already being really high, the number one employer in this country is small businesses, and you're up here talking about big steel and big companies, but the problem is not them. They can weather most storms. The small businesses in this country that employ most people, that are the heart blood of this fucking country, are going to suffer.
Okay. And can we look at the suffering through the CPI or PPI or small business closure? But here's my question. Here's my question. So Marx was against free trade?
Did you not just
Answer the question. Was Marx against free trade or not?
Yeah, he knew that it would hurt workers because they wouldn't really they wouldn't get like, and that's the thing though, free trade.
And is Trump against free trade?
Listen. What did I say
Why aren't you answering the question?
What did I just say about applying ideas from the 1800s to now? The complexity of this economy is too great. The way we hurt workers now is completely.
This is the guy you worship, Karl Marx.
I don't worship him. I said that. You obviously don't listen to me. I said I take his work seriously, but I do not believe you can take those ideas and apply them to a highly complicated, highly technologically advanced economy. Right? I work in economics. I see how complicated just small little transactions can be. I understand that Marx never thought this was going to be the case. They couldn't have predicted any of this. So I don't apply his ideas directly to the way I think the economy should run. I think about it sector by sector. I think about it industry by industry. I try to think about it with nuance and understand how workers interact, what supply chains are doing, how the financing works. How does that all actually integrate together? How can I actually make that better for specific industries? I can't use blanket ideas because blanket ideas won't work on a highly complicated society. Certainty is not a thing. You have to be uncertain. You have to be willing to play with something that you might not fully be able to solve. You have to be able to do those things if you actually want to find solutions here. The problem with Trump is he keeps telling you there's
and not do anything and just watch people suffer is what you want to do. You want to talk and intellectualize, and Trump wants to do stuff.
No,
we're not going to look at nothing.
Simple fucking answers for complicated solutions, and you're never going to get anywhere good with that.
Okay, well, I could simplify it for you more.
He wants to placate people because they feel uncertain.
He's not placating the capitalists. The same thing Karl Marx was saying. He's not placating the rich people by doing the tariffs. That'll get you pew-pewed at what he's doing with the tariffs.
And why is he giving exceptions to the tariffs for all the blue chip companies and people that pay into his funds? Shit. Wrong again, huh?
Yeah, he's given carve-outs for like a year or two.
He's corrupt. He takes money for pardons, right? He says that he's like,
you don't want to talk about morality, but here we go on the
No, they don't. Okay, go look up Obama. Go look up Obama. Tell me who put money into his campaign election fund that he then pardoned. Go look up Obama. See how many trades that he made while he was in office, and then go look at Trump and go look at how his Truth Social posts align with moves he made in the market. He's a corrupt president here just to make money off of being the president. He doesn't give a fuck what happens to workers.
Does free trade help or hurt workers? Or you can't answer the question because it's nuanced.
It's not that simple of a question. It's not a yes or no question. Free trade will help some workers. Free trade won't help others. It depends on what industry you're looking at. It depends on what kind of protectionist policies you're putting in. It depends what you've done before you implement those protectionist policies. Like I said, you have to be uncertain to some degree and you have to be comfortable with that. There isn't a yes or no answer to that.
Okay.
I've got a simple explanation. If we put in tariffs on an industry, let's say just widgets, right? And the domestic importers are importing less widgets because the manufacturers that use those widgets are decreasing their production, then it hurts laborers because they're getting less hours. It's decreasing the demand for laborers in our own economy. However, if there's a domestic subsidy put in place with that import tariff to protect that industry, then it could be net even or even a boon for the labor market domestically. Like if you look at his tariff policies, if the ultimate goal is to drive revenue for the government, he's been 100% successful. Gold stars across the board. However, if you're trying to put in place tariff strategies because they're a lever, an economic lever, right? For the purpose of long-term competitiveness or industry protection while it grows domestically, and you institute an import tariff policy without a domestic subsidy partner to it, then it's never going to work.
It could still work without large subsidies.
The what?
We talked about how steel and aluminum production and other things were going up, and he's tariffed those industries, computer chips as well, and that's because of tariffs.
And what domestic side
it's not
subsidies
skyrocketing
were
right now.
put in place to support that? So
What's that?
you think the 232 steel tariffs were just one thing, one and done? You don't recognize that there was domestic subsidies and programs put in place to counterbalance those?
I'm sure there maybe was some tax breaks and other things. Sure, why not?
Tax breaks is a small piece of the pie. Generally, if you want a successful tariff policy to work out from a long-term competitiveness or domestic industry like boost, it has to be paired with a domestic subsidy or plan.
So tariffs can be successful.
Think of Tesla. When I say Tesla, that was a great. When I said Tesla, that's a good example of how tariffs can work in American car manufacturers' favors, right? Because we built massive Tesla factories all up and down California. I think there's some in Texas as well. And then we also tariffed BYD, which is the Chinese company, by 100%. So that's why it was successful, because it wasn't just the tariffs; it was multiple different factors that came into play.
And that's fine. And if Trump doesn't do the subsidies or doesn't do what he has to do, maybe he doesn't do a lot, then our companies will fail and the tariffs won't be effective and he'll lose votes. But
consumers will pay for it, and we see that right now. And there's a study done by Harvard that says
and where
that
do we see that? Do we see that in the CPI? Or do we see that in the PPI for the 10th time?
Let me finish. Harvard did a study that showed that 70% of companies that were tariffed passed that cost on to consumers. Now, that's not 100%, but that's a huge portion of the tariffs passed on to consumers. It's just undoubtable. I don't even know, we have multiple
You're saying
ways
something,
to track
but
this.
Yeah, we do have ways to track this. We look at the numbers from the CPI, the PPI, PCE. Can you show me, even after warehousing, up until the Iran conflict, which caused the CPI to rise more than tariffs, they don't have warehousing for more than a year of inventory. We could check the inventory of these companies. CPI was fine. Not all the costs were passed through to consumer. Maybe like 1 to 3% at most. While we're still taking in $30 billion tariff revenue.
70% of the companies passed 100% of the tariffs on to the consumers. There's a study done by Harvard that I suggest that you look at. That's a very large portion. I mean, and even if you don't believe me, ask yourself, have things gotten cheaper? Have things gone back to pre-inflationary prices? No. Maybe eggs got cheaper. That's the only thing that has gotten cheaper. Gas is more expensive. Groceries are more expensive. Furniture's through the roof. Electronics are expensive.
What year did What year did this Harvard study come out?
I believe it was 2025. Unfortunately, I'm out and about right now, and I don't have my my laptop with me.
I'm looking it up too. Google and ChatGPT. What was I going to say? I don't know. I'll get off in like 20 minutes.
Well, yeah, like I was saying as well, have things gotten cheaper? Have things remained the same?
That was my kind of question. Was inflation worse under Biden or under Trump's first term and under Trump's second term?
Are we talking baseline or pandemic driven?
Trump had 2 years of the pandemic. Biden had 2 years of the pandemic.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, they both did.
No, he didn't. So as soon as the pandemic hit the news, we saw supply chain shocks go worldwide the next day, same minute. When did it happen?
When Biden took office?
Yeah, so it's a lagging indicator, right? Because supply chain shocks, like you stop transit, right? Companies have inventory in stock, so they're going to produce and they're going to sell. And then we saw demand side shocks where people bum rush to the stores. You have to overlay that onto it. So, like, do you want to look at who did better or worse? Baseline? If you're being honest, that's what you should look at, right?
I want to look at the overall outcome and who steered the ship better
So
and
it
reduced the
spiked
inflation
highest.
rate.
Now, are we talking about headline or core inflation?
We could talk about both, man. It's still going to
Okay,
stink
so
for Biden.
if you look at if you want to take like the OPEC deal that Trump negotiated for them to cut production over 2 years as he was outgoing, that would drive up the headline. I think it's headline. Yeah, that's the gas. So that drove up the headline portion of the overall inflation and lasted 2 years into the Biden administration. So the core headline was driven by the supply shocks, right? And you could look at the normalized baseline by comparing kind of the 5-year running rate and the CAGR prior to the shock taking place, and then after it returned to normal. So in Biden's end of his term and well into this one to get like the normal impacts. So that's how you would compare like the admin's policy impact on inflation, right? So it would be a toss-up for Iran and Trump's administration. Like, would you want to carve that out, or would you put that on this administration for the actions in Iran? If you're saying it's an existential impact, then you'd want to carve it out.
No, we don't have to carve it out. Biden had the Ukraine war and Russia war that he didn't deal with enough, and that really caused a shock in oil prices.
Wait,
which one?
what?
The Ukraine and Russia
Wait a
war
minute.
started under Biden and caused a huge spike in the barrel of oil, guys.
That predated Trump's administration as well.
Yeah,
started in
exactly. Caused
2014.
inflation under Biden. It was a main driver of inflation under Biden.
Oh, nice try. Nice try, Bobby.
What?
Nice try.
Nice try in what way?
In the way that Biden didn't start a war. Unlike Trump.
He didn't prevent it, did he?
How is he supposed to prevent it?
Sanctions, threats of violence.
Already there. Sanctions. If you hit NATO, we'll hit back. That was already there.
Didn't work.
Next answer?
You really can't
It didn't
do
work.
their superpower either. You can't even really, well, Bobby, you can't really
Did you
do that to a
want
nuclear
a nuclear war?
superpower.
Do I want what? A war?
Did you want a nuclear war?
No.
Well, then what was Biden supposed to do? We had sanctions. We cut off the natural gas. We armed Ukraine. We warned them about entry into NATO. What else would you like Biden to do?
Vacate office and let Trump in because he didn't allow Russia to attack when he was in the first 4 years.
Bobby, have you graduated college yet?
Bobby,
Yes,
I would argue
and graduate school,
you have
for
what's your
economics?
graduate degree in?
medicine.
Awesome. So mine's just MBA, focus in finance.
I could tell. See, I wouldn't, even though we have different political opinions, we were talking about CAGR and financial statements. So I could tell when I'm talking to not
Yeah, but you're trying to
when you're
blame
talking
a war
about-
on Biden. That's
When you're
silly.
Yeah, it is. And let's get down, drill down into the claim about like oil and gas impacts and headline inflation from the Ukraine war that you're attributing to Biden. So if we look to see what the actual shock to the price was, I think it's important to start on Trump's administration, the NATO confrontation in 2018 on EU for getting their supply of O&G from Russia and the coercion to stop doing that, the Nord Stream 2 sanctions in 2019, and then we would go into the Biden administration and we would talk about the price cap coalition that they put in place at the G7, right? This is when we start seeing a real replacement and move away from sourcing EU's gas from Russia specifically, right?
And what year was that?
Now we're talking about a global market, right? Global market of ONG. So we've got EU changing their source from Russia to other places, right? So they are changing their demand to other categories. We're selling them more. They're getting it from other sources, right? They're still getting some supply from Russia, but they're slowly turning down the tap. Now, do you think that shift in demand would have an overall larger driving effect on an upward cost of global oil and gas rates? or the 2-year negotiated production cap that Trump asked OPEC to do in light of the pandemic?
Well, we knew about the production cap. We could track that during the time, or we could look at when conflict started in February of whatever year that was and check the price of oil and get your answer right there. And it would be the start of the conflict that caused a spike in oil prices.
If you want to see the correlation, the magnitude of the correlation, you would just look at what percentage of the total supply comes from Russia versus OPEC. What do you think that might be? Magnitudes of difference?
Yeah, for Russia, it might only be 15, 20%. We don't get that much oil from OPEC anymore. Maybe Biden started us to get off that as well, but.
I'm going to look. What was the global or total annual production cut of Trump's OPEC deal in 2020? Right.
And why couldn't Biden just drop out of that deal?
It wasn't a deal. We weren't signers on the deal.
So why was he following those production caps?
He wasn't following the production caps. The production caps were for OPEC, and generally,
okay, so why didn't he threaten?
Here's the problem. It's the same reason that Biden kept in place a lot of the tariffs. Right? If you negotiate something in a prior administration, and the deal falls through from the partner, in this case China, where they miss the goal and agreed upon output. If you just say this was a bad idea and go back on it, you're weakening our stance as a global power in the future for your own administration and future administrations, right? So sometimes you have to take a bad deal, even if they don't honor it on the other side. China missed their mark.
Do you think Trump would accept a bad deal, or you think he would get us out of it?
Trump accepts bad deals all the time.
But really bad deals? Like when he threatens OPEC to produce more? When he threatens Iran with the pull out of the JCPOA?
Yes.
You don't have to be that principled. And actually having a little bit of...
The JCPOA is a perfect example. We haven't even gotten back to the baseline of the agreement that he pulled us out of.
Right. Biden couldn't get us back into an agreement either for 4 years. Because it was a bad agreement and they didn't want to renegotiate the same deal.
That wasn't why, Bobby.
I mean
how
seems
many
like
more
an obvious reason.
No, sadly, I think you're being, I don't know, too basic, to be honest. You can't see the way one shock to the system would work, but you can't credit another shock. You seem to be partisan in that way. You won't acknowledge a shock to the market that Trump causes or that Biden did by some of his policies. You won't acknowledge the amount of legislation that Biden was able to get with a pretty hostile Senate and House for part of his term. And yet the almost zero legislation Trump has been able to get through.
And see, that's almost a positive to MAGA because we think our corrupt politicians don't want to support him. Whereas we could have the Inflation Reduction Act that has a bunch of pork in it, that everything Biden does will get passed, even though he was a dementia patient and Mike Johnson, we couldn't even go visit him or talk to him.
All right. So the reason that we can't enter back into the JCPOA is because Donald Trump pulled us out in 2018. And by 2021, when Joe Biden took office, they already had 60% enriched uranium. So there was no reason for us or no capability of us going back into the JCPOA because Donald Trump has already allowed them to get 60%.
I have to look that up because I thought the 60% happened after 2023 or 2024. It didn't happen right after 2021.
2021 is when they started announcing to the world that they had 60% and the IAEA agreed.
I was even struggling to get the sources for the tariffs pass through. It's not even giving me good answers too for that.
It's because Donald Trump's pulling shit down from the internet.
He is. They're going to catch up with him soon because even the economists on Wall Street are beginning to say that they've seen numbers come back or they're being corrected or they're not available anymore as they were before. It's not great, which doesn't help the market. And I think within the next 1 to 2 quarters, we're going to see evidence of that.
And I've seen it too in my
Better
my
happen after
day-to-day.
midterms.
Stuff that I used to use religiously, it's just straight up disappeared.
With the midterms are going on the Dems anyway. I also look back on GDP because I thought that was kind of interesting. You were talking about how good the economy's doing. You wanted to talk about CPI. CPI is higher now than it was when Trump took office, but not a whole lot higher. But what did happen is in 2025 we had a negative GDP for the year. Negative GDP. That happened back in 2022 because we were of the supply chain shocks, but then it happened again in 2008. Not very often that happens, but Donald Trump takes office in a random year in 2025, and somehow we have a negative GDP growth that year. I wonder why.
It wasn't for the whole year. It was a contraction in one quarter.
No, it was for the whole year. The whole year.
What was that percent negative then?
The whole year we have a negative 0.6 GDP for the year.
Because the government did shut down in October of 2025, but I got to look that up.
Still negative.
It wasn't. Because our lives would all be worse if it was negative.
Go look up the GDP for 2025.
COVID happened in 2020.
Go look up the GDP percentage for 2025. Any source will tell you that it was negative.
It was paltry, but it was 2.1% positive. 2.1% isn't great.
It was negative over the year.
You're just getting it from a quarter.
No, I got it from the year, from the St. Louis Fed.
They did these quarters too, and they add up to way more than 2.1%.
Oh boy.
I don't know, man. I just think that
no, this is an easy one to disprove you guys on. So we're gonna get these numbers. I'll look at the St. Louis Fed. I'm still not seeing the negative percent.
What's the claim you're trying to disprove?
I just said we had
GDP was negative in 2025, but I'm just saying maybe a quarter it was. That's what I saw so far. From the
Yeah, that was the front loading of the imports before the tariff play took place. What's your point?
Yeah.
But so the whole year wasn't negative.
No, it's done in quarterly measures.
Mojo says
it ended up being negative for the year.
Negative for the year.
Yearly numbers. That's
negative for the year. My MBA friend. Does that make any sense?
I believe
to you?
So.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so because, and it's been a while since I looked at Mojo, but we did see negative GDP for the front-loaded quarter. But then as the tariff play went into place, we saw it shoot up over average, and that's when Mag was like, "See, he's doing great for the economy." Not realizing
got it up.
No one was importing.
I'll tell you what this is. Pretty sure I thought it was the St. Louis Fed.
It's all right. I made mistakes too on this panel.
But I will say for 2025,
it's trending. I'm sorry, it's trending economics. The information did come from the St. Louis Fed. According to trending economics, I was just looking at a 5-year, and it was negative in 2022. It was also negative in 2025.
And it's trending economics, the St. Louis Fed.
That's where they got their information. Okay, I see where I went wrong. I understand where I went wrong now. They have the years 2022 and the year 2025 underneath where it was negative, but they do have the 4 quarters.
And to be even funnier,
it'd be the first quarter of 2025 we were negative, and the first quarter of 2022 we were negative.
And to be even more funny, who was our president from 2022 to 2025? And especially that first month as Trump took office.
It wasn't the first month, it'd be the first quarter.
yeah, I mean, Bobby,
So our president in 2022 to 2025 that had negative growth.
2022 was the supply chain shock. That's when we had to finally fucking deal with the shit that Donald Trump left us.
Yeah, you're looking at this.
Or maybe he brought it.
And Donald Trump had taken office, and the GDP was growing in January when he took office, and we ended up with a negative for the quarter.
So what was
I won't
the
even be
negative
nice.
in
I won't even be
22?
nice here. Maybe it was growing because we had a shock from COVID after Trump. So I don't even
what
need
was
to
the
be quite
negative
nice to
in
Trump.
22? What was the amount, Mojo, in 22 versus 25? The negative amounts?
It is the first quarter. Let me look at it in a shorter span.
So I'm just looking for general magnitudes, like
it was negative 0.6 in 2025 first quarter.
What was it? 22.
I'm looking.
Okay.
2022, it was negative 1%.
Okay, so Bobby, the correct way to analyze this from an economic standpoint would be that Trump's tariff policies had 60% of the negative impacts as the same thing as a global-wide pandemic supply shock.
Okay, let's go over the numbers again. I know it's hard for some MBAs. We had negative growth in that first quarter, right? That's from January to March, right? Sometimes I get the quarters mixed up. Liberation Day was in the second quarter, April 2nd. We could look at the GDP. We could look at the GDP from Q2, Q3, Q4, and afterwards. And there is growth there.
So what's your understanding of the GDP formula?
Did I just not say what the tariffs really didn't have an effect and actually might have had a positive effect? You're asking this liberal Jeopardy question, tangential. I could look it up.
So I'll break it down for you. So GDP
because you're losing the argument.
No, you just have no understanding here.
You said the tariffs contracted the economy, but tariffs happened after Q1. So
I'm
again, you're kind of wrong.
If you'll give me a second to explain why it happened. So GDP is consumption, investment, government spending, right? Exports minus imports, right? That's how you get to GDP. So when the administration, the current one, signaled Freedom Day or whatever redundant shit he called it, that he was going to put tariffs into play, the way the businesses reacted to it was front load their inventory, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah. And does front load the inventory hurt the economy?
Purchase imports.
So that would hurt our GDP number then?
That would drive down the GDP because that's the negative in the equation. So that's why we see in Q1 of 25 a negative GDP, because the U.S. domestic businesses bought up a lot of imports. So our imports shot up from the private sector in advance of the tariff schema being put in place, right? And then we see the GDP swing back above the average growth rate in Q2. And that's because businesses weren't importing. They were holding off. They front-loaded their supply. So instead of buying imports as they would normally absent tariffs through Q1 and Q2, they bought them all up in Q1 and didn't buy any in Q2. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. And I'm looking up.
It makes sense for somebody that makes fun of people with MBAs to not understand shit like that.
That's what a lot of people do. It's fine.
Yeah, but you were making fun of him before you heard his answer, Bobby.
Yeah.
You know, you told me you're going to be a doctor, right? Which means you need to diagnose. You're not a doctor. You're in med school.
Okay. Whatever you got. Are you employed?
Well,
Because a lot of you people aren't.
Are you?
A lot of
you
people. Did you just
I'm
say
actually
you
working
fucking
right
people?
now,
What is wrong
Bobby.
with you?
What kind of people am I, Bobby?
You think liberals don't? You think liberals don't fucking work? Are you fucking insane?
On TikTok, they don't. A lot of them are unemployed. I talk to.
I'm sorry, but TikTok is work, son.
You're a doctor, right?
There you go. Make that money.
Wait, are you a doctor?
I am a doctor.
He said he's in med school.
Why are you on TikTok? Are you unemployed?
Are you an MD? Are you an MD?
Yeah, doctor of medicine is what I said. I didn't say I was a med
You
school.
have an MD.
I have an
You
MD.
did say you were in med
But
school.
Bobby, you can't be
No, I
employed.
didn't. You mishear and misremember. And your memory's not
You can't be employed. You've been on TikTok for hours with us.
I know, it's
I get
crazy.
some days
Especially as a
off,
doctor.
nice life.
Especially in America as a doctor. You know,
What about
plastics
it?
or what?
No, pathology.
But you can't be a
okay.
doctor
Yeah,
or have a job of any kind.
Yeah,
You're on TikTok.
no, that's more of a 9-to-5 job. In all fairness, unless he's going through his residency.
Or less on
So
call.
basically, or something like that, but normally not. And on the weekends, they tend to be off, unless, to his point, they get. I mean, it's just a step down from being a radiologist, but not an interventionist radiologist. So, Bobby,
You're right about that.
I know I am. Amazing that.
Yeah.
But no, you can't be right about it because liberals don't work. So you don't.
Well,
know.
they don't
Maybe
know.
she does. I asked the question.
And MBAs.
She hasn't answered it yet.
And MBAs are stupid. So
They,
I don't know what
a lot of them. I've seen their test questions.
It's fucking stupid.
You couldn't pass it.
You
that was rude. Everyone, I apologize for making fun of it. I apologize for making fun of MBAs.
I'm sorry.
It's not the
you
first
have
time.
said some wild, stupid ass shit in here today.
It was
when
rude.
I called you, I'm sorry. When I called you stupid and you took offense to that, I was being entirely truthful. You are idiotic in some of the shit you say, and it is pretty fucking wild to be a Trump supporter and call yourself a Republican yet still support socialism. That's fucking wild.
I don't support socialism.
You do. As long as Donald Trump does it, as long as Donald Trump does it, you support socialism. That's fucking wild. You are a propagandized, disgusting, unintellectual piece of shit is what you are.
Now, Mojo,
I could
wait a minute.
Be an intellectual if you need it.
I don't think so. But
I support good
I'm
business
a little
deals.
harsh, but I don't know.
It's fine.
It's wild that he would attack anybody else because of education after being a fucking Trump supporter and supporting socialism and calling himself a Republican. It's just fucking wild.
A lot of doctors are Democrats. You're right about that.
I know that. A lot of doctors also believe in universal health care. Talked to my doctor just the other day. Most do, actually. It would make their lives easier. Billing would become simpler.
Okay, maybe not intellectual. I would say you're an anti-intellectual.
No, not at all. I like education.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't say that. Call me stupid. Don't call me an anti-intellectual.
Hey,
No,
I have
you
a
didn't
fun
want the
statistical
explanation.
question.
Hold on.
Sorry,
Bobby,
go ahead.
you didn't even want the explanation of why Cubans come to America and become gusanos. You didn't want the explanation. You wanted to look at something and you wanted to see that you had the right answer and you didn't want any nuance to it. That is, by textbook definition, anti-intellectual. You didn't even want the history surrounding it. You said the history wasn't important. That's anti-intellectual.
Were you the one talking about triage earlier? Sometimes we need to triage that. And you touched on the points about being the landowners that had to leave or something like that, I believe. So I got that point. I know that point.
No, you said, when I said this requires nuance, this requires history, this requires explaining, you said you didn't care about history. You didn't care about
I didn't care about that
because
we could skip to the outcomes. And I don't need.
So that is anti-intellectual. That is anti-intellectual by definition. You want to skip to what fits your narrative, not necessarily what actually happened.
We could. It's a TikTok conversation. We got to speed it up. Doctors like to get shit done. A lot of people like to get shit done.
Okay, so you're agreeing that you were being anti-intellectual, right? You're agreeing with that.
I don't say anti-intellectuals or not get stuff done, people, because a lot of
I didn't say any of that shit. I said you are an anti-intellectual. That's what I said.
Because I want to get stuff done.
And you
because I
took
want to get to the point.
Because you don't want to learn.
You first took offense to it. You first took offense to it. Now you're trying to defend it. This is the same shit you do with Donald Trump. You take offense to us attacking Donald Trump, and then you defend the stupid things that Donald Trump does. It's the same fucking bullshit. You are an anti-intellectual.
I did learn.
You are a propagandized, disgusting fucking human being.
Well, hey, I did learn something. I won't make fun of MBAs anymore. I'll be careful about their front loading and how that affected the GDP. I could maybe look into that more, but overall, I take that point. So,
hey, Mojo, you know I like stats. Can I ask a stats question?
Yeah, ask what you want.
All right, Bobby.
I don't know how to argue with a pretzel anyway.
So in the U.S., on average, approximately 68% of our workers in this economy have a Monday through Friday schedule. Today is Sunday. Okay. What is the percent chance that you will be talking to someone that works a Monday through Friday schedule?
68%.
Great. Now, given the split in attendance to churches between Republicans and Democrats, do you think you would have a higher percent chance of speaking to someone that's a non-conservative outside of church hours on Sunday than you would to a conservative inside the church hours on a Sunday on TikTok Live?
Non-conservative. Conservatives at church or after church activities. But I search out the liberal panels a lot of times.
So if you were searching out the liberal panels, what is the chance that you'd be What is the chance you only join liberal panels and 68% of the people in America work Monday through Friday? What would be the statistical chance that you're speaking to liberals that work Monday through Friday?
68%, but unemployed people are still unemployed on the weekends. And you still didn't answer my question and got real
So there'd be a
emotional about this stuff.
32% chance we were unemployed?
That's
and
wow.
a 68% chance.
Man, you are being way too emotional right now.
Definitely. And we could use use life experience or like a Bayesian analysis to like upper probabilities of my experiences on TikTok
George,
and talking to you guys.
Yeah, make sure you're not emotional, George.
And we could use kind of my past experiences in talking to people and no one answering that question and use that as predictive power to affect the probabilities of that decision.
I'm not convinced you have any experience doing anything, honestly.
I'm not answering that question or giving you my qualifications. You haven't.
You asked me, I answered. If you don't want to reciprocate, that's fine. I know you guys aren't great at manners.
You guys.
Liberals.
What was the question, Bobby?
Are you people employed?
Yes, I am. I'm self-employed. I'm CPA, MBA, and I own a professional services firm.
Nice work. Thank you for paying your taxes. Appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
I'm a CPA
and helping other people pay their taxes. Very cool. But no one else has to answer. If you don't want to talk about your personal, that's fine. I get it. But I think
I also have an Only Dads account. I don't do anything naughty. I just tell people I'm proud of them. And my subscribership's way up.
What if I want
wonderful
that you're disappointed in me?
Flying Eagle, he doesn't have a bedside manner. He never sees patients. He only sees their cells. He works in a diagnostic lab.
Mojo, that's
when I was a medical student,
Or in a hospital.
my bedside manner always got the highest marks, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you're single too.
I am right about that. You are perceptive on that one.
Oh, that was not hard.
About that.
I know, but that wasn't a hard guess.
No, I like when you guys are smart and perceptive. It makes me happy to be around smart and perceptive people. So I have to answer your questions.
The med school you went to Yale, didn't you?
No, I didn't go. No, I went to a mid-tier medical school.
Ah, okay. In the U.S.?
In the U.S., not in the Caribbean, yes. And I have an MD, not a DO. And I'm answering your questions, but it's all right if you don't want to answer my questions.
What questions would you like to ask me?
The one
Have I
asked
worked
3
for the
times.
Fortune 100? Yes, I have. Do I still work?
Past
Yes,
tense.
I do.
Oh, it still worked. Okay.
Oh my God. I ran global teams for an information security practice, as well as global teams for pre-sales, post-sales engineering in cybersecurity. So is there anything you'd like to ask me?
Thank you for being a taxpayer. No. Thank you for being a productive member of society.
Taxpayer.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is for you and the workers of this country.
No,
by getting rid of free trade.
That is.
Do you know what the alternative minimum tax is? Have you ever reached your alternative minimum tax?
Yeah. Well, this year, now that I'm out of the army, yeah.
Oh, so you used the army to pay for med school, didn't you?
Yeah. So a lot of other people.
There you go. So you had no problem with socialism then?
Wait, he doesn't have a problem with socialism anyway. He seems to like socialism.
Stop the free trade. Let Trump tariff.
Who pays tariffs? I'm curious.
I was trying to find more of those numbers too. About
pays
what
tariffs?
percent actually passed through.
Who pays tariff? Well, first of all, his tariffs were illegal. You do know that, right?
Yeah, and he
We went over
restructured them, and now they're still there, and we're still bringing in $30 billion a month.
And they haven't gone through the court yet. And he has to pay back the ones he already took. So did you minus that amount? What are we in the hole now?
We're going to come out. We're going to come out as a revenue generating source.
Again,
Some of the questions I've asked before for like 5 or 6 times
right
and I haven't gotten answers to.
Yeah, we're not.
So we're not right now. So we're not right now, which is not what you said earlier. Okay. Jesus Christ.
The same with the
anti-intellectual. I told you, anti-intellectual. He's just an anti-intellectual. And anything Donald Trump does, he's going to fucking bend himself into whatever shape he needs to make it make sense.
Guys, you don't answer any of my questions and kind of deflect from the points I'm trying to make. Like we could track the CPI and the PPI to see how much tariffs were passed through on the overall basket of goods. We could look at China's tariff rates in the 70s, 80s, 90s until they joined the World Health Organization and see how you build a manufacturing base in your country. These are two things I've asked like 5 times that you guys just want to dodge.
Wait, that's not true. I didn't dodge it. As a matter of fact, I talked about your CPI issue. But the reason I talked about your CPI issue is because I said it doesn't really matter if the consumers pay it or the businesses pay it. Either way, it's American taxpayers that are footing the bill for all tariffs.
And how are they paying the bill?
Because if it's an American company that's importing these products, they're paying the tariff. And if they pass it down, then the consumer is paying the tariff. Either way, it's a fucking American paying the goddamn tariff.
And so we are taxing American companies that have manufacturing overseas that we want to affect change in the behavior.
Either American companies or American consumers, one of the two. We're not taxing China.
And so we're not taxing China, right? And we're not taxing the EU with our tariffs. And we're hurting the American consumers and American companies. So when they come negotiate, let me finish. They come and negotiate with us to lower the tariff rate. They care about American consumers and American companies.
They don't come to negotiate with us.
They've EU, everyone else has come to negotiate with us to reduce the tariff rates.
How many?
Because they care about American. You see how nonsensical that is?
How many trade deals do we have right now?
We have frameworks of deals that people are abiding by.
Okay, so in other words, we have
no trade deals.
We have no trade deals at all.
Tariff revenue is still coming in somehow.
I'm sorry, yes, it's coming in from Americans because you're taxing Americans. So now we have no trade deals, and you're saying they're coming begging to America to fucking make trade deals, yet we have no trade deals after all this fucking time, after more than a fucking year of doing this stupid ass shit, and you think they're coming begging to us to try and make trade deals. Do you understand how stupid that sounds?
We do have trade frameworks that people are abiding by. We don't have stuff approved by Congress that people are following.
We have not a single fucking trade deal yet. Not one.
Hey, Bobby, which one of these sources would be most acceptable for you to understand if domestic companies and taxpayers versus foreign companies and taxpayers, what share of the financial burden of tariffs they take? Would it be Kiel Institute for the World Economy at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York or the CBO, Congressional Budget Office? Which one of those would you take as a source?
CBO is very biased. I look at it, but they underestimated the tariff revenue. I would take the New York one.
Okay, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, February 26th report found that nearly 90% of the economic burden fell on U.S. firms and consumers. Looking closely at the month of November, the pass-through rate to U.S. buyers was 86%, meaning foreign exporters only dropped their prices by 14% to stay competitive.
Okay, and so 86% of the tariffs passed through, but was that 1 cent? Was that $1? Was that what percent of the goods? 86%.
Well, that's more nuanced. So
yeah, that's kind of critical, right? You could be lying with numbers.
No, this is where we align, right? So the thing I like most about Trump's pump fake tariff schema is it put the spotlight on domestic corporations, because what we found out is these foreign manufacturers aren't screwing us over. They're making the stuff for pennies on the dollar, and they are selling it to domestic companies through domestic importers, and then they take it in and they do their processing. But at the end of the day, they sometimes add up to 2,000% to get to the sales price. So it identified which companies were taking advantage of the U.S. consumer. So I really enjoyed that spotlight part of it. So in the instances where companies had healthy profit margins, they bore the cost and did not pass it on to the consumers. But for their competitors that maybe don't have as much of a profit margin, they're going to pass it on to consumers. So the correlation of how much they paid to how much translates to consumer, and it's going to differ across. But the macro effect of it at the end of the day is if you are eating those costs and your competitors are passing them on, you are going to raise your prices too at the end of the day, because it represents efficiencies that you can gain for selling into a competitive market.
If you can raise the price.
If it's not immediate, it will be down the line in a macro sense. So
we're
I
still
would
waiting
say
for
the
that down the
correlation is
line.
like, huh?
We're still waiting for down the line. We're still waiting for tariffs
We're
to make the
not.
shelves empty and inflation to be out of control, rampant.
So is CPI, is the rate increasing or decreasing? Like if CPI rose 2.5 last month and it rose 2.6 this month, would you say that's increasing or decreasing?
Come on, man. In the history of our country, it rises. Our achievable
month,
rate of that is 2%.
Yeah, so it's raising
Don't play
2%,
with that.
but you understand if it like let's say the target's 2%, right? And then the next month 2.5%, or let's say 3% for the easy math. That means the cost of goods increased month over month 50%, right? Because we went from 2% to 3%. So that's a delta of 1%, which is half of the base of 2. So that's a 50% increase. So how you can see that this is getting passed on to the consumers is a month over month growing rate. Alternatively, if it's not getting passed on to the consumers, everything else equal, it should stay constant. If there's other downward pressure on price to consumers, like demand is shrinking, you're going to see it decrease month over month.
Or there's other upward pressure because we have tariffs on the books for a year and like a half, maybe a year and a quarter. And then we had something called the Iran war that spiked the price of oil that's causing the CPI to now go back up. And you could kind of see that in the month afterward.
So go back to the before that conflict arose, and what do you see in month over month CPI? Do you see it in an increasing trend, a flat trend, or a decreasing trend?
I see a slight increase to a flat trend. I see a beautiful trend where tariffs didn't have that much effect on the CPI. A wonderful trend.
It's that beautiful trend.
Yeah, beautiful trend.
Wonderfully,
the most beautiful trend.
I did that for
the
you
most
guys.
beautiful.
Fucking wild.
Even you guys use Trump language. I don't want.
Yeah, so
Mojo?
CPI
Hold on
costs
a
are
second.
transitory for tariffs. So long run, they aren't going to be inflationary, but they are seeing that we are seeing a bit of a shock from them. Yes, we are.
Hey, can I ask you a question
Mojo,
about
I
them
have
not
an
being
idea.
inflation? Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I don't mean to be a palate cleanser for those in the room. Hopefully they're tapping. Gift the panel if you like them. Please gift Mojo. That's more. He has gift gallery up there. Tap the heart. Tap on Mojo's Marxism face if you don't like it. And I do a horrible job with this. If you're in opposition or have a different point of view, please feel free to request. And Mojo, I think we should start doing Sunday school. Like we could do an economics one, a legal one,
Bible
even
study?
maybe an economic one.
A Church of
Yeah.
Mojo? Isn't that sacrilegious?
I mean, I think it would be funny, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
But then I think all religion is ridiculous, so.
I know you do, but Sunday school with Mojo, I think would be very, very funny. And you could get a whole bunch of people to be like subject matter experts for a certain amount of time each week. And then maybe we could invite everyone there to talk about, I don't know what he does for a living. Or how to grift.
So we'll call it nap time with everyone's dad.
Well, I'll
just read tax policy.
Nah, I think it would be fun.
I'm disappointed in you. That's what it'll be called.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Host, is he proud or disappointed with everyone's dad? You just talk for 5 minutes and I give you a thumbs up or thumbs down.
That's funny. I don't know. You're looking to really trigger people with Mojo Sunday School. I don't mind triggering people, obviously, but I heard Christians are violent.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about
there's
that?
There's other places in the world that are.
They killed, they slayed Hypatia alive.
I want to just ask one more thing on the tariffs to maybe everyone and then everyone else. So tariffs are so bad for American consumers. I would agree that they are kind of bad for American companies, but why does every country want to negotiate a trade framework with us to reduce their tariffs by buying down the rate, by investing in our country, which Trump is allowing Japan and the EU to do?
So
why would they
FDI
be
go
interested
down
in
Trump?
Huh?
And I don't think tariffs are bad. They're just economic levers, right? So it's like saying a car is bad. It's just a tool. If it's employed well, then it's good. If it's not employed well, then it's bad, or it's somewhere in between.
I think they're bad, but I'm not a protectionist, so I'm going to say that they're bad all the time.
Then you're not a Marxist. Why are you a capitalist? I don't like it.
Because we live in a capitalist world. I got to figure out how to live in this fucking world.
Why don't you go start a commune based on Marxist principles and see if that works?
No, I'm just.
We won't even sanction you.
I'm just going to make you live in a fucking communist world.
That's very fascist of you too.
No, I'm going to give you free shit. That's not fascist.
How is it going to be free? It takes labor to make stuff.
It only takes labor to make stuff. It takes nothing else but labor to make stuff.
Now, come on,
I'm
man.
sick and tired of fucking capitalists stealing that labor.
No, there's beautiful things that go into products too, like thought and creativity and a bunch of higher human emotions.
Do you think
it's more than just labor? It's talent.
Do you think thought and creativity isn't labor?
Okay, you're classifying as labor. Okay, I was worried. You were just a sad person.
Bobby, what do you think about like having to sign away your IP rights?
I paint with acrylic and oil, gouache.
Nice.
Sometimes I paint with watercolors. I paint. I create things and I make them up in my head.
That's labor.
All of that. Yeah, exactly.
I just didn't know how you define labor. So at least we got everyone to say that maybe tariffs have some benefits, that they don't hurt the American consumer that much, that they
do.
They rebalance our trade deficits.
I don't know why you're trying to reframe this conversation in your favor. We said that tariffs do not hurt people, aside from Mojo, if they are implemented correctly. I use Tesla as an example and using infrastructure in pairing with tariffs. And you are saying the way Trump is doing it with no pairing of infrastructure is beneficial. And everyone on this panel is saying, no, it is not. So please stop trying to reframe it in a way it didn't happen. It's fucking weird.
I want to explain why.
Not really.
Comparative advantage. Comparative advantage exists in capitalistic economic systems. The country that can make something the cheapest and the country that's good at making something is the country that should make something. And we should not punish that company for making those things. Each country has something that they're good at. Each country has natural resources that they can utilize. Each country has a labor process that involves the use of capital to create products, and sometimes that labor is cheaper in other places and sometimes it's more expensive. Well, our telos in this country, I guess, has always been innovation and invention. That's what we're good at. That's what the United States has always been good at. That's what we should focus on, innovation and invention. We shouldn't be making fucking shoelaces and t-shirts, because that is base manufacturing jobs. Base manufacturing jobs that pay very little, and you cannot live in this country on very little. But it hurts the consumer, the poor people that live in this country, because that causes the price of t-shirts to go up, meaning that they have to pay more to have their basic needs met. So tariffs are bad for Americans. They are bad for all people in general, and more specifically, they are bad for poor people.
Yeah, and Trump hasn't mentioned tariffs on t-shirts once. He mentioned maybe kind of similar, like a furniture industry. He's mentioned chips and pharmaceuticals.
Tariffs. These are blanket tariffs. 96.4%. The tariffs that just went into place 2 days ago covered 96.4% of all products coming into the U.S.
Okay.
That affects poor people more than it affects anybody else.
Yeah, if we could just get those numbers on how much of the tariff cost passed through to consumers that we haven't been able to get. But I'm told it's bad.
He said it was 90%. Everyone's
90%? Is it 1 cent that passes through? Is it 2 cents? Is it 10 million?
You're going to have to look at the CPI by good, right? So apparel. Sorry, go ahead.
If it's 90%, if it's 90% and it costs 1 cent, that means the item only costs 2 cents. Not even.
No, he's saying 90% passed through by each business, by each importer, but we don't know the percent change in that. He said all the companies, 90% of the companies are passing through.
The domestic importers pass the cost directly on to the domestic business consumers, right? If they pass that on, that's a unique decision at each business, and that's going to be guided by the market psychology, right? So if it's a very tight competitive market with lower margins, they're more likely there's going to be a stronger correlation to pass it on to consumers. If it's a less competitive environment, it's going to be a lower correlation to pass if they decide to eat it. It could also go the other way, and they could say, we're going to pass it on because we're the only ones in the industry, right? And you got to get it from us.
Well,
same thing in the competitive industry. It could go the other way as well.
So you're saying high markup industries?
Now you're just getting into game theory, though. This is about decisions they make and what they're willing to give up and what they're willing to keep in order to find some sort of equilibrium.
But it's interesting you said T-shirts because the apparel industry has been the hardest hit by his tariffs. So that would be inclusive of T-shirts.
Because they're not chips or pharmaceuticals or iPhones.
No, the reason it was hit hardest is he's been most aggressive towards the companies that we source our apparel from with this tariff strategy.
Well, and we already had a solution for chips. iPhones are not made in the U.S. and have not been made in the U.S. for a long fucking time. So I don't know why you would even bring them up.
Because we're building I forget where they're building, Apple's building the factory, in Houston or in Texas or someplace.
Not to make iPhones.
Okay.
Yeah, but to Mojo's point, regardless, it does hurt consumers because unless you have a domestic side subsidy that more than offsets the cost to the businesses from the tariff, it's going to have an impact to the consumers. Now, the inflation is going to be transitory and not long term, but there's going to be a price shock to consumers.
Yeah, and there's an apparel basket with the CPI, and since April 2025 to September, it's like less. Well, here we go. Now we're getting some numbers in 2026. It was like 1%, but it did start to happen in February 2026. It went up to 2.4% and 3.5%.
So let's see. I'm gonna look January 25 to present. And what's the most recent data you have in your chart?
June 2026. But I'm going to start counting the Iran conflict as the kind of the driver of inflation.
Wait, that was a choice of Donald Trump too, by the way.
Yes, it was.
We didn't have to go through that. So
That's a factual statement.
All of this is the fault of Donald Trump.
Yeah, and he even kind of acknowledges that he caused a price increase too to people. Even though he doesn't like to, politicians don't like to acknowledge their mistakes.
Right, I don't know that he ever acknowledged.
Are things more expensive or are they cheaper? Because you are saying that they're cheaper and then you're saying they're more expensive and then you're saying that the price never changed. Like, what the fuck is it? Like, can you pick one and stick to it maybe?
Yeah, prices we talked about this. CPI kind of stays between 2 and 3% with our baseline benchmark being 2%. So every year goods do get more expensive, unfortunately. If we have a completely deflationary environment.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you saying that Trump acknowledges that he messed up and that he made things more expensive. Or maybe he doesn't say he messed up, but he made things more expensive.
He said the Iran conflict was going to cause the price of oil to go up, which affects everything else with the CPI, as we see in the CPI numbers after he attacked.
He didn't say that it affects everything else with the CPI. He did not.
So, Bobby, I'll give you a comparison.
We know it does.
There's a 14-month
but he didn't say that. He didn't admit to prices going up, except for oil. But he also said that we're going to be increasing manufacturing because everybody's going to be coming to the United States for oil now. So so he's increasing the manufacture of oil in the U.S., which is simply stupid too.
You would like to buy it from Iran and Russia? What would you like to do?
Is it cheaper? Because I don't give a shit where it comes from.
Hey,
you don't care about all the I care about Ukraine. I care about the rest of the Middle East. Maybe you guys don't.
Bobby, here's how you should compare the tariff impact.
Wait. Now you care. Hold on, everyone. He cares about Ukraine now.
I always cared about Ukraine.
Biden before.
I always cared about Ukraine.
I don't get it.
No, I always care about your
You
feelings.
don't have to moralize everything. You know that, right? You don't have to moralize everything.
Well, you don't have to be flippant with prices and realize that if we drill here more, that we hurt our enemies that have been our enemies.
But we don't drill here more. I'm sorry. Hold on. Before we go any further, I have to be clear here. The oil industry in the United States of America is not nationalized. We don't get to decide whether we drill or not. The only reason that companies in the U.S. drill more is if the price of oil goes up. Otherwise, they're not going to drill more. So you are looking at two things. You're either going to have to increase the price of oil, which is going to increase the price of products in order to make sure that we're drilling for more oil, or you're going to have to decrease the price of oil, which is going to mean that we drill less oil.
Or you could allow the leases to take effect and allow people to drill on those lands. And
once again, they're not going to work in a competitive market if the global price for oil is not going to allow them to do that at a significant profit margin.
And then they could still get some. They still drill and make new wells at $60 a barrel. It's $70 a barrel.
Generally, no, they don't. Generally, no, they don't.
There's less, but they do. Because wells go offline all the time. People like making money even with less of a margin.
It's only to replace the wells that are going offline. It's not to increase the actual amount of oil that we're producing in this country, which means the only way that you're going to increase the amount of oil in this country that is being produced is to raise the price, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing. So if he wants us to drill, baby, drill, that's exactly the policies he's put in place right now.
Yeah, price does affect people drilling. Okay.
Bobby, this is how I looked at the apparel, right? When we're talking about like the tariff impacts, we've got 14 months after the tariffs went into play. So I would compare the CAGR of the CPI for apparel on that 14 months to the 14 months preceding the pre-tariff period, right? So the pre-tariff period of 14 months, we saw a decrease of 0.7 or 70%, basically. Since the major tariff play from Trump, we've seen it go up 3.33%.
Okay.
So that's a 4% or a 400% increase in the rate of the cost of the CPI in that specific industry.
And I'm sure we couldn't look back in history and find some other time where it was over 12 months or 14 months, it was 3% as well. 3% is not the end of the world for bringing in 20 or 30 billion a month in tariff revenue, right?
Well, you'd have to account for what is driving what percentage of the increase or the delta in higher revenues.
Right, sure. But 3.3% isn't the end of the world.
And then you would have to compare, like if you compare the 3.3% to the like total cost of the consumer versus the share of the tariff revenues, then you could get an idea of the correlation, the strength of correlation of what flowed through.
Sure. And that would be wonderful. But I don't think we're going to do it on TikTok today.
Probably never do anything on TikTok. Donald Trump does what he wants no matter what the fucking experts say.
Everyone says tariffs aren't a bad idea. We don't have to panic.
Who is everyone? No one is. What are you saying? Everyone says these things.
The panelists.
No one said that.
No, he's talking to me. He's talking about me.
Everyone the name.
Oh, well, you said MBAs are stupid.
I also said that was rude, and I take that back. And I've been asking them questions.
You still said they're stupid. Why would I listen to a stupid person?
Well, to get wealthy, you sometimes have to not listen to MBAs, just like Donald J. Trump, my hero.
Okay, I choose not to listen to him here then.
Well, stay broke.
You said in order to get wealthy, I can't listen to him.
Sometimes you have to ignore economists and MBAs. I mean, sometimes you got to take their opinions very seriously because they are experts.
Well, him not employing economists and MBAs is why he trailed about half the average market rate of return in his business pursuits. Ignoring them is why he, more than doubled his net worth since his second term started. So you do have a point there. If you ignore common sense and morality, then you can double your income.
Yeah, and the emoluments clause of the Constitution.
I could double my income right now if I did it unethically, no problem.
And then you might end up in jail. And then
you secure the presidency. So you can sue yourself and not go to jail. Bobby, it's simple.
I just choose to ignore jorts. That's it. I don't care what.
That's fair. That's a better thing than
You can't
saying
ignore
MBAs.
me whenever your doggy's wearing my outfit. Does that fit, by the way?
Just curious. You're supporting him because you
my
think his
dog's-
economic policies will make you wealthy, Bobby?
Trump has no effect on really my economics necessarily. No, I got to do it on my own.
That explains.
I think he's good for. I think he's good for the country and society. I never talked about myself that much.
That
That's not
explains
true.
a lot.
He's
He's
been
not
defending
affected. That explains
He's
a lot.
been
He's not
defending you.
affected by Trump's policies, so he doesn't give a shit what happens to
I
everybody
wasn't
else.
affected by. Well, Biden's inflation was wild. Even my McDonald's breakfast meal was
Trump-
affected.
Not because of COVID.
Trump's
or
helping
anything.
you out, Bobby. What
yeah, he needs
he's
to help us
done
out
to
more.
the medical industry, labor market, is a benefit to you.
Why? By not allowing? Well, they're still allowing visa holders in the country and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Oh my God.
No, it's more the secondary,
No, they
tertiary.
We were
allowing
talking about
new
we were
visa.
talking about labor shortage earlier with doctors, and I don't see that, but I observe everything. So
Yeah, no, I'm talking about practicing MDs. Listen, there is an absolute labor shortage. It's without a doubt. It's to the point where the medical system is relying on NPs and PAs in order to fulfill those positions, as well as people overseas. This is it's just true. I mean, I don't care what you believe or whether you don't believe it. You're in a different field. You're not practicing medicine. You're in a fucking lab all day.
I am prime.
Like you don't have a shortage. There's no shortage. There's no shortage in your field of labor, but there is shortage in practicing NDs, NDOs who actually, interact with patients on a daily basis.
Yeah, the MPs and the PAs are kind of taking more of the labor on, but they say pathology has the most shortage of doctors because people don't want to go into our wonderful field. But I'm not seeing it anywhere.
Doesn't pay shit. Your field doesn't pay shit. You walk out of med school with $500,000 in debt, and your field compared to doing bedside doesn't pay shit, dude. Come on.
Everything's reimbursed and has CPT codes associated with it.
You're the lowest
I look
paid
at how much I
medical
generate.
field. You're the lowest paid medical field.
We're right in the middle with everyone
People that
else.
know doctors.
No, it's
How much you guys think I
it's
make?
just- it's
What
the
are you
most
seeing?
boring medical field. The biggest thing that's happened to their industry is alpha galactose.
But Dr. House was cool as shit. What the fuck is wrong?
He wasn't a pathologist, though. He was a neurologist in infectious disease.
But the most
Pathologists are
interesting
cool as shit.
thing,
Everyone likes us.
are you doing anything with alpha galactose?
No, maybe in med school or kind of residency, I knew more about that. Is that a lab test?
It's the tick-borne illness. It gives you allergic to the protein found in mammalian meat.
Oh, that's
I would
so
just-
awesome.
I would just-
I hope spread that shit. Spread that shit as fast as possible, please.
Why do you want to hurt people? Why do all Marxists want to hurt people?
I don't want to hurt people.
Hasten the
I just want you to
revolution.
I want you to stop hurting other creatures. That's what I want.
Yeah, I should almost become a vegetarian. I get that. They are living things. So, I don't know. Anyways, have a nice day, guys. Nice talking to you.
Thanks for
Bye.
being here, jerk face.
You had to. You're being so mean.
Take it easy.
Jerk face.
Scared to say anything right now.
Why?
Jerk face. Not you. Just what you just
I'm
said.
smiling and laughing when I say that shit, so it's okay.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. That was hours of that.
I actually kind of like him. He's very sufficient in his impotence.
Earnest.
I guess maybe I don't know what now to think of him, honestly.
We can hold a conversation without getting super
you
triggered.
just
I
call
think that for the right, that's important. Like people on the panel, I think that's important.
I said he's impotent efficiently. That's what I said.
That's true.
I was trying to figure out the right way to say it, but
He's at least cognizantly impotent. Is that how you want to say it?
maybe something like that. I don't know. He reminds me of YBD. I think that's his name. Your baby daddy. I don't know if you guys have ever run into that guy, but he reminds me.
No.
He's calm and collected the vast majority of the time, He makes generally good arguments, maybe not great arguments, but good arguments. And he will talk about just about anything. And there's a guy that runs panels on here like almost every day, YBD. Same kind of character. But he only likes talking to wild ass liberals. When I went on his panel and started having a normal discussion with him, he said, "You're boring. You make too much." He said something to that effect: "If you make too much sense, you're boring. I don't want to talk to you anymore." He kicked me out. Well, yeah. Maybe I should just go down for a while.
I was going to ask how your game was and reset your gift goal. Why?
No. Why? Because
you jumping
here. There's nobody here. We got 3 fucking liberals up here. You want me to yell at B for being a...
Do you want me to drop?
Communist?
I'll drop then. I'll drop.
I didn't
I'll see you
say
guys
drop.
later.
What are you
I know.
doing? What's wrong with
Why are
you?
you
I'm not
running people off?
I'm not running people off. I said there's like nobody here to talk. We have 3 liberals on the panel and nothing to talk about. It's either I yell at you or I shut down.
Oh, you can yell.
I can yell
I still
at
think
you.
my Sunday
You had
school
100
idea
people
is good.
before.
Yeah, we did. When people were being confrontational. I mean, the more drama you have, the more people that come in. Apparently,
I know.
That's not accurate.
When
Or
Mojo's yelling,
anywhere.
there's 100 people. Wait, hold on. When Mojo was yelling earlier, Mojo, I'm going to speak about myself in the third person real quick. There was 100 people in the room listening to me yell at everybody and just say stupid random shit.
They love it. The internet's sick, man. It's sick.
It is. It is very sick.
I thought HR was going to lose not her little mind. She's got a huge mind, but lose her mind in the comments because he was misrepresenting Marx. And then she tells him she's not a Marxist. He doesn't hear that. When she's done, he's like, "So you support Marx?" I was like, "Oh my God."
All right,
Man,
I'm going to throw a grenade.
He's
real
just
quick.
a man, and we don't tend to listen, so leave us alone.
I'm going to spice it up a little bit. B, you seem pretty smart for a woman. Who duped you into being a communist?
Damn.
Damn.
smart
Where do
for
I
a
address
woman.
all? Where do I address all of the insults? Okay. Wild.
Come on, come back, come at me, bro.
Nothing. No one duped me. I am on the spectrum, and fairness and sense of justice is something that's very strong within my personality core. And I felt like Marxism just provides that fairness and equality.
I like it.
Like nothing
So,
else.
a follow-up question. Do you think there's a strong or weak correlation between being on the spectrum and being a communist? And where does Mojo fall on said spectrum?
Shut
I
up.
think
Don't
there
do that.
is.
Don't fucking do that.
Well, no, there's also a strong correlation, I think, behind having OCD and being extremely religious as well. So, like, especially Catholics. Like, my grandmother was a devout Catholic, and she really thought that if she didn't do 5 Hail Marys in the morning, that she was going to die, right? Like, I look at that and I kind of laugh and think, oh, that's extreme religion. But then that's also, like, a touch of OCD as well, if not probably extreme OCD. So I do think that with Marxism, I think that you could fall on with autism, I think you could fall on either sides of the extreme because of this strong sense of justice. Now, that's not every person who is autistic, right? But I do think that that's quite a bit of people who fall in that category.
Very comprehensive answer. Thank you. Mojo, besides the obvious, if there's any one thing you could change about yourself, what would it be?
I don't know what the obvious is, but my that's a fucking messy thing right there.
Do you want us to answer that for you?
What's wrong with me? Sure.
Damn.
No, about what's obvious.
Oh, yeah, what's obviously wrong with me? Go ahead.
Other than you get cranky fast, and I think you need a Snickers bar quite often. I think you're pretty reasonable.
Stop eating on the fucking microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Farmer's market. Hold on. Done. Sorry, he's eating a plum, and they're so in season.
All right, so the U.S. is pissed off because somebody put a duress passcode on their phone, and when they were asked to give over the passcode for their phone, they gave the duress passcode, which wiped the entire phone. So
That's awesome.
the U.S. is suing this person for doing that.
On what ground?
I don't know, but that was the headline. I'm just looking into the story right now, but that's fucking hilarious.
That's awesome. Did they say the passcode or distress code?
They said distress code, and that's why that's why American officials are pissed off, because they called it a distress code. That's instead of an actual passcode. I didn't know you could do this, but now I want to fucking do it.
Oh yeah, you can. You just better have your phone backed up to the cloud when you do that.
Or you just don't, as long as you don't need anything on your phone, it's fine too. I usually just move shit from my phone to my PC.
Yeah, I don't, seriously?
Yeah.
That's a lot of data.
I'm not, well, fuck, I've got like 30 terabytes of hard drive space on my computer. I'm not paying for that shit on the cloud. Fuck that.
Okay.
The cloud is forever, though.
So he's cheap, or no, I don't want to say cheap. Maybe efficient.
It is cheap. I mean,
I know.
Buying terabytes of hard drive space is a hell of a lot cheaper than paying a monthly charge for the cloud.
Okay, you have two technical people who live in our home, and I literally am firewalled off one of the networks because I always mess things up, according to him. Yeah.
Well, everything's external, and anything that has importance on a hard drive is kept away from my operating system too, so I can wipe my whole computer and still keep everything that I want to keep.
Nice. Are we expecting the FBI to show up at your house any moment?
Maybe. I mean,
okay.
I used to have like electromagnets in here just in case.
Are you kidding?
I'm not.
Oh, Mojo. Jesus Christ.
All right, here's a real test. Do you have a Faraday cage?
I do not.
Oh.
Okay, you're not at Tinsel Hat yet. So
no, I mean, I don't care about the black helicopters. I just care about the black helicopters looking at what I have on my PC.
I had a guy that worked for me that literally, and this was years ago, before we had Ring, he literally had cameras in every room of his house and every external, and he would be able to see his home and anybody that could come in and anybody that was possibly near. And I think one time he caught like a deer crossing his yard. That was the most exciting thing, but he was definitely paranoid. So, I mean, and nowadays, that's how they find. The police will go around and ask everyone if they can see their Ring cameras.
Never concede, never help the cops.
Are you
the government's indictment, which includes a typo in United States Code. They misspelled United States Code. Accuses Tunic of allegedly providing a passcode to border agents that caused the phone to delete the digital contents. They're fucking. How the fuck are we suing somebody for that shit?
I would be begging that prosecutor not to do that to hide the embarrassment.
Yeah, yeah.
What statute do they think they're going to win?
I don't know. I'm looking at the indictment right now.
Like maybe if there was like a court order to open it and unlock all the info, they might have a case. But if it's just someone being like, yeah, sure, here's my passcode because they were asked for it from CBP or something, good luck.
Okay, so it says for the purpose. Okay, so a person authorized to make a search and seizure did knowingly destroy, damage, waste, dispose of, and otherwise take action to delete the digital contents of a Google Pixel cellular phone for the purpose of preventing and impairing the government's lawful authority to take said property into its custody and control. In violation of Title 18 United, they spelled United wrong. Title 18 United States Code Section 2232A. That is the indictment. That is the grand jury indictment. What the fuck? This is November 13th of 2025 in the District of Columbia, Northern District of Georgia, Atlanta Division. That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild.
So someone flew into Atlanta?
I guess flew into Atlanta. They were asked for their phone, and basically obstruction of justice is what they're trying to charge the guy with for wiping
No,
his
that
phone
won't hold.
through passcode. I don't think so either.
Is there a law that says we have to comply with that? Maybe.
I don't think so, but I don't know. It's a wild thing. That's just such a wild thing. It's funny.
I hope they have an attorney. I mean, with broadcasting this. Yeah. Was it an American citizen? Do we know?
It is an American citizen. Yes.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
No. Only if they have a warrant. That's what I thought.
And it is. He was searched by Customs and Border Patrol Tactical Terrorism Response Team.
Oh.
I don't know why.
A U.S. citizen.
Yeah. Samuel Tunick is his name.
Is he a naturalized?
I
can't believe I have to ask these questions.
I don't think he's naturalized. I think he's a natural-born citizen. It does say an American. I don't know. I guess I'd have to look into him.
Does no one really miss how boring politics used to be when we had a functioning government?
I do miss it, actually. I mean, I'd like to talk about more important things like philosophy and shit, but I don't know.
The damage that he's doing may not be undone for decades. Mojo, you and I may never see the end of this shit.
That's optimistic.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm tired of dumb fucks running our country. Uh-oh, goddamn fee every goddamn day. I just want to wake up with no drama again.
To be clear, Madam Sanders is the one that paid to have Grumble be on the fucking panel, that fucker.
Oh, has he ever come back? Did I miss that?
Yeah, he did come back, and he came up on the panel, and I think she was here, but he lasted about 10 minutes before he broke one of the rules. I think he told somebody to shut up. I asked him to politely not do that, and he said, "Fuck you, and you can shut the fuck up too." And so I booted him. Yeah.
So if someone paid a galaxy for hoodlum, I'm assuming that would be a no-go, though.
Huh? I'm sorry. I was reading the comment that you...
No, that's fine. So if someone sent a galaxy for hoodlum, that would be a no, right?
That would absolutely be a no. Well, hoodlum's already blocked. He can't even see my live. So.
Yeah. Okay. I see him all the time now. I'm stunned.
I know, it's wild that he.
Jesus Christ! I've heard people say slurs on here. How? What do you got to do to get blocked from you?
You have
Christ.
to defend yourself for looking up child porn.
Yep. And not just once. Not just once.
Like an extended campaign. He said he was
Oh my God.
And then he was trying to explain why he was doing it.
He was going to turn it over to police. He was basically catfishing, according to him.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, I heard him say that at another panel, and I immediately blocked him to make sure he could never come on my panel again.
I can't.
Like, there's no way I'm having that shit on my panel. No fucking way. And Hoodlum used to come around all the time. He's quite a character. Normally speaking, he just says wild things like the earth is flat and shit, but this time it was the most wild thing I'd ever heard. So
I heard that Blogga guy that was on the other day. He said that he started getting into that type of like conspiracy theory shit.
Flat earth. Yeah, somebody asked him what shape the earth is, and he said flat, of course.
Oh my God.
Nonchalantly.
Yeah, we didn't go to the moon.
That too.
Yeah. The actual...
Then it was like 2 sentences later where he said, "You guys are trying to get back to the moon."
Yeah. And the best part is space travel via NASA That technology gave us the MRI. So there are lots of things that we've gotten from our, people said, why are we bothering in space? Well, because technology advancements and innovations that come.
It also gave us Teflon.
Okay.
Nice.
That wasn't
We
good.
can also harvest helium from Jupiter, so we need because we're going to run out of elements.
We're supposed to be able to harvest it from the moon, I think.
No, they're going to look for water so that they can build a base, and then it's much easier to live by gravity.
I think they found helium on the moon. That's why we're trying to get back to the moon right now to get helium. H3, I think. Yeah.
I'm just sad a woman isn't on the next landing. I don't know what I was expecting, but
well, Dun-Dun's in charge of who is being picked.
I know.
He is?
Yes.
He gets choices like that? What the hell? Of
course.
I'm just kidding. Do you know who Dun-Dun is?
I was going to assume that it was Donald Trump.
No, Dun-Dun, D-U-N is his name.
No, I don't know who that is.
He's a character on TikTok, and he hates women. He fucking hates women. He goes off at every woman he can find. He calls them the worst names in the world.
Is he blocked too? Or could B and I encounter him?
You could encounter him. I have not blocked him, but he has not been on my panel more than twice now. But that's because I give him shit about going to Mexico to get a fucking facelift.
Sorry.
Oh.
And the only reason I know that is because I heard him on another panel talking about how he went to fucking Mexico to get a facelift because it's too expensive here to do it.
Yeah, a lot of people go down.
Tijuana.
I'd go to Korea
he went
first.
To Tijuana, all places.
Oh my God. No, I'd go to South Korea if I were going to do something like that. Or Turkey. Believe it or not, Turkey is a place to do it as well.
And then he has the gall to try and make fun of women for trying to look pretty. I don't know. It's just fucking weird. Dude's weird.
Is he gay?
I have no idea, honestly. I don't know if he's black or white either, but he sure does make fun of white people and black people.
And women.
And women. He kind of hates everybody, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
That's kind of sad.
But he goes on Danielle's and he goes on American Amens, and he was on Dino's the other night, and he's so bad that Dino wouldn't kick him off the panel, and Face for Radio begged everybody to not respond to him. Just please don't respond to him. If you don't respond to him for a little while, he'll go away. I swear. So everybody stopped talking to the guy, and he's just sitting there talking to himself, making his weird ass comments.
Oh my God.
On a full panel. It was pretty wild.
Sammy wants to know if she's showing up in the request. She wants to come up.
Oh.
She also wanted to know if you wanted to invite other people. I think that's what she wants to.
Yeah, I'll stay live all day if you guys want. I don't really care.
How are you doing on your game?
I don't know. I'm not even halfway through the game again after restarting them for the 6th time.
Oh,
and I kind of want to restart again now. I said that last night. Everybody yelled at me.
Why was it? You were on last night?
No, I was just in BC. You are not in the request box, Sammy. Did you want to come up? You are more than welcome to come up. There's only 54 people watching, and there's only 2 people on the panel talking.
Conservatives unite.
Whatever, you ignore me anyway.
Me?
Because you have an MBA, and I was told I shouldn't listen to MBAs. You guys are stupid.
Out of all the dumbass shit that man said, that's your takeaway?
Well, he called you stupid. He called me stupid. When he said pathologist, that's all I needed to know.
Wait, I thought House was a pathologist.
No, he was a diagnostic
Pathologist, right?
Specialist. No, pathologists are the ones that if you get a biopsy of something, if you have a surgery, they're the ones that in the lab do all of the testing.
Oh.
Your blood work is done, your urinalysis, but, slices of tissue, they need to know. Yeah, he was I can't say that word for some reason. Diagnostician.
Yeah.
There it was.
Okay, I understand where I went wrong there. Then that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, he basically has a 9 to 5 job or a 3-day 12 to 12, and he can get overtime, but he's probably either working for Quest or logistics or a hospital. Those are the only 3 major places you could do that job.
Yeah.
Right? Quest Diagnostics.
Is LabCorp a part of Quest feed?
No, that's the other one, LabCorp, and or a hospital. So, and they do get paid. I mean, 150,000 to maybe 200,000, especially
that's the low end. That's the low end of doctor. That's what I mean. Like he's the lowest paid of all of the doctor. And he tried to argue that.
I know nurse practitioners that have earned that money.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. 2 times over, dude. Especially in California.
My sister-in-law is a traveling nurse, so.
Oh, she makes over that then.
Yeah. But she's MAGA. She's the one I'm preparing for. I take notes now. But her husband, who's the know-it-all, he's not coming, it looks like, and I'm so sad. But she won't talk politics. She'll walk right out of the room.
But she's MAGA?
Yep.
I'm guessing her husband will talk politics, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
So, and my nephew.
A lot of nurses are MAGA.
They are.
I don't know why. It's ridiculous.
I'm going to say this, and there's only 59 people here, so hopefully it won't bleed over. I love her to pieces, but boy, the white privilege is crazy.
Oh. She probably knows that about herself.
What are you talking about?
My sister-in-law.
Oh. I don't know your sister-in-law.
She is lovely as long as that's the problem. This is what MAGA has done.
You guys had Joey on the panel the other day. What do you think of Joey?
Joey's an asshole.
I know him from another life.
My first impression of Joey was that he came on my panel, and HR was on the panel, and she was talking about India, and he came up to try and school her on the history of India.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, it was fucking wild.
That's Joey. I used to actually be on a live where I would go on every day. It was like right before, it was in between me quitting my job and right before I started to go back to get my master's. And I was on the live and he would go on as like the Republican sort of talking head. It was similar to yours, how the host liked both sides of the argument. The host was from Malaysia. It was more geopolitical rather than American centric. And Joey was on there all the time. And we did a live with Joey once where he was the host and he was showing us all these exotic meats that he buys. He buys ostrich, elephant, like he buys all of these, whatever legally you can get shipped to America that's exotic from different parts of the world, he would buy. And so I asked him, I says, what is the thing keeping you from buying human meat? And he just said the law. The law was the only thing keeping him from eating human meat. So I'm convinced that Joey's eaten human meat before because I don't think he cares about the law.
That's great.
He also got my other live, he got my other account banned. I'm pretty sure it was him.
Damn.
Note to self, don't eat ever if B is telling a story.
Huh?
Oof.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here staring at my like breakfast crepe that has like
so sorry.
Oh God.
Bacon and eggs and every kind of meat you can imagine. So thank you for that.
Well, not every kind of meat you can imagine, Joy, as I was saying.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I guess I need to expand my mind a little bit more.
There is a woman from Canada. She's Phil girl, I guess. Phil Bra, I guess that's what we're calling her. Can't think of her name right now, but she would have panels on a regular basis about the ethical consumption of human meat.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding.
How is that ethical?
As long as the other person
As long as the other person agrees to it and there's and you sign a contract, it's okay.
I don't. I still think that's just consensual. That's still there's still a lot going on there.
Consensual cannibalism.
Yeah.
Oh
no.
my God, I gotta mute.
She's pretty wild. She
Well, I mean-
would argue it in a philosophical way and use rules of logic and shit to say that she's correct.
Oh God. So I guess consensually you could sell yourself into slavery then.
Sure, why not?
Oh, great. I don't know. Human rights?
Well, then if you're telling somebody they can't, then you're taking their right to do whatever the fuck they want away from them.
Yeah, well, I think some people should be protected from themselves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
we
you.
do have
I think we should lock you in a padded cell.
Nice. It's really nice.
I mean, who
Can I
gets
take
to
my
decide?
Pomeranian with me? That'd be
Sure, why
fun.
not?
There
Sure,
you
why
go.
not? But who gets to decide who gets locked in the padded cell?
Well, you just said I would. So on what basis would you make that assumption?
Well, I
Or
only said
assertion?
that because we have to figure out who decides. And is it me? Do you want to allow me to decide?
No, I think don't we already decide morality?
No, generally.
No, generally?
No, I don't think we decide morality. Not on a societal basis. It's not ingrained in law.
So
You can believe whatever you want to believe.
no, we do. You're not allowed to sleep with children.
But they can't stop you from thinking about it.
Oh God, you really want to kill me today.
I'm
Well,
hungry.
thinking and doing, isn't that two different things? I mean, I think Dostoevsky kind
Come
of
on, even
put
I got
that in
that
Crime
one.
and Punishment, right? What are you, part Russian? Tell me you like
maybe.
Russian literature, and it'll explain everything.
I love Russian literature. It's my
Well,
favorite.
there it goes. Mojo, do you like Russian literature?
I hate all literature.
Depends on whether you define the state and revolution as literature or not.
Yeah, exactly, huh?
Yeah. I don't know.
I think that you have a point, by the way, Fee. Like, people do have, people should be protected sometimes from themselves, and I think that's a good thing to say. I mean, the thing is that when you're talking about something like, cannibalism, you're sort of, I think that there's some underlying pathology that if someone accepts it as, oh, well, that should just be accepted between two consenting parties. It's like, no, like, you're hiding something. There's something underneath that,
What if I
Or
can
selling
sell
an organ.
what if I can sell a toe for $1 million?
No.
You're gonna let me?
A what?
A toe.
We already
My toe,
don't allow that. That's not there are ethics.
Why?
Wait,
Why can't-
which toe?
I don't
What's the
care.
market value? I'm just
Well,
curious.
I don't know. It'd have to be the big toe if I want $1 million for it.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't pay more than 800,000 though. That's just me.
That's free market.
Yeah.
Okay,
Then I
you
wonder
got
what you
a
can get for a
deal. Write me
kidney.
a check. I'll give you my toe. 800,000.
No,
Would you
it's
say?
not ethical.
I don't know. I would
Are
probably
you
sell my
taking the
toe for
toe off yourself, or are
$800,000.
you going to a doctor to do it?
Well, if the doctor won't do it, I'll do it myself. I got.
Okay.
No, then it's
I got
6,000,
clippers,
Mojo.
tree clippers.
Then it's 6,000, 600,000.
For what?
You're
do it
basically
myself.
giving me a great value toe. Like,
It's the ragged edges, duh.
Yeah.
Like it devalues the big toe.
You're saying I have to find a doctor that will do it? Fuck, I'll call the guy that we were talking to earlier, the pathologist.
Bobby? He'd jump at the chance.
I would not. I would check his Google reviews, honestly.
I bet he'd do it for free and be smiling the entire time.
1,000%.
I can't believe we got here.
I'm
This is what happens when you leave me with some liberals, I think.
oh my God, you went right to the extreme of morality.
Oh, what the fuck? The viewership went up. I don't know. Everybody's interested
If
in buying
anyone
my
would like to
show.
talk about the morality of cannibalism, oh my God, you're going to get banned.
Tap and
No,
like the
just
screen.
she would have panels on this
What is
all
it?
the time.
Tap and share the live.
And yeah, tap and share the live a lot.
We'll do an auction for
we
Mojo's
need
big
to
So
toe.
that would mean, can you sell a kidney and have a private
Sure.
doctor take it? No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because there are ethics involved. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, right?
Do you think you should be able to impose your ethics on me?
I think medicine has kind of imposed its ethics on us. It's already done.
You think medicine has ethics?
Well, yeah, the Hippocratic Oath.
Okay. Yeah, the Hippocratic Oath of do no
those are-
harm
those are
and the
people.
licensing.
Those are people. That's not medicine. Medicine is an inanimate object that makes you high or something. That's fucking medicine.
Okay.
Medicine
For me,
doesn't
medicine
think
is
one way or the other.
doctors. You cannot sell a kidney. Oh my
Why
God.
not?
At least not in the United
I do
States.
think that it's interesting that there's a difference between selling a kidney and giving a kidney away.
Yes, you
Yeah,
can
'cause
donate one.
If I choose to give it away, you'll let me do that, but you won't let me sell it? You're fucking crazy.
Because, no.
Yes, you're taking my freedom to profit away.
No. And then we'll have a black market of that.
I can't believe
We already
I'm saying this,
do.
but like he has. I mean, that is a point.
So what's the problem?
The problem is that I want $800,000 for my kidney.
I want HR up here before I throw up on my phone.
Man, that has so many. Yes, we need
Wait,
HR.
when HR
definitely.
comes up here and I'm in a mood like this, we end up arguing about human nature, and she ends up telling me just to kill myself. So I don't know.
Oh, I want to hear that. I haven't heard spicy HR.
I knew we had HR as a person, but I was also referring to human resources. We've kind of.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We've lost the.
I mean,
HR.
Mojo.
You're not in
Yeah,
request.
sorry.
Oh, you're up here.
Mojo.
Hi. There's no such
So
thing as human nature.
here's the thing, Mr. Marxist, Mr. I care about people and poor people and people in poverty. If you allow people to start selling their kidneys, then people in bad situations will start lopping off fucking body parts in order to pay things, and it will de-incentivize us actually making change so that these people don't have to lop off body parts in order to do those things, in order to make ends meet. We don't allow people to sell body parts because we have a society full of people in poverty.
Well, not allowing people to sell their body parts is what led us to a society full of poverty.
No,
we would have
it's
no
not.
poverty.
Like
We would
are
have
you
no
saying that
poverty.
if we from the very beginning were just allowing people to lop off body parts, then we wouldn't have as much wealth inequality? What's to say that people don't start having babies and kids in order to lop off their body parts and sell those body parts?
Well, because they can't consent.
Oh no, there are books
What
about
do you mean?
that.
I mean, no. I mean, look, you got control over your kids, right? Anything that happens to them, it's like your parental signature. Your whole thing is that you should be allowed to do this because it's freedom.
I can sell my body parts. I can't sell somebody else's body parts.
Yeah, but like people would probably end up having to doing that with their kids, selling things like I'll sell a kidney here, I'll sell half a liver here, maybe a spleen, right? Like that's not okay.
Well, I've given
because people would do it for money, and that's a problem. Right?
No, we get rid of poverty if that happens. What are you talking about?
It wouldn't get rid of poverty. How much do you think a kidney goes for on the black market?
You just have a bunch of middle class people
who
with one
needs it.
kidney.
You know what?
How much does a kidney go for, Mojo?
I can get you
How
one
much
for 20,000.
Yeah, that's nothing. $20,000 will not get you out of poverty.
Really?
But
It's
it will
only
get you out of an
20,000 is all
emergency.
they pay? I wouldn't take it for 20,000. I'd want money.
Yeah.
We already have kids being born because older siblings have a blood disease and they're hoping for a match. We already have that ethical issue where they expect the younger child they literally have
hold
the
on.
baby.
I'll be right back. I'm getting a call.
They will literally have the child hoping
She's
it's
in
a
the
match to
process of buying a
save the
kidney right
other.
now, by the way.
What is that?
I said she's in the process. She just got a phone call. She's in the process of buying a kidney. She's on the. She's making auction bids right now.
Can someone clarify if this is a satirical conversation or not?
It's just not.
Listen, this is a bad conversation, but it's better than cannibalism.
Well, yeah, no. I just need to know if
Well, you
this
can
is
do
a
whatever
serious.
you want with a kidney. You
going
can eat it
about
if you
this
want.
seriously.
I don't see why that would matter.
Because I don't think that I don't think that it's right to sell kidneys. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't.
Why can't I sell my own kidney?
Because it's just whenever you attach a profit motive to something, it sort of muddies the ethics. I mean, if we're all Marxists here or leftists, at least we recognize that part.
Ethics are subjective.
Yeah, but like some ethics are morally superior than others.
Some ethics are morally superior to others.
Oh, here we go.
Yes,
Based
correct.
on what?
So
What does that mean? That's like
Okay,
saying
so-
the same thing twice.
What I'm saying is that if we say, because I believe in cosmic indifference. So to me, it's more of like, it's absurdism, but the ultimate value is nihilism for me. But through absurdism, we can say that, like, if you unalive a group of people because you think that it's right, that's clearly antithetical to, like, utilitarian values or even values of biology and the right to life.
Would nihilism say that I can sell my kidney?
Nihilism says it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But it doesn't necessitate.
But that's what you just said you are. Well, so ethically speaking, you're okay with it.
Cosmically, it doesn't matter what you do because cosmically, there's no reason to live. Like, there's no inherent purpose behind biology or life. But because
I disagree with that statement, but that's okay.
Yeah, a lot of people do. But the thing is that when you're looking at it from a localized perspective, like, for example, the human race, like, we have an inherent reason to perpetuate life and our species' existence, like, inherently. So that's what I'm saying is that you have to reflect on that component instead of reflecting on, like, and then the alleviation of artificial suffering, which is what capitalism does.
Of course, Zach would come up for this conversation. Of course.
Of course, right? Zach, will you buy my kidney for $800,000?
I have 2 working kidneys, so no, thank you.
No.
I mean, I think, like, the main argument against black market, like, organs, from Marxism standpoint, would be like the class exploitation, the commodification of the body, whereas, like, you can sell it kidney on the black market for 50 to 200,000. Just guesswork here. The person that is getting it from is either it's stolen from or they're getting, like, pennies, right? 1,000 to 7,500. So I think the correct Marxist approach would be to have a legalized market here. So it would remove the classism and all the proceeds would go to the person donating.
How do you feel about prostitution or strippers?
I have a candle labeled cocaine and hookers. If that's like an answer you'll accept.
I'd assume that means you think it's okay to commodify your body.
Well, I'm not a Marxist, so I'm trying to put myself in a headspace of
so you're good with me selling my kidney then?
Yeah, go for it. As long as there's no middlemen.
Thanks.
And it's done so willingly.
Thanks.
And there will be a black market, which is why we do not allow it. I'm sure Gaza could do that for all of Israel. I mean, if we wanted to go to that route, for God's sake.
Why would there be?
Well, now you got Zach on board for the market.
That's why I said it.
Why would there be a black market? Is there a big black market for, say, the green stuff in states now where it's legal?
Yes.
Nope.
Wait a minute.
No,
there's not.
There are no street dealers. Nobody's standing on the corner saying, "Hey, I got your weed for you." Nobody's doing that. There are head shops all over the place where you can go buy it, like every friggin' half a mile. Why the hell would there be a black market?
And by the way, the
and you could grow it yourself too.
By the way, it's not fair to say that there's not necessarily, like in New York City, recreational is legal, but they have created the regulations such that it's so hard to sell it that in fact there is a black market. So again, every step you take to make it difficult to sell legally, you create a proportional black market.
Man, I
Actually,
can walk
it had
to a
the
shop
opposite
where I can.
effect. It had the opposite effect, Mojo.
I can walk to a shop and get some for my dog.
So the legalization in California drastically increased the size of the black market.
No.
To get around the excessive, I haven't looked at Colorado yet, but California specifically increased the black market due to the taxation, the compliance costs.
They could not have increased the black market because that would.
It did.
That would assume that everyone who's buying it legally was not buying it before, and everyone who's buying it before illegally is still buying it illegally. It would be literally impossible for it to have increased the black market.
It did. Local opt-out bans for municipalities where they can authorize the commercial sale of cannabis within their district. So that increased the size because if you have neighboring districts right down the street, that increases black market operations in the one that opted out. And then you also have the out-of-state export incentives.
But again, if they're
he's
in a
still
district,
right. He's still right because if the black market existed when it was completely illegal to have, there's no reason that it would increase when you have an option. When you give somebody an option,
it doesn't destroy the black market, but it absolutely decreases the black market. And again, the easier you make it to be legal, meaning that the literal sole barrier for it destroying the black market is that you've made it difficult in certain places to do it legally.
Yeah, I get it.
Here's what you're looking at. What you're looking at. Wait, hold on.
Hold
on. What you're looking at probably is the difference between medicinal marijuana and recreational marijuana. That has to be what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's what's produced commercially, legally for sale, and the black market increase with the legalization from medicinal to recreational.
Okay, so yes, so once it became recreational, then it probably went up from where it was medicinally.
Yes,
something to that effect.
Legalizing
the original.
How could that happen?
Not from the original.
From the excessive taxation compliance costs. That was a major driver.
But so you're saying there was, so let's assume there's a market and there's 1 million people buying green stuff and it's completely illegal, so 1 million people are using the black market, and then you make it medicinal and 250,000 of those people suddenly are able to purchase it legally, and so you've now decreased the black market. Then it becomes recreational, and another, let's say 500,000 are able to buy it legally. That decreases the black market. You would have to make the position that any legality exponentially increases the customer base, which I'm not sure that makes sense.
So let me break it down for you.
Yeah, that does make sense. You're right.
So let me break it down. This is a real world example, right? So when Virginia moved to recreational, right, and passed it, we saw all these pop-ups of legal businesses. They got their permittings, right, but they're creating stuff that requires extract from the plant, right? Well, legally, from their restricted amounts that they could produce here to support their legal recreational sale of product, they couldn't keep up with the demand on the extract needed to meet the market demand. So that drives up the black market of the industry to produce the plants that can provide the quantities to support the extract that goes into the now legal market demand. Does that make sense?
None of it.
I mean, more demand created more production.
So yeah, it's a disconnect between the regulations of the market and the supply. So if you legalize the recreational market of it, you increase demand. If you don't set the right thresholds for what is legally allowed to be produced by those legal sellers in the new market, you increase the black market demand intake required to support the supply to meet their demand. So you create a black market on the supply side.
Listen, it's possible that increased availability expanded the customer base, no coordination between production and distribution, increased production. Production had to find, more ways to deal with their thing. I would say though that I think it'd be interesting because I think cost has collapsed. I mean, I grew up paying 60 an eighth and now it's 25. And so
it's had downward pressure on the price from the supply, but we're talking about like it's created a huge,
which by the way might
black market in the supply side
in a major way. I don't know whether people can legitimately smoke more weed now than they would have, like whether people do smoke more weed.
Well, yeah, because it's more potent now. There's no way that you can increase the demand or the need for more supply.
Also,
so yeah, here's another way to go about it. I'm operating the black market space. I create 10 pounds a month to create extract to make gummies, right? And that's enough to meet the demand in the black market that I'm operating in. Okay. Now it's legalized and I legally can sell it recreationally, right? So that skyrockets the demand for my product to 4x. So now I need 40 pounds. But the regulations put in force in this new legal market is I'm only allowed to produce 5 pounds. So now I have a gap of 5 to 40, 35 pounds to meet my full demand. So I'm going to source that from the black market, either internally or I'm going to pull it in from out of state. Does that make sense?
No. I'm not confused. I'm confused.
I'm giving you real world examples
I hear you.
that are happening.
By the way, my dad runs a cannabis company, so I'm fairly...
He does everything, we know.
Well, now he does. He has done many things. That is sort of his thing. But I will buy that the increasingly different, modalities of delivery, right? Gummies, vapes, may have expanded the customer base. I don't understand how, if it expanded the customer base because of access, that it necessarily that access takes away someone from the black. I don't think so.
I think that's a dove.
I did see I think it is a dove actually, but that was a really good call. Whoever said that.
I lived in the country for a while.
Yeah, actually, I can see him. He's up on a power line right next to the house. Every person who is buying those, the gummies and the vapes and the stuff like that is now a legal customer. So even if it expanded the base, unless, someone started to use that wouldn't have used beforehand and is now only utilizing black market stuff, there's no way it increased the size of the black market.
Well, no. So the person who's now legally getting it from me, right? Let's say, let me put it another way. I need 10 pounds to create the extract to produce the gummies. It is now, I'm operating in a black market. It is now legalized. Demand didn't change at all. I still need 10 pounds. But as part of the legal market, I'm regulated. They come into my house or business to ensure I at no point in time have more than 5 pounds worth growing. So now my inputs are cut in half, right? So in order to meet the same supply, I have to legally source outside the regulations an extra 5 pounds.
Wait, but that's actually not the thing. The downward pressure on prices is because we have an overproduction with a lack of supply or a lack of demand.
I'm not talking about the market price. I'm talking about the supply constraints, the legal
but I'm saying
market has put
that
in place.
Is not our issue. There's more being created than there is supply. There is demand for it.
Okay.
Hence the price collapse.
Right. So if there's more demand and the black market has increased, that would go and correlate with what you're saying, right? More demand. Well, not more demand, more supply, downward
more
pressure.
Supply. Yeah, drastically more supply.
So you understand that the legal market price competes with the black market price, right?
Yeah, and I'm saying that it used to be that there was only a black market price, meaning that from all black market price to now a share of black market price that is, even at the black market price, significantly less expensive. Like
Right.
there's
So
there's less incentive, frankly, to be in the black market.
So let's say absent a black market, right? If it's legalized and the black market shuts down, it knocks that out, right? We're introducing higher costs from regulations, right? Processes, taxes. So that's driving up the cost of the inputs. So naturally, you would assume in a legal market that would increase the market cost, right?
Taxes are on top of the cost, and what has happened is that you've seen a collapse in what people are willing to pay. So because
or you're
there's so
seeing
much
a
supply.
surplus in demand from an explosion in black market supply.
So your idea would be that there's so much demand now coming from a black market that even with the amount that we're producing, which lowers artificially the prices in the, I don't even know what your assertion is.
Yeah, because now you have a flush black market that's also bringing supply, which drives down the market price in the black market, which the legal market has to compete with as well. So that creates additional downward pressure on the legal market.
How do you increase demand?
You're going to see probably some natural demand increase moving from a non-existent market into a new market because you're going to have an uptake of consumers.
It wasn't a non-existent market. It always existed.
Right. But when you move to a legal market, people before they didn't partake are going, because of its illegality, are now going to partake. So you would see
you're
increased
saying
demand.
that the people that wouldn't do it before because it was illegal are now doing it, even though there's a black market that's illegal.
Yeah, my mom was that way. She loved
those
but she wouldn't partake because it was
none
illegal.
of those customers are going to be participating in your black market. So
Because they didn't do it before because it wasn't
Great.
illegal. Because
So
it was
they-
illegal, so they're not going to do it now because it's illegal.
No,
Well,
no.
they're not gonna do it
So
in
they're
an
not
illegal way.
they're not participating in the black market, but you're going to see increased demand in the legal market, which is going to drive up the demand, drive up the supply needs, which is going to increase the gaps between what is legally allowed to be supplied and what is needed to meet demand. So that growth, that
But then what you would be seeing would be an increase in price.
not necessarily.
You can't explain a price collapse with more demand and less supply.
I can't.
No,
Well,
there's
can I add
more
something?
demand and even more supply due to the growth of the black market. The very
Then the
fact
price
that we
should
have
stay the
legalized
same.
it,
Then the price should stay the same.
not if the new legal supply and the black market supply increase greater than the proportion of the converted demand for both the black market and the new entrants to the market.
But you can't explain increased demand for black market.
Yeah,
Because none of your increased demand, which you can explain increased demand in consumption, but that consumption can be explained by the legality option, meaning you're not going to grow, and certainly not in any meaningful percentage, your share of black market purchases.
The increased demand for the supply, right? Not for demand, but the increased need for supply is explained by the regulatory issues and hurdles that have been placed on the new legal market.
That doesn't increase demand. That decreases
I'm not
demand.
saying it increased demand. I'm saying increased supply. The demand increased
You're
due
saying
to the legal
regulations
market.
on supply would not increase supply.
No, the demand increase demanded
Hold on.
more
What
supply to meet
regulation
it.
are you? Okay, I know this is all hypothetical right now, but what regulation are you? What regulation are you talking about?
So in Virginia, for instance, when they went to recreational, they approved you to have like 4 plants in your house, right? Does that make sense? So if I'm using 8 plants, I'm still operating outside the legal supply. So that translates over to the commercialization.
Okay, so that's personal use. That's personal growth. That has nothing to do with any sort of market because it's in your own home. It's grown in your home and it's consumed by you.
Right. So in the commercial market,
are there shops? Are there shops that you can go buy this at?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the regulation on the shop that you're talking about?
So in Virginia, there's 3 different licenses. You can sell it, you can transform it, or you can manufacture it. So the manufacturer license has restrictions on how much you can output.
And is there a restriction on how many manufacturers there can be?
Yes.
For the whole state?
Yes.
So,
but that actually is not the choke point. There's far more legalized producers than there is demand for the product. That's why
there's not. That's why we're seeing a growth in black market.
Yeah, but that would be the only reason that any of this shit exists. If there's not, okay. So what's the total number of licenses that they allow?
I think there was
what's the limit.
I think there was 13 to 15
for the whole state.
Yeah, and most of them were awarded to outside states. So the answer here is, y'all, the black market in California is primarily driven by out of state.
That's true. There's no way.
Sure, you want me to look it up?
Yeah, I think you got to look it up because there's no way that I believe you that they only issued 13 licenses to manufacture a product that is legal. There's fucking no way.
Listen, I would say a fair argument on your side might be that it's hard to distinguish between a legally operating business and a not legally operating business when it comes to distribution in this environment. And so people who might have not participated in the black market might inadvertently participate in the black market today because
it's also important to note that it's a very easy plant to grow. It's much easier than it's definitely easier than all my vegetables that I got going on. I'm not saying that I do it, but just saying. It's a much easier plant to grow. And so what happened to many people I know who used to do it before it was legal was they just decided to grow it, and they grew enough. Like, you can get these plants to be 6 to 8 feet tall in California. They grew enough to last them to the next year, to the next harvest. So I don't know if that also plays a role.
I normally have one plant that lasts me a winter.
Okay, here you go. I got the information. So they're still working on it. It's the Virginia CCA, right? And they're working on the legal retail market launch in 27. Retail is strictly capped at 350 licenses statewide. Manufacturing, product manufacturer license is capped at 60 statewide. And there's no standalone processing license ceiling for standard adult use setups. And then there's 100 micro business licenses. So where the caps come in manufacturing
so this isn't real life then? Because
this is real life.
No, it's not, because some of this shit's been put in place yet. So there's no black market that exists because you're just making all this up to try and make the
argument. Hypothetically, it's
no, I'm not making stuff up.
Are you talking about Virginia?
But you are. Yeah. You said this doesn't go into effect until 2027. What the fuck?
Well, this is just a commercial side. We have medical.
Are you talking about Virginia's?
But you said it went up between. You said it went up between commercial and recreational, but they haven't even instituted the recreational yet. And you said it's a real world example.
No, I said recreational to commercial growth of the black market increased in California.
Yeah, but it can't fucking do that.
It can, and it has.
No, it can't. And you're giving me an example that hasn't even been put in place yet.
Virginia's kind of a screwed up example. Well, there's so many reasons. Number one, the first legislation involving Virginia's recreational market came when we decriminalized and allowed for personal cultivation. That was in 2021, I think, or 2020. And then for the next 3 years, our GA repetitively put off actually establishing a recreational market. I think there's been 3 separate bills. They were like, it'll be next year. No, it'll be the next year. No, it'll be the next year. As the political headwinds changed in Virginia, which, as you know, we're kind of a swing state. One GA would say, it's going to start on July 1st of next year. And then, before that could actually happen, they'd push it back another year. You're literally in the middle of that right now because we're supposed to have our recreational market now starting on July 1st of 2027. But I literally would not be surprised if something happened by the end of this year that pushed it forward again.
Yeah.
And so we've had this really weird situation where
personal use, like under an ounce of out on the street basically is legal. Cultivation of up to 4 plants is legal. However, there's no legal way for you to actually get the marijuana that you are legally allowed to possess. So we have this kind of quasi gray market. And what has happened, at least in our state, has been over the last several years, a lot of these like vape shops and other places have been kind of like low key, acting like the market is open, and they've just spent the last year busting every single one they can get their hands on, like pretty suddenly, as well as all the like kind of pop-ups that have been going on over the preceding 2 years. So
let me ask, you're in Virginia, right?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I'm taking you partake in the green?
I don't, but I'm an attorney and I do work in this area.
Okay, great. So you know people that partake, or maybe a few cases?
Yeah. I mean, everyone I know. I'm the odd man out in my group of friends.
Yeah, and I don't partake either, but I'm surrounded by it. Where does their supply come in from?
Well, I mean,
is it locally
the same
grown?
places it did before I mean, the same places it kind of always has, right? You know,
California,
Oregon, Colorado. Yeah, I mean, other places too, but I would say those. But also you do have the people that are here that are growing, legally, but maybe they're not limiting themselves to their 4 plants, right? So there are, I think, some more like local, grows here that are a little less dangerous than they used to be, say 7 or 8 years ago when everything was illegal. Like when you couldn't grow 1 plant, right? So there's some of that, but I would say weight is coming in from California, Colorado, Oregon.
Yeah, that's main. It comes from the legal places that can produce it. And then Zach, when you overproduce
but it doesn't
supply,
change the demand in Virginia. Meaning that when I was growing up in Virginia, I partook from California as well. And I don't think that
it's a market seeking a product here, right? I mean, like there's people here who want it, and they're going to want it regardless of where it comes from.
Yeah, the black market is satisfying demand in other states around the country. And as you have a legal environment come to fruition in like California and Colorado, where it's easy to supply, if you don't have a limit on the amount you can produce, right, that is going to create supply over demand, driving prices down in California. And then they're going to find an outlet for their excess supply. And that's going to be first in the local black market, which will also have downward pressure on the market price for the legal market in that state. And then they're going to outsource their supply to other states.
So I hear you. I just don't think that you've seen, and I'll just, again, this is sort of anecdotal, but I imagine that anyone who's sort of been a part of this community since long before it was legal everywhere, by the way,
right,
knows that like we've watched ourselves go from all black market to, mostly black market to some black market,
gray market,
to very little black market to almost no black market. And I would have to say that it would be hard for me to believe that the number of people utilizing the black market today is more than it was in 2000.
Okay, so I'll give you a real world example. I'm working with a business that has an extract product, right? It's not like gummy or anything like that. It's really niche. And they're trying to time their launch with the Virginia legislation. But one of the constraints they're facing is supplies. So the way they process their product requires an excessive amount of extract because it's a wasteful process. And the hurdle we're trying to figure out for them is how can they get in enough supply? Because the draft version of the CCA right now limits the manufacturers by license and facility size of 2,500 to 5,000 square feet. So in order to get enough supply to headquarter themselves here, they have to tackle the supply issue, which they could eat up every last single square foot of every single manufacturer. And then the output hurdle is how do we cross state lines with this product? So it's a real world example of where regulations capping supply are creating black markets from other states. So like the primary driver of black market in California increasing from recreational to commercial is other demand outside the state and the
But I
changing
mean,
environment across the U.S.
I would say I kind of
That
agree
is
with what Zach's
currently
saying.
illegal, by the way.
There's never been a lack of black markets for this substance in this country. In fact, the legal markets are what is changing. The access to legal markets are what's changing. And I don't know how California's, their recreational, their ability to dispense legally, to grow legally. I don't know how that's set up, how, regimented it is, how exclusive it is, but there are people that were making good money in the black market before, any sort of legalization happened. And as legalization has kind of, gone from medicinal to, hemp, like the non THC and without, things that didn't have the prerequisite amount of THC to be considered, illegal, and, then spread into like legal cannabis. The people who are making money in the black market are, if they're not allowed to exercise within California's legal market, for instance, because of licensing requirements or size requirements or anything else, they're going to maintain their business within the black market and go wherever they want. I mean, they've been doing that since before the legal market exists. And to the extent that I am privy to information about how that stuff happens, it seems to me that these are not connections that are brand new in these other states where people are getting this from.
I mean, there's still a liquor black market.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
But you would never say that there's a bigger liquor black market today than there was during Prohibition.
Yeah,
well, no, but it changes, right?
Wait,
so instead of like black
how do
market
you
for
how do you say
production-
how do you say that there's a liquor black market? Where is there a liquor black market?
Well, people
there's a cigarette black market.
I wasn't thinking. I wasn't
people
thinking
make
about what
moonshine.
Zach was talking about like backyard still.
No, it's not. Not
is
here. It's not legal to make in my state.
Oh, it's absolutely legal here.
So black market
legal everywhere.
They sell it at
liquor.
fucking bars. They have full on moonshine bars.
Yeah, but is it like made in a still in someone's backyard? Because that's what's illegal here.
Everclear. That's a
Like you have to be like
I don't
licensed.
know. You can grow your own. You can grow your own beer, or you can brew your own beer in your own fucking garage here. So I don't know.
So at least here, liquor is treated differently than wine and beer. Like you can definitely make your own beer and wine here, but liquor is classified differently, and it is very illegal here to make your own. But because it's both dangerous and also, if you don't make it right, you can actually hurt people with it.
So as the liquor market grows, so does the black market. So when you're talking about the production side, like backyard stills and stuff, right? That's a very small percentage of the black market. So the primary drivers of the liquor black market are also tax evasion, right? Just like it is with the legal green market. And the biggest sector of the black market for liquor is smuggling. So it's the legal movement of it cross-border to bypass bans and higher pricing and taxation and stuff like that.
Oh, I like with cigarettes.
Yeah, like cigarettes from Virginia to New York. That's part of the black market. Yeah, so like as a market grows and shrinks, the black market for it's going to grow and shrink based not on the size, but also on the regulations and taxes around it. So the taxes are put in place to disincentivize. It's a what kind of tax they call it? What is it? Like a Satan tax, or I forget it. It's like a naughty person. What's it called? Sin tax. Yeah. Sin tax is directly placed on products to disincentivize the consumption of it, but it has the inverse effect of driving up black market operations and supply to get around the sin tax.
Well, hold on. But I would 100% agree that everywhere where you regulate, you increase the incentive for black market participation. I don't know how the theory is that the regulation of not being able to consume it at all, consume it, produce it, transport it at all, has somehow,
I think the best analogy
given way to a legal market, increase the black market.
So I think the best analogy here for like comparison to liquor to like California's black market increase would be like a county, dry county next to a non-dry county, right? That non-dry county is going to drive up the black market for the dry county, right? So you might have they might both be dry counties at one point, and then one goes says, "Screw that, we're not a dry county anymore." It's going to shrink its natural local black market, but because it's the closest source now for the next door neighbor dry county, that's going to have upward pressure on the black market in that area, and it's going to
happen? Once again, how does that happen? Because first off, you've not just decreased the black market in the initial county, you've eliminated it practically, and then you're telling me that the demand in the dry county for alcohol somehow magically increases because of the deregulation in the adjacent county?
Well, no, it's going to shift the black market. So think back to when California wasn't legal. Like you've got the Green Triangle, right? And that's always been a source. But before it was legalized recreationally in California, the primary source of the black market was Mexico, where they're taking more of the risk. And this dates back to when I was in high school and you could only get a bag full of seeds, right? As we move to a more favorable environment, that's going to shift the black market operations from Mexico into California if Mexico's black market doesn't improve their operations to meet the quality of the comparable black market in California. So it's a shifting of the black market.
Because the black market, listen, you can say that black market production versus black market consumption, but black market consumption is what we're talking about here. Because again, my argument would be you might have something to say that now there just is more supply than there is demand, which explains the price collapse.
Yeah, so as it's become legal in California,
black market activity, there's just an increase in production.
So as it's become legal in California, you can manufacture it legally. I don't know what the regulations are there about how much you can grow, but it's a lot easier to grow illicitly in an environment where you can grow legally and manufacture legally. I don't think you'd argue that. So there's an opportunity to increase illicit production in a black market, blended into a legal market, right? So what we see is other states that aren't on the same spectrum yet as California on their legality journey, right? It makes more sense now at this point to get in product from out of state, because in an environment where it's illegal, like Virginia, to have big growths and the environment doesn't suffice for outdoors as much as California does, right? There's less risk and more reward to get it in externally, because the only risk of exposure is in transportation. And until it gets to your door, that's borne by the carrier, right? So you're also going to see shifts in the black market, an increase on demand and supply in the black market from California to Virginia or to
But you're sort of leaving on the table the fact that there was a time where the triangle was the only source of supply for the entire country because it was the only truly favorable environment for growing based on culture and, history and culture and all the things. Now you've got production happening in every state where there's even a whiff of legality.
Right. And
so
if they can't, if they
a
oversupply in their
massive
area, if they get in a situation where they oversupply in their area, and they have excess supply, do you think they're burning their product, or do you think they're finding an illicit market to ship it to?
Well, I think, as you said, that there's different ways of producing. So, the pound previously would have been broken up into greenery, which I guess there's a limit for how much would be consumed by that market, and now they're able to put it into, tinctures and edibles and again, obviously the market has increased. I just can't imagine that, given the amount of places across this country where it is now legal, there would be any possibility that the total amount of black market participation has decreased unless the idea is that, you know, people were only smoking weed in California and some people were smoking weed in Virginia, and then all of a sudden, you know, people started smoking weed in Virginia. And I don't think that's the truth. I think people have always been smoking
but you're
weed.
thinking in economic terms, like everything else equal. And I agree with you. Like if you have a market in a vacuum and something is legalized, you're going to see a decline effect in the black market. But we're talking about like interstate commerce, intercountry commerce with different regulatory environments towards the market being legal, recreational, and completely illegal. So as that environment changes for neighbors, that's a driver for the black market in California. If we legalize it across the state, I would right now and flip the switch and you could grow as much as you want for commercial production, I would fully expect the California black market to be crippled.
The black market in California to be...
Yeah, there's no outlet for the black market, and the only incentive is to avoid taxes. You take away 2 of the 3 drivers of any black market, and so you're going to see a decline. But right now you have all 3 drivers of a black market in place: smuggling, illicit production, and the tax evasion.
But there's a perfectly reasonable, understandable effect that doesn't meet that, which is that, like, there has been a price collapse since legality, meaning you're 100% correct that there has been an overabundance of supply. And you're right, they're not just burning it, although some are. They are, and you're right that, like, some of them for sure are engaging in black market activities to deal with the unexpected sort of consequence of a bunch of people suddenly producing a ton of something all at the same time, trying to meet the same demand environment. But that's why we have a price collapse.
Okay, me as a manufacturer in a legal environment, can I sell my product to a legal retailer for more or less than I can sell it on the black market?
The black market is even cheaper now. That's the whole point. Like, the black market is not more expensive, and certainly if it was more expensive, why would people buy from it?
Okay, so there is a greater supply in the black market than there is in the legal market. So price is lower for the consumer in the black market versus the legal market, right?
Sure.
Okay.
So in some places, like, my guess would be that in ghettos, you're still seeing a pretty, like, active black market activity. But again, the demand, which was a holistic thing across the country, is mostly not that. And so all of that demand that used to exist everywhere in every state that has now become legal, it would be hard for me to accept that there's so much new demand for a product that nobody fucking cared about was illegal. So, like, sure, there's some boomers that are smoking weed now, maybe more openly.
Yeah, that's the impact.
But those boomers used to buy it. You know, it's like that was your friend's
Yeah, but they
mom
might have
who
bought
had
it
weed
less.
in the thing.
Yeah, but they probably, you're going to attract new demand in the legal market because you're going to have people that didn't partake because of the legality of the market. But stay with me on the supply. So if I can sell into the black market for cheaper than the retail market, then I'm incentivized to sell to the retail market. So that's where my output's going to go first, and then I'm going to dump it in the local black market, right? That's going to have downward pressure on the retail market's consumer price because the substitution good is the black market product, right? Now at some point, I'm going to sell to another black market, not down the street, not my backyard, but I'm going to find somewhere where I can sell it at a price point that is attractive for the amount of risk I'm going to take.
Which has decreased.
Right, which is decreased, especially because you can process it. I mean, you can turn 100 pounds into, like a couple like moonshine jugs worth of extract, and that's much easier to get down the road.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I add, can I say something real quick? Mojo, reset your gift goal, and Stallion wants to come up.
Oh God.
I think it would be.
Everyone
Listen,
prep
I
your,
think it would be an
everyone prep
interesting
yourself.
study.
Hey,
It would be an
Mojo.
interesting study.
Hi. How you doing, Stallion?
After the last couple of days, I've been all right. I see prices are going down, so can't
They
complain.
are?
Can't
I don't know.
complain.
Prices for what are going down?
Well, I just brought what, 5 pound of ground beef for $30. Can't complain.
5 pounds of green beef for
Ew.
$30.
It used to be what, around 40, almost $50.
I don't know if I've ever
The
bought
last
that much.
time, I remember buying ground beef, it was fucking 30 cents a pound. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know how
Bought
much
one
it
for
ever was,
$30.
honestly.
Can't complain.
That's like the worst of the worst meat. It's like one step above canned.
Okay. And
You know what I think we should do about meat, by the way? I think this
That's
should
not
be
a
the
good
message.
metric of like understanding where we are in terms of affordability, is what I'm saying.
only $6 a pound. Mind your
Well,
business.
it's a metric. If it goes down, it goes down. Like, and certainly for people who are price
You said it
conscious.
to the panel. Jesus Christ, Stallion.
And not to mention, gas is down too.
What's up?
We should just encourage people to eat less meat.
B is crashing. B is currently crashing. She is in the process of crashing.
Like, I think people should eat meat, but we would all do a lot better if we said, you should eat meat 2 times a week.
I don't have to eat it 2 times a week. I can eat it whenever I want.
You can.
Yeah, and I can sell my kidney, damn it.
Gas is still up from June 2024, unfortunately. It is down from May
What's
2026.
the national average?
Oh, I'm looking
And also
at
check it on January 2025.
We're not talking about January 2025. We're talking about July.
No, I'm saying
Go ahead, everyone.
I believe it's down.
I'm looking at Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's 341.98 June 26.
Hey, we can't
Last
beat
year
that.
it was 270 to 290 range, and then the year before it was 328.
Hey, you can't beat that.
So we're up significantly. I mean, from last year, that's a huge increase. We're up nearly 20%.
Yeah, from 2025. What about 2024?
From 2024, we're up like about 10%.
Yeah,
it could be a lot
in the middle
worse.
of a war.
Yeah, June 2024 is around 328.5.
Yeah, in the middle of a war, we've jumped 10%. It's not crazy.
Well, no, I mean the initial jump was.
It is crazy considering we didn't need to be.
Well, but it is crazy. It is crazy if you compare it to a Trump baseline. But if you compare it to a Biden baseline, it's a very reasonable increase.
Were you carving out the pandemic and the OPEC deal that Trump made that influenced the gas prices the first 2 years of Biden's administration?
What deal?
Trump very strategically negotiated lower production, about 9.2 million barrels a day with OPEC to extend for 2 years. He negotiated that at the end of 2020. So it impacted 21 and 22, and it
I'll
aligns
take a
perfectly.
look. I never heard of that. I'll take a look.
Yeah, we're not a signer on it, but he negotiated it. You can look. He posted about it.
Well, if he's not a signer of it, then I don't have to read it. But go ahead.
I mean,
Go ahead.
You don't have to read anything if you don't want to.
I wasn't planning on it, but go ahead.
Yeah, no surprise
I wasn't
there.
planning on it.
So he said, I ain't reading. Try to quit that shit.
I don't think it had anything to do with gas prices. I mean, but go ahead. You didn't mention the Keystone Pipeline.
No, I didn't.
And why not?
The Keystone XL
Yeah, why not?
that was halted in production before Biden took office.
But he
By
canceled future
SCOTUS?
permits, correct?
What?
He canceled future permits, correct?
Yes, he canceled the permits that were effectively unalive in the water because SCOTUS stopped the project. So
It was, running through protected land or whatever, correct?
Look, Stallion, that's like you saying, that's like me taking away tickets for your favorite concert 2 months after you went and you decided not to go. Like, it's like you didn't use tickets to go to a concert and then I took them away from you 2 months past and you said, everyone's dad took my concert experience away.
Not to mention, he also killed drilling.
Drilling increased under
he gave out a lot of permits.
Would
it was
you
at
mind
all
pulling it up
time
on the big
high.
screen?
The what?
Would you mind pulling it up on the big screen where we drilled more under Biden? Can't find it.
I'm not going to pull it up on the big screen. You're welcome
Exactly.
to. No, you pull it up. Prove me wrong.
I don't have to.
It's easy. Prove me wrong.
I can't prove a negative. But go ahead.
No, you could. You could pull it up and show me that drilling and production went down under Biden.
But you said it went up.
Trump.
That was your claim.
So it's easy to prove what I'm saying wrong.
And you have yet to pull it up on the big screen. But go ahead.
No. You want to prove it wrong? Pull it up.
Mojo, come on.
I know I'm right.
I asked
everyone else does.
Well,
Everyone in the lobby does.
I'm not part of this stupid conversation. What is wrong with you people?
I'm not arguing. I know what I just spent today on.
You told me to mind my business.
Boat, so
I did.
Stallion, everyone knows I'm correct.
I would never.
Everyone, including God.
No, I'm talking about Stallion. Stallion said that.
Including God knows I'm right.
I'm gonna stick with what I know, and I know what I filled up my boat today, and it
You're
was
going
pretty
against
cheap.
God, because God said I'm right.
I'm not Christian, but go ahead.
God said you were right. Is that what he said?
I believe in the agnostic God, so that one.
I could care less. Couldn't
What
care
does
less.
that God look like?
Huh?
What's the book of the agnostic God?
Are you familiar with Dune?
Yes, sort of.
Okay, looks like Shai Halid.
Okay.
Hey Ella, how you doing?
Let the spice flow.
Hi.
How do you say good evening in German? Just curious. You paid her way here, and now she doesn't want to talk. Imagine that. Hi, Antichrist lawyer. How you doing?
Guten
She's been
Abend.
quiet the whole
She
time.
probably doesn't want to talk to
fine.
you,
How are you?
Stallion. You were kind of rude last time.
B, I'll get to you in a second. How you doing,
Yeah,
Antichrist?
you're kind of an asshole. I don't know why.
It's anarchist.
Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
And I'm being called a liar because I said gas was down. And what I just paid at home.
Yeah,
It's not down.
You're not lying. You're just wrong, and you're still kind of an asshole.
Because I asked Ella to say good evening in German.
No, you're just kind of always an asshole about everything.
Technically, I don't know why you're asking me. I'm from Belgium, not Germany.
Okay, say something in Belgium.
It's not a language, but keep trying.
Say something. I can literally read the entire Hitler speech to you.
I bet you can. I bet
from memory. From memory.
And I bet you have the uniform to go with it too.
What's specifically that?
You can read it from memory.
Sammy, to answer your question, I can see your name, but your box is just showing us like a black box.
Yeah, it's doing it again, Mojo.
Wait, is Sammy up here?
She hasn't said anything the whole time she's been up here.
The top right corner.
Do I really have
No, but she's not up here. That's the thing. She's not up here. It's glitching like it did the other day.
Do I really have to shut down again?
Mojo seems like
Ella, try to disconnect her.
I did.
can't see her.
I disconnected her.
Well, I
It
don't
won't
see her.
drop her though.
I don't see her.
It says the multi-guest user
still see
does
her.
not exist. But yeah, I still see her.
Can you request upstanding in that same box? See if that helps it.
Did you watch Trump's speech from the dinner?
Amuse bouche. Amuse bouche.
Yucky.
Why is
Yucky.
why is a moose bush on the panel?
And you guys know how to hold a
I was trying to
conversation.
request in that top right box.
Invite Sammy. It said internal service error. Said internal service error.
Oh, that's on me.
Is it gone or no?
It's still there.
Nope.
I don't see it. I still don't see it.
People are trying to say they can keep trying to request to the box, but it doesn't allow them to.
See what?
Hi, Messy.
Hey, Sally.
They say
Do you
that
see
Sammy's up
Sammy's
here
box?
Oh, yeah, her box is black. It has been for a while.
Messy, what kind of car do you have?
How come I can't see it? I can't see it at all. That's wild. Not on my either one of my devices. Can I see it?
Careful what you say, Messy. She might use it against you.
Stallion
I
loves
have
me. She loves me.
She's got a four-wheeled car.
This is not my car that I'm in. I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Third row. I'm in a Dodge Ram.
I just got a Dodge Durango 2024. Fresh off the block.
I don't get to go to Progre Fest. It ended at 5.
Is she still somewhere? Sammy?
Yeah.
Nella, I don't know what you mean by use it against her. I asked her what kind of car she had.
Where is she? Which box?
Next to Inez, underneath everyone's
top
dad.
row. Yeah, the top row, the last box.
She's to my right.
I could screenshot and send you if you.
Not my left.
Okay, so it's just moving around and I still can't see it.
Yeah, and I can't. She's still there, and it's still moving around. And when I try to invite the actual Sammy up, it says internal error. So I don't think she can actually come up.
Okay, I'm restarting. Fuck it. It's not gonna
Alrighty.
work.
Where is it? Come here.
It's the phone. I got the song.
I think they're dry.
They're dry?
Yeah, let me see how much clean them go. See the other hand? Is that dried now? Alexa, skip. Boo that. Baby, oh no. Boo the. What happened to your neck? Monstro crawled into my bed last night and bit my neck 2 times. A monstra. Have you done shaping? No.
Do you want to go to your restroom first and tell me if I could move?
Come on. I'll be back, chat. Alright, chat, we're back.
Where'd he go?
I went to, ooh, it was good.
You feel it?
I like how it gets cool sometimes. What if I put like water or something?
Yeah, just leave it. Just leave
You know what helped? I had like a bucket of water, ice behind that fan.
that, bro. I thought that's what you did. Marked up.
What?
Girl, that's just one. Baking in front of her is rude. Guys, no. It's like, he's my friend.
I'm so like.
Do you know how to sanitize your nails with? He does. At the end. Yeah, bro, like that TikTok sound.
Do you not know how to stay quiet and watch?
Have you heard that?
What?
That sound? The TikTok sound that goes, guys, stop. He's my friend.
No.
Like, come on. You never heard it?
I'm not doing it.
You don't be on TikTok. How long have you been there? I've been here like for 10 minutes already, I think.
I know, we barely started. And we're already past. baby, won't you come on back?
How much for that set?
$1,000. That's good. 65 cents. I haven't finished the cuticle tab. I even touched it.
We just started. With the pilot?
The drilling and filing.
The drilling and filing.
Oh, we didn't record.
Oh no, we're doing like when you're done doing that. And then we have to make a TikTok like last time. I sent you some. So I can just click there and put it on my Does this thing like suck in? And that's why I have the paper. So when you're done doing like
This is a filter, pick it up. But there also stuff that's new in here, so I have to clean that filter out.
how long have you been doing nails? Because you're
2 months that. Well, that's just in my face.
what?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to my eye. I have to put on my goggles.
Bruh. Why are you doing this?
Okay, they come out.
I know.
You're the baddest. Oh, this?
I'm gonna do my own nails.
They stay on my tip, so I gotta like be extra. Everyone double tap though. You okay?
Oh yeah. Because I don't want to mess them up.
Okay, you might go mess shit
Bro.
up.
Loki, I could see them flying to you. I could see like it flying to you. What the heck?
Cause this helps, but it don't take everything, but like it helps.
What? Like tattoo do you want next?
What?
What do you want to add in next?
What do I want to add up next?
Added. Like what do you want to add in next?
I want to finish this one or this one, like something right here.
But you don't want like your neck. Your
How long does it
chest.
take? 10 hours. Everyone put up, you know that.
I say why not? I say we just do it. Let everyone do that.
Bree, yes, Jim, I believe it was Bree. Which might be confusing with B. But.
Philbra B. Or Bree. Philbra.
And we called her Phil Sis because she was affiliated with all the Phil Bros.
She was the leader. What are you talking about?
She was the leader. I don't know. I didn't. I didn't look into it that much. Yeah. She also really enjoyed arguing abortion, I believe. Or maybe, Jesus Christ, you're on TikTok.
Jeez, what position did she argue? If she argues pro cannibalism, I don't even want to know. So I guess let's do it so we can eat them. Like what the hell?
As far as I know, she was always against, but I don't know.
How does that even make sense? You're going to be against AB, but you're going to be for cannibalism.
But it's consensual cannibalism, right? So it's different, I suppose.
I guess.
Like, yes,
I
please
never
eat
thought
my
I'd hear that
knuckles.
term. Yeah, exactly.
You need something a little bit more juicy. Here's my big toe.
I tried to sell my big toe. Damn it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Yeah.
How'd that go for you?
I was offered $800,000.
Do you still have balance, or did you go for the $800,000?
I will absolutely take it. I said, just write me a check. I'll send you my big toe. And then we had complications on whether it had to be a doctor doing it or me, because my pruning shears didn't seem to be justifiable or suitable for this.
Yeah, it's not a clean cut. Yeah.
That's what he said.
But that's like turning a fillet into ground beef, you know? Like, you can't. Yeah. It needs to be a clean cut.
I would sell my big toe for $800,000.
I probably would too. But
Me too. Are you kidding me? That's a house. That's
desperate
a house in
times.
California.
Yeah. It's almost a house in Seattle. It would get me closer. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Only $600K if you cut it yourself. Okay. I mean, that might buy me an apartment in Seattle, so like I'd probably still do it.
I wonder if I could get somebody I know to do it myself, to do it if that were the case.
I don't know though.
Maybe we can use our teeth as currency.
I mean,
they used to do that.
Okay, here's a question. I don't know if this is like a European thing or a global thing or whatever, Western culture thing, but my mom used to keep the teeth that I would lose as a child, right? She used to keep them in a little like baby tooth box, and it was like pink and it had a little bow on it. That's weird, right? I always thought it was so weird.
No, I do it. I have.
It's perfectly normal for serial killers.
Okay.
I
know people who do like their first fingernail clip.
Oh God.
The dentist that,
physical reaction.
there's a dentist that worked at a military base that basically he made necklaces out of extracted wisdom teeth.
Where'd Stallion go? Did she get bored?
Yeah, it's not.
God, I hope so. She is such an awful person.
I don't know, I don't like that she did that. I don't like that she painted me as someone here illegally. That could be dangerous for people at this point in time. Yeah, I don't know.
She's not even fun. My guy, the beetle dude that comes up here and just fucking yells at me and then crashes out and then leaves. He's funny, at least, right? I mean, he's fun. You get him up on the panel, says a bunch of random weird things, and then he runs away. And I'm good with that. She comes up and she's just a jerk, and she thinks she's justified in being that way. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of crazy that we had Zach up here and then nobody fucking cussed him out.
Yeah, he was. What were we talking about? We were talking about medicinal marijuana.
Yeah, it's kind of a boring convo.
Oh, that's when I scrolled anything, because when I asked what was going on, people told me y'all were talking about the black market of pot.
Lift and Shift is here. Hello, Lift and Shift.
No way. What's up, Lift and Shift?
What's up? First, can we talk about how Ibanez? Why do you know somebody who has a fucking necklace made of teeth? It's kind of weird.
Well, I didn't know them, but I knew of them. It was basically like a story that I heard from a military dental clinic where they basically did like they took in recruits and they were basically it was kind of like in a like a think of it as like a clinic where it's like full of dentists and there was a department for cleanings, there's a department for extractions, and it kind of worked like a factory because the recruits would go in there, some of them will get their cleanings, some of them will get their extractions, some of them will get even more procedures done, and then they'll be sent out back to their barracks. But it was like
there's a backstory to this as well. But yeah,
it's a story I heard. Like this doctor would basically collect wisdom teeth.
That's like a super villain name, like the Wisdom Teeth Collector. You know?
Yeah. Like the bone collector.
Yeah.
First of all, I think if you keep your wisdom teeth, it makes you wiser, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I have mine, so that's why I'm saying this.
A little bit more crooked tooth, but it's okay.
No, not crooked. Like, if you have that issue, then you're just not, like, you're just kind of a worse off person.
Just kind of a worse off person. Okay.
Anyway, what I wanted to say, and what I was trying to say, is that we should all be on the same page when it comes to illegalizing abortions.
Illegalizing?
Nah, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
No. Here's why.
There's another word for that. You can say abolishing, but legalizing is like
Right, abolishing. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I should have said abolishing. But there are like many reasons why we should abolish it.
Right.
Okay, I'll give you one for example. Right, the way that the world economy works is that you need to keep up a certain birth rate, right? And so by abolishing abortions, you're striving to essentially do that, right? You're keeping up the population that's required to sustain the world economy.
That idea essentially turns us into cattle.
No. Look, I can understand that perspective, but like, look, we need. I think it's 2.1. We need like a 2.1 birth rate average to sustain the world economy, right? I mean, otherwise it's going to come crashing down, right? So, like, I think that's one method of sustaining the population, right?
Well, it's not up to us. I mean, have births whenever they want.
Why do we need a bigger population?
It's just that's just how it works. Like, you need to, if you don't sustain it, you don't bring in, then everything comes crashing down.
Here's a question. What if we looked at it the other way around? What if it shouldn't be up to us to adjust to the economy, but we could maybe adjust the economy to us? Because after all, we do control the economy, right? Like,
well, it's a lot easier to just throw in a law and say, hey, you can't do this anymore, versus what you're suggesting, which is changing the structure of a global economy, which is kind of crazy suggesting.
it's I.O.
Do that. No, I'm just saying it's not feasible, right? It's more feasible what I'm suggesting.
To just tell people that they can't control their own bodies. Yeah, that's
Control your own
completely
body,
more
right?
feasible.
I mean, like there's things you can do, right? There's preventative measures that you can do, right? I'm not arguing against that. What I'm saying is that, like, if you know, like, just you're not allowed to do one thing, and that's have an AD.
Well, I'm
we
going to
already
tell
have-
you, you are not allowed to do, as men, you are from now on not allowed to do one thing, and that's ejaculate. Also prevents pregnancies. So good luck. Yes. Fair is fair. Fair is fair. If you're going to tell women what they can and cannot do with their bodies, then we're going to tell you what you can and cannot do with yours. No more ejaculation for you. Oopsie daisy.
There's preventative measures that you're not accounting for, right? A guy can take
Yeah,
one
not ejaculating would be one of them. Very preventative.
or wrapping
Literally
it up.
the definition
Or
of preventative.
literally wrapping it up. But like the thing is, once you, let's say that those measures weren't taken, then you should not be allowed to, you know,
Not be allowed to. Well,
you should not be allowed to have an AB. Yeah.
yeah. You as a man have no right to tell me as a woman what I am allowed to do with my body. Get fucked. It's that simple.
No, you can do whatever you want up until that point, right? There's
Up
So
until
your body-
thanks for controlling me, dear daddy. Please control me more.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm suggesting, or even.
That is exactly what you're suggesting. You're just not comprehending the words that come out of your own mouth.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that. Look, you're neglecting to realize the outcomes of it as well. Like you're.
No, I understand the outcome. The outcome is you controlling our bodies.
No, it's not. Look, you seem pretty simple, and so like.
No, you seem pretty simple, but that's a different discussion.
B agrees with me.
B,
I
you
know.
agree? You...
No. What the fuck?
Bonnie agrees with me.
No, I don't. Agree with
Okay,
you?
I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but last year there was a law introduced in Mississippi. The law was titled "Contraception Begins at Erection." Just so you know.
No
And-
more erections.
Yes, it outlawed ejaculation. It outlawed ejaculation is what it outlawed. So for every time you got caught ejaculating without the intent and purpose to have a child, I think it was a $500 fine, and it would go up $500 until you hit like a maximum of 5,000. That would be 5,000 every time after that. If you ever caught ejaculating. Yeah.
And
Something
that's as easy as Lift and Shift said it would be to just add a law, right? Like that was his
Yeah.
whole point. It's easier to just add a law. I like that. Thank you, Mojo.
Uh-huh. I also want to say that the whole teeth on a necklace thing started from a movie called Universal Soldier. It was the guy's name, the actor's name was Dolph Lundgren, if anybody remembers him, and he went a little crazy in Vietnam, and he would take ears from his victims and string them around his neck on a necklace. And there's one dramatic scene in the movie where he kills somebody, and then he tries to talk to her afterwards. He's all pissed off, and he's yelling at him, and the guy's dead, obviously. And then he grabs his necklace, and he says, "Can you hear me? What's wrong with you? You can't hear me?" So that happened.
Okay. That's pretty nuts.
Never seen that one.
Do you need an ear?
I mean, there.
Thanks a lot, Vietnam.
You need an ear? Ooh, creepy.
Yeah. Well, and then he ended up cutting the dude's ears off and adding.
Did he add an? I was gonna say. Did he add an ear to the necklace? Okay,
He
yeah.
did? Yeah.
Bro, Mojo, your search history might be a little bit weird.
No, I watched that movie, and the contraception begins at Erection Act was something we talked about on TikTok here.
First, let me just say that's a fucking absolutely crazy law that even was suggested. That's absolutely insane.
It was introduced by State Senator Bradford Blackmon for the state of Mississippi.
Sorry, what's his name? Bradford
Blackmon.
That's insane, dude.
It didn't pass. It didn't pass, but they did send it to committee. And
Yeah, but somebody spent time writing it up. That's just crazy.
As they should have. Yeah.
Because the people like you saying the stupid shit that you say.
Well, no, I think I'm being pretty logical here. Like, I'm not suggesting.
So did he.
No, I think that's a little bit crazy.
That's wild that you think that, honestly. I don't think you have to really worry about the birth rate problem, especially given that automation is happening. And so, I mean, let me finish. Because automation is happening and things are getting automated. So we don't need as many people as we used to need to get tasks done that we want to get done. There are whole entire factories in China that are completely dark. There's no single person working them. It's possible. We don't need, the birth rate isn't an issue anymore because of automation.
Actually, you brought up China, which is a great example because their whole entire one-child policy thing is in reality. It's actually
one-child policy hasn't been a thing since like the 80s, dude. What are you talking about?
I know, but we're still seeing the impacts of it.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not because they're moving towards automation. So the impacts are maybe felt a couple decades ago, but it's not as strong now because they're automating and they're also allowing for more permanent residents.
Lift, do you know what a population curve is? Do you know like the correlation between a population curve and the modernization of a society?
Relatively.
Relatively. That's a non-answer. What do you got for me?
No, it just answered you. Relatively.
Relatively. You relatively understand. So explain it to me.
Relative to what?
Relative to relativity. No.
To relativity?
Yeah, you're right.
General
Population has
relativity,
something
like
to do with
Einstein?
E equals MC squared. That has something to do with relativity. You're right. And you do realize that as societies modernize, there's that population curves actually have a downward trend. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm aware. That's literally why I'm suggesting what I'm suggesting, right?
So your argument is that we should ban abortion because we need more people, but we actually don't.
I think it's a step in the right direction.
You do realize that America is like 30, 40 years behind the rest of the world when it comes to the abortion debate?
Okay. I'm not sure where. Okay, I'm not sure why that matters.
It's like you're in high school and you have kindergartners debating about this shit still. So I don't know why you guys still you think that abortion should be banned when the rest of the world we all came together and kind of agreed eventually, like, yeah, you know what? No, it's women's rights.
Well, no, but you're not seeing my perspective on it, right?
Your perspective is that we need more meat for the meat grinder.
If you really want to denigrate it to that level, then sure. I guess you can do that, but I mean, that's not really like.
Are you sure you're not shrouding xenophobia behind this, and that you're worried that white people will become a minority in North America, and that's what you have an issue with, and not actual workers? Because
actually, one point that I've consistently made is that I disagree with people on my own side is that look, I understand I understand immigration because I get that we need to consistently uphold this population thing, right? And you can't just do it look, I understand the argument for immigration. Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make.
That looks beautiful, Missy.
Do you know you're in the house on the?
It's Al Capone's house.
Oh,
that is cool.
Isn't it cool?
I wonder if Al Capone was like.
Are you selling Al Capone's house?
No, it sold in 2019, but they just turned the gas off.
all I know is Al Capone was not pro condom because his brain melted into jelly from syphilis.
He was not pro condom. Did you say condom?
That's how Al Capone. That was his demise. Was syphilis.
It's hilarious.
It literally it rotted his brain.
Missy, are you in
severe late stage syphilis is what took Al Capone down.
Did you know that late stage syphilis took Capone down?
Took Capone?
Well, apparently that's true because he said that happened. And I believe
Look it
him.
up. No, I'm not fucking with you.
Ron, we're going to H.H. Holmes' house next.
Did he have syphilis as well?
Did he have syphilis?
It's the syphilis tour.
The syphilis Hollywood tour.
Okay, bye.
Coming on tour buses to you pretty soon. That's crazy.
Let me ask you.
But yeah, no, abortion should be completely legalized. It's women's choice, also it's healthcare, and it's ridiculous to argument anything against it.
No, you're wrong.
That's why I was responding the way I was earlier, because I don't even care to go into the arguments anymore because they don't listen and they don't care. So, what are we doing?
Okay, you're wrong. Anyway,
you're 40 years behind in history, and you're arguing against the modern world. So you're wrong. Everyone else is on the same page except for you.
No, well, you guys are all on the same page because you guys are indoctrinated into democratic beliefs. But
me not in America. I'm a Democrat. You're right. That's a brilliant argument.
But aside from that, let me ask you a question. What's going on with this Mitch guy? You think he's alive?
He's toast. He's brain dead.
Wait. Smirty, how do we say your name?
Smirty.
Please, how would you say that again?
Smirty.
Smirty, have you been on the panel before? Could we get your HC and who you voted for?
Oh, I have not. I am male, 32. I live in Canada. I'm in Alberta.
Okay.
So you're not an American?
No, that's why I think it's hilarious.
Oh my God, Mojo!
You're so nasty.
I think you should at least
peace, non-Americans.
He was taken on lift and shift, though, which is something none of us want to do. So, but you sure? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, but Kanakistanians are dangerous.
He was bringing the right attitude, though. For once, I'm going to disagree with your decision.
Yeah, but we can't let those Kanakistanians in here, though.
Oh my God!
I think we should vet people that are not American on American politics to see if they're,
Yeah, right. Well, why is he commenting?
That's also true. I think Alberta is a very red state, so he's a blue dot in a red state. So he pretty much knows what it is like to be in the South in America.
No, it's good that he's gone. But anyway, this Mitch guy, you think they're actually doing this thing that I've read about? I heard that they're trying to delay the announcement of his passing until August because something to do with elections. Is that true? Or do you think it's true?
Wait, were you speaking English? I'm sorry. What?
Okay. You're a simpleton, so I get it. And I know
Wow. That's
explain
wild.
it.
Lift and shift calling somebody else a simpleton. That's fucking wild.
No, I mean, you didn't hear me the first time, so okay, let me repeat myself. So essentially, do you believe this theory that they're waiting to announce Mitch's passing until August because something, I don't know, I think there's election rules or something? Do you think that's true?
Relatively. I'm just going to say that.
Relatively. Yeah. It's probably relatively true.
In a relative sense.
It's not really an answer.
It's a good thing. I'm just fishing in World of Warcraft and not trying to keep people alive. Lord. Has it been like this all day, Mojo?
Yeah, I mean, well, there was at one point in time I was being a complete and total asshole, and there were over 100 people in the room listening to me yell at everybody. But other than that, yeah, kind of like this.
Good God! Oh wait, we have people in the queue. We're just neither of us paying attention.
Bro, I'm throwing you guys a bone here, by the way.
Oh, I let the Canucks stand back up. I'm sorry, that was by
Canucks
accident.
stand.
You can
I can
drop
fuck
them
off
if
if
you
you
need
guys
to.
want me to.
I don't want you to fuck off, but Mojo has rules.
No, I approve of your energy, but like also you're a Canadian, so we have to take it.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
I'll give you a follow. No, Mojo typically has a rule that like it's American politics, so we have Americans on the panel, right?
American
It's that
politics
kind of idea.
heavily influences my country, so
Yeah, I don't
see
give
the
a
issue.
shit. I don't give
I
a shit.
agree.
You have no control over our politics, so fuck off. I don't care.
Do you know what potash is?
Yeah, it's what you put in fertilizer, and we
Do you know?
we have it.
Do you know how
we
much
can
you
we can hold
import?
on. We can fucking mine it in Minnesota and Iowa and a couple other places here too.
Okay,
Jesus.
get started on
Apex,
that.
are
Might
you
take
doing
you
the
2
dishes
seasons.
or?
Yo, Schmurdy, how do you like your prime minister? What do you think
Carney?
about him?
He's a conservative with a red tie.
No, I'm saying, do you
I
like
have
him or
issues
not?
with him, but Polyev is a fucking wet blanket. That guy's a knob.
Okay, but now we are talking about Canadian politics,
No,
which is exactly
we can go back.
Mojo doesn't want to do. Yeah. So, I mean, if y'all want to yell about it, just do it, right? I'm just, yeah.
Well, no,
I just don't know why I should care about what you think about American politics. Why should I care what you think?
Because differing opinions is how we grow as people. That's how we learn and get perspective.
Yeah.
Are you going to teach me how to ride a moose? Is that what you are here to do?
That'd be pretty dope. I'm down.
What the fuck? I mean, I can't imagine that you could teach me anything else.
If you listen to how I speak, I'm pretty well versed in civics. So what's the harm?
Yeah, just run from a moose. If you ever see one, just run.
Oh yeah, fuck off! Like hide behind a tree. Those things will fuck your day up.
Run, bro, or run up a tree. Just run.
Yeah,
just run.
You can pet it.
That's a question you asked.
Oh, I'm sorry if y'all heard it typing. I thought I was muted. My bad. Apex, I know I've seen you before, but I personally don't remember. Can you give
34
me your
Houston,
HC?
Texas, Republican, Christian Zionist.
Thank you. Yes,
Christ.
SoCal. I saw it. I know. I wasn't muted. My bad.
Teach you to play hockey? Yeah, it's not that hard.
I think it is hard, bro.
It's not that bad.
Don't tell me that.
You just need to know.
Don't say it's not hard.
All you have to do is know how to ice skate. The hockey, it's not that.
All you have to do is know how to ice skate. I'm from Texas.
Dude, it's really not. It's not as hard as you think. Like I think you get your legs
I
pretty
roller
quick.
skate and I fucked up. I get fucked up on roller skating. I can roller skate around a ring, but I assume ice skating is way worse.
No, roller skating is like it's the same deal. Like you push pretty much the same wheel or the same way.
Yeah. Yep. He's right.
I wasn't a big
Well-
hockey player. I'm a big snowboarder. So
Mojo,
I can teach you how to snowboard.
has it been your desire to become a roller skating or ice skating expert?
Well, no, skiing is kind of.
I asked Mojo a question.
No.
Okay.
I roller skated when I was a kid. I remember, but other than that, no. I don't give a fuck, and I don't care about hockey either.
Do you not,
fuck hockey?
Mojo?
And
How do you
fuck,
feel about
fuck poutine? And I don't know.
Wrong. Well,
Mojo,
first of
how
all,
do
I
you
just
feel
said I
about
don't
when,
care much
US
for hockey. Second of all, it's the
Canada-
wrong side of the country. So I don't know. Say like fuck oil or fuck beef, and maybe I'll be upset. I don't know.
No, fuck that. America, we fucking dominated.
Yeah, I'm good with saying
Canada
fuck
in the
both
fucking
of
Olympics.
both of those things too.
Wait, Mojo,
fuck
have
oil
you?
and fuck beef.
Didn't America beat the fuck out of Canada in the Olympics or something?
Oh yeah, you guys swept us. Men's, women's, and
Yo,
men's.
this is a
You guys
political.
cleaned house.
Hi, hello. This is a political panel.
Oh, sorry.
But this is political. Trump got
You-
involved in it.
You guys politically dominated us in the.
No, but y'all beat us one
the
time.
Olympics.
We beat y'all and y'all beat us, and then we beat y'all at the end, right? Or some shit like that.
Yeah, your men's, women's, and
y'all wanna-
Paralympic teams got gold.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do y'all want to hang out and talk, or do you want to get your ass kicked? Because at some point,
It's political.
that's
It's
gonna
political
happen.
because Trump weighed into it.
Okay.
You know,
Well,
they booed the national anthem whenever we played Canada. They booed the national anthem in America. And as soon as I'm proudly to say America, our hockey players fucking went out there and started punching them as soon as the puck hit the fucking ice.
Oh yeah, there was a big fight.
That's political. Yeah, that's a big fight.
Trump.
Huge fight.
Apex, you still support Trump, yeah?
I support the Republican Party, Mark Rubio.
Is that a no? You don't support Trump?
Say something clever about Mark
I support the Republican Party.
No, I specifically remember you.
One more. Hold on. You haven't been introduced yet, so please hold. Thank you.
Okay.
What the hell was that?
It was someone I let on the panel, but they started yapping right away.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. AP Rick, I don't know. It could be pronounced in all kinds of ways. Age, state, and who you voted for, please.
I want to say it right.
Yes, it's right. So I believe I was invited here to talk about the history of ale.
Age, state, and who you voted for, pretty please.
Excuse me, lady. This is my podcast. So.
This is not
and
your
you're done.
podcast, bro. This is Mojo's podcast. The Mojo Hadin.
Yeah,
Pretty
that was easy.
pretty surefire way to just
Sound
get
like-
kicked immediately.
Let me ask you, Apex.
It seemed like you were about to say some weird shit.
Apex, you support Rubio. So let me ask you: do you also agree with the concept of possibly taking over Cuba? Like, is that a bad idea?
That's a great idea.
I think it's a great
Beachfront
idea.
property.
Absolutely.
Beachfront property. And for the people of
So you
Cuba,
wanna-
to allow capitalism and America investments to go into that would significantly improve their lives. Wi-Fi, electricity, sewage.
More like pop-up corporations that basically underpay those
Yes.
people, and
This guy is great for the actual people.
they basically
I've actually
exploit
seen-
and extract the resources on only enrich
Okay,
the-
but I've actually seen, unlike y'all, I've actually seen missionaries that have been to Cuba, and they brought back like clips and photo slides, and it's horrible because apparently you're allowed to take as much as you can. It don't matter what it is, as much as you can on a flight to Cuba. So like they take as much as they can in their carry-on, all that stuff. So they take phones, they take blankets, they take so much stuff to Cuba to help them, and those people are so desperate. I've actually dated a woman from Cuba. She was a doctor. Because Cuba has a world-class. Cuba has a world-class education system. I've dated a woman that was a doctor in Cuba, and she came to by way of Mexico. And she had her own clinic in Mexico, but in America, she's only qualified to be a nurse. But they still recognize some of their doctors as the world-class doctors.
One moment, please. Cassie Love, hi, welcome to the panel. Can you give us your age, state, and who you voted for?
I'm 26. I'm from California, and I voted for VP Harris.
Thank you. And no, Mojo, I wasn't.
The Cuba concept. Right.
What is that noise? Is somebody like running a breast pump or something? It's
I'm
like
sorry, what?
industrial
No.
size.
I think Apex is standing by the washer.
Are you sitting on your washing machine right now, Apex?
Nah, bro. I just fucking first time I ever used my dishwasher in like a year. I've been in this apartment. I've been washing by hand, and the first time I ever turned on my dishwasher, I just my bad.
Bro, why do you
my
think you?
dishes.
Okay.
Civics, yes, please come speak on Cuba.
I've been to Cuba. Canadians are allowed in Cuba.
Cuba.
I've been to Cuba as well.
Cuba Libre.
I've been to Cuba 4 times. The reason why people go with, I don't know, things in their suitcases to give out to the people is because of the sanctions. They don't have access to certain things that other Latin American countries have access to. That's part of the reason why. If it's not produced there, if it wasn't traded to them before the Soviet Union, and then with Russia and the few countries that they can make trade with, they don't have access to those things.
So would it be beneficial if America took over Cuba? Or,
It would be beneficial if America dropped the sanctions and allowed them to have free trade.
Average person, for the average person, it'll be a net benefit.
Did you miss the
We
part about
can
the
argue about
embargoes?
the morality. We can argue about the morality of it.
Did you miss the part of the embargoes?
You think American imperialism would increase their quality of life?
Yeah, I would.
Yes, sir. Arguably, you cannot argue, but you cannot argue that.
When has American imperialism ever worked on Latin America?
Well, at first it would open up the markets, just so that this alone is a net benefit, right?
Yeah, Afghanistan was a net benefit for you guys, right?
Well, no, but you can say Iraq was, right. So like there's
Iraq.
It was not.
You can actually visit there. You can actually visit Iraq right now.
How about Libya? Was that a net benefit?
Okay, well, I didn't mention
Sticking
Libya.
a broomstick of somebody's behind is not a net benefit, but it happened under Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
Well, I would like to say also, we can look at, hold on, we have American territories like Puerto Rico and the way
Gaddafi
we handled
gave
them when
up-
they had their worst hurricane. We didn't even give them aid, even though they, essentially belonged to us.
did.
We can look at American Samoa. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
For you.
I didn't finish. I don't know how paper towels help someone in the middle of a hurricane, but go off, King. And also, then there's the part of America Samoa that is still that the Chinese had to come and invest in Samoa. So I don't know how having territories will help Cuba.
Apex. Go ahead, Mojo.
Yeah, you gotta chill, man. You gotta let her finish the statement, dude.
We gave them paper towels, right? So we did.
Nobody said you could talk, Lift. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, Lift. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
sorry,
B. Can
Mojo.
you finish
I'm
what
sorry,
you were
bro.
saying?
Well, yeah, that's all I was saying is we have territories that we don't take care of now. Why would Cuba be any different?
Because territory.
Really? I stopped all that for that? Shit.
No, I finished. I was at the end.
Well, I like the precedence that we can set here is that even when a woman is talking, Apex, you still have to let them finish. Thank you.
Okay, how many times did you use that line?
Well, I don't know that she's used it more than once, but I'm sure you've heard it a lot of times.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, Ella. I'm sorry about that, Ella.
It's cool. Just, decorum.
Well, look, you're giving like you're coming up with the worst examples, right? And
No, I said Puerto Rico and Samoa. That's not the worst.
Yeah.
No, but the point that I'm making is that you're bringing up like black swan events, territories, right? But overall, even if you consider the worst situation, say Puerto Rico, it still would be better for Cuba, even if they were in the position
absolutely
Puerto Rico is. Right, it would still be
U.S. Samoa and Puerto Rico and Hawaii. You had the highest recruitment rate for the military of any other state in the union.
Yeah, that doesn't tell you
US
something
Samoa has
good.
the
That tells you that people are desperate for money.
it's freaking
The people
great.
are desperate for money, and you can exploit
They don't
them.
have shit on their island. They don't have oil. They don't have nothing. So they invest in a military industrial complex, and they become wealthy Americans. You become over here, become American. They are Americans.
Okay, you said that was a little black sheep
everybody
example. Show me like a proper
The
example
Irish were
of
kind of
American
involved.
imperialism.
I think that you guys are disagreeing just based on like just
ideology.
It's if you think about it and you play it out,
yeah,
it would be better, right? First, we're getting rid of a communist country, which is a good thing, right? And all
Cubans can
Why
join the
is that a
military.
good thing? Why is that a good thing?
Because the Cubans can join the military and they can blast
why is
their
it-
fucking lives away and fucking become Americans.
No, why is it a good thing to get rid of a communist country? What makes that a good thing?
Well, inherently, it's not.
The people are suffering, so that would be my reason, right?
Lift, can you define
Why are they
communism for
suffering?
me?
Communism can only exist in a vacuum. It can only exist in a closed environment. That's the only way communism
It
can.
should only exist in theory. It should not be.
But in a closed environment, you can't have communism and capitalism right by your neighbor.
I don't even know what the fuck you guys are doing.
Did any of you hear what Civics' statement really was? And could you maybe engage with that directly? Because I think, and please Civics tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the idea was that it would be better if the sanctions were lifted. That in and of itself would increase
we did that. We did
quality
that.
of life in Cuba.
Obama tried to do that. Obama tried.
Yeah, he tried. It didn't really work out, right? So
subsidized by Venezuela and they're being subsidized by Russia.
You mean 60 years of sanctions didn't get fixed within like 2 years of you guys lifting it?
China, we don't want Russia. We don't want communist Venezuela in our backyard. You not understand it?
It's not your backyard. It's a whole other. Yeah, the Monroe Doctrine is not correct.
Monroe. It is correct because nobody's gonna fucking rule shit in our hemisphere, and you don't like it.
It's not our hemisphere. We don't own the world.
It is our hemisphere.
No, it's not.
We own this side of the world.
No, we don't.
You might not like it, but you benefit from it.
That's why Iran's dog walking you guys.
One at a time. Hi. One at a
Thank you.
time, please.
Thank you, Ella. We are talking over each other. A very simple question. Who on this panel doesn't believe in sovereignty? Besides Apex, because it's clear that he doesn't. Does everybody else believe in sovereignty?
They polled the Cuban people, and the people themselves also want it.
Do you know what sovereignty means?
It means the biggest person holding the biggest guns, the biggest people is the strongest person in the room.
All right.
Yeah, and that's what you can talk about this fairy tale shit, but this is how the world
It's not a
works.
fairy tale. It's you either believe in
This is how
sovereignty
the
or you
world
don't.
works, bro. You talk about your fairy tale shit. This is how the real world works.
So if sovereignty is a fairy tale, would other countries then have simply the right to like barge into the U.S. and do what they think is best for us?
Absolutely.
You should stop funding Israel, right?
Bro, we wouldn't have.
Well, hold on. Time out. Wait, I'm asking Apex a question. We should stop funding Israel, right?
We can fund whoever we want to fund.
I'm just saying.
Nobody's going to
just
fuck with
stop.
that person.
We
Nobody's
should
going to mess with anybody who we want to fund.
Under
The biggest guy in the room decides.
Under
the biggest
your
guy in the room decides what's
Jesus
going down.
Christ, man.
Let him talk.
Under your definition, we should stop funding Israel.
Under my definition, I can do whatever I want because I'm the biggest.
Okay,
guy in
that's
the room.
not an
Who's
answer.
going to stop me?
The point is,
I probably will.
this.
I'm probably taller than you.
The reason
Maybe you
that
don't
we're funding
understand how
Israel.
nuanced that
How the
answer is.
fuck are you guys just talking over each other?
The reason we are funding Israel is to protect their sovereignty. And if you don't believe in sovereignty, then why are you supporting continuation of funding of Israel?
Brother, you gotta reframe that. You gotta reframe that question. How do we make Democrats come to? I don't even think you're advocating for.
How do you make Democrats what?
Advocating for nothing. I don't even think civics is advocating for anything. What are you advocating for?
How do you make Democrats what?
What is civics advocating for?
Well, I don't even know what you said.
He's advocating
What
for
is civics
freedom and personal agency.
Personal. Okay, so can we agree that the strongest person in the room dictates what's happening in the room?
Apex, have you ever left your state?
I live in Arizona. I'm from Texas, and I've been to Georgia. I've been to California. I've been to Florida. I've never been above the Mason-Dixon line. I've been to Mexico. I have property in Mexico.
Casey wanted to chime in. Or Cassie.
Yeah. I just hold the bubble. I have a question for you. Actually, you have this like America's the superpower when we are obviously seeing that because of the administration at hand, our powers are dwindling,
Obama,
right?
we were the
Oh my
strongest
goodness!
power.
Can you just like let somebody
dude.
else talk for like 5 seconds? Jesus Christ! Don't censor yourself. I don't know. You just have this like hard on for what you think America is when we're failing our allies, when we're failing the people around us, we're literally failing our country. And to like what I've taken from this conversation is you're literally I guess, are you a Christian nationalist? Is that what I'm reading in the comments?
I'm an evangelical Christian, and I would tell you, if I can talk for like 5 seconds, I would say that nothing. It doesn't matter about your race. It doesn't matter about your gender. You can achieve anything you want, and you're in the best position. It sounds like you're from America. You're in the best position of any person on earth. You are so lucky to be born in America. You can start a business. You can do whatever you want. Don't ever let anybody tell you that just because you're a female or you are any ethnicity, you cannot achieve what you want to achieve. You can achieve that in this America.
Okay, sir. I don't need your pep talk. But what you're saying is false. While we definitely have the freedom and liberties to create things, I think that when you're living in a fairy tale, to say that while we live in America, we have all these freedom and liberties to do whatever we want, when we know that that's not true, and we know that the system we have built,
other nations,
built. He's right. It is true. It's just a little bit harder.
I'm not denying that. I think that it is.
Okay, y'all doing it again. You're doing it again, Apex.
We're talking over people. We're talking over people.
Yeah, you are, and it is. I originally thought it was a misogyny thing, but this is really just like a self-control thing. And I understand that Mojo wants for conservatives and Republicans to come in here, but the only way you're actually going to be successful here is if you let people finish their statement.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue. I've had that on my
Apex, you got to get in line.
Well, you do too, Lift. But anyways, Cassie, please finish.
It's okay. I'm good, guys. I'm going to go on mute.
Who the?
No, I think
getting yelled at.
It was my dogs. I'm sorry. My dogs were getting yelled at.
What kind of dogs you got?
Wait, who cares? Stop it.
I care.
have 5 dogs, but
A Cuban dog.
Oh, no.
Possibly, you don't know that. But anyway, I think Apex was saying something that I agree with, which is, I think that there is it's a land of opportunity, and that hasn't changed. Right? You can
perfect.
make something out of nothing. No, not really. No, it hasn't.
It's drastically changed. It can't be the land of opportunity if you don't allow people in anymore.
It's the land of opportunity unless it's women's healthcare.
Right. And then when we talk about imperialism,
That's fucking stupid. What happens, lift and shift? I mean, do you honestly believe? Well, let me ask this. Having a conversation in my own head. Do you honestly believe that everybody in the United States of America can start a business?
Absolutely. Oh my bad.
No. Well, not everyone, right?
Okay. So who is it the land of opportunity for?
I would say it's
$200 to start an LLC.
Look, if you're educated, then it's the land of opportunity for you.
Okay, how much does it cost to get educated?
LLC.
Well, I think it's more about location, right? Like, I'll agree with you there. Yes, some people don't have access to the opportunity. Yeah, okay, sure.
So in other words, it's not the land of opportunity.
No, I mean,
it's $200 to start an LLC.
Yes.
No, I know, but it's also like, are you smart enough to even know that? Like, it's. Dude,
are you being derogatory?
It's a loaded. He asked a loaded question, and I think he knows that's what he did. And
I would never do such a thing.
No, that was a loaded ass question, dude. Because there were so many things behind that question that
you can correct them very easily.
All right,
$200 to start an LLC.
All right, okay, $200 to start an LLC. Every single person in the country owns their own business. There are approximately 240 million people of working age in the United States of America. If all 240,000 people of working age own their own business, they all start their own business. They're all making donuts or whatever the fuck they're making. How does anybody start a business after that?
That sounds like a perfect utopia. Okay. 244 million donut businesses? That sounds
Shut up.
fucking connects.
No, okay. So the fact of the matter is, somebody can work minimum wage in America is set up as this.
Yeah, but you can't work. There's no working. Everybody owns their own business. Nobody has employees.
Bro, I think you're getting to a point.
You're right, Mojo. You're right. I'm a concede. You're right,
dude. We need a populace who is not smart to essentially keep up these businesses, right?
Labor pool.
So you're right.
So you believe that you should be in control of all the businesses then, lift and shift. Is that what you're saying?
I think I would be. Yeah, well, personally, that's a different question. But like, yes, we need a populace. Like, you need people to
phrase it correctly, bro. Phrase it. You're saying the right thing, but phrase it correctly, bro.
Look, you need people to on the farm, right? You have the person who plans out the entire farm for the entire year.
I feel like I'm making fun of kids right now. Like I'm taking
it's the labor.
What the fuck is going on?
You have someone who plucks the lettuce, right? What I'm saying is that it's a necessary function. It's a necessary function. So yes, you can't have 340,000.
Is that the same position as the person who watches the paint dry? I'm confused. What?
No, what I'm saying is that you have a person who plans a farm, you have a person who plucks the lettuce, right? So yes, I get that you can't. Everyone can't be a business.
Does what to the lettuce?
Pluck the lettuce.
Pluck it.
No, but the lettuce plucker can start a business himself.
The lettuce plucker.
Who's fucking lettuce? What's going on?
I heard the same thing, which I was like, what now?
Is that how the diarrhea thing started?
It must be.
Oh, that's too much.
So you're saying
Y'all are hunching produce
if you acquire a skill in America, you cannot save up money and start your own business. That's
So is there such a thing as lettuce tweezers to pluck the lettuce? I want to know.
No,
Inquiring minds, you know.
First of all, I can tell you never
don't answer that.
pick lettuce because that's how you pluck the lettuce. That's what you do. Right? That's how it works.
No, you just give it a blue pill so that it's hard, so it's easy to pluck.
No,
it lasts up to like 4 or 5 hours. So.
Look, I think you guys are focusing way too much on the word that I used that said pluck. But the point being is that yes, you need a population. You need. I'm going to say this. You need an unskilled. You need unskilled labor.
No such thing. That doesn't exist.
You need a population of motherfucking lettuce pluckers. That's what we need.
But okay, so what happens when that population becomes? What happens when that population becomes educated? That population goes and starts their own business.
They are educated. They are educated.
Well, no,
I hate this. I hate this terminology.
Business.
Apex, what you do is you put them in a certain part of the country that doesn't have access to education, and then that's how you keep a population of
Wait, did you say you segregate them?
We have Trump being a taco. Trump is being a taco. Trump always chickens out.
Dude, they're like slowly working through like Econ 100 class right here. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, so Trump is being a taco. Trump always chickens out. Trump is capitulating to farm workers and hotel companies. They're saying these white farm workers and white hotel companies. Trump is capitulating to them and being a taco and saying that yes, we.
Apex and Lyft, you guys. There are homes available in Canada. Can you please go there?
Fuck off, you're full.
What?
What is y'all? What is the Democratic? What is y'all's pitch? Show me y'all's pitch.
My pitch?
Please. I got a pitch. I need a Democrat pitch.
You want a pitch? Do you want a curveball? You want a fastball? What do you want?
No, just really easy. Really easy because
Schmurdy, this is a question for the Americans.
Yeah, this is really easy, and it'll resonate with you, especially because I can hear it in your voice. Push the ladder back down. Stop pulling them up. That's the pitch.
Also abolish ICE.
Sorry,
Donald Trump.
That's how y'all
more lettuce tweezers. That's my pitch.
That's how y'all lost every swing state.
You need lettuce pluckers.
So that's your pitch. That's your pitch.
Every swing state.
Hold on, y'all. Your pitch for what? Because there's too many things in our economy and our healthcare system and our education system, there are so many things that we could speak on. So you're just saying, what's your pitch? What are you gonna fix? There are so many things that need to be fixed. What are you talking about?
Thank you very much. Thank you
I'm
very
talking
much.
about you. You're the one not being specific.
Well, I was like y'all's pitch, and they just said open the borders, and you actually provided a
No one
nuance.
even said any of that. Who said that?
What are you talking about?
Not one person on the panel said that.
Nobody said
Dismantle
open the
ICE,
borders.
but I mean, that's
I
not
do
opening the
want to
borders.
send these guys to Canada.
Apex,
No.
let me ask you a
Fuck
question.
no.
Apex, let me
I
ask you
want y'all's pitch. What's y'all pitch? How y'all win? How y'all win 2020?
Apex, let me ask you a question because like
He's confused.
I think we're on the same side, but like, dude, this one thing I can't agree on is that like, dude, what is the big deal if we were to like just let like more people in? Like, I don't like just for economic purposes, right?
All right. Yeah. So economic purposes, we need people.
Well, he was
We
asking
need
me,
people.
and I don't quite know what the question is. If we let more people in for economic
No, it's
purposes,
not the Apex.
That's good. That's good.
You literally
Okay,
said civics.
So we need more people for economic reasons. We need more people. The fact of the matter is, I'm Latino, and I've had
Apex,
my
is your
dad-
name Civics? Did you
No,
have a
he
name
was
change
asking.
while you were on the
no,
panel?
No, I was asking.
He was. Lift was asking Apex.
Oh, okay.
He said, "I think we're on,
Okay,
on the same
so the fact of
side,
the
but
matter-
I have one question."
Yeah, that's what he said. But the civics, if you want to chime in, don't. I don't.
No,
do an interruption if you just talk.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, so I'm trying not to.
I feel like
get
we're
muted.
skipping.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is, none of us on this panel agree with slave labor. None of us on this panel agree with people who are illegal and they're working under the table and they get hurt. They hurt their back. They hurt their leg, and they don't get workman's comp. Nobody on this panel is advocating for that. Correct?
Yep, fair enough.
These companies are evil.
I agree
these
with you.
companies who employ
Yeah.
these people. Yeah. Anybody who employs these people and they subjugate these people to actually $15 a day, paying them like $75 a day. And these people, they do it. They gladly do.
Yep.
My people, they gladly do it because they want to provide a better future for their family. Because they know
Fully
their
on your
son
side
goes
on
to
that
school.
one.
Here's the thing. It should remain like it should be illegal immigration because it requires no like you don't have to make a law. You don't have to do anything. Like you just have to kind of just do.
Can we just be like every other country? That's all I'm asking. Can we just be
Apex
like
point
every other
is
country in the world?
why are these people that are like working their ass off trying to
Can
have
we
like
just
a
be
better
like
life
every
getting
other
punished
country in the
instead of like these
Why
companies
are
that
we
are
different?
hiring? Why aren't these companies being punished instead of these people that are
They
trying
are.
to make a better
They
life?
do get punished.
They don't get punished nearly as hard as like
Oh, Mojo, did you have enough?
Yeah, I just wanted silence for a second.
I believe you.
Man, that's fucking brutal. I don't know what to do. It's fucking brutal.
As soon as you said they started skipping, I put up my picture.
What is that?
Man.
Oh, that was a George Foreman.
I thought it was in George
That's
Foreman.
that's a throwback. Yeah, it requires a certain age to get that.
I'm super old. I'm super young. I don't know what a Discman is, guys.
It's a CD player that you would carry around with you, and it would skip all the time, especially when you walked, or moved, or shifted. I don't know. But to be fair, I was actually talking about like a record player when the actual diamond needle would skip, and it would just go choo na 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 choo na 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 choo, and it would just be that over and over and over again. Anyway.
We're old. We're officially very old.
Yeah, I think it was hard to engage this. I think it's better to engage with one at a time because, like, those two options do not understand when you decorum.
Yeah, I couldn't listen to that.
That was genuinely a relief to my ears as soon as you dropped them. Like, I didn't realize how much it was until it wasn't there anymore.
It was definitely a lot.
Even this morning, there was a lot of talking over. It was insane.
What I missed this morning.
Which one are you talking about? Which conversation?
It was when Go Army was there, and
oh yeah,
the other like very Christian guy. They were going on and on about Muslims and they have Islamophobic, and they're like, I don't believe Islamophobia, and it's like you're literally saying racist shit about Islam, like the Nation of Islam right now, not even the religion of Islam.
Yeah, I don't conversation. I remember Go Army being on the panel. I don't remember what we were talking about though. You guys are wild. That's all I remember. Stuck.
It's unfortunate that you have to either put up with the noise, both intelligently and the background noise, and then, or you just have this, right? Which, in my mind, is also fine, but I know that that's not what you're looking for, Mojo.
No, this drives me crazy too. Silence sucks, but craziness also sucks. So I'm not sure which one is worse yet.
I was gonna suggest drop one. Or what you can just talk to him.
Well, okay.
When Blossom and Vader were on the panel the other day, I didn't have a chance to ask them, and maybe one of you guys know. What legal ramifications do we have for the market manipulation that this administration is doing? Of Monday through Thursday, they're saying all this shit that they're going to do, and then on Friday they change their mind after the market closes. So anybody that would have shorted something just made off with like millions of dollars.
I don't know if there's anything criminally that you can do. People can get impeached for that. I don't know that you can charge with crimes. So.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's a loophole that he's definitely taken advantage of.
Now you sound like JD.
He says?
Yeah, JD was talking about this the same way. He said this should be criminal. It should be criminal to do things that are unconstitutional. You should go to jail for passing unconstitutional laws.
Well, I don't think it's unconstitutional. I think this is a dark spot in the it's too new for the Constitution to pick it up. Like market manipulation, the way this no one in the fucking world knew that there would be a stock market that was this influential in 1787 or 89.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know that you can deal with it. It's not. People are making their own choices, investing in stocks or not investing in stocks. If they can't sell their stocks and because nobody's buying, then they get nothing out of it. But people are buying. So, I don't know.
Well, I mean, also, wouldn't you have to prove intent? And that's just, I don't think that's going to happen. Unless there's like leaked emails or, communications that this is planned.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. I've been trying to, if there's a signal chat or whatever that leaks, and it's just like, hey, by the way, I'm going to make this announcement on Monday, short it, and on Friday I'm going to change my mind. Unless you can find that evidence, I don't think there is any legal ramifications for this.
And also, haven't other members of Congress been accused of doing this, specifically Nancy Pelosi? So it's like, who's going to persecute from either side?
I don't know. I don't know that Nancy Pelosi was ever as bad as some of the worst people that are in Congress. I know that nobody's been as bad as Donald Trump. I think he's made $2.4 billion since he got in office. So I don't know that you can compare it to anything. But we have the emoluments clause, meaning that you're not supposed to profit from foreign governments. Actually, we have it for the states too. So you're not supposed to make a profit off of decisions that you make as president. But that's just an impeachable offense. It's not something that's criminal. So you can't be charged in a criminal court for that.
I think this is a little bit different than the quote unquote insider trading that Congress does, because that's typically they're on a committee, they're going to pass some legislation or approve of something, and they're kind of getting firsthand knowledge of being like, hey, by the way, we're about to do this thing, and then that contract's going to go to this company, invest in it. Like, that's a little bit different than I'm going to manipulate the market by saying a bunch of shit that's going to happen and then changing my mind 4 days later, right? Like, that's a little bit different than what Congress does, in my opinion.
I think what Congress does, I think, should be illegal.
I'm with you 100%. Like AOC and Matt Gaetz' bill, and then eventually it was Josh Hawley's bill. Like, that shit should be passed. Or at least have roll call votes and be like, who voted against it?
Yeah. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, it's essentially someone controlling it versus someone just like benefiting off of their position. He's not only benefiting off of his position, but he's also controlling it. If allegedly, all allegedly.
Well, we have to blame market buyers, right? Because they should know better. They've seen what Donald Trump does. I mean, unless they're waiting for Monday and they're selling immediately because they know it's going to drop again, I don't know how they gain from knowledge like that.
By shorting it, right? Thinking that, like, oh, hey, this decision that Donald Trump's going to make is going to, I don't know, greatly affect this industry. So let me short it. Knowing, and then be like, why are these people shorting it, right? And like, doesn't make sense at the time. And then 4 days later, he changes his mind, and then everybody that shorted it ran away with like tons of money.
Yeah, like investing in like Raytheon or Boeing, especially during like, are we in a war? Are we not in a war? Are we in a war? Are we not in a war?
Apex. Apex, I need you to be a normal human being and just have normal conversations.
That's asking a lot, man. I'm telling you.
I know. Oh, he's not here anyway. I tried to accept him, but he's not. And Omi, I'm pretty sure you're a liberal, yes?
I wouldn't say a liberal, but a leftist.
I fucking hate you people.
I love you too, Mojo. It's good to see you again.
I'm not a liberal, I'm a leftist. I'm not a liberal, I'm a progressive. I'm not a liberal, I'm a socialist.
I'm definitely not a liberal.
Yeah,
shut up, you fucking
libs.
suck.
Bro, I don't believe in liberty. Like, I don't. I think that's
No.
a whole bunch of brainwashing bullshit, in my opinion. But, I mean, I get where you're coming from. Based off of the modern definition of liberal, in the modern lexicon, I would say, yeah, I would be a liberal.
Did you
From
just
modern
say
lexicon.
you don't believe in liberty?
No, I don't.
You want
I don't.
to be a slave?
Like a lot of that is like rooted in like this Ayn Randism of like this hyperfixation
Wait,
of
I'm
like
not, no, I can't move past this. Do you want to be a slave? What do you
No,
mean you
I
don't
think
believe
that
in
it's
liberty? What does
nuanced.
that mean?
I think it's nuanced. So, for instance, I believe in, someone's personal right to choose, right? But if their right to choose impedes other people's rights, then we're going to have an issue, right? Just like the right to own firearms.
That's like libertarian bullshit.
Well, I mean, if it's libertarian bullshit, that's neither here nor there. I just don't believe in liberty at all costs. I think that it is very nuanced and it requires each individual situation to be analyzed.
That is liberty. That is, you can do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not infringing on somebody else's rights. That's liberty.
No,
That's
I don't think that you should not be able to do that. No.
Yeah, and I agree.
What can't you do as an individual?
Well, for instance, if you're coming from the left, then the left is also not all that liberal in that it doesn't believe in people's Second Amendment rights because it knows that people's Second Amendment rights can.
You say you don't believe in liberty, so you want to be able to take rights away from people. So what don't you want them to be able to do?
Well, I don't think they should have ever had these rights to begin with. Like, I don't think you should be able to just like clear cut trees because they're on your property. Like, that shouldn't be allowed.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Like that, it's not your right to clear cut a forest because that's habitat for other
Property
living
ownership,
organisms.
yeah,
Yeah, the
property
whole
ownership
idea
would
of
be a big
ownership
one.
of property comes from this closing of the commons, commodification of land, and extraction of resources that I don't think any Homo sapien has a right to.
I'm
So,
just
like, I'm
gonna call
against.
you all fucking padded cell dwellers.
I like that better, actually.
I mean, I'd rather live in a padded cell than American imperialism.
Okay, we can arrange for that.
I mean, but also I do think that's Mojo. Don't kill me now, but I'm saying this for your benefit because I care about you. But I think like what you just said sounds very much like Edward the First and his xenophobic rhetoric against the Celts. Because he was saying that we were primitive. He was saying that Celts were primitive for not wanting to be subjugated and like not wanting to close the commons and commodify them, and then like characterize them as
you were
these
trying to subjugate
uncivilized.
everybody else. You were trying to tell everybody else that you can own property, but you can't fucking do a goddamn thing with that
Well, I don't
property.
think
And
they
if you
should
want
be
to cut
able to
down that
own
tree,
property
if you
either.
want to cut down that tree, we're gonna shoot you in the head. I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
I didn't
but
say
that's
that.
pretty fucking gross.
I didn't say that, but and historically, the people who did the most unaliving were the ones who wanted to close the commons.
All right, so on your own property, you can't cut down lumber. I assume that there's a house on your property.
I mean, yeah, but I think there
Is there
has
lumber
to be
that goes into that house?
What's that?
Is there lumber that goes into that house?
I mean, I bought this house, so like there was lumber that made it, but there like also like in one of
Where does lumber
my
come
family,
from?
From extorting extorting forests and for timber.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Extorted forest? You think we have ants running around and you're killing them or something? Is that what you're thinking?
I mean,
Wait, are you saying we
I
don't?
mean, like you can literally look at the rate of deforestation and how that correlates with ecological collapse. I mean, that's literally what happened to the Maya civilization. That's what happened.
Okay, then go bitch at the countries that are doing that, because in the United
The
States
US
of America,
and Canada are
in the
two of the
United States,
worst.
in the United States of America, we have more trees in this country than we did when we signed the Constitution.
That's not even true. Like
it is absolutely fucking
no, it's not. I'm literally one.
How much do you want to
I was
bet?
an ecology major until I got a degree in
How much do you want to bet?
anthropology, right?
How much do you want to bet? That we have more trees today than we did when we signed the
You can have my
Constitution.
firstborn son. How about that?
I don't want no. That's like punishment. Why would I want that?
And I would never procreate. That's disgusting. But no, but honestly though, like you can look at, I could point to any state and show you a whole case study on how their state is unrecognizable because of deforestation and extraction of resources.
Okay, Earth has an estimated 3.04 trillion trees today, with global tree coverage increasing by over 2.2 million square kilometers since 1982.
But that's global.
So the entirety of the planet has more trees. So does the United States of America have more trees as well.
That's global.
No.
North
when we
Korea's
looked it up-
planted. Oh, sorry, Ella.
That's okay. June 28, 2025, U.S. Forest Resource Facts and Historical Trends. The U.S. still has far less forested land than it did before large-scale European settlement.
And also, there's a lot of nuance too because
Wait, that's
like
from.
this-
I said when the Constitution was signed.
But hold up, there's a lot of nuance too
Okay,
because just counting.
it has
Wait, can I make
less
this
forest
ecological
than
argument
that.
really quick? So just counting trees isn't even sufficient either because there's nuance between old wood forests and new growth forests. New growth
it's a blue
forests
pill.
where because I grew up in lumber country too, where they displace indigenous people so they can cut down the ecosystem for your products. And what they like to do is they'll clear cut the whole area, and then they, by law, have to plant so many trees for however many they cut down in certain places in the country. But what happens is they remove the old growth forest, and without those trees, the hub trees, or like as hippie ecologists call them, mother trees, without those trees, these new growth forests aren't able to survive very well when it comes to drought, blight, etc. Right now we have a huge bark beetle infestation, especially on the West Coast, but it's all over. And they have no means to defend themselves, so then you just have total ecological collapse. And then also the species of trees matter too, because often, like in urban ecology, when they plant trees, they plant non-native species of trees, which none of the wildlife has evolved to even utilize those as like habitat. So it's like then you have like a whole collapse of like your pollinators, which is where your food depends on, because none of them have their host plants anymore. And then, there's so many problems. So it's like, it's not just about planting trees either, because you could plant 1 million Chinese pistache trees in California, but that's never going to replace, oaks, which are intrinsically important.
We got a lot of tree people in the chat, man. They're very knowledgeable about this.
That's what I was
Oh,
gonna
hold up.
say.
Let me look.
I'm not sure
Hold
if
up.
Lifton
This is
shit
why
is
my
worse
sister
or
calls
this
me
is
the
worse.
Lorax.
I'm pretty sure this is worse than fucking Lifton
You
shit.
only think this is worse because people aren't agreeing with you.
I don't
Because
mind
we're all
people not
libs.
agreeing with me. You guys are just all wrong. There are more trees today
What?
in this
So
country than there were
all
when the
forestry
Constitution.
is wrong?
Shut up! There are more trees today in this country than when the Constitution was signed. There are more trees on planet Earth today than there ever has been before. I'm sorry, you guys are just fucking wildly crazy.
I don't
The
think
whole
it's
chat is saying you're wrong,
crazy.
Mojo.
They're
Yeah.
wrong. They're
There are
wrong.
more. I agree with you that there are more trees and that there has been an increase of trees. But I think that why people think it is so important is, I don't know about y'all, because obviously we've made it clear that I'm probably the youngest person on this panel. But during like our childhood, there was such a push for like being green when we were younger. So like the heaviness on recycling. So I'm really happy that Omni brought this conversation up, because I'm also a hippy dippy person that cares for all the trees.
Like when Obama was in office.
Yeah, so like when
Yeah.
Michelle Obama had that like push for everyone to be healthy and everyone
Yeah,
got mad.
it's just when Democrats are in power, we care about the earth a little bit more than when a Republican is.
Does anybody know who the greatest environmentalist was in U.S. history?
Nixon.
Yes, thank you. He's such a weirdo, and it's like I have so many mixed feelings, because obviously he did some really deplorable shit, but he has the best policy domestically ever. Like that guy's he's internet. Who cares, Mojo? You love the United States so much.
He's fucking dead.
I know, but look,
It's not been that long. Give him some time, man. He's only been dead for what, 50 years?
50 years?
Yeah, I'm joking.
No, Nixon unalived in like the 90s. It wasn't that long ago.
I'm like,
Civic's voice went up. Like he was like, "What the?"
Wait, hold up. Let's back that up. How much does Mojo talk about some old dead white man who owned slaves, who was a founding father? But I mentioned Nixon, and he says, "Who cares?"
What founding father? What founding father? What framer of the Constitution have I ever mentioned specifically?
I mean, I've heard you talk about Madison before.
You have not.
I swear to God, I've heard you talk about.
No,
Madison
you have not.
before.
I
actually never heard him talk about founding fathers before.
I don't ever mention specific names of framers, and I don't call them the founding fathers. I call them framers of the Constitution, and I don't give a fuck who they were.
Jesus Christ, you are just on a rampage.
No, Mojo hates me. It's okay. It's okay.
He's been in a mood.
No, Mojo is in a mood every time I come up on
stand
him.
the whiny little voice. It's crazy. It's so annoying. I can't stand the whiny.
Sorry.
Your low IQ is annoying, but I'm not ableist, so I try to explain things very well for you, Mojo, because I
Thank
care.
you. I appreciate it.
I'm not ableist. I worked for 6 years in access and ability for K through 12, so these values are very important to me, Mojo. I want you to know that.
I don't care what you've ever done for a living.
Hold on.
In all honesty.
You're from Colorado. Like, isn't that full of hippies that care about the environment?
No, it's full of virtue signalers who are for market capitalism. That's what it's
Mm-hmm. Agreed,
It's a bunch of fake Marxists. We all formed a fake Marxist commune.
The real Marxists are in California.
Listen, Washington and Colorado are not much different in that regards. People like to performative be hippies and care about nature, but it's
Yeah, everybody wears patchouli and they have tie-dye shirts and shit, and they say, "What's up, dude?" as they're all fucking stoned out of their minds, and they sit around and play fucking Nintendo all day. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, in Washington, you get that plus a land acknowledgement, and then they go steal some more resources from indigenous people. But they did a land acknowledgement, so we're good.
It's so fucking true.
Yeah.
Patchouli. Love the smell of patchouli.
You know what? We agree on one thing because I love patchouli as well.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking kidding about that.
I feel like one of your early girlfriends wore patchouli, Mojo.
It is so god awful horrible.
That's why Mojo hates me, because I smell like patchouli. Probably, I found it.
Yeah, I can smell.
I triggered his
absolutely.
early rejection from a hippie woman.
My headset has smell-o-vision.
What the fuck is patchouli?
It's an incense. It's like a resin from a plant, and it's in a lot of colognes and perfumes. Actually, I think Versace uses it.
It smells like the mixture of marijuana and body sweat, body odor.
Not at all. Not at all.
Ew,
not Champa. I could kind of get that, but yeah,
that's
no.
a perfect description.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do any of the libs want to make room for an Emma by chance?
Yeah, you can switch.
Yeah. Can you please drop me? I'm sick of these fucking people.
If only, Mojo. If only. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I've been asking you a drop.
Okay, I was gonna say I could drop myself too.
You guys.
See you later.
See you straight here.
Go buy some patchouli. That's gonna be my.
But make sure it's ethically sourced. Don't buy
ethically sourced patchouli.
Don't buy Palo Santo. Don't buy white sage. You get locally sourced plant resins. Everybody, thank you. See, that's my praxis, B. I just performed my praxis today.
That's good. I like that.
I like that too.
Praxeology. Everybody's a fucking Peter Thiel follower. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Praxeology.
Mojo, you don't really think we have more trees now, right? You're joking. You're being mega Mojo. Right
we
now.
Absolutely do.
Are you talking about little bitch saplings? What are you?
Yeah, he's like, we got more Japanese maples in suburban landscaping, so we're good.
I can explain some of this. I think looking at the deforestation and the replanting that they do here in Washington, they do tend to plant trees closer together when they replant them. And it's younger forest, so it's not as efficient as older forest. Older forest is actually better for our climate. So we might have more trees, but that does not mean we're better off.
Bigger is always...
even if we still wanted to G-side our ecology.
More is
more
better.
Is I know. After I said
it doesn't have to be bigger, but more.
We
is
do
like
better. Girthy trees, Mojo. Sorry, it's true though.
Yeah, but
call me a size queen.
You would take 10 non-girthy trees over one girthy.
Absolutely,
that's not true. No,
really?
I want that old redwood. I want
girthy,
yeah.
Yeah, but that's only going to satisfy you one time. I'm talking about satisfying you 10 times.
No, that girthy redwood won't just satisfy me, but it'll satisfy 5 more generations.
You can drive a truck through it.
I personally like to cut them all down myself. Cut them all off.
Oh my god,
you freaky frogs!
You would want to castrate all the trees.
They'll grow back quick. Trust.
So I looked it up, and it was 15 to 20 million acres of forest were cleared by the colonists, the English colonists, from 1607 to 1787. So that's an estimate.
We have approximately 2/3 of what we had in this country from 1600 until today. But from the time that the Constitution was signed, we have almost double the number of trees.
How many non-native tree species are there that were planted?
Who fucking cares?
It's important because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If we could grow
pineapple here, I would grow pineapple here.
It's not. It does matter because none of the ecosystem depends on pineapple outside of the native range where pineapple's from. So if you clear cut a bunch of redwood trees and you plant eucalyptus, literally nothing but the monarch butterflies give a fuck, and they can't even eat it. They just hang out in them.
The monarchs are having a hard time. I saw one today, and it made me sad.
I plant a lot of milkweed, just so you know.
Well,
That's not good, Mojo. That's not good.
Isn't that good for them or no?
It is.
It is good.
No, there's diseases going around.
No, that's what monarchs eat. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I want the monarchs to come through.
But there's thousands of different milkweed varieties, so you want the milkweed variety native to your area.
God,
yes. Okay. So
he's a fucking tree. Okay.
Hugger. You're trying to say hugger.
No.
He's a
I'm not
tree
trying to say-
connoisseur.
Stop.
Let's go.
Stop. He is purity testing me in my fucking trees right now. What the
I
fuck?
kind of love it though. It's hilarious.
I don't give a fuck. I was the president of my chapter of the Native Plant
I don't like your
Society.
trees.
I was an
They're not good enough for me.
ecologist.
You're not.
They're not.
He's just.
They're not for our
And I was born
ecosystem.
and raised. I was born and raised in Yosemite.
Hey,
so
hello. I don't care.
Ooh.
He's just telling me I'm not black enough. I'm not woman enough.
you're
I'm
not. You're
feminine
not black
I'm not-
enough. You're not woman enough. You're not woke enough. So you need to stop immediately. All the non-blacks to the back immediately.
To be fair,
I love
Omi is like woke final boss.
He is. He's wild.
Like,
I love that so
on
much.
extra hard level, a new game plus. That's what he is.
Exactly.
Like Borderlands,
Yeah.
like woke. Yeah.
And I love him for it.
Oh, it's so funny.
I don't. It's one of the most obnoxious things ever. I would rather.
Are you
talk
ready?
To, I would,
Are you
I would
ready
rather
to
talk-
face
I
the
would rather talk to
non-binary
those fucking crazy
triracial
conservatives than
anarchists?
this fucking crazy dude.
Mojo, do you remember the big walking tree by the Peroran forest that you have
I
to
do.
get on top of?
I
Okay,
do.
so Omi is the big walking tree on like super hard mode times 1,000. There's nothing you can do about it.
If you
By the
don't
way,
speak
I tried-
Entish,
by the
I
way-
know
Just
you
accept.
cannot
By the
pass
way,
go.
I tried to kill that tree. They wouldn't let me.
Yeah. No, you just,
If
that's
you-
like, Omi is unkillable. You just accept.
You must speak Entish to pass. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
It keeps me young, you know. Sometimes I'm getting older and I'm losing access to the wokes. You know, everyone my age is turning MAGA, so he keeps me so
I'm
young
cutting
as
your-
a mean girl.
I'm cutting
says.
your ass down. I'm cutting your ass down.
Love it so
I'm
much.
planting fucking orcs in your place. That's what I'm doing.
Well, you know
Classic
what,
patriarchy.
Sauron,
You're never going to
we
have
will
bees again, Mojo.
Sauron, I'll
Fuck.
get my lick back one day. You
Wait,
watch.
Bee's
There'll
not
be
going
2
anywhere.
hobbits
She's
and
like,
you'll be done.
Bee is like a hemorrhoid on my
No.
ass. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean bees, the flying ones.
Oh,
And I
not
hope,
this-
listen, I hope a bee gets on your ass like a hemorrhoid and stings you one day, okay?
But
Jeez.
wait though,
She's
Elle.
sitting right next to
Wait,
you. What are you
Elle.
talking about?
Ella, you gotta hold up though, because I gotta say absolutely no honeybees. Get your domestic, non-indigenous species of bee out of my territory.
Non-indigenous?
You're gonna make him
Yes.
crash out.
Immediately. If it's not a sand bee, if it's not a wood bee, if it isn't a
Oh, no.
I really wanted to ask him if we
Free
have to
Omi.
do we have to
No.
do land acknowledgement for the
send him-
bees as well.
Hey, Cedric,
Yes.
can you take him back to Canada with you next time you go, please?
That guy wasn't Canadian. We have plenty of his type.
What?
See, you're getting shit from Marxists, and now you're getting shit from the leftists that care about
I
nature.
know.
I am absolutely not good enough in anybody's mind. It's fucking wild.
I mean, he made really
Classic
good
white man
points.
tears, you know.
You should definitely go with things that grow within 1,000 kilometers or 100 kilometers from you or 100 miles. Go, and if you're gonna get honey, get honey from the bees that are near your house.
Yeah, watch out for the mites if you're keeping hives.
Someone
Mites
says
are my
bees.
cousin.
Someone says bees can't be illegal on stolen.
Yeah. Robot boobies can stay. That's LLA.
Boobies?
Can
Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah. Also, Mojo, do you like your pineapple the right side up or upside down?
I like it cut up.
Oh, damn.
We got a Dahmer. We got a Dahmer over here.
Choosing violence.
I don't know the whole upside down pineapple thing, but if I can
means swinger.
imagine what it,
It's
if I can imagine what it possibly is, then I want it dethorned and I want it cut up.
Oh shit.
Can Omi come back?
Let's. I know you guys are quite the experts, but let's.
Omi,
let's hear
come
from
back.
Wow.
Omi, come back? Yes. I'm asking for your permission.
Are you really?
Yes. Free Omi.
Yeah, I'll just go away.
Yeah, watch out because the chat will turn real quick.
I'm gonna go burn down a forest real quick.
Oh my God.
Can I have permission to cut
That's
more
literally
trees down?
happening all over the world right now. Like everything is on fire.
Sorry, I did my social justice warrior duties for the day. I turned down my woke meter for you, Mojo. I'm sorry. Purposes. It's like my solar battery. Just in case there's a blackout on wokeness. I'm sorry.
You'll be powering all of us. I love it.
This is so good.
Wow, Steve. How about
That's
we
for
hear
the data centers. If there's a woke blackout, I got backup.
I just came up to say fuck trees. Every time I leave a tree in a fence row,
You
it
wanna
makes me
fuck
regret
trees?
it makes me
Do you
regret
ask
my
for
decision.
consent?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That makes
The
sense
son of a
because I
bitch
don't
drops
think
a
I
branch
don't
in the
think
field,
other
and then I
Homo
regret my
sapiens would
decision to
ever
not tear
want
it
to
down.
copulate with this one. So it makes sense he would want to violate the consent of an arboreal being. So
Wait a minute.
Why do you... Watch out for the splinters. bud.
Yeah, Go Army and Steve are power bottoms right now.
you know what? Go fuck a fig tree. Fuck a fig tree because their sap will like freaking melt your skin. Go do it. Y'all got the wrong ethnobotanist today. I'm sorry.
Man, I thought we turned down the woke.
I'm
have to
sorry,
burn
you
down like
triggered
three.
it. That was
I'm gonna
like
have
that was like
You got re-triggered by Steve from State Farm.
I'm sorry. My panel breaker flipped. I have to turn it back on.
Steve saw a button and pushed it, and this is what happened.
As long as I get to use a 308 cat to fuck said tree, I'm down.
What?
That's just no.
Somebody said arboreal being.
You know, it is super interesting actually because shit like that really does make me want to burn trees down.
I believe it, you Saxon.
I love it.
I had absolutely no interest in burning a tree until I met you.
See, this is your fault because when I turned down my wokeness, my xenophobia came out. I'm sorry.
Trees are a fucking pain in the trees are a fucking pain in the ass. They shade everything. Nothing grows. They constantly drop branches in the field.
Why are you
Every
mad
time I
though?
turn
Because
around,
you're
they're a pain in
oppressed
my
by
ass.
the sun.
You literally
you're
have
oppressed by
a John
the sun.
Deere
They're trying
in
to
your
help
picture.
you out.
Yeah. What?
Hey, we both got outdoor pieces of equipment in our picture, and notice the liberals are, they're just like,
Yeah, you know what the liberals want? The liberals want you to be able to fucking fix them on your own without paying a subscription fee.
Wait, do you know? Wait, do you know who made that John Deere tractor? Where they're manufactured?
Mexico.
Because it's not the USA.
Yeah, we call them Juan deer. It's no joke. It's we all know that.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, here comes the woke. It's coming. Everybody duck.
I feel like anybody, like if instead of getting a John Deere, you should get a Bobcat or like a Robert Cat or something. Like, I don't know what y'all
Is that
call
like
those.
a
A Trump
cat?
deer.
How about a dick
Yeah.
cat?
It's like
I am
equipment for
Omi's
like
biggest
white
fan.
men, white conservative men.
I think white conservative
Hold
men
on.
shouldn't be able to get an advantage from anything made by anyone but white conservative men.
That's
looks
Like
like
anything made by anyone else, they don't get to participate or eat or do anything with anymore. Like,
Yeah. Well,
nope.
you know what? They already did that with the pure food movement, so they don't season their food, I heard, because of that. You know, and they don't wash their legs.
no, I don't
either.
season my food because I don't want to be obese. Like,
Ew,
I don't wanna
Garmy.
and then I don't want to get
You
obese.
think
And then,
Seasoning process obesity.
yeah, and then what
When did that
happens?
Too
happen?
woke.
I don't know when that happened. I don't
Flavor
get
is
that.
too woke.
What?
I'm out on that one.
Then it becomes like obesity of the brain, and then you're out there like
What?
picketing
Obesity
and
of
protesting
the
about
brain.
health insurance.
Are you seasoning
for
it with
all.
lard?
What?
Well, remember, their version of seasoning is
Don't.
mayo.
Hey, y'all
So-
should see me. Hold on, listen. When I go through the McDonald's drive-thru and I order a 10-piece, and they're like, "Excuse me, sir, what sauce you want?" And I'm like, "No sauce, no sauce." And they look at me like I'm crazy, and like straight
That
crazy.
means that you want to die on a dry chicken nugget. What the fuck? That's like eating a
in the
Popeye's
backyard
biscuit
without
without
cheese.
honey.
Wait, I just realized that a Republican's diet is getting the regular chicken sandwich instead of the spicy chicken sandwich at McDonald's. Oh my god.
Oh God! It's
We actually have to
imagine
work,
life
you know, we have
with
to
no
work. We don't have to be,
spice.
like crapping our pants all day eating spicy
You
food
guys,
like foreign.
you guys
you know.
don't. Wait, hold on. You guys don't know what spice is. Can you tell me what your favorite chili is?
Wait,
I'm
the
about to go
Yeah,
look through
I was
your
gonna say
fucking ass.
it depends on for what.
For anything.
Are chilies the only spices? Like the fuck? What?
Wait, it's because he talked about spice.
Oh, so
well,
you're just talking about salt. Okay.
I'm
I
no,
see.
I'm talking
That's that
about
whi-
flavor.
That's that
I'm
white
talking about
girl thing.
flavor,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
hotness.
salt. Yes, salt.
I'm
I
talking
got
about flavor.
Yeah,
There's other
salt.
spices that aren't just hot. Yeah, like it's like I don't trust a man if they have like salt and pepper in their spice cabinet and they have like no food in their fridge. Like serial killer.
Yeah.
Nope.
Like
Yeah,
the pho, like the pho that I made,
Okay,
Mojo
so
doesn't have any spice in it, but it has cinnamon and it has clove and it.
Do you
You
make
know what
your
I'm saying?
pho?
Like it has lots of flavor.
I
Valentina
make really good
belongs.
pho.
Valentina belongs on everything other than cereal. If you don't disagree, you're just wrong. I hate to tell you.
Well,
What?
you know what? You did peak. Well, oh my god, my mouth's not working. You did pick one of the least terrible.
Too many seasonings.
Too many seasonings.
Valentina, what?
Vinegar and chili.
Yeah,
Holy
it's
hell.
it's like Tabasco sauce with a little bit of a kick.
The Mexican. Yeah, here you are wanting to kick out fucking immigrants, and you're appropriating our fucking hot sauces.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That one.
I literally said make them all legal. Mojo and I have agreed on this. Like I don't know how many times.
Oh, because you want their hot sauce. Oh.
The hot sauce. that's
Tokenize a
probably-
Mexican today.
So does
Hot their
Pete
hot sauce
Harris.
tomorrow. Damn
Harris
it.
has a thing of
Only
hot sauce in
Steve's
the first,
Steve's also a farmer, so he might want more than just a hot sauce.
Oh, he wants the coconut plantation. Okay. Well, you know,
Yeah,
I heard somebody with a
whole lot
really
of-
good pitch. With a
We
really
have a whole
good
we have a
picture.
whole lot of plantations and a whole lot of coconuts in Illinois. They're fucking everywhere, you know.
Jesus.
Like every time I walk around, I see coconut trees growing on plantations here in Illinois. It's great.
You know, it's so funny because you don't even realize that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You think I'm talking about a real coconut tree. That's very cute. That was very
Right.
adorable.
And you
Yeah, that's
think
why I made
coconuts,
the joke about.
and
them
you
being
think
Illinois.
coconuts grow in Illinois? What the?
Well, one thing that Rocket pointed out is that the coconut doesn't fall far from the tree, but you know, I had to
But it
clarify.
doesn't grow in Illinois either. What the fuck?
No, but
He
the
was making
coconut
fun
can
of you.
roll.
How do you
no,
not
the
understand
coconut
he was
can
making
roll
fun
from
of
the
you?
tree into imperialism. Was my response.
We're
Though.
all
That's-
having an autistic moment. Listen, we're all speaking about something different. You guys know that, right?
Yeah, they don't even know what we're talking about. They think I'm talking about a fruit. Well, some are a little fruity.
No,
they get
he
in their
knew you
fifis.
weren't. That's why he talked about coconut in fucking Illinois.
No, he
was
thought that
making
I
fun
was.
of you.
He was trying to diss me because
He
he
was
thought that I
making
thought
fun
there was
of you for
coconuts in
saying
Illinois.
you did think that.
Yeah, there's coconuts that are bipedal. There are bipedal coconuts in Illinois. I'm positive.
That's some racist bullshit right there, by the way.
If you said it, if you
That is
said it, it
absolutely
would
fucking
be.
racist. You are a
Oh my
disgusting
God.
racist individual right now. I'm
Damn.
sorry, but that woke food just got fucking broke.
Oh, unalive me immediately. I'm sorry that I'm against bipedal coconuts, voting against the rights
You are just a racist. You are a fucking racist. That is some racist shit. I can't fucking believe that.
No, I'm lost. I have no idea what we're even talking about. I'm not even gonna lie.
A coconut is brown on the inside, brown on the outside, white on the inside. You're talking about like a Mexican that looks white is not dark enough. That would be a coconut.
Or any BIPOC
He said some racist bullshit right there, and he's trying to think he's funny about it.
No, it's like any BIPOC person who is pro-white supremacy.
BIPOC. Now he tries to go BIPOC after he starts calling people fucking coconuts. What the fuck?
Complaining about white supremacy. Right?
That's wild.
I mean, it does a
I get to do the purity testing for a change.
A white person purity testing BIPOC people on racism?
I've never seen it before in my life.
That's new.
Yeah, I don't.
Wait,
yeah,
let
yeah.
me
You
call
probably
up
shouldn't
Elizabeth
be,
Warren.
You probably
really
shouldn't be doing it, white boy.
Okay, let me get my blood quantum out really quick, everybody. Let me get my blood quantum for you.
There is no way that anybody that is not fucking pasty ass white has that fucking voice that you have.
Now that's homophobic, Mojo. I don't like that.
I didn't say anything about sex. What are you talking about?
That is queer phobic.
I didn't say anything about your weird fucking fantasies either.
What? Fantasies?
I thought you had kids.
I have lots
What?
of children. They're all furry.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought you had kids. What does that mean?
Oh,
What?
maybe. And he's gay now? I don't know.
Oh
You
my
can't
God.
have kids if you're gay? Like what?
I mean, very rarely people are.
No,
What?
there's a lot of queers
Okay.
with children.
There's some people do, but
What?
There are a lot of queer people with children. I'm sorry to break it to
well,
you.
then they weren't really queer when they had
Bless
children.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Holy,
What is going on?
Well, I'm
holy
just asking questions.
heteronormativity.
What
Damn
the
it.
fuck?
Hey, Go Army, if you want to come out of the closet, we'll be all right. No one here is going to make fun of you.
No, I'm good on that. I'm married. I'm
Yeah, we'll
happily-
accept you.
No,
RSVP.
I know a lot of gay people in the closet. Or sorry,
I know. That's apparently
a lot of
from Canada,
married
so
people
I
in the
get it.
I was
closet.
gonna
In
say
fact,
there are plenty of married men that are
Yeah.
gay.
Actually, I had
Okay,
a
well,
really
I appreciate
great.
y'all saying that. Yeah, that's great. But Omi,
well, does this
and the
topic
army,
make you
don't get me
uncomfortable about
started
being
on
in the
the
closet?
army.
Yeah, I think it does.
Don't get me started on the army. There's a lot of
no. Yeah, hold. I know you guys like to hear your own voice, but I'm just asking a question. If they're attracted to the same sex and that's what they're into, how could they get a person of the opposite sex? Like, why would they sleep with them and get them pregnant?
Well, wait. We're doing queer education, everybody. I love that.
Do they sleep
Yeah.
with people
We
they
do
don't
Ella.
like? Do you guys like sleep with people you don't like or attracted to?
Sometimes closeted people, specifically with cis men who are attracted to men, but are in the closet, they will have relationships with women, and then in the queer community, we call those beards because they're trying to pass as a straight man, and then sometimes it takes a long time for them to come out, and then they have children. So that happens a lot. And then, it happens vice versa. There's also people who adopt children.
People can be bi too.
Bi.
Women that have lesbian relations on later on in life that have already had children.
Right.
Woke people that say
All sorts of
racist
things.
shit, they're still in the closet too.
Like that guy you hang out with that you don't tell your wife about.
Boys' night.
You guys like pervert everything in every aspect of life. That's like a thing I've noticed.
What's
like, everything
no?
is.
I take offense to that. What is so perverted about a gay couple having children?
No,
But
overall, that's
also,
not. That's
like-
why I'm trying to talk about it. But the stuff, all the jokes, everything is just like straight line.
Wait, did I
Why
make
do
a
you have
joke?
to be such a prude? Like, why did like life isn't supposed to be so serious? I'm sorry, I'm outside. My mother-in-law has a bunch of fucking wind chimes. They sound like,
wind
why
chimes.
does
It sounds like
everything
an
have to be
orchestra back
so
there.
like literally unclench your booty? You'll be
I was
okay.
just thinking that. You know, it's giving
Please don't think about
closeted
my life.
bottom.
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Thank
I'm sorry. You don't have to clench that hard. I'm sorry. You know, go see your doctor. You might have what is that, a hernia? So be careful. Okay, I'm
In
concerned.
his defense, he did
Or a
tell us that
hemorrhoid.
he watched.
Or a
He watched
hemorrhoid.
the first episode of Game of Thrones, and there was too many boobies, so he changed
Oh
it.
yeah,
So
too many boobies.
Oh no, boobies!
this is like a old school conservative
Just one at a
in
time, please.
2026.
I love boobies.
Everyone loves boobies, I think. Right? Can we agree on that?
Okay, so what
Yeah.
happens if I say, "Look at those boobies"?
We say where?
Jail. Jail. Do not
In my
pass
head,
go
I would
immediately.
right there.
I'm pretty sure I would get. I'm pretty
He's-
sure I get.
He's saying that.
I'm pretty
Oppressed
sure
man.
that I would get woke food.
Oppress.
So he's saying that, and I didn't say look at those boobies. That's not what I said. I said ooh, boobies.
Same thing.
But
And then-
he's saying that
then
because
everybody
we
in the
were
room said,
watching.
"Where?"
Basically, I was like, "What?" Anyways,
You didn't
we were.
see
We
them? They were
were.
right there, right in front of your
They
face.
were right there. But so, anyways, we were with the group in Discord watching the World Cup finale, and during the halftime, or no, it was the person who sang the
National anthem.
Argentina national anthem. Yeah. And she was absolutely gorgeous, and I noted her beautiful breasts, and I said something about it. So that's where that's coming from.
And all the dudes
I
in the
said,
room were
"Ooh,
like, "Hey, can we
boobies."
rewind?"
Yeah.
Be kind, rewind.
Yeah.
Trying
My
to figure
bad.
Boobies
out.
are great. Why? No, but who gets angry when they see boobies? Like, let's be honest. Like, this is weird.
I do.
But the prob-
I think it's inappropriate sometimes when there's children around and stuff like that. I think it's
Oh, God
disgusting.
forbid someone breastfeeds.
Have some class.
You know,
My
Kentucky.
problem is
Kentucky.
if it was me that would have said that, I would have gotten all
Wait,
kinds
I
of
want
shit
to
for
give
saying
I
that.
want to give a Republican state their flowers for the first time in history because Kentucky did free the boobie. So like women
Wow.
can be topless and it's totally legal. Yeah.
Wow!
Love that.
Yay!
Yeah.
You guys like
surprised.
that?
Progressivism. That's
Yeah,
progressivism.
they're
Free the
very, very
boobies.
progressive.
Why would
Free
you
the
want to
boobies.
Okay, B. So you're gonna take your children in the background all the time. You're gonna take them to a park, and it's just gonna be
Oh,
like
God forbid.
10 Emmas walking around with their shirts
did
off.
I
You think
say?
that's
10
gonna be
Emmas.
okay? You're just gonna keep
Emma.
driving.
Why is it gonna be
Oh,
10
Hold on,
Emmas?
Gormy. Hold on.
Like a white liberal women. Excuse me. Messy
Listen. I'm not
Emma.
gonna. Hold on. I'm not gonna take them there with the sole purpose of looking for that, right? Like, I don't think that that's appropriate. But if we go in the park and that happens to be what walks by, I
You
hope my
gonna
kids
cover
have
your
no.
eyes and keep
Let me
driving.
finish.
Don't
Let me
lie.
finish. I hope my kids have no reaction to it. I hope that they see that as a normal part of the body and they just
Oh my
keep going
goodness.
and mind their business. And I'll tell them, if you don't like it, mind your business, cover your eyes. You don't get to tell
Exactly.
other people what they do.
Also in Europe, in Italy, they
Studs
have
to
like
be.
boobies on the TV and commercials, and nobody has unalived from it. They have topless beaches. Nobody
Well, go live
cares.
there.
Like, I mean, nobody gets upset by boobies, especially when they're breastfeeding. And in this country, we're a bunch of prudes for no reason. Like,
I want to be clear. I want to be clear that women can say, "Look at the boobies," and the boobies are great, and blah blah blah. But as soon as the guy says it, then it's
We have
sexual harassment.
boobies. Y'all
It's
could be like, look at the.
harassment.
Yeah, you
y'all
can say
could be,
look
look
at
at the
their
penis.
pecs or something, or look at the
Look at the pit. Yeah.
look at their nips. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm having an issue here that it's okay for you guys to say it, but it's not okay for men to say the same exact thing.
You're not allowed to say
We didn't
anything
do
without
that.
criticism.
You
Mojo.
guys did that to
Mojo
yourself.
threw a wrench in the
With all
world.
the
We did not
assault.
do. No, I'm sorry. It's not men that are saying that to other men. It might be Omi, but it's certainly not men.
Well, it's people making
Wait,
women
I
feel
don't.
uncomfortable,
Wait, this
right?
is
Like
the
at the end of
first
the
time
day,
I've talked
there's
to a
no.
cis
Hold on,
male
I'm not done.
all
I'm not
day.
done. I'm not done. I'm not done. There's no inherent violence behind when a woman says that, right? But there is an inherent implied violence behind when a man says something like
That's
that.
fucking
And there's
wild.
fear. That's
Yeah, what the
statistics.
fuck?
That's just statistically proven correct.
I mean, as long
Hey,
as it's not creepy,
when
like if
you
it's like there, it is
okay,
What
true
the
that like
actual fuck?
Wait, I
wait,
have a
so
You got
question. Did
three of
anybody
you.
else get a restriction?
Yeah, I
Three
think
of
we
you
all
got.
I
did.
did.
3 of you got violations,
did
yeah,
I?
because you're
and none
I
of
spamming
you
did.
said a
nudity everywhere.
goddamn thing.
I
Did
didn't
I?
even say
I don't
anything.
think I did.
Who did?
They spam nudity like it's funny. Like that's another reason why I don't like it. On top of everything, because it just goes. You can't do that. It goes against the host.
They
Like
feed
y'all have no
babies,
respect.
dude. They feed babies. Why are you so
They
obsessed
feed
with
babies. Okay,
female
so
pleasure?
because you guys are hypocrites. The first time you're in a park protesting something with all your shirts off, and there's a bunch of horny like dudes around that are
Then
like
can
yeah,
the
and they're
horny
being
dudes should
nasty.
control
You're
themselves.
gonna
It's
be the
not about
first
the
one saying,
women.
"Oh, this is like, why don't you respect us?" Like it's so fake.
How about
It's
the men
like
control themselves? Like what the hell?
men control themselves while your
It's
tops are all
crazy.
off,
Yes,
like out in
exactly.
public,
If
and
a woman was
like.
completely nude, they should still control
Yes.
themselves. Are you serious right now? Like what?
Is it okay
Wait a
for
minute. Wait a
women
minute.
not to? Is it okay? See, this is where I have a problem. You guys can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want about men. You can say whatever you want about women. But goddamn, if we say anything about anybody,
What he just said is, if a woman is
Yeah,
topless and they
it's
a
our
man
fault
can't
for looking is
a
the
man
problem.
can't control himself, then it's the woman's problem for being topless. It's bullshit. A man should be able to control himself no matter what the woman's wearing. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yes, I
I
agree.
think.
yeah, I'll agree with
Yeah.
that. Absolutely, but that wasn't my issue.
I know. I'm just saying. RTC
Well,
said that. That
I
was
mean, it's as
wild.
simple as
They
like,
don't agree with that. They don't even agree with that either, Mojo. Especially the ones with kids and stuff. If you take them to the beach or something like that, or like a run around birthday party and stuff. If a girl comes out with
A
like a
birthday
straight
party?
G-string like thong on and her cheeks are everywhere, they'll be the first ones talking drama, critiquing, and be like, "Oh my god,
No,
girl,
I've
what
had
you
that
doing?"
exact. I've had
Like
that
that's how they are.
exact situation happen to me. I mean, I'm in California. Women go to the beach like that all the time. So I mean, my kids don't even look. I
Oh,
don't
I'm
even.
Well, the
sorry,
It
beach.
doesn't bother
sister.
me
Okay,
at
yeah, the
all.
beach is not a good example. The beach is not a good
Susu.
example because where I'm at, there's different beaches. Like all the college kids go generally to one beach, but I'm talking like you go to a kid's birthday or you go like where I just went from a spring where it was like a public park where it's like all kids everywhere and stuff like that. And of course, there's one like Puerto Rican chick with her Puerto Rican flag all over, and she
Ew,
got her
dude.
junk hanging out everywhere, bro. And it's like, what are you doing, bro? There's kids everywhere. It's disgusting. It's classic.
The problem is you guys schmexualize body parts. Like for
Mm-hmm.
example, I have 4 children. If there's something that they need and I'm taking a quick bath, they feel comfortable enough to just come ask me a question. But we don't schmexualize body parts. So when we go
How old are
to
they?
hold on, I'm speaking. When we go to the pool or the splash pad or anything and someone might have a little bit of a cheeky of a swimsuit, they're not worried about that because they don't see body parts as schmexualized because they're children, and we teach in our house that body parts are
You do.
it's just part of your body. It's men,
Yeah.
it's a lot of men that schmexualize body parts, and that's a
Yep.
you guys problems. Just like when I see a man's chest, like I go to the pool and he just has swim trunks on and his nipples out essentially. I don't think to myself, oh wow, that's just that's it, I love that. It's because you guys choose to schmexualize our bodies. That's a you problem. I can see somebody's body and just be like, that's a nice body, and not make it schmexual.
And now have the urge to assault someone.
Correct.
Like
Correct.
what?
I've been out at a bar like toasted before and never thought to myself, you know what? I need to do something to get that. Never has crossed my mind in my
Agreed.
entire life
Yeah.
when I was a single college girl
No.
or just out and about. But like anytime I go to the gym, a lot of men, like I'll be in leggings and a baggy t-shirt, nothing schmexual about it, and people will be like trying to be promiscuous, and I'm like, no,
Mm-hmm.
not interested.
Not only that, but if you
I'll
take into
say
account, like
this.
I've asked everybody on this,
Total
How old were you when you
hypocrites.
first got hit
Mojo,
on?
total
It doesn't
hypocrites.
matter. It doesn't matter what age you are or what you wear because they will hit on children.
Yeah.
Good
And I
point.
think
Good
that
point.
that's really important when it comes to educating and growing people who have a good balance. I think where Mojo's coming from is because when I made that statement, we were among friends, and it I'm not going to say it was overly sexualized, but it was coming from a place of like, that's a beautiful woman would do because I am bisexual. The thing with that is I'm not saying it to the person. I'm not being rude in front of a whole lot of people. Like, this was among a few people. I just said, ooh, boobies, because it's been a running joke that I like boobies. And so it wasn't,
Bless you for it.
it wasn't creepy is what I'm trying to say. Like,
It's
I
not.
would
It's
never,
not.
I would never point at somebody or like do the things that okay, like there are some people here, like some women here on TikTok, that like to be a bit more revealing, and men constantly comment on it to her. And that is not something that I would ever do.
Well, Ella, I mean, you are also from another country, and I'm assuming from being cultured, I have realized, I'm sorry for my dog squeaking a toy in the background, by the way. I feel like there's a lot more acceptability in nudity for men and women just because everything's just not schmexualized. Because like there's a lot of like topless areas or parks that are like that.
There are co-ed locker rooms in Germany. Locker rooms.
And I like, it's when we start like being inappropriate. And Go Army, as someone who like, you say that you pride yourself on being a Christian, it actually does say in the Bible.
Did you say Go Army? I haven't. I tuned you guys out after like fourth or fifth like piggyback. What?
I understand. I know it. I know it's hard to like keep up with intellectual.
It's like everybody wants to have a word
conversations.
at the same time, and they're all talking the same.
No one's
I-
talking at the same time. Like what?
Yeah, like Ella went, and then there was quite a bit of pause, and then I asked her.
B went, then you went, then B went, then she went, then you went again.
I get it. It's too many women in a row. It's too many women
God.
for him to listen to. That's the problem. I got it.
No,
You guys are all just saying the same thing.
The problem is that there are 5 people that all attacking one person, and all mentioning his name. That's the problem.
I saw Cross.
Ella attacked
Just
him
a
or
nice
anything,
guy.
or
I
I
let
did.
him do it. I let him do
But
it.
I was
they all want to get
speaking in
stuff off their
general.
chest, and I'm the only one
Yeah,
who can take it.
I think people were actually just speaking in generality, not like in anything rude. But Go Army, like it does even specifically say in the Bible that like men should essentially gouge their eyes out instead of like looking and be lustful. So like,
Oh, it does. What? I know exactly what you're talking about. What scripture is that?
I'm not
Would it
very
be in
good
the
at
book of
memorizing.
Matthew? And do you know the context behind the rest of the verses around it? It's basically telling Jesus came back and said that the Pharisees, where it's like, can we divorce for any reason? They were testing him. It was like a test to Jesus. And he was like, can you divorce for any reason? And you know the story. He said no. He said, unless you know there's an affair. Said a couple things, right? And then he said then he started talking about lust, right? And he said, basically, lust is like if you're doing something bad. He's saying that the Greek word, you have to look up the Greek word. It's just like repent. It's to turn around and do something else. So gouge your eyes out. He's saying, stop what you're doing and repent and do the complete opposite. If that means cutting off your leg, that's what you have to do. Like
That's a weird God right there.
Hold on 1 second, you guys, before I gouge my eyes
literally
out.
means do that.
One moment, please. One moment, please. Before I gouge my eyes out with all this Bible talk, Crosstabs was kind enough to send a super fan box. So in the top left corner, right below Mojo Rising's name, is a little box with a timer. Once that timer runs out, if you are the first to click that box, you will get a month-free super fan subscription.
Quite a few broke people in the chat always commenting that do not support Mojo. Should probably do that.
Stop it.
What a weird comment to make, but I just find it like so interesting.
I find it weird when you say your kids come in there in the bath with you. Like, that's very weird.
In the bath, no, I said that they'll have a conversation. But my children
Conversation while you're bathing yourself. That's very
People
weird.
bathe with their kids all the time, like take showers and stuff. Like that's their choice. If it's like a mother doing that with their kid or whatever, that's like, like what?
You're choosing to make it schmexual. I am not. My children can ask me a question, be like, hey, where's my book bag? Or did you sign that piece of paper for homework? And I can be like, yeah. And then they walk out of the room like it's nothing. Why do they walk out of the room like it's nothing? It's because we don't talk about bodies being schmexual. We also do talk about like consent as well. So it honestly goes hand in hand. Like, my children have the courtesy of knocking on the door before coming in, just like how I would do with them. It's really not that. It's really not that hard that you can.
Okay, you don't teach them about consent. Just walk up in the shower.
What? She said she does teach them about consent. Like, what who are you listening to right now?
Are you?
I don't know. She sounds like a hypocrite. She's defending one side while arguing the other side. I don't.
No.
What
it's
is your
actually,
point? Can you just get to your point?
You're the one that's having an issue with a conversation. I'm sorry that you're not adult enough to have this conversation, but you are choosing to think certain things are schmexual when they're not. Like, my children, when they see someone's booty cheeks at the pool, they're more worried about who has the best cannonball. You're more worried about someone else's booty cheeks than a child is. And if your child is worried about someone's booty cheeks, then you actually have a bigger problem on your hands. Because who taught him that they should schmexualize booty cheeks?
Nudity and sexuality are two different things. You know that, right, Army? I'm just asking.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Emma. That's crazy. This is a revelation.
Well,
Thank you for telling me that.
That's the point, though, right?
You guys serious right now, sister? Are you like trolling me and Emma? Are you guys trolling me right now? Your kids are not worried about booty cheeks, all about your kids. Why do I care about your kids? Like, and what you do with your kids and all that? Like, it's irrelevant.
Like you do.
It's irrelevant.
Like you
no,
do.
I'm just like I think it's really like let's get down to it. I think it's really fake and hypocritical when you guys sit back and say these are just body parts and you take off all your clothes and stuff and then you blame people for looking or acting a certain way and then you blame the person for doing that. It's like you guys can just walk around society and do it. That's not all women. Most women are like coming to realize like class and worth and self-worth. It's tied to self-worth. Like your boobies are like important and valuable. Your husband should only be the ones like privileged to that and so forth, whatever. They're starting to wake up, but you walk around like you're walking around teaching kids like it's okay, like this is just like a dude can just do whatever.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the bodies,
insane,
ROTC. There's nothing wrong with bodies. Like the body shame thing is what makes people like have mental issues.
Somewhere your trauma
and, like
taught you
bad
it was body
relationships
shaming,
with their
but,
body.
you know, I don't know.
What? You want people to be ashamed of their body? Like that's not
Wait, can I-
normal.
You're the one who
Can I
said
chime
that.
in really quick because this is like really a unique problem with like Western Europe and like all the Protestant descendant, Catholic descendant like colonies, because in a lot of other places in the world, like the whole obsession with like exposure of your anatomy is like not really a thing. Like that's pretty unique.
Okay, well, we're not the rest of the world. That's the whole.
No,
point.
but I'm just saying, like what you're
Well,
what
duh.
you're doing,
You can't do that
what
in
you're
China,
doing
in the
is
Middle East.
rooted
You
within a core assumption.
rest of the world.
Right? It's
In the
not
Middle
an
East, can you
inherent
do that?
law.
Okay.
I mean, in the Middle East, can you do that as a woman?
Well, that's also Abrahamic.
Okay, the rest of the world, right?
That's
What about in
Abrahamic.
Asia? What about in some of these places like China,
South Asia, South
Russia?
America.
No, you
Russia's
can't.
also Christian. So
Hold on. Let's pause really fast. Go Army. I have specifically seen you go
Final
on
boss
this
is easy, bro.
on this
Slayed in one
app.
shot.
On this app, multitude of times,
you failed
advocating,
anthropology.
saying something like, "Well, these women are oppressed. Why would you advocate for these people because they are oppressed? Like they have to cover up their butt, like their whole head, and blah 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 blah." Okay. I think you just don't like women because if they're covered up from head to toe,
that's a
and they're
profound statement. Oh my gosh,
if
that's
they're
such
only-
a statement that was filled with such high information. I don't even know where am I going to take this and go with it. Oh my gosh, I don't like
Are
women.
you done?
Ridiculous.
Are you done like being passive aggressive to women that you hate, or
Because I'm not going to sit here while she just says like just insults. That's her whole point. It's just like you this, you that. It's ridiculous.
It's not insults. I'm gonna have a question for you at the end.
You have no point besides you.
Hold on. Go Army. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to ask you a question.
You're a bully. You've been a bully.
You don't.
You've been bullied.
Go Army. If you don't want to be asked questions on this app and have back and forth, maybe you should find another hobby.
Maybe you should
learn
how to do that, Sister Sue. Your thing is like, I need 3 minutes uninterrupted. I'm just going to be like, Go Army, you're this. Go Army, you're that. That's not a point. Saying
you sound very
women argue to take their clothes off on this panel, and then you advocate for the Middle East to be covered up. It makes no sense.
Go Army. Go Army.
Ella.
Go Army. Are you aware that if you keep interrupting her, it's only going to take longer? So perhaps just let her finish, and then you can go after that.
Like Mojo said,
it'll be faster and easier.
You can't piggyback.
I get that.
Now, sister's talking,
I understand.
and she's talking like for everybody's time.
Ella's a mod.
Come on.
Ella's moderating, not just talking.
Okay.
Whereas I was talking and sister was talking.
All right, shut up. Okay. So if you guys are going to all go at Go Army, then you're going to have to do it one at a time. So one person speaks, then Go Army speaks. Then another person can speak, then Go Army speaks. He gets to respond to every single person if you're going to do it that way.
Absolutely. That's totally fine.
I agree with that. Yes.
Wait, I wanted the Gish gallop over him like a Mongolian cavalry.
Yeah, I understand.
Darn. Okay, Go Army. I won't go Kublai Khan on you. I'm sorry.
There's less information about Khan than Jesus.
I want to put more trees in the burn pile than I did now.
Just remember.
Thank you so much for that knowledge. Okay, so my quick question would be, and I can do it really fast. You seem to get really upset when certain religions advocate for women to be extremely conservative, covered from head to toe and only show their eyes. But then when women have freedom to show certain body parts, then you also get offended. So where do you find, like, you seem mad either way? Is it just that you don't like women, or is it that you find a certain standard?
I just don't like women. Just stop being like that. Just like, I got your question. I get your question. So I would say back to you is, why does everything have to be so extreme with you? Why does it have to be like you defending women being covered up and you defending women showing everything? Why is it like you can't look at the woman that's covered up from head to toe her whole life, can't go outside and do all that? Well, I look at that and I have sympathy. Like, I feel bad for her. You say, well, she chose this. She chose this. Like 90% of women don't in that culture. That's just like how it is. They're stuck in their circumstances.
How do you know
they
that,
can't go nowhere. Let me finish because I've lived in it for almost 2 years. I've lived over there. Then also with that as well, I would say, you guys are big hypocrites. You're over here defending women, saying you should take your tops off. Everybody should walk around with their tops off, or women should, and men should just like look the other way, and it should be nothing. And then at the same breath, you're arguing for the Middle East, saying, well, these women covered from head to toe. That's not oppression. That's not anything like that. That's like, that's their culture. That's their culture, and we should respect that and things like that. It's like, it's so hypocritical that I'm lost.
Are you asking me a question like what I'm trying to advocate for? And most of us, I think, would say we just want choice. I think it should just be a choice at the end of the day. If you want to be covered from head to toe, that's wonderful. If you want to show a little bit more skin, that's also wonderful. It should just be a choice.
I know the Victorian women really got down with showing a little ankle, so I'm okay with that too.
Break my rules immediately. What the fuck? Sorry.
Every time he speaks, I want to push more trees into the bonfire pile.
Me too.
my God, Steve.
I don't know why.
I can't with you guys. Classic patriarchy.
Justice
Classic patriarchy statement.
I get this urge. I just want to burn trees.
That's the patriarchy. That's, oh my God, I can't even. That's exactly it.
As the other queer on the panel, I am gonna call homophobia on that. Y'all should check yourself, because that seems to be the only reason why you don't like his voice. You're just
It
not
has
aware
nothing
of
to
it.
do with.
I didn't say anything about his voice.
Wait, how am I supposed to know what he appreciates sexually?
Well, I think
How am
it's
I supposed
because
to know that? I never asked him. We're not talking about that. I am simply talking about his whiny little voice.
well, I think it becomes rude when if you comment on somebody's voice and then they say back to you, it's like, hey, I'm actually like a queer person,
He didn't,
and
though.
I
He never
think,
said that.
oh, I heard that earlier.
No.
Am I Ella? Am I making that up? I swear, I thought I heard him.
He did.
Say
He
that.
did it. He did it by way of. He did it by way of a joke, but he did do that.
Okay, I just understood it as like he was actually like saying it per se, and then I think that's when you might drop it. Like that's just what I would do. I'm not going to tell you what you should do, Mojo, but I can see what Ella is saying.
Okay, I didn't say anything about his voice particularly right there. I have made a couple comments about his voice, but he said some racist fucking bullshit too, and that kind of pissed me off.
You know how you woke Final Boss? You just don't comment on when they're doing the bad thing, and you don't try to meet it with more
No,
unwokeness.
fuck him. No, I'm not accepting that kind of fucking racism.
I didn't even. I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know what he was talking about earlier. I legitimately thought he was talking about actual coconuts, and I was about to.
Omi clarified. Omi clarified pronouns they them, please. Thank you.
Okay, and that's cool. Don't say racist shit from here on out either. And I asked for the panel to allow Go Army to go, then somebody else go, then Go Army go. And instead of allowing him to do that, you went ahead and chimed in right after Sue did, which is why he got kicked. That's the only reason he got kicked.
Yep, that's fair.
And I would like to apologize, Omi, for saying the wrong pronouns because
same. I did not know.
I didn't know.
I did not know that, and now I do, and I will.
Yeah, next time I'll listen first before I start commenting. That's what I would say.
Okay, Go Army. Okay.
You're very good at apologizing, Go Army. I always appreciated that about you.
I do. I actually do. I told Civic something very nice earlier. Maybe it was yesterday or earlier. I did. I'll say you.
Where's my nice thing? Did I get a nice thing?
I mean, you guys say nothing nice to me ever, so it's like, why would I do that?
Where's my nice thing? I'm really upset and sad. My husband's currently deployed.
Yeah, well, maybe you should. Yeah, maybe you should be mean to us about it.
Hell imperialism.
Fighting for the country, pretty serious thing to do.
I mean, I think he has certain feelings about it as well. To be honest with you, Omi.
Yeah, most do. Like I have a lot. I come from a military family, and I think, and people, and I was talking about this with in an indigenous space about that because a lot of us have mixed feelings, but like there's all sorts of reasons why people join, right? So I don't just like hate on like all vets or service members. I just hate the military industrial complex. But
and as a military spouse, Omi, I can understand that. But I am also very thankful because I have a child with a disability to have health care and a home, and I'm able to stay at home with them and stuff like that.
My sister too. Yeah.
But again,
sounds like socialism.
I love socialism. I'm all for it. The Army has a lot of it, and that's why I think everyone should have it, because I see how wonderful it is. And I've been married to my husband for 10 years, and I have loved every single minute of my socialism.
It is always so great when people like you, Go Army, use socialism as a pejorative. I love that.
Well, and not to be pedantic, but that's kind of my personality type. It is welfare capitalism, but for those in the military, it does feel like you're in a socialist society. So now the goal, Go Army, right, would be to extend that to all other human beings, right?
No.
No.
The
Oh, okay.
difference
We're
what you're
hoarding
leaving.
resources. Okay.
Yeah. No. So the difference is, on me, what you're leaving out, like just like when you said the whole world and you left out like the Middle East and all these. The Army right now is a volunteer force. So I have to literally go down to the recruiter and say, or the judge, like, hey man, you're going to the Army, blah, 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 or the recruiter. You have to go do that. So you guys say it's socialist and it's all this. No, I'm giving you potentially I'm giving you my life for this country, over my family, over everything. But in return, you're going to give my family these benefits and so forth. So that's an exchange. So you want to give it to just Joe Schmo because he's on the corner, born here. Like, well, I'm born here and I'm American. Where's my free stuff? Like, that is ridiculous, bro.
Should cops get free stuff?
Cops?
Yeah. Should fishermen get free stuff? Should
that was
firemen
also
get
a
free
discussion.
stuff? Should judges get free stuff? Should politicians get free stuff?
They all do.
Celebrities.
Doctors that are
Celebrities get free stuff all the time.
Teachers get paid as a
these
former
are people.
teacher.
These are all people that
Oh,
are
you were
giving
a
back to
teacher
the
too, that
community
makes
and
sense.
putting themselves at risk by doing it.
I'm for teacher supremacy. Just wanted to be clear.
As someone, Go Army, who's had to sacrifice a lot and it's so funny because I posted a video of my family saying goodbye to my husband, and it's all the MAGA people on my Instagram saying, well, why are you guys sad? This is what your husband signed up for. So as someone who sacrificed a lot, I still 100% think that everyone should have the right to health care, access to food and shelter. And I think that it's so weird. And my husband does too, mind you, and he's he's approaching his 20-year mark doing this. So
so the
it's
comments
weird.
have to do with what? This is very weird. So the comment section is telling you that Republicans are somehow in your comment section saying that you shouldn't be sad for your husband to deploy because he signed up for it, and then he's done 20 years. What was the other thing you said?
I said almost 20 years. I mean, I can send you screenshots of
What
some of the nasty things of what Republicans have said to me.
It's the internet. Like, duh. It's the internet. Trolls go on the internet and comment on everything. Like, duh. Do you actually take that serious?
One thing Go Army, one thing I just want to, I'm not going to agree or disagree with what you're saying, but one pattern that I've seen with a lot of my relatives is that your emotional intelligence is impaired because of your service experience. And so, like, you have a hard time, validating your own emotions, but you shouldn't invalidate other people's, especially other people who have served or are serving, or so I just wanted to say that, because like that is a traumatic event and it manifests in different ways in this conversation.
Really?
Man.
I'm just wondering, Go Army, like with people going overseas and like fighting for people in this country, it's to fight for the people back home's freedom, right? So like, what does that mean to you? Like, what is the freedom that they're fighting
that didn't mean crap to me. That meant nothing to me. Fighting for people's freedom.
Well, that's
just
the
like
whole
some people
point.
say,
That's the whole point.
No, it's not, Emma. It's like,
not.
listen, you're just like Omi said, man, people join for all different reasons. When you're 18, full of testosterone, you don't care about all that. You just want to go over to WAR. That's my personal, what I want to do. I didn't want to go to college. I didn't want to go do anything else. There's a lot of people that are like in bad spots in this country. Like, I have nowhere else to go. I can't get a job, blah, blah. They go to the military. There's a lot of people that go for pride. And there's some people that do go for like, I want to serve and protect people. But that's kind of hard to say when you're like going to Iraq and it's like a controversial WAR and all this stuff. Like, it's hard to say I'm doing freedom and stuff. Like 9/11
Well, that's what
was
you're
like
doing,
that.
but that's the whole thing, though, is that you go over there for our security, right, and our freedom. That's regardless of the reason why, but that's what you're doing when you go over there, protecting us for our freedoms.
I guess. Right? Not really. I mean, I don't see how anything we were doing over there was protecting anybody back home. I mean, I guess that's a controversial statement, but
I do have to.
Richmond sent us somewhere to do something.
And to be honest with you, I saw a female vet who made a video recently, and I was like, damn, that's probably honestly true. And she talked about how a lot of men, specifically men, join the army or, well, any sort of military, but specifically the army, is what she's talking about, is just to unalive people. And they get a thrill from it and they're excited to do it. And she was like, a lot of these men are just, you know, and mind you, like, I think my husband's a good person, by the way, so I would like to throw that out there. And I think there's a lot of military people that are very good people, but I think there is a lot of people that do get excited just to kind of, you know, have the...
Oh, you're taking it out of context. It's not to do that, sister. It's just you're taking it way out of context. It's like, okay, so you play football, you play sports, you're jacked up, you're 18, 17 at the time. I was. You're all like full of you're like want to do something. I didn't want to go to college. So I didn't want to go unalive people. Like, I was like, I hope I don't have to do anything like that. But it was like
but it's an aggression thing,
like every day
right?
getting up like Call of Duty. I like that. And I was saying, hey, the war is crazy. I don't agree, disagree, anything like that. A lot of people are protesting, but I'll tell you this, I'm willing to go do that and potentially lose my life. I know that was what was risk for just like to get my life in order, like to get the GI Bill, to get like no property taxes down the road and things like that.
Which is socialism.
No. I'm
socialism.
earning it. I'm saying I will do something for it.
Yeah, but that's what everyone in the country wants to do. They want to work so that they can get something back, so that they can live their life. Yes, that's exactly
I know plenty of my friends that will
and there's
not
a lot
do
of jobs
anything
that
for
are very
anybody else
dangerous
besides their
that
business.
aren't. There's a lot of jobs that are very dangerous that aren't going into the military. There's firefighters. There's different construction jobs that are very dangerous. Like there's a ton of jobs that can be very dangerous. But even working in an ER can be dangerous. And so, like, everyone wants a livelihood from the work they do. And like, so why should certain people get the socialism and certain people aren't deserving of it?
Hold on. Working in an ER, you get paid very good for that. You get paid
Not
very
always.
good for that.
Not
Yes,
if you work in like if you work in a small town,
not
like
always.
a smaller hospital, that is not always the case. But
Yeah, but
Gormy,
you don't need a lot to live. The houses are cheap out there. Like 200,000 get you 40 acres in certain parts of Mississippi right now. With 200,000 can't even get you a quarter of an acre in Florida right now. Anything.
I don't know. Everything seems kind of expensive lately, but I would like to clarify that wasn't my essentially take about wanting. There's a lot of people that. I mean, it kind of was. I saw what she was saying, but that was somebody who spent like, I think she said she did like 12 years in the military and she experienced it firsthand by seeing this. So like, do I think everybody joins it? I do find it just to do that. No, but I do find it interesting that you're like, yeah, Call of Duty, because I think there are some people that like very much like join because they're like, yeah, I played a lot of fucking Call of Duty and I think I can go out and do it. And then they're the ones that are like, yeah, this is a little bit more intense than that. And then they do their 4-year contract and then they get out. But people, there's a lot of people.
That's very unfair to say. They do their 4 years and get out. When I was in, let me tell you something. There was 15 months. All you had to do was be deployed 15 months, and you had to be in the rear, meaning back in the States, 9 months, technically a year, but really only 9 months is how they did it. So, and 1 year is, 1 month's automatically gone in NTC or JRTC. That's gone out the back. Then you have maybe another 2 months that are done. You're out in the field training and so forth. So you really don't get any time with your family. So everybody in my company was divorced,
realize
right?
this.
Hold on. Everybody was divorced. Everybody had problems with their wife and partner, everything like that when I was over there. Every single one came back a different person, divorce, all that stuff, bad stuff. So I said, hey, I don't, this isn't like the life I want to do. 15 months, 9 months back, these guys on their 4th deployments, no family. That wasn't the life for me. So after 4 years, I got out. Like they were stop lossing people, like, and I didn't want to do that. So
no one is discrediting you from your 4 years. I think, Go Army, you're kind of getting a little offended. And if you are getting offended from my statement, I do apologize, because anybody that spends any amount of time serving this country, I do appreciate and value them. But what I was saying is there's a lot of people that join the military that think it is one way, and it's not actually that way. That's why I clarified with the Call of Duty statement. It is hard.
I would say they want more. It's not enough action going on.
Hold on. Real fast, I promise. I think there's like the people that last longer than 4 years, I honestly don't even know how they fucking do it. I don't know how my husband does it. He's literally, I get to talk to him very rarely right now as he's over there, and some of the shit that he's telling me, which the news is telling us the opposite, by the way, is I don't know how he does it every single fucking day. So I don't want to discredit that, but I also see there's another flip side. That doesn't mean that's everybody's story. Everyone has a different story.
I don't think someone should have to go overseas though to get socialism, to get a GI Bill, to get like, college paid for or whatever, an education, to get healthcare, to get housing, like to have life be affordable and to be able to live in this country and have a family and be comfortable, not struggling. Like that should be everyone's experience.
Yeah, the irony is that the asset owning class, it's going to benefit them the most since they're already ahead of the game to have a healthy, well-educated populace. They're going to be even more of the fucking winnings are going to go towards them. They're going to have a highly educated, healthy workforce to choose from. Like, I don't understand what, like, Jesus Christ. You're still gonna be owning everything. Just at least make sure that we're not struggling.
Happier and healthier and less sick, because stress causes sickness. Like being stressed makes people sick and gives people like autoimmune diseases and things like that. And like the sickness of this country is partially because of the wealth inequality.
Do you really think that, or do you truly believe that, Emma, or do you think it's like people have become over time like lazier, more obese, like eating way more and more and more and unhealthier than ever? Like, I don't know if they're unhealthier than ever, but that's been a big trend in America. Like America's got way fatter, more obese people than the rest of the world, you could say. And that's healthcare, right? That plays into it, right? You all want the healthcare at the end after you've been healthy your whole life. And now you're like giving me all these healthcare. Like, that's not fair.
I agree with you. I would say that the most accessible food, and maybe you can meet me in the middle here, is going to be unhealthy food, right? Fast food, takeout food, all of these things where you don't have the time to make healthy meals. You turn to high sodium, high fat, high sugar foods that are easy to get, and go through a drive-through, you got your meal, right? Like that is going to be a lot easier. So that's going to lead to obesity.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I agree with that. And when I say I want to go back to y'all always say I want to go back, is because like in my grandparents' generation, they packed a lunch for everything, no matter how much money they had. And even my parents' generation, they packed lunches, thermos, they did all that. Nowadays, it's like, well, we got 30 minutes. Let's ride over to Chick-fil-A and do all these things. And it's like,
not everyone.
Is like, and then at the end, this is healthcare. Like, this is like a problem in America needs to be addressed before we just say free healthcare for everybody. Keep eating McDonald's and get your points every day. Like, it's a problem. It's an issue.
You do need time and money to buy healthy food. You know what I mean? Like, you need time to go to the farmer's market and go to the stores and be able to afford the vegetables that don't last long.
That's not true.
You can't buy in bulk. You have to buy more frequently.
You can go to Walmart and eat very healthy right now without organic stuff. You can go buy like rice and chicken, and you can buy like, a little bit of greens and so forth. You don't have to go buy like microwave ready meals and like all these like processed heavy things. It's a food choice. It's how you eat. You don't need a healthy like farmer's market. They're nice, but yeah, you don't need it.
You can't buy the time it takes to make that food. Sorry, Ella.
Oh no, that's okay.
That's the point, right?
When a head of lettuce costs as much as a box of mac and cheese, there's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, it costs more than a box of mac and cheese.
Go Army, if you don't mind me asking you.
More than a mac and cheese, though.
I could see how you could say that as a farmer, Steve, because there's a lot of work that goes into it. As someone who has a fairly large garden, I could see how you could say that. But Go Army, just a quick question. I feel like, because to be honest with you, as someone who does like to eat very healthy, but I have 4 kids, I feel like a lot of it also has to do with the fast-paced lifestyle that we live in America, where we're constantly on the go, whether that be sports or having short lunch breaks or having long work days, like all these things, right? It is a privilege to be able to have a stay-at-home spouse that could possibly help you with like packing your lunch. Like, do you think that contributes it to a little bit, is like just like the fast paced craziness? Because sometimes, like, when you're running kids around to sports, like, that's the easiest thing, to go to Chick-fil-A.
Not to mention that when people have to work more than one job in order to survive, there's very little time to actually take the time to cook things from scratch.
Like, I'll buy the time argument because I probably eat more fast food than I should, but I'm definitely not buying the price argument because the price of fast food is absurd. Like, you can barely have lunch at McDonald's for less than like $17.
I wasn't arguing for the cost of fast food.
McDonald's.
No, but she's right. I mean, you can buy like 4 boxes of fucking mac and cheese for the same price as a head of lettuce.
But that's the way it should be, though. Those
not
No.
she don't grocery shop.
Wait. Why should it be that way?
Because the head of lettuce, depending on the season, has to be imported from thousands of miles away at a certain time and only has a shelf life of days, if not a week. The box of mac and cheese can be sent and sit on the shelf for a year and a half and is still perfectly fine. It should be the case. It should be more expensive.
But when the argument is that people should take accountability and eat healthier, and we're telling you that lots of people are overworked, underpaid, and have the lack of time to cook from scratch, and in addition to that, the food that would be healthy to cook from scratch is 4 times as expensive as the box of mac and cheese that it has the high sodium and high fat content, then you're not fixing the problem, are you?
And there's no reason why we need it to go from that far away. Like, I had family that grew in Salinas, had lettuce and like vegetable farms out there, and that's what they did for a living. But like, we can support local produce and local farms, local cattle, like whatever, like farms in general. We could literally support that so that it doesn't have to get shipped from that far away. And then that way you're supporting a local business that has jobs that are local, money stays local, and then you're not transporting it across country that's not using gas too. So it's that would be the win-win.
You do realize that 70% of the country has 4 seasons, right? Like, you can't.
Yeah, but then you don't eat what's not in season then.
Well,
but
the people aren't going to accept that.
But you can. It's not expensive to run a greenhouse.
Yeah, greenhouses too. That's possible to do this. Like,
I'm going to interrupt real fast.
Yeah,
and then
sorry,
I'm
go
going
ahead.
to drop. I just wanted to clarify, Gormy. Somebody was saying that you weren't a real veteran in the comments, and I didn't know whether to shut that down. So I just wanted clarification real fast, and then I'll drop. Gormy. Guess not.
I saw the same thing, and I did ask them if it was actually, like, if it was a fact, if it was verified. Otherwise, I think it's dangerous to slander people. But
I'm gonna say that Go Army is absolutely a veteran. You guys shouldn't be fucking saying anything other than to.
Yeah, I'm not responding to that. I'm not responding to that. So.
Yeah, I always have thought and that Go Army is a veteran, and he's even shown some stuff that he didn't have to, by the way, that I do really think he's a veteran, and we should absolutely respect him for that. Even though I don't respect you on a lot of things, Go Army, I am appreciative of your service.
I hear that. I just wanted to make sure before I'll drop.
Yeah, my ask would be that you do shut it down. Just tell them to stop, or whatever, or don't get involved. Up to you, whatever you want to do.
yeah, I did address it sort of, but I didn't go that far. But I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't question people, honestly. I don't ever do the testing. I don't know enough, first of all, to do it, and secondly, I don't really care. If you want to lie about it, it doesn't bother me. Whatever. People lie about what they do for a living all the time on this app.
It's true. I hear, Steve. I understand where you're getting at in terms of what farm to table should cost. I hear that. And I think it's important to understand that the core of the argument here was really about healthcare and making sure that our population is provided for. And GoArmy is not wrong by saying that there is an issue with obesity and an issue with high sugar, high sodium diets in this country, all of the above, right? But that is a systemic problem above all. It's a variety of things, but it's a systemic problem above all. When the shitty food at the store is cheaper than the healthy food, and when a family who has to work multiple jobs in order to provide does not have the time to make the healthy food, it is a systemic problem.
I mean, I don't disagree. I just don't know that there's necessarily any way to get away from it. Like, you know, these high sodium things and whatever, like sodium is the OG preservative that's been used for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Like, that's why this is so much in those things, so they have a longer shelf life, which is what makes them cheaper. Like, I don't know that there's any real way to get away from that from an industry standard.
From a I think an overall solution perspective, what I see would be what the left is trying to go for in terms of bringing in more socialism. And I don't mean bring in more welfare. I do mean bring in more socialism. Because if you look at other countries in the world where they have shorter work weeks for the same amount of money, giving people more free time to actually care for themselves, it does result in a healthier population and therefore in a healthier economy. Because in order to have an economy, you need your people strong.
I guess I don't know that I really understand the shorter work week deal, because I can't get a goddamn thing done in 40 hours, let alone 80 half the time. So
Yeah, that would be my contention with that too. It's like
Well, they
everybody
need
I
more
know
workers.
that's driven, really independent and driven, they want to work more. They want to work, like if you own a business, it's like your life. You never really stop working. You
But
know
that's
what I mean?
not really that healthy either, right? Like people, the country could
Very
be
healthy.
so much better, like honestly, and happier and healthier if we just changed certain things and we're less stubborn about working till we unalive. Like it doesn't have to be a struggle till you unalive, or people working in office and passing away. Like it doesn't have to be that way, that you literally lived only to work instead of working to live. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
some people, Emma, that is healthy. Like I'm a man
is
that
it though?
I don't love to work like what I do and like work all day every day. But there's people out there that a lot of men that if they're not working and doing something, they go crazy. They
Well,
go
you could
crazy.
do
Like
other
they have to
things.
be
You
doing
don't,
something.
but
But they
having
don't
to
want
work
to.
because you have to is different than like working because you choose to, or volunteering or having a hobby or whatever, right?
There
Sorry,
are
go
women that
ahead,
have that
Steve.
same. There are women that have that same anxiety as well, right? Like they don't, if they're not doing or learning something, or they're gonna go crazy. It's not just a man thing.
No, yeah, probably more women if you want to say it
So
like that.
what
Probably
you're
more women than
saying
men now.
is,
part
But
of it,
yeah,
again, part of it is also dictated by Mother Nature. I mean, like my industry, if you will, is completely dictated by Mother Nature. Construction is another one, completely dictated by Mother Nature. Like you can't build roads in the winter in Michigan. It doesn't fucking work. So there's only so many daylight hours in when it's hot enough to pave roads, and you just gotta fucking do it. Like it doesn't work to work 20 hours a week and get those things done. Like it just doesn't happen. We don't have enough people to do it.
That's
And
I would.
I get what you're
One.
saying. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ella.
It's a quick side note. Go Army. One thing that I hear you say about people don't know how to sit still, that's actually a mental health issue. That means that they weren't taught how to rest. That means a level of discomfort with themselves, and that can be addressed. So there's that.
Ella,
Yeah,
that's
I disagree.
literally
Okay,
what I was about to say.
Let me say that's patently absurd. So one does not need to be taught to not eat only Oreos or Cheetos all day long. You'd be better off not eating anything. And this conversation is
This
ridiculous.
is my cue to go, Mojo, because it sounds very drunk up in here all of a sudden. I'll see you.
No. This is CB.
No, I am absolutely not drunk. I am. moment what to do at every instance of time. And, they have to be taught what's healthy. People mostly know that, what's good for them, right?
No, I don't think that's what she's actually saying at all.
Resting. Yeah, I was only.
This is, but overall, this is a nonsense.
Hold on, CB. Hold on.
Well, I just joined.
I said hold on. I said hold on. Ella, what were you saying?
I was only speaking to the resting part because Go Army made the argument that there are, he said men, civics corrected, it's women. There are people out there who can't sit still. So if you give them a shorter work week, they won't know what to do with their time and they'll be angry about it or whatever. And I am saying that is a mental health issue. And that is a mental health issue.
And I actually was going to say exactly what Ella was saying, essentially. And I'm glad I'm going to let you go first because I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking that. But
I do want to give CB back the floor.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's give them Thorazine and do what our medical institutions do now, which is tranquilize everyone.
We don't use Thorazine anymore. We don't use Thorazine anymore.
I'm mostly joking. Okay, let's give them Seroquel then. We do use that. So,
we don't.
Any comment to that one?
We don't need anything but access to talk therapy, like affordable access to talk.
He's not.
This is not
being
realistic.
Sarcastic to make a point.
No, I'm not. I'm not
no,
truly
you're not.
being sarcastic, but
you do want to drug them. Is that what you're saying?
Are you addressing this to me or
to
the commenter? No,
to you.
Oh no! I think that people.
Okay, so I thought you were being sarcastic because you don't want to drug them, and then you told
I'm
me
saying this idea that people don't know what's good for them is first of all condescending, and second of all stupid.
You are misrepresenting what I said. You really are. I'm only speaking.
Then re-represent.
I'm only speaking to the aspect of rest. I was only addressing what Go Army said. If you didn't hear what Go Army said, then we can just let it go because you're misrepresenting and generalizing what I said.
Yeah, if I could just clarify for just 2 seconds, because I think I get what Ella is saying, because I actually have diagnosis that actually make this a problem where I literally have to be medicated at night to go to sleep with OCD, ADHD and stuff like that, where you genuinely I can't sit down and watch a TV show to save my life. Resting is different, and what Ella is saying, that is actually it is a mental disorder, but it is normal and it's a healthy thing to do is sit down and rest. That's not saying that we should medicate everybody because of it, but it is good for your body, and you can't say that it's not to rest. I think I probably would be a little mentally clearer if I would just sit my ass down for once.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that from a medical standpoint or from a mental health standpoint, but there's 168 hours in a week. Excuse me. Working less than a quarter of them is not a lot.
We sleep most of those as we should, right? 7 to 8 hours of sleep is absolutely, 7 to 8 hours of sleep is the norm for most people. Yeah, so.
They did a study recently that said women actually need 10 hours sleep because of all that their body does. So, but I mean, it is important to rest. It's important to take time for quiet and silence. And I think that's why C19 was so good for people that weren't in the healthcare industry, that didn't have to take care of people that were elderly or sick. Some people had time to themselves to do hobbies and just be quiet for once and have time to themselves and be forced to not be so busy and productive, quote unquote, all the time and efficient with their time. And it forced them to really take a look at their life. And I think a lot of people change what they do now because of that. And I think that's a healthy thing. And that's why we need vacations. That's why we need breaks. And working till you end alive, that's why I brought it up in the first place, is not the best thing for anyone. And if you need more people at the job because there's heat and so you can't tar and pave the roads all year, so you have to hustle, then there should be more people hired.
Yeah, we don't
And
have
that's what I was
those. We don't
saying.
have the people.
That's the
Like, they
problem.
don't
It
exist.
isn't that you should work 60 hours a week. It's that more people should be able to get a job, right?
Yeah, but
And
we
do
don't
that
have the
job.
we don't have the
So let's
population
solve
of
that
adults to
problem.
do it. I'm
So let's
aware.
solve that
That's why
problem.
I'm aware. That's why I support making people legal and allowing them to work and expanding work visa
What?
programs. I understand that, but
Yeah.
at the
Iconic,
same
Steve.
time, that doesn't solve it now. Like,
Well, it does if we move towards that, right? Because
yeah, but
everything
that's not
starts
going to
once.
happen. We've got we have two parties in Congress that have been fighting over these people and making them political hot points for 100 fucking years. We're not going to solve it tomorrow.
So let's both tell them to stop and not vote for them and vote new people in that don't think that way. Like, it's not going to happen overnight.
I mean, I voted for a third party for a reason, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I knew it wasn't going to happen. So what are we supposed to do?
I mean, we gotta all stand up, and we have to stop fighting with each other and force these people that work for us to actually do the things that we need and want. Like, if you need more workers, you should get more workers. We should stop deporting people when we actually need workers, like terrorizing people, including citizens. Like, that's why I'm always saying, I'm like a broken record. What are each administration doing to help people? Like, everyday regular people, making your life better, my life better, everyone healthier. Like, that makes people happier, and then they are more efficient by default. Civics talks
Everyday
about this all
regular
the time
people?
too. Everyone.
Everyday regular people. I would say finally the administration's stepping up and doing something.
They're not.
Yes, they're getting rid of these people. Yes.
So I do not agree with this administration, but what I would say is if you want to see the abuse of people, you can look directly in the city of Miami, where I live, to see how they abuse the immigration system. Meaning, if you are not a legal immigrant, they will pay you much less than the federal minimum wage, and they will get away with it because you can't do anything about it. So I also don't think that I don't know. These aren't answers to anything.
So are they committing tax fraud then? Because you can't pay less than the legal minimum wage and put it on a W-2
they are
or a thing.
violating the Fair Labor Standards Act. And however, who is going to complain? The workers are not, because if the workers complain, they get deported. So
but they would have to be paying them cash.
Yeah, and I think Steve very much clarified that's why he thinks that people should actually stay here and become legal, because it actually would help our economy. So advocating that they get to be citizens.
I mean, just do the basic math. If you have such and such percent growth of GDP every year, whether you have, a little bit less than what we quantify as enough, or albeit hopefully more than what we quantify as enough, you need a growing population to grow with that GDP in order to maintain that GDP, or you can't fucking do it. AI might change that, but that remains to be seen. And on top of that, we have a birth rate problem to go along with it, which we can't solve for a minimum of 20 years.
Yeah.
Do you think if we had more access to healthcare, like a lot of people did, we could also have people be able to fill jobs and stuff?
My issue is people.
Clueless.
My issue
you guys know
is
nothing.
My
and
issue
Steve
is that,
over there is exploiting workers. It sounds like on his farm. Probably.
My issue is that people throw out these terms like, "Should we expand health?" What does that mean? Is there a concrete argument? Is there, a cohesive opinion?
I think
expand healthcare, sure, everyone would love that. I mean, but what does that mean?
I think definitely not doing things like what this current administration is doing, like doing certain rollbacks where we're actually seeing people get more sick and harmed, even from the food that we are just buying at the store. That would be a great start. Having access to just regular checkups for people, cancer treatments, more research into women, because the death rate for women giving birth in this country is actually really alarming. And I feel like there's not enough, research into that. The list is long, and you're right. I know what you're about to say. It does take a long time, but guess what? If you don't start It never happens.
Well, the research takes funding, and do you know who funds most studies on these things? Are the extremely wealthy and profitable pharmaceutical companies. So you'd have to talk to them, talk to Pfizer, and talk to
Wrong. Wrong. It's
no.
government.
That is
wrong.
What do you mean wrong? That's literally
You are
objectively
wrong.
correct. Okay, who does?
funds it? It's the federal government. The federal government funds it.
They subsidize
but when we talk
studies.
about,
They don't fund studies. You're wrong. Sorry, you are absolutely
I don't think you
categorically
understand how subsidies work. But anyways, like I was saying before, I was really interrupted.
wrong.
When we say
I was
expand
speaking,
Medicare and
so I
Medicaid,
was interrupted.
when we say expand Medicare and Medicaid, what they mean is that red states try their very hardest to keep Medicare and Medicaid out of their state because they have to meet it dollar for dollar, and they don't want to do that. So they lobby to keep Medicare and Medicaid from expanding in their state and reaching more people. That's what they mean by we need to expand Medicare and Medicaid.
Okay, so I have a question for you, B. So Medicare applies to what type of people? What age and what
Over
diagnoses?
65. Oh, over 65.
65
Medicaid
and
would be people who are over 26 and on their, or someone who doesn't have family members who they could be on their private insurance.
Not necessarily.
Over the age of 26.
And Medicare also applies to people with late stage kidney diseases. So no, you're not. None of this is correct.
Well, I didn't even get to finish what I was saying. You just interrupted me and said not necessarily.
Well,
and this
you wouldn't
isn't
have gotten
correct.
it either way, but
Yeah, yes, I would have. You just interrupted me completely.
Let's just level set here. CB, you're a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
he tries. He tries.
You're a lawyer.
And that's why
he plays
the same arguments of
he plays the lawyer
let's
on
expand
TV,
this
and then he
and
comes in
expand
here and
that.
says stupid
No.
shit on a regular basis.
No,
Okay,
really
I wasn't done, CB. Just a second. You're a lawyer who used to have a prom picture as his profile picture. B,
I never had a prom picture. Ew, I would never do that.
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah, sorry. Did you hear that?
That wasn't
CB?
a prom picture. I'm sorry, I'm young, Mojo. It's something that you can't relate.
Whatever.
To.
You had several bow ties in your pictures. B, what do you do for a living?
With a tuxedo, a bow tie is always.
CB, you missed it again. She is in medicine. So you're like mansplaining over somebody who clearly knows what the fuck she's talking about. She's not challenging you on the law.
I'm not challenging her on the law. We're not talking about the law. What do you mean?
You're talking about medicine.
Challenging on the thing that she knows, though. That's the problem.
Okay. What I asked her a question about Medicare, and she didn't answer the question correctly.
No, you interrupted me halfway through my
hold on.
answer.
Hold on. This dipshit said you didn't answer correctly. Not that you didn't answer, that you didn't answer correctly.
Right. Expanding Medicare and Medicaid would not help the majority of people in this
It
country.
would,
Wow.
because again, red states push to not have Medicare and Medicaid in their states. They tried to turn down government funding, federal government funding, so that they don't have to have it in their state and they don't have to match it dollar for dollar. So here in California, we have Medi-Cal, right? So California subsidizes what Medicare and Medicaid can't cover with Medi-Cal. Other states have something similar as well, but they don't want to have to do that. So they do not want Medicare and Medicaid to come to their states. They actively lobby against it. They actively do not want the funding. They're keeping their own people from getting funding because they are red states and they don't want to have to meet it dollar for dollar.
So Medicare and Medicaid are federal programs, meaning you qualify regardless of what state you live in. I don't really know what you're trying
And
to
so
get at.
each state gets funding based
now
off
it is
of
a
what
legal
the state
issue, and I
needs.
don't.
Yes, each state gets funding based off of what the state needs, right? But
No.
that state, it's not all covered
That's not
by Medicaid. Medicaid
That's
especially.
literally not true at all. Nope, that's
That
not how
is-
the law works.
Yeah, that's
No.
how it works. So are
No,
we
it
just
does
going
not.
around giving $50 billion to each state equitably when California has 30 million for their population and Kansas probably has, 5 million?
If
That
I'm
doesn't make sense.
67 and I live in any state in this country, I qualify for Medicare. You are wrong. Sorry.
Yes, that's not the argument I made. That's not the argument I made.
Then what is the argument?
I don't think you're tracking and I don't think you know what you're talking about, so I don't think I should be talking to you anymore because you're
Okay.
having it. You're doing what I call fighting wallpaper right now. You're fighting an argument I never made.
All right. You're saying that they're trying to take away
If you
Medicare
just
and
Google,
Medicaid.
if you want to,
The
if
states are
Google
trying to
is
take it
better for
away.
you, all you have to Google is why don't red states expand Medicare or Medicaid in their state, and it will give you the answer. If I'm not
Okay,
eloquent
do
enough
me
for you, you could go ahead and Google that. It's
no,
very
no.
simple.
Do me a favor. Google whether you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid at 65 or with a disability in
I
any
know you
state.
do. I
You're
know you
wrong.
do. That's not the point.
So
I
why are we
know you
talking about
do.
states lobbying? And it doesn't matter
I
because
don't
you
think you know what you're
qualify.
talking about. So I don't think we can
I
have this conversation
literally,
from here on out.
you are so wrong. And anyone
That's
listening
okay,
that
bro.
believes this nonsense
I
is
can't fight you on this because you don't know what you're talking about. You just
you.
don't.
It's a federal law. The
I said
supremacy
that like
clause
6 times.
trumps
I
states.
agree.
Hold on.
My God.
Wait, hold on. What's a federal law?
The Medicare Act or the Secondary Payer Act, they are federal laws. The states cannot supersede that law. Sorry,
So
I don't know what
if they add extra funding to Medicare. Let's say Congress passes a law that says they're going to add extra funding for a Part B or a Part C or a Part whatever they do. Can the
Right.
state turn that funding down?
No.
Yes, they can.
The federal
they do it on a regular basis. The southern states are doing that on a regular basis right now. They don't want to take the additional money from Medicare because they don't want to be
you're talking
subjected
about
to federal laws.
You're talking about no, you're wrong about that. You're wrong.
I am not wrong about any of that shit. She is not
federal
wrong about
law
any of that
supersedes.
shit. CB, you are an absolute moron. How the fuck you ever got a law license?
You are
I'll
talking
never
about
understand.
two separate things, and that is what's so frustrating. Is you're so number one, the Medicare Act, right, and the Medicaid Act, they supersede state laws. However,
what does Florida have you do? What does Florida have you do to become a fucking lawyer? Do they make you do a coloring book? Is that what they do?
Do you want me to finish, or do you want to go off on your, AI nonsense photo? So what I was trying to say is there is a second part of this argument that I think you're trying to target, which is states matching funding and incentives and subsidies
I didn't say
from the
anything
federal.
of the sort. Shut the fuck up.
The state cannot take away your Medicare rights, your Medicaid rights.
I said they can refuse.
No one said they would.
They can refuse to use additional funds, and they do that on a regular basis.
That is true.
Especially for Medicaid. It ends up being more true for Medicaid than it does for Medicare because Medicaid is more in the hands of the state, whereas Medicare is more federal. So I'll agree with you there. But at the end of the day, we've been saying the same thing. Me and Mojo said the same thing.
No, and I don't disagree with the second part of that. But this idea that the states... No, you were saying that the states have been lobbying against extending Medicaid and Medicare funds. That is not
not at all what
that
you
was
said.
your statement.
No,
what do you mean?
not.
I'm arguing against a statement that was made.
Oh my God.
You're not fucking listening. Fucking lawyers. God, I hate lawyers.
You hate lawyers because you're not one and you don't understand. Have you read the Medicare Secondary Payer Act? Have you read the statutes? I have. I know how it works. I'm
not sure if it's a lawyer issue or if sometimes people only listen to defend because they think they are already right or not. I don't know.
No, and I listen. I'm not that person, but I think the statements that were made were incorrect, and I'm going to call them out. Unless you, or I can leave, and you guys can have your little, fest around Mojo's Vatican and Marxism. That's fine too, but it's up to you.
I don't understand why you come in here and you purposely mishear.
Because people make false statements, and I don't like people saying things that aren't true.
The only person making a false statement here is you.
Nope.
You didn't listen to what she was saying. You responded to something that she didn't say. You were still responding to something she didn't say.
So you said I made a false statement. Which one was it? What statement did I make that was false?
She said anything about fucking lobbying, for Christ's sake.
She said red states are lobbying. What do you
did not?
Did you not say red states have been fighting What are you talking about? I just
never
heard the
used
comment.
the fucking word lobbying.
Okay. Red states are fighting against matching or whatever the term
You
she
don't even
used.
know what the fuck she said. You don't
Oh
listen.
my God. Mojo, you know, you're being obfuscating purposefully at this point.
No, you just didn't listen to what she said.
This is nonsense.
No, what I said is that you were responding to something she didn't say. And then you're arguing that you were responding to something she did say, but you don't even know what the fuck she said.
Right.
Okay. You guys, okay, this is why I don't like lawyers. Because lawyers have it in their head what the argument is before the argument is ever made.
No.
That's the argument that they're going to argue against. They don't give a shit what the other person says. They have a particular line of fucking questioning that they're going to go down, and they expect the other person to answer a specific way. And if they don't answer that way, they don't care. They're still going to go down the same fucking line of argument.
That was not my agenda, and that's wrong. So, but I mean, unless I can replay a recording, I mean, I'm not going to.
That is exactly how depositions work. So,
well,
like to a
It's on YouTube. You can go listen to it.
I mean, if I said lobbying, I apologize. That's not what I meant. But what I was getting at is the expansion of Medicaid. That is what I was getting at. Expansion of Medicaid in states. States do not want to expand Medicaid. It's that simple. That's what we were arguing about.
And okay,
It's
so
a concerted effort of pushing Medicaid and keeping Medicaid funding out of their states and trying to shrink it as much as possible. Lobbying, I might have used that word. I apologize.
No, so that I agree.
Wait, hold on. I'll give it to you as well. I didn't hear lobbying, and that's a possibility because the possibility for that might be because I knew what she was talking about, so therefore I blanked out the word lobbying. If she said lobbying, I didn't hear it.
No, and I agree with the statement she just made. I think that that's true.
Oy vey. That was the whole premise of our argument, CB.
It is. I mean, it's a pretty.
Other people. That's what it comes down to. States don't care about their population. Sometimes they just want to get away with the responsibility, like leave it and not get people covered because they don't care.
For example, this is another travesty that actually happened in a similar situation. I don't think it was for Medicare, but it was for security concerns anyway. The Texas flooding of those summer camps. That the funding was given by the Biden administration to actually put up all of the signals to make sure that if there was any flash flooding going on, everybody could be warned about it ahead of time. They set up a whole system for that, as a matter of fact, and they paid for it. The federal government paid for it. Texas, however, didn't want to be attached to the Biden administration, so they refused to use those funds for that purpose. And they didn't put up that early warning system. And those kids died because of it.
I mean, I have no idea if that's accurate or not, but if it is, I would imagine there would be a whole lot of lawsuits filed by those kids' parents.
But why? They were doing something perfectly legal. Because the money was issued by FEMA, by the early warning management storm something system. I don't fucking remember what it was.
No, and Mojo, you can't sue the federal government. They have sovereign immunity. It's basically virtually impossible to sue.
You're not suing the federal government. You're suing the state, which you absolutely can do.
No, the state has sovereign immunity too, and it's almost impossible to sue them for that. So
we looked this up. I remember.
Mojo's right on
Mojo, do you remember what they paid for?
Yeah, I don't remember what they paid for. I do
They
remember that they
put it towards the police station, and there were certain police officers that got raises and stuff like that. They put it towards the police station.
Yeah. So they put it towards something similar, but they didn't put it toward the thing that it was supposed to go toward.
Yep. And they told the public that they weren't going to take Biden money. And then they did. And they just they allocated it towards something else.
No, that is true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he does this all the time.
Yeah, it's stuff like that happens with Medicare too, or Medicaid, when the federal government grants stipends to states to add additional funding to their Medicare supplements or whatever. There are certain states that will simply refuse it or will spend it on something else.
Which is ridiculous considering that the majority of Medicaid, especially, is funded by the federal government. So when the federal government says, "Hey, we have extra money for this extra funding for your people in your states. We want to expand Medicaid coverage," those states will say no, even though the majority of it is paid by the federal government. They only have to make up for a small percentage. They only have to match dollar for dollar for a small percentage of it. I think it's about 10%. It's a very tiny percentage, and yet still they do not they do not want the expansion in their state. And we see Trump do things like this all the time, like reject, like giving funding for things that have already been allocated. I think he did it with Maine. He tried to do it with California as well. Just like, oh, I don't like them, so I don't want to give them funding, even though Congress has already decided on the budget that year.
And I think Florida did it for FEMA funding at some point in time, and then begged for FEMA funding after the hurricane. I think that is true. As well. And I say that because CB got his coloring book fucking law license from Florida.
Coloring book. Oh my god.
I heard that they give false.
I work at a
lot
top
of
firm, Mojo. I'm not an idiot. Like I just don't like. I do think that in this world where and I blame Trump for a lot of this, where people just say things because the truth has become this arcane concept, and so I always have to call it out. It's not personal. It's not me being against the sentiment. It's just me being against the specific comment made. That's it. It's not anything more than that.
I will have you all know that my rage against CB got me a harassment and bullying violation.
Wait, why? I didn't report you.
No, I didn't say you did.
Oh, I would never.
It's just the AI shit. And AI.
Oh, they're doing that now. Great.
AI didn't like that I was yelling.
Well, the same people that made your cover photo.
Every time I say anything about Pritzker, I get a harassment and bullying violation every fucking time.
That was a good one.
Sensitive, bro. Leave him alone. Stop hating on the billionaires.
It never fails. Every single time.
They can pay for the bots that report.
They can pick up that?
Like,
well, I'm doomed.
Anytime I'm in Pritzker's name in any sort of negative context whatsoever, I get a violation for harassment and bullying. It never fails. I'm probably going to get one right now for saying what I just said.
We love him. We love Pritzker.
That's
we
like
love him. We love
unacceptable. That's crazy.
How's that freedom doing? How's it going? Liberty and freedom.
I still like you, CB.
I like you too, Mojo. Don't worry. I think passion is good. I like that people are talking about things, at least. Gives me some hope.
I don't know about talking.
Well, the only thing I've ever been good at, so.
I've been yelling at people all day, so.
Oh, really? Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. I'm angry Mojo today.
He is angry Mojo today, for sure.
Mojo being the voice of reason about the trees was pretty great.
Oh my God, not the tree thing again. I cannot. I cannot do that again.
You had one girthy redwood is enough. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Always. I can't.
You did it. That was your statement.
I know. I did it on purpose. Who doesn't like a girthy redwood? Come on.
There it is.
I would not describe. They are a beautiful tree.
Just tell us that you eat bananas for the shape, not the flavor, without telling us.
Oh my God.
Save the trees.
I like the little trees.
Oh God.
Oh my God. I don't know what.
The tree patriarchy drives me nuts.
I fucking despise trees. Nothing grows in the shade.
Oh God.
You hate
Yes, it does.
No
Mushrooms
one hates
do.
trees.
Wait, so
I hate trees.
cilantro likes half sunlight. I will tell you that.
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms grow in
Yeah, I guess
absolute
mushrooms don't
darkness.
really like the sun.
Yeah, mushrooms. They're great.
Lime
Like,
trees, funnily enough, do not like to be in full sun either.
No, they don't. That's true.
The
Citrus
10
in
fucking
general.
outside rows that you plant in a field, if they're shaded, they don't yield worth a fuck if they don't get decimated by the deer while
Oh
they're
my
at it.
god.
Wait, you actually hate trees? I thought you were.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
actually hate trees.
This is an actual conversation, really.
If you hate trees, do you have a soul?
You have a soul.
Trees are the most
It never fails.
most beautiful thing
Every
we
time
have.
I clean up a fence row somewhere, I say, man, that's a nice, beautiful tree. I should leave that and tear it down. The next year I come back and there's a big ass branch laying in the field that I got to clean up or plant around. It pisses me off. I'm done with it.
Oh my god!
So the tree breaks and you yell at it? Like what?
Fuck that tree.
That's not.
It reminds me of the quote from Lord of the Rings with Saruman. It's like he used to wander the forest. Now he only has a life for iron and wheels. I don't like that.
Are we really going back to the Hobbit now? The fucking.
I will quote Tolkien at any opportunity I'm given. So yes.
earlier was the Ents, and now it's fucking Saruman.
I wish I would have seen that.
I do have a bone to pick with the trees.
I mean,
if it makes you feel any better, I have a bone to pick with the deer too.
The Midwest is just like all nothing. So like,
I mean, invasive trees or like
all trees.
I mean, yeah, autumn olives are the worst.
Then that's fine.
But
trees at large.
You had to start the fucking purity testing, fucking woke bullshit.
I'm not even. I just never met anyone that doesn't like trees.
yeah, he's been talking about it a lot, how he hates trees. And then Mojo started saying like, all of you are making me feel like I want to burn them down. And so that's where we're at right now. Yep.
I thought
never
woke
met
was
anyone that had
back.
to fucking farm around them then.
Oh, except mushroom farmers. No, I thought woke was back. Like
it is
woke
bad.
is back, baby. No,
It's
back.
bad.
BACK.
No, it's bad. No, it's bad.
You're driving me crazy. You're gonna make me crash out.
Mushrooms grow in barns.
It's in your name. You should every once in a while. You gotta let it go. Let it go.
I will say I have a hate for crepe myrtles.
Well, yes, because their root systems they'll tear apart but they're a beautiful tree. I don't understand.
Have you seen anything grow underneath of a eucalyptus tree fucking one time ever? No. It doesn't.
No, but like eucalyptus,
fucking terrible.
aren't they invasive to the United States?
They are.
Not.
They are invasive. They're fucking terrible.
It's like, I would agree with you if you said like, oh, I hate like crawling bamboo. I'd be like, yeah, it's a really terrible environmental disaster. But trees in general, I don't know about that.
Actually, humans are pretty invasive species. So
yeah, that argument never made sense to me though, because it's sort of, yes, that's true, but like, what
if
are we
we're
going to
talking
do
about
about
invasive, like we're mad at the trees, but like they were here first and we're chopping them down.
Yeah, I mean, and humans are the ones that bring the invasive trees across.
Mm-hmm.
There was that Mark Wahlberg movie about the trees getting revenge.
Oh, yeah, I loved that movie.
Wait,
was that The Happening?
I thought it was the bees. Wasn't it something with bees?
No, bees crash out.
That's the Beekeeper, that Jason Statham movie. That was basically the transporter.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, that was about assholes taking advantage of old people online.
Yeah, and it was a really bad movie too. So, but I've just never found anyone anti-tree. That's just funny to me.
Well, anyone that has to farm around them feels that way.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, roots are the reason why you have a job. Like roots and like plants talking to each other.
Right.
Like trees are a part of that. That whole system is important. It's not just
the
about
Wicker
the farming.
Man. That's the one. Someone said it in the comments. That's the weird
Wicker
bee
Man.
movie.
That's with.
It's a bee movie in two regards, but
that one's a
Steve,
wild
I gotta
movie.
ask. Do you think that do you claim that your profession is fully determined by nature?
No.
Fully?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you made that statement earlier.
No, not fully, but I mean, like, what you do and when you do it is. Like.
Yeah, okay. What's your crop, if you don't mind me asking? Are you okay? Are you feel safe saying?
Yeah, I mostly work for dairy farmers. I'm mostly a custom guy. My own ground has corn and beans on it, but I'm mostly a custom guy. We do mostly silage in the form of corn and alfalfa for dairy farms.
Alfalfa, everyone's doing it, huh?
What is alfalfa?
It's a legume.
Food.
It's delicious.
It looks, it looks like a weed, honestly. I mean, it looks like tall clover, if you will, with purple flowers on it. And get 4 to 5 cuttings a year, depending on whether it's underwater or not.
So you just, okay, so it's feed for cows.
Put it in a pile for a minute and feed it to dairy cows. Yeah, it's protein and roughage for milk cows.
Why do we need to raise the birth rate? Why do we need to do that?
We don't.
Well, because there's a mathematical there's a mathematical problem with GDP growth and a economy that is a service-based economy that relies on employees in order to create that GDP growth. If you don't have a growing population, you can't maintain GDP growth.
You don't get to steal labor from people that don't fucking live, that are not here. So you have to have more people to be able to steal labor from, lest you can't grow. It's capitalism.
But also the argument for MAGA is that AI is going to take jobs, so we don't need people, right? Isn't that
Well,
what you guys
fear-mongering over AI is dumb. Again,
I'm just
honestly
wondering about
don't
the birth
know what
rate.
it's going
How
to
does
do.
that
So I'm
make
not
sense, though?
I'm not going to attempt to predict the future, but every major invention that we've ever had and all technological advancements that have been, monumental throughout history have created jobs, not taken them away, every single time with a 100% success rate. So I'm not super worried about it.
But it doesn't make sense of why you guys want more babies. The birth rate needs to go up, but then also you're saying that like people aren't important and there's going to be less jobs because we don't need them because we can be more efficient without humans. But you want more babies, so it kind of doesn't really make sense to me. It's like two different arguments.
I don't think that that's true. I don't think that the economy as a whole can be more successful without more people. That was kind of the whole point of the spiel I just gave about the GDP growth.
But China's growing, and they had the one-child policy. They don't have as many people as they say they do, so they're not growing really.
Well, I don't know if we know how many people they actually have.
I think we do,
So
because of math. I think we can because of math.
You don't believe? Wait, why would they lie about their population?
I mean, are they truthful about anything?
Are we?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we know what our population is either, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, well, if we would have amnesty for people to actually fill out the census, then maybe we would.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Damn it, Steve, will you be a right winger and stop fucking agreeing with me?
You're not going to get any arguments from me on immigration about that stuff. Like, they don't make sense.
You're a bad libertarian. You want the government to get more information.
They can't have their cake and eat it too. I don't give a rat's ass about the census. I just want the country to have enough workers to get the work done.
But that counts.
We need
the
to
people.
get done. That everyone wants done.
But what I'm saying is that it's not making sense, the arguments of the birth rate needing to be raised. Like, I don't understand that. Like, forcing people, like saying we have to have more babies. Like, that's not, I think it's bullshit.
Mojo is right. It's capitalism, Emma.
One of two things needs to happen. You need to allow more people into the country and allow them to work legally, or you have to have more babies and have a growing population. Those two things needs to happen, and only one of them is doable in the next 20 years.
Doesn't that go back?
No, there's more than one.
Because even
I
if we
was
just
like,
we have
holy
it.
dualism.
Hold on, Ami's back and he missed CB, and I wanted to see how they would have interacted.
I wanted a duel of
Doesn't
the annoying voices, but it
We
didn't
can
happen.
invite him back.
Darn.
yeah. Doesn't it go back to the same thing I said to lift and shift earlier? Like, why would we have to adjust our birth rate to fit the economy? Why is there not a way for us to adjust how, like, whatever the economy does to the actual existing population?
Ella,
yes.
I love that you said that, but you are so sweet because we can't change the economy. We have to shape everything else in humanity to justify capitalism, Ella. I'm sorry. We must subjugate humanity and lower social classes so that some rich fuck can live in a penthouse.
As long as it means
Right now, you need to stop because
The
there's a
big
tree
O
in the
tree
way.
is insane.
You and I have we've never agreed on anything more throughout. Never. Just saying.
See, this is everybody's sign. Like, Mojo hates trees, which means he hates like oxygen. So, like, obviously, he must be problematic everywhere else. Like, all points dialectically are rejected. So, yes.
You hate shade. You hate life. You hate wisdom.
Birds. You hate birds, don't you?
Oh,
I
fuck.
bet you hate birds.
Now there's a tree in the
Birds are
comments.
real.
this.
Wait, birds are real.
There's a tree in the fucking comments. What did we do?
Yeah, a
That's
tree
what I'm
has been
saying.
calling you out on your big O tree for a minute now. What do you have to say for yourself,
Big O
Steven?
tree. I love
I don't
that
ever
so
read the
much.
comments, so
Dude, the internet is amazing.
That literally
this
made my whole
reason.
day. I was cackling while I was in the
Mojo and
Big O tree just
Mojo
got
and-
me so.
Mojo
Mojo and
hashtag
civics.
fuck the trees.
Mojo and civics. What?
Again,
Mojo and
I
civics.
support
Hey,
cellular autonomy for
yeah,
all
why
plants,
does this
Steve.
guy always talk over women? I don't get it.
I can't see the cue because I'm having an ocular migraine. Like, I literally can't see anything. So, just so you know.
Oh, Ella, is there something you can take to help?
No,
Jesus
it just
Christ.
it kind of just takes its time and eventually it goes away, but then it turns into an actual headache, you know? But yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let Mojo
Somebody
decide.
punched-
It
Did
could
somebody
be
punch
big
you in
guy.
the throat?
Yeah,
Oh, God.
live. Yeah, I worked 28 hours in 2 days, and then I didn't get any sleep. I was doing okay. I don't know what this is, you guys. It started with me having no voice and just feeling like gunky, and then it was like draining a lot, and I was like, okay, good, we're on the mend, and then it
How do
just
you
kind
feel
of circled up.
gunky?
Like you're constantly like it's like you have something in your throat, like mucusy throat.
Oh, okay.
I've never had that
I
before.
usually say stuffed, but I guess gunky is a good way of describing it.
Gunky,
Yeah, like
just
mucus. Yeah.
Yeah, I just associate gunk with like I don't know, like a
Aw.
dirty bong or a dirty pipe or something.
Oh,
I can't relate.
that's a very
Not at all.
specific subculture. I love that.
That says so much about you, civics.
B guy, get your ass back here.
I didn't know that was a thing.
You need Italian penicillin. It's like minestrone with pesto. You should look it up. Genovese minestrone.
Yeah.
It cures everything. It's called Italian penicillin. That's what you need. I would
My
send it to you if
callbacks?
you live close.
My callbacks were crazy. It's so funny going over the Midwest and the South. Everyone's like, "Oh, you should try this," and I'm like, "We're on an open call." Like, okay, thank you. I've literally done everything. Like, and this morning it was so weird, you guys. I don't want to gross anyone out, but like my right eye, because I think I have so much fluid going on, I can breathe out of my nose just fine. Everything else feels fine. But I had like mucus coming out of my right eye. I was like,
Oh,
this
my
is
goodness.
crazy. I had to go to the doctor and I was like,
What?
So, like,
fix
upper
it.
What is it?
respiratory
What is it about
infections.
my panel that you guys get on here when you're
sick like this and just try and spread it to all of us? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, because you guys said you hated trees, and I'm like, yeah, now you all get whatever this
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
It's your fault, Mojo.
We got that Holy Spirit activated when y'all said that.
I mean,
This is the revenge. I come for the trees, okay? I come in revenge.
if that's the case, then
I got a whole row
if
of
that's the
fucking
case,
woke
then that's
liberals
direct
in between me and you, though.
Steve,
proof
you
that
go
social
first.
distancing was bullshit.
Steve, you go first. They want you.
Oh, I said if that's
you've
truly
come
the case,
to the
that's
trees you return.
direct proof. I said if that's the case, then that's direct proof that social distancing didn't work.
Steven, I'm gonna, you can get like turned into a tree when you unalive. I'm gonna find you and make you into a tree before that happens.
Post-mortem crucifixion of all tree susupremacists.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Nothing worth a shit grows in.
Sorry,
nothing worth a
Sammy.
shit
I was
grows
going to
in
bring
shade.
Bible guy up, but he didn't come up. So it wasn't because I don't like you. It was because it was Bible guy. I wanted to laugh at him for a while.
Well, no, I said I would bring him up. I just got to show a
Emma,
picture first. Hold on.
And to Emma's point, the only correct food groups are things that you can put in a tortilla. Nobody needs pasta for any fucking reason ever.
Ridiculous. I've been quite literally living on pasta the last 3 days.
What does she have?
It's like a tiger Lorax. It says, "I speak for the tree."
Oh, but yes, I speak for the trees.
But
For
why
the
is he a
tree.
tiger, Sammy? That's what I need to know.
Well, it's because
Is this
Mojo's
like
a
the
tiger.
Lorax's cousin?
No, Mojo's a tiger.
Oh, duh. Sorry, I'm a little slow.
Just a little.
There you go with the ableism again.
We're all
I
used
get
to it.
misgendered.
I'm just agreeing. I
get ableism and homophobia. What more? What more you want to throw at me,
I don't
Mojo?
know. You're racist, but I just agreed with you.
So, wait, what? Like Zach level racist or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm racist for not liking
He doesn't like
people in my
brown
community
people.
being white supremacists.
He doesn't like brown people.
No, I don't like brown people who are white supremacists. That clarification. Your equivalent argument is like the kill the Indian, save the man, but you're saying kill the supremacist, save the white. Like that's your level of argument.
You're saying that basically what you're saying is that anybody that's brown and doesn't speak some other language other than English is a fucking coconut.
That is not what I holy straw man.
Yeah, what you're saying is that they're brown on the outside and white on the inside. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm referring to the white supremacy-minded MAGA people in my community.
They're white people in brown skin suits. That's just fucking gross.
What? Are you unwell? Like me criticizing
exactly
people in my own community? Like, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
Are you Latino?
I'm Afro-Indigenous. My mother's Indigenous. She's black.
So you're not Latino, so you're not criticizing people.
Well, I
in your
would
own
never
community.
identify with Latinidad. Like my
yeah, except that's who your
ancestors were enslaved on missions. Why would I identify?
That's who you're making fun of when you say coconut.
Yeah, fuck Latinidad. Like I would never be supportive of Latinidad ever. Like chinga mestizaje.
I don't know what the fuck that shit is. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, but you are a racist piece of shit.
It refers to the collective of Latin American identity as a colonial project to G-side indigenous people and oppressed
you are more
Africans.
racist than I could ever possibly imagine.
Wait, what?
Latinidad and mestizaje is a white supremacist movement. What are you talking about?
You're just a fucking racist.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go back. Are you going as far back to like the conquistadors, or are you talking about
even as far back as like early 20th century and like early to late 20th century, turn of the century, and the whole movement for La Raza Cósmica, like.
Sure, there's also like Rios Montt in Guatemala who was massacring the Mayans in the highlands.
Absolutely, yeah.
I can get behind that. Sure.
Yeah, like literally G side of the Kikachi Maya, the the Yucatec Maya,
You were
the
saying
Zapotec
none of
people.
that shit when you fucking refer to somebody as a coconut. You were saying none of that shit, just so you know.
Because you're not in my
Well, he
because
requires
you're
a
not in
lot
my
of
community. That
explanation.
wasn't for
Yeah.
you. Like what? Now I need to
Your
translate a
community, so
whole
your community is allowed to be
multi-generational.
fucking racist? Your community is allowed to be racist?
It's not racism. Your
I'm
That is
gonna lie.
fucking
definition of
absolute
racism is
fucking, that is
garbage.
Give
absolute
me
racism.
let me clarify. I know, like in a lot of Latino TikTok panels, any Latino that comes up as a Trump supporter, we call them a coconut.
Y punto. Like that was like is
Wait, it
ridiculous.
doesn't even have to be a Trump supporter. It's just somebody that is brown on the outside, white on the inside. So
It's
they
not
act like
race
they act like
realism.
they
That's
are
not
a
what it
Latino.
refers
They
to.
are a shut the fuck up. They are a Latino that acts like a white person. That's what a coconut refers to. This has
Mojo,
been
you're white
utilized.
splaining.
This has been utilized for fucking 50 years. You have no idea whether I'm white or not. You don't know what the fuck race I am.
Oh, I forgot. You have a great granny Cherokee princess. I'm sorry.
Again, you don't know who the fuck I am.
Well, you don't know who I am
Now you're being
either.
fucking racist against me. I'm not making assumptions about you. You're making assumptions about me. You
I
racist
have to
fucking
go.
bastard.
I will be back later. I think Stryker can handle it. I love you guys. See you.
Why does Civics always leave chat when I hear Civics? Do you hate me? Why do you always leave when I get here?
No. I have to watch a movie with my wife. I'm sorry. I'll be back in like an hour and a half.
Is your wife afraid of
Yeah,
me, or are you
hey.
afraid of me?
Hey,
Hi, Mrs.
his wife
Toolkit.
is a smoke show, so I totally get it.
Cute.
Okay, fine. Bye, Civics.
Oh, he had the cutest tree picture too.
I know. Also,
Fuck
if we're
those
talking
trees.
coconuts, I thought coconuts were Asian outside, white inside people. I've never heard that term used for anything other than an Asian person.
I've heard it used in my community. I've also heard it in the Chicano community. So I think it's kind of like a term that a lot of people use who are not pale.
Who are fucking racist.
Okay, so we're doing reverse racism intercommunally without any mechanism of racism.
This is not racism. You are just flat out racist.
Racism requires systemic power that indigenous people do not have to oppress themselves.
Bullshit.
You're talking about your interpersonal struggle, and you're trying to
You
then
don't get to change definitions there, you racist prick.
What are you talking about? I don't get that's not my definition. Like racism etymologically refers to a systemic form of power based on the racial caste system.
No, it does not.
That was codified and institutionalized.
You are incorrect. You are wrong.
I'm not incorrect. I'm a fucking anthropologist, and you're.
How is he wrong? He was correct.
That is not the definition of racism. Not in any fucking context. Not in any fucking. Not in any dictionary that you can possibly find.
Yeah, but I thought it was changed. That it did used to include that power
you guys
dynamic.
Don't get to just change words to fucking suit your needs to call people racist. You don't get to do that.
No, at one point, the definition of racism did include a power dynamic aspect of it, and then they changed it into not include that power dynamic.
No, that's incorrect.
Genuine question. Am I wrong, or was only when he used the word, were they referring to people within their own community, as in not in community as in neighborhood, but community as in people who share a similar heritage, right? So is it then truly racism?
I don't know what Omi was referring to, but I have heard that term. It's like
people calling white people white trash, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's how I understood it.
That's kind of what I was picking up too.
Are you suggesting that you can't be racist against your own people?
Kind of, yeah.
That's bullshit.
I have big criticism. I'm Mexican, and I have huge criticism. I'm Mexican and Samoan. I don't experience this on my Samoan side whatsoever. Samoans are islanders at the end of the day, and they will always be loyal to the island. So I don't experience any Trumpers on my side as a Samoan. But as a Mexican, there is extreme misogyny. Machismo. There's extreme trying to identify with whiteness and be close in proximity to whiteness. And we see this when, Mexicans for Trump. Trump. We see this with this movement. And I think that it is okay to critique people regardless of what culture they are, that they are trying to be a part of the in-group, what they perceive as the in-group. And I think it's very wrong. I think it's very harmful to our community because a lot of them are ladder pullers. And so, I mean, do you think that's racist for me to critique my community that way?
Yes.
What? That's wild.
I don't think
that's wild.
I think you hate your own people. I think that's absolutely a possibility, and I think I've seen it quite often.
I think as a woman and growing up with my Mexican side of the family, there was so much misogyny and so much, like, the misogyny was unreal. The amount of misogyny that I experienced.
I don't disagree with the machismo. I've seen it. I've felt it. I know exactly what you're talking about. But that's not what I'm talking about. Now you're changing the subject. I'm simply talking about the term fucking coconut. That has historically been used as a term to degrade Latino people, where I live anyway.
Well, I think I can follow where B is following racism and also.
Yeah, I understand. You guys can all follow because you're all fucking liberals and you all capitulate to the whole idea of racism and you bow down to everybody that calls you a racist or could possibly call you a racist.
Relax.
Context-wise, like for example, basically when you say coconut, if you think about like for example people like Jam and Lou, fucking I don't know what to call El Predictor, whatever, but yeah, usually like them, like Trump supporters, we refer to them as coconuts because we see them as like self-hating, like racist against their own. There's even that does exist. There's like a term called con la nopal en la frente, like with the cactus in the front, and usually like in Mexico is used as like a derogatory term against like darker skinned people, but like there's a different context too, where like for example, you use that term to make fun of like Mexicans for Trump, right? Like you say that you say that with con la nopal en la frente, like with the cactus on your forehead, like you're over here trying to be white and you'll never fit in that in MAGA or whatever. That's kind of like what.
See, I think that's gross.
So is that kind of like the same thing as like sometimes you'll hear like black people call other black people Oreos?
Oreos, Uncle Tom's, yeah.
Yeah.
I think all of that's gross. I don't know why people do this shit.
So
we live in a melting pot. Do I get to criticize white people if white people are trying to be brown people or trying to fit in with
blackface?
Multicultural?
It's called Malibu's Most Wanted. We do it all the time. Also,
no, there's a power dynamic. No. He's saying, do I get to criticize? No. He said specifically, do I get to criticize white people for trying to be brown? That is a power dynamic issue, right? You don't get to criticize white people who are trying to be brown in the sense that they
serious?
Identify with certain cultural aspects of it. Because the power dynamic at the end of the day, who in a white supremacist nation, who we revere as the ruling class is white. I think that white power dynamics
amaze me. You fucking
power dynamics are important.
You guys want to sit here and talk about all these different groups of people that are a problem, and you get mad at me for hating the trees. That's fucking whack.
Ella was speaking.
Oh, it's okay. I'm not feeling so great, so I might have to drop sometime soon. But so maybe I'm also not fully tracking because of this headache. But Mojo, I'm, and this is a question. It's not a statement. If you, as a someone who has Indigenous heritage, right? Like, do you think you get to decide what, for example, Stryker, who has Mexican heritage, what he gets to say about people in his community? Like, to me, I hear what you're saying, and I have had similar arguments about words that are used against the LGBTQIA community, for example. So I understand where you're coming from, but I think when it comes in terms of race, like, you have to give people
well, have is a big word, but like I think it makes sense to give people the liberty to speak about their own community the way they wish. No, I don't know.
I think anybody can speak about anybody else or in any way they see fit. It makes no difference to me how people speak. But if you're going to try and criticize me for not being woke enough, or you're going to try and tell me that racism has to include a power dynamic, I'm going to tell you to fuck off. And I'm going to call you a racist. And that's just me. I mean, don't fucking come purity test me and then turn around and tell everybody else that they're not good enough. Just don't fucking do that. And the biggest problem I have with Omi is that he came in here and was purity testing me about all kinds of shit. And he's done it both times or 3 times that he's been on the fucking panel now. They. Sorry, I apologize. It's like 3 times that they've been on the panel now that they've done that to me. And then all of a sudden I turn around, I hear this fucking coconut thing. And this is something that I had heard in my community growing up a lot. And it was used in a pejorative way. And so it hit me that they can try and correct me all they want, but as soon as I correct them on something, then I'm the bad person. That's just wild to me. It's wild.
Okay.
Well, if it's about their own people,
Can I ask you a question, Mojo? Do you think that white people can be racist?
I think everybody can be racist.
I mean, do you think that
racism
black
is an
people can be
individual.
racist to white people?
Yes.
That's wild. That's wild.
No, it's not. It's absolute fact. Even if you want to include your idiotic power dynamic bullshit, black people in South Africa right now are racist.
Would it not be just
no, because on in every aspect, in every
black people control South Africa right now.
No, not at all. The majority of
Yes, they
land
do.
is owned by
South
white people.
Africa. They
70% of South Africa's land is owned by white people.
They control the entire government.
Actually, they just passed legislation, I think it was last year, where it does put them in a bad light because they're essentially allowing everything to be taken away from the white people that are there.
As they should. It was never their land
the white
to begin
people
with.
shouldn't be there.
Now,
Yeah.
you don't see that as racist, though. You include that power dynamic bullshit, and then you fucking defend it.
No,
why are the white
if you
people
include
there? Like what?
Oh my God, never mind.
I would like to point out that that's not quite the same because they're taking they're trying to take back. They're not necessarily trying to take away. They're trying to take back what was taken from them in the first place.
Exactly. It's a land back movement, essentially. What we know as land back here in America, that is what's happening in South Africa. But when I say power dynamics, the reason why I say black people and brown people cannot be racist to white people is because there is no inherent, and this is theory.
I understand the systemic bullshit. I don't want to fucking
I
do
know.
the goddamn
I understand
fucking
that.
lesson again.
I promise it's not going to be long. But if you understand that, then you
don't
must
have
know
to say
it's
it at
the
all.
same.
You don't have to say it at all.
Okay, then I won't say that. But then you should know that it's the same as a rich person not being able to be classist against a poor person, right? That doesn't work.
Racism is a feeling, but from one person to another person about the color of their skin. This has nothing to do with anything more than that. That's it. It has nothing to do with any other characteristic other than the color of somebody's skin. Because we can't differentiate between specific black people and you can't differentiate between specific white people.
I want to have an all-encompassing term for that. I think for in general, just I think prejudice is probably the right word.
Yeah, I know. That's the bullshit that they try and pull too. And that's bullshit.
So do you think that a poor person can be classist?
If that's true, then racism doesn't exist at all. It's all prejudice.
All I know
Can
about
a poor
this topic
person be classist to a rich person, and there actually be systemic
yes
reverberations from that?
Absolutely.
What? How? They have no power. Like what? That's weird.
There are a hell of a lot more poor people than there are rich people, and a revolution would be that power that they have.
The thing is,
That's not true at all.
the thing with using rich and poor is that those are not fixed, right? Those are mutable characteristics.
That's true.
The thing you have to remember, right, is racism is a matter of degree. Can I be racist towards a white person? Sure, I can say something. And like, this is really a matter of semantics that Mojo is arguing. What we are arguing is that in a completely equal society, fine, everybody can be racist. Everyone is right. In a completely, genuinely, systemically equal society, you're right, Mojo. But the problem is that I can't really be racist towards the white guy that I work for. I can never systemically oppress him through anything I do through my power in society. I will never have the ability to change that.
A system to it. When you tie a system to it, you turn it into something different.
Because society, because that's where society is, Mojo. Mojo, we don't exist. We do not exist as individuals.
It's no longer about your feelings towards somebody else.
It's not about feelings.
Racism is only about feelings.
No, racism is about power. And we do not exist. We do not exist in vacuums. We are inherently we inherently live in a society. Like I said, if our society was totally equal, if women made the exact same as men, if there was no redlining, if there was no dynamics in work relationships where like you see the name Shonda and you automatically think that maybe I won't hire them. When we see all of those biases build up, right? The thing about it is the outcome and the degree. That's what racism is really trying to understand, is the outcome and the degree to which it is happening. You are saying that it's only about my feelings being hurt. It's the same, listen to me, I'm almost done. It's the same thing as misandry and misogyny, right? When a black person is racist to a white person, it's hurt feelings. When a white person is racist to a black person, it's dead people, right? That's the difference. It's a degree, right? When women are afraid of men, it's because we end up being killed by our partners at a very, very high rate. When men are mad at misandrous, it's because their feelings are hurt. That is the core difference.
It has nothing to do with the core difference.
Oh my God. No, I just fucking destroyed your argument and you're sad about it. Because your feelings are hurt.
You keep thinking you're right. You go ahead and try and, I don't know.
I'm not thinking I'm right.
You are thinking you're right. And you're
not.
No,
you're not
right. I'm sorry, but racism is a feeling. It's not a system. If you want to talk about the way systems are set up, we can talk about how systems are unequal or or set up that way to favor one group over another group. We can even base it on skin color if you want. It's still not fucking racism because it doesn't have any feeling added to it. There's no feeling, there's no emotion with that. It's just the way the system was set up.
No, Mojo, it's not.
Racism is a feeling. It's a fucking emotion. It's a way of thinking about. It's a way of thinking about an individual. It's not about power. It's a thought process.
Pull up one definition that says racism is only about feelings. Every single definition you are going to find in any kind of research, academic writing, in any kind of anything.
Look up Webster's. Look up the definition of racism.
In any kind of anything is going to be. Did you just hear what I said? Give me some real, not just Webster's. Give me a definition.
Webster's. That's a fucking definition.
Whatever, fine.
You have some fucking racist bullshit professor redefining what racism means. That doesn't mean anything. Look up the actual etymology and the definition of the term racism.
Do you know what that takes, though? That takes me having done research, and then in an entire
you've listened to a bunch of racist people. You've listened to a bunch of racist people being snowflakes and saying that everybody is oppressing me. That's what you've listened to.
What? That's not what this is. I'm so confused right now.
This is MAGA Mojo.
Yeah.
No, this is not MAGA Mojo. I'm so sick of this shit.
It is. Sometimes he doesn't admit any of it. He's never told me he's MAGA Mojo when he's being magic.
There's a whole entire field, and when we say CRT, when we're talking about critical race theory, this is a part of critical race theory that is touched on.
For Christ's sake.
Yes, I understand that, but it's being
a redefinition of what racism
that
is.
Theory, it's a theory, right? It's a theory.
It's a redefinition of what racism is.
And it is being currently taught in anthropology classes and in ethnic studies classes, that this idea that it requires power.
This redefinition is fucking permeating our education process. I agree with you.
Well, no. If I'm not mistaken, it's actually a redefinition that's currently happening right now, where it doesn't include power dynamics. That it used to include power dynamics.
No, it did not. Not until CRT was created.
The only difference I see among any of this is that white people food fucking sucks, and I don't ever want to eat anything that's not from Mexico ever again.
I mean, I just looked up the Webster definitions, and none of them are like racism is only about your feelings.
What is it? Go ahead and read it.
It talks. I just shut my computer again. It talks about literally 4 different definitions that all have nuance to them, as in talking about systematic racism, discrimination, the belief that somebody else is superior to another. Right? These are all very broad.
That is feeling. What you just said right there is feeling and emotion that has nothing to do with systems. And when
it literally says in there, it talks about systematic discrimination.
The problem here is that when you talk about Marxism, you're talking about Marx. So when you talk about Marxism, Leninism,
I'm not talking about Marxism.
Stop. When you talk about Marxism, Leninism, you were talking about Lenin's interpretation of Marx. So when you say systemic racism, you're not talking about racism. You are talking about how racism affects the systems. This is an entirely different definition. It is not racism.
Wait, but when was racism created?
Racism has always existed.
No, it hasn't. So no, but hold up, because this is just historically true that the first instance of race being codified or described in the way that we do now started with I think it's Francisco de Zarara, who was a Portuguese dude, and he wrote a book describing West African.
Damn it! I was wanting to hear the end of that.
And go start a panel and talk to him.
Mojo, I think this is a great and necessary conversation, by the way. I wish I could stay, but my head is killing me, so I'm gonna head out.
Feel better alone.
I'll see you later.
I blame Go Army for that one.
Why do you think the Mongols, what do you think they use to justify their taking over of different cultures and societies, and who they decided they could rape and pillage, and who they decided they shouldn't?
Well, it was a race.
Really?
Really? What was the race?
That's wild. Persian.
Yeah, that's not a race.
What? You get to decide that? Are you serious?
No, it's not. By definition, not, and it never has been.
That's wild. You people are incredible.
That would be person and nationality. Yeah.
Honestly, I think we should move on.
Or
we had this argument with Mojo before. We straight screamed at each other in Discord, so we should just move on.
We should just yell about trees again. Honestly.
Good, fuck the trees.
Steve, why do you hate trees?
Just briefly, blackness was invented by the Spanish. They used to be, African people were called the burnt people linguistically in Arabic and Greek and in Latin. It wasn't until much more recently that the Portuguese and Spanish coined the term, negro to describe them, and whiteness was created even much more recently. But the first instance of racism is created by De Zarara, and then you have La Casta, which was how it was codified into a caste system, in which blackness was on the bottom, whiteness on the top, and then indigenous and Asian people in the middle. So, that is the historical basis. It was never now you're describing xenophobia, like when you talk about maybe the Mongols had beef with the Persians or the people of the Levant region. It wasn't based off of race, because race didn't exist, and it really wasn't even based off of ethnicity, because they weren't doing it because they were ethnically Persian. They did it to literally every other neighboring society. So that you could say that was ethnocentric, but that wasn't racism, because they weren't doing it because of a phenotype, and they didn't codify it into a system.
What were you trying to ask me, HR? I heard my name, but I didn't hear the
I was
rest
just
of it.
going to say, why would you hate trees? They absorb a lot of carbon from the atmosphere.
They also produce rain for your
two
crops.
reasons. They never fail to get in my way, and nothing worth a fuck grows in the shade.
Okay,
You're in their way.
Hold on, I'm
Right.
confused. They're not mobile, and you are.
Yeah, he's ableist to trees.
Exactly. You're in their way.
Unless you live in Fangorn Forest.
Right. Which was destroyed by a white wizard. Hold up, everybody! The white wizard was the one cutting down the trees in Isengard. That's all.
But it's not referring to his race. It's referring to the caliber of wizard that he is.
I know I'm being facetious, although, and I grew up on Tolkien. Like I grew up reading Tolkien since I was like 7, right? But I never realized until I was an adult how like inherently racist that book was. A big part of the Lord of the Rings was his nostalgia for like for the royal lines that he like created as the elves. But then like if you notice, like all the bad people are dark-skinned people from the global south in Middle Earth.
I mean, that's not entirely true. You have to remember, like, he wrote a lot about racism in his like letters and in his like methods of writing. Like, he wrote The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion as a mythos for the British people. So of course, like their features, their likenesses are used as the heroes of the story because it's designed as a Greek mythology like story for the people of the UK, right? Like that's why the language is used that way and all of those things. That was his motivation for writing it. He wanted a British mythos story.
Well, and that's why he was so inspired by Taliesin, who is a bard from Cymru. He's a Welsh bard who wrote the Mabinogion, which was like the most popular book, and then like a lot of Arthurian tales. Like this is all like Celtic mythos, and so like a lot of this is. And then he took a lot of Scandinavian culture, but
he was a linguist by trade.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with all of that, but like if you look at the issues at the time, like there was a civil unrest around industrialism, and that's what Isengard is all about. So like as we meme about trees, that's what he was actually talking about. And then there was a civil unrest with like globalism, which that's why he talks about if you read about how he describes the humans even of the East, he describes them as Asian people, and then the people of the global South are, described as like darker complected, corrupted people, and it's just a little uncomfy. But that's also why he was also really obsessed with the developing like family trees and lineages and stuff, because he was trying to create like that. He had a nostalgia for the monarchy.
Have you read the Silmarillion?
Yeah, it's my favorite book. And I just finished my first book, Inspired. Yeah.
He's highly critical of a lot of the lineages within the Silmarillion too. Like Feanor isn't painted as like a good guy. Like, and neither are a lot of the sons from, and like the things that they go through. Like they go through these like pretty egregious things with like the kinslayings, right. And like they also like I don't think it's as cut and dry. I don't think he paints elves as only good, and he doesn't paint the people like he has like dark elves and things, but if you read on fairy stories, he's using light and dark in like the most basic of sense, because he doesn't believe in like over allegorical and over symbolic writing. I think he's mostly using that as a sense of like good and evil, because those are the lines that he really wants to draw. I think maybe like you might be digging into it differently than how he was actually looking at it, because like you can even look at some of his critiques of things like Dune and see that he like does kind of understand like the geopolitics of things. Like he also fought in the war. He also like advocated for Jewish people when World War II was happening. He was very highly against Hitler. Like there's like a lot to like, I think there's a lot more to him than like, oh, he described people of the South as dark and bad, right? Like, I think that's just a little, like, I think.
Well, yeah, he was a smart person. I just think the undertones, like, are, it's like that. It's like, for white people anyways, it's like my grandmother, who on my white side, she's a very sweet woman, but she's a product of her time, you know? And so there's some things that she doesn't even realize herself may, you know, produce harm, that other people would perceive. Either who are both white but younger than her, or in a different, you know, racial or ethnic group. And so I just think it was this like kind of you know, the time period he was in, and then also like what was going on around the time. But as far as like the degradation part, like that was a writing of like his thought of because he was a Catholic, and he thought that with each era, basically like the greatness of our society was diminishing. Which, you know, is like a scholasticism. But anyways, I won't. Sorry, Mojo, we're going on a Tolkien analysis here.
Side note, completely irrelevant to the conversation. Apparently, they now make spicy Skittles gummies, and they're fucking fantastic.
They're great. They're great.
Just saying.
I think Skittles are not allowed in California, or maybe they are now.
What?
No, they are, unfortunately.
Sorry, guys, coughing attack.
Peg, I think it is. It's going to be they're going to be phased out unless they change the coloring. Because I think we are outlawing red dye 40.
Yeah.
Yay for
no more licorice, you guys, and I love licorice.
Well, you know, as somebody allergic to food dye and has a neurological response, I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Of course, but I think it's just crazy that we're worried about Skittles and not about like what's in our water and
right.
In our air right now, which is nuts. And honestly, I think I'm seeing this too, flying in. Like you can't even see the LA skyline anymore. It's not clouds. It's literally smog. Like we're going backwards.
Even driving over the Grapevine, the pass to get to LA for us Northern Californians, it's like scary. It's like I'm going into It's like real life Mordor. It's like
I didn't even know that.
When I lived in San Francisco, there was so much smog and so much like dust in the air. When I would leave for work and come back, there would be like a layer of dust on everything, and I would have to dust every single day.
Yeah,
like it was so fucking. I lived in the Mission.
You mean to tell me that the most populous county in the country is going to have smog problems? Crazy,
dude. But it's smog that's actually carried over through the Pacific, right? Like that's what it is, and it's gotten better because China has significantly like increased the amount of like clean energy it's using. It's also like reforesting and doing all this other stuff to like reduce that, and they made a huge effort in 2008 to like try to reduce the amount of pollution after the Olympics because people were mad about it.
Illinois doesn't do itself any favors, but there is a few reasons that the smartest people in the country live here.
That's not true, but I mean,
it's definitely true.
I do love Chicago. That gives you anything, but
it's 100% true.
I do think we need to change into initiative, maybe just in California. Everyone complains about our gas prices, but that extra, you know, keeping our ethanol low and our gas really did make a difference. And I think honestly, we should be 100% solar energy at this point, or electric, because you cannot have this many people in this state and just like look at what we're doing to it. Like I have pictures of me flying every year, or I just, you know, take videos sometimes we're able to, and I can tell it's gotten worse and worse. And it got worse when Trump was in office. It got really great during CVID. That was an amazing time. So beautiful to actually see like water as clear as it was to here in California. And now
it was the best on the coast it's been like my entire life.
Crazy. And now
this is the reasoning behind why I say that. When everybody started moving west, when they were done with the shenanigans that were going on out east, everybody started moving west, and they got on their horses and they went west, and then they came to the Mississippi River and they said, nope, fuck that, I'm not crossing that on a horse, and they stayed right here in Illinois. That's why the smartest people live in Illinois.
Okay, well, I don't think it's very smart to live in a climate that wants to unalive you for 3 months out of the year, but that's just me. But anyways, so yeah.
I mean, you guys keep living in a place that keeps catching fire. Like
California?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's tons of
but
places
that's not
that
a
catch
real
fire.
issue.
I
That's
mean, look at
a
Canada.
European problem because the Spaniards thought we were savages for doing controlled burning and thought we were like pagan devil worshippers. So they banned
How dare
it.
you.
And then they created Smokey the Bear as a propaganda campaign against indigenous people
Oh
here.
my god.
Look, there's
Okay, that's wild.
It literally, like, we hate
way
Smokey.
jump.
There's only one reasonable place to live in the United States, and that is in the Northeast.
Illinois.
No, because I honestly
Hell yeah,
this is where this started
Northeast.
with
Hell yeah, New England all the fucking way.
No, this is where it started. So I was
The
up
only
there.
thing you
I was
guys
in New
had
York.
that was good was Tom Brady, and he's gone, so fuck that.
I was in New York for 2 days for work, and that's where this all started. I had no issues, and I was like, I'm gonna die out here, like, or unalive. I've been in all the California.
New York
fires.
is not part of New England.
Yeah, that's not New England.
That's not New England.
Whatever.
New York, we do not claim New York.
We don't.
Well,
Never.
they still are part of the original 13, so
It's no. New England is Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts.
The only
But
thing,
Maine
the only
is
thing,
claiming
the only redeeming
Massachusetts,
quality
but
that you
not
guys
New York.
had was Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and they're both gone.
There's no way.
Massachusetts is definitely New England and not New York.
I would like to
You don't know.
say,
Look at the geography, Peg. Like, the geography makes sense. We cut off right at that spot
I
where we
lived
connect with
in Boston for a while. I'm telling you, New York is part of the North, or the North.
It's not part of New England. New England
hard
is a
disagree.
region on its own.
Wait, we
And
West
it does
Coast.
not include
Midwest.
New York.
We West
The
Coast.
Liberals will argue about
cannot-
anything.
Midwest.
Liberals will
The
argue about
Midwest is
anything.
clearly the correct place to live. We have 4 seasons. We have some of the most fertile dirt in the world, and we have 60% of the world's fresh water. It's clearly the
Fertile
best.
dirt in the Midwest? Come on. Be so for real right
No.
now. Y'all getting nitrogen in your dirt so much that you guys can't grow shit out there anymore.
Literally,
Iowa grows the highest bushel per acre of corn and beans of anywhere in the world, and it's not even fucking close.
And people are getting
But Iowa
colorectal
isn't the
cancer. People are getting colorectal cancer at 38% more than the rest of the country because of the nitrates in the soil because of pig farming. I mean, it's absolutely unreal. If I were to check my nitrates in my water right now, it would be between 0.5 and 1, which is as high as it can go. In Iowa, it's at 7.
For real?
Well, and Steve, Steve, you have to since you work in ag, you really need to research different types of agricultural practice because the monoculture ag business model that you're doing is going to be the sword that you unalive on because that's what's unaliving everybody. Like,
don't mansplain big ag to him.
I'm them-splaining. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, them-splaining.
First and foremost, no, it's not because you're challenged every year with growing the most food you've ever grown on the least land you've ever grown it on. And secondly, I unfortunately don't even get to make any of those decisions. I'm a custom guy. I just do whatever they fucking pay me to do.
I would like to point out that Virginia is the best state because only we get to experience all 4 seasons in the same day. Thank you very much.
So does Michigan, but
but Virginia is about to get totally fucked by data centers, man. Holy shit. The data center problem in Virginia is fucking for real. It's so I'm like sitting there like my parents my parents are like reading me their mail because they're trying to build a data center near my parents' house. And I was like, you guys have to fucking go to those meetings and you have to say no. My parents are like, no. I was like, no, you have to do it. You guys are a big part of the community. Not only like my mom works in like education and has been there forever. My dad works in the hospitals. And again, like, the poisoning of the water well because they are going to be using an aquifer that's down in Botetourt that's where we get all of our water is this big giant aquifer and that's what they want to use.
HR, what is using that water for cooling have to do with poisoning it?
Because that's what happened in Lowell. The places that are trying to use direct access to the aquifers in order to do cooling, even if it's just in the beginning to start the cooling process for closed systems, in both Georgia and Massachusetts, they ended up totally poisoning the aquifers.
That's what, and all of them are building on aquifers right now.
HR, do your parents live in Virginia?
Yeah, they live in Roanoke.
I'm just curious as to how.
To me then.
Yeah.
Because when you said Bonnetown, I was like, hold up. I know where that is.
Yeah. My mom's a Hokie, and so is my brother.
How does using water to cool those when you're not putting that water back into the aquifer, how does that poison it?
No, that's the thing. They were there.
You should see the videos of people's water that just turn brown or black.
Yeah.
I mean, she wasn't in the middle of her sentence or anything.
Look, so what they're doing is they're pulling water out and then they're pushing the water back in. That's the problem. Both systems they built in Massachusetts and Georgia, they failed. That's why, because they don't know what they're doing, and they shouldn't be connecting directly to ground aquifers. They need to be pulling water out and then using it.
Yeah, I don't know why it would be pushing it back in. That doesn't make any sense.
Because it has to.
All water returns to the aquifer unless it's getting dumped to the ocean. So it's like water has to go somewhere.
Correct, but the ground is a natural filter.
No, it's not. Not for clearly not
for shit. I'm not saying that you're not an ag person tell me about water is so cringy, right? Because
you have got to stop interrupting people while they're talking. You've got to stop. Because you keep interrupting people right in the middle of a sentence.
Like, that's the whole point of all these places spraying gray water, is to return the water to the aquifer while cleaning it. It's why we do it.
Yeah, but like, how long is that process?
Well, also gray water only works if you're using biodegradable products. So if you have and I use gray water systems for a closed loop permaculture, mind you. So when you're using gray water, and if you're using like Tide, you're going to be killing all of the amphibians. You're going to kill the soil mycorrhizal network and biology that you need for your plants to synthesize nutrients. So it's not as simple as just dumping water. That's like why toxic sludge from coal mining leads to lead poisoning.
That's why they dictate quote unquote fields, if you will, as gray water areas.
That's
and they
not
spray
acceptable
it on them. How is it not?
No, Steve. The problem is that biology can't filter all things, or we might kill the things that were required for the filtering process because of the chemicals in the water.
Sure,
right? Not all things
I get that, but what gets added to the water if you're using
heavy metals?
Cool fucking pieces?
Heavy metals.
Steve, you can look this up online.
Right, this is like basic.
There's like people's houses that live nearby. People's houses that live nearby data centers when they've had no issues before. There's like sediment in their like water heaters in their utilities like are damaged because of even their like toilet systems and everything. Like it's really bad. Like it ruins the utilities completely.
Also,
and they have to replace them constantly.
Also study the water that's dumped from paper mills and what that water does to the communities immediately around the paper mills, especially in Canada.
Yeah, that's a big one. Omni, wild question. I don't want to derail too much. Do you have a King Charles? Because your doggy barking sounds like a King Charles and it's very cute.
It's my father-in-law's. He's a little mixed dog, but he's half King Charles Spaniel and Chihuahua.
God, how did you know?
Because they have a very distinct bark, and I love them because I had one I had my mom's for a year when she was going through her stuff, and they're so cute, and they have a very distinct little bark.
Mojo?
He's tuned us out. He thinks we're doing lid slop. So he's tuned us out. I'm pouring water, by the way. I'm not peeing.
Even if you were peeing, that would be fine. But this is one thing that is really concerning to me. Like, water's already like our potable, drinkable water is already like a limited resource that we have going on right now. So to have these data centers being intentionally put over aquifers, that should scare the hell out of everybody. Like, that should make people question. Like, it's one thing to like take a freshwater source and use our taxpayer dollars, energy bills, increasing them to pay for these things. But why are they building them directly over aquifers? Like, all of them are. It's not just a few. It's literally all of them.
Well, and see, this is environmental racism because where does the water get dumped? Where do they build the data centers? What populations get impacted the most? Where does the water come from? Like here, they want to build a data set. The 2 data centers they want to build, one is right next to the reservation. The second one is right by a historically Black community and right next to the special needs like education and day program. And so, and the water is being piped from places that should be going to the Miwok and the Mono Paiute and the Yokut community, but instead it's going to be they're going to dam those rivers, which then means no salmon get to reproduce, and then that water is going to be piped to a data center, polluted, and then dumped back on a Black and Indigenous community's land, so they have no clean water. So.
Well,
look at Georgia,
the answer to why
too.
they're putting them there is simple. It's wherever they can buy cheap land.
This should be illegal.
Like, you don't think that there's a correlation between building mass polluting industry right by Black and Indigenous communities?
Well, that's
do you know what redlining is?
It's just wherever they can buy cheap land.
Do you know what redlining is, Steve?
We do.
Well, I'm sure you do, but it doesn't sound like Steve does, unless he's just being really disingenuous, which I don't think that's the case, but I could be wrong.
They don't care about that. They care
don't.
only about profit, and they're going to save every penny that they possibly can save and buy the cheapest land that they can.
Yeah, and that shouldn't be legal.
They don't give a rat's ass.
So, Steve, the thing is,
they don't give a rat's ass about who lives around there.
But that's the thing. They're able to do that because they can particularly pick on poor people, which is like disproportionately brown and Black communities, because they have less ability to fight it. They can't go do that in San Diego because there's a bunch of moms in San Diego with nothing to do but I mean, I would say do Quaaludes and drink wine, but Quaaludes aren't around anymore. You know what I mean? They want a project, right? They're happy to sit there and fight against those things all day fucking long with bottomless pockets. So it does end up disproportionately affecting those people. And it's not like these companies don't know that. They are picking these areas because, yes, they want a nice, thick, fat bottom line, but they know exactly what they're doing.
It's poor communities, and it doesn't have anything necessarily to do with race. Now, if it's a poor community that happens to be Black, that's more so the thing, but it's poor communities because the same thing
class
happened
reductionist. Sorry for interrupting.
Well, the thing that happened in my hometown is that they did build one of these, and now it's affecting our water. We live really close to Hinckley. That affected our water too. It's not about necessarily race only, but it is. It does. It happens a lot here in California. I'm not saying that's not a factor because there's a reason why they didn't do what they want to do in Palos Verdes, but they did so in San Pedro. I get it, but what this is really hinging on is there an aquifer that we can tap into? Yes. Is this a poor community who won't fight back or is too lazy or doesn't care? Yes. And that's the boxes that they're checking.
It's not really laziness from a community though, too. It's
it's not laziness.
Not what it's about.
Essentially lack of resources and time, right? If you're working 2 jobs and you don't, and again, a lot of these areas too, it's a matter of they're not finding out this is happening until it's too late because they're trying to survive. They're in survival mode.
That's fair. I agree.
Well, also, I'm sorry that one really bothered me. I don't think you intended it that way, but again, this is the part of the problem. But with Indigenous land, it's held within a trust, right? Indigenous nations are sovereign, dependent nations. They're sovereign. So they're more sovereign than Puerto Rico. They're not, and the reason why this matters is because the land is held in a trust. The trustees are the citizens of the res, and then the holder is the U.S. federal government. And the whole contract agreement is that they're holding that with, they need full consent from the community members, but it prevents any individual from selling it to a member who is to a person who's not a part of the tribe. The reason why this matters is because every time the U.S. government misuses or does not go through the proper channel through the tribal government, which is direct representation, they're violating that treaty held by the BIA every single time. So and then because the reservation isn't a part of the state, it has to go to the federal government. It's a bunch of like bureaucratic nonsense to prevent indigenous peoples from representing themselves. It's not from laziness, and it's not even always about resources. Some communities do have few resources. Some are actually quite wealthy, but because of the federal, clusterfuck that they have designed on purpose that violates sovereignty of indigenous nations, that's why we have this problem. And like, in these communities, people, single parents or parents who work 3 jobs and have families and et cetera, are not lazy, and they go to every town hall meeting, and they go to, they do their best, but it's their voice doesn't matter.
It's about
Yeah,
money.
because they don't have their resources.
Big government
to stop
bad.
it.
We get it.
Exactly.
They don't have the resources to stop it. They don't have the ability to like hire a bunch of lawyers or make sure that they don't get permits through City Hall. Like all of that takes an enormous amount of resources. And we already agreed that they weren't lazy. We know that it's because they're in survival mode.
The data centers too.
But sorry, Emma, I just want to say this really quick. It's not even about because some reservations are very wealthy, but because of the federal process through the BIA, it's not even about a resource issue. Like it's literally about
resources include political power and political clout. That is a resource. So it's not just about funding and money. It's also about your ability to have political pull and political clout and your ability to convince people of those things based off of who you are. That is also a resource that is lacking.
Yeah. Well, I would want to split the two. I would want to split the two because cultural value, and like versus like material value are different, and they affect, they act in different ways. I know that you understand that, but when we flatten that, a lot of people conflate the two, and so it's like we have to change the institutional systems, because even if we didn't have resource scarcity materially, we still have the same problem.
The exact same thing happens in the wind and solar industry. We see it here in the Midwest all the time. They approach smaller guys with less land to sell or lease land because they will sell it cheaper, or they're in a worse economic state and they have to lease it. They're not going to approach a guy that's got 7,500 acres owned free and clear to lease solar rights or wind rights. He's going to tell them to get fucked. It's all about the bottom dollar. I get somebody knocking on my door wanting to lease corners of fields for solar or wind once a month.
But there should be something in regulations, right? I know we're talking about Donald Trump's administration, and this is what the dissolvement of the EPA and deregulation is going to do. It's cascading, and we have to, I'm not saying pick our battles like water isn't important. I think one of the resources we will someday, or your grandchildren will someday, have to deal with are, water. We know this is going to become an issue.
That already is. It's already an issue in Corpus Christi, Texas. It's a huge issue. There's a place in Colorado. It's a huge issue. There's already wars being fought about it in South Sudan and in Kyrgyzstan. Like, this is like a global problem. And the thing is, like, I've talked about this before, like, data centers can use coolant. Like, water is just the cheapest solution.
Exactly.
Right?
Nobody talks about that.
Not only that, but there are better ways to build them, right? We're just trying to do this like move fast and break things kind of mentality around it. When I've seen a prototype for a data center that's using ocean currents to charge itself, and it's in the ocean, and it just bobs up and down in the ocean, and it's basically built like a giant pin. And it's super high capital cost, but like we only have so much fresh water, and we will need some sort of technological explosion that is going to change things. And here's the other thing. with the data centers. There very well might be a technological explosion, because anything we've had to have giant fucking rooms to do in terms of computing, we have been able to scale down to what you're holding in your hand right now, right? So there might be material science, like, changes or discoveries that help us severely limit this, which is why I don't think we should be building so fast.
Well,
I just think we are making a mistake.
Technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with using the water as cooling, as long as you can do it without polluting the water.
No, they have no right.
The law of conservation of mass states that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. You can't destroy water. You can't waste it.
It can be polluted.
It can be polluted.
That's why I said the only problem is them polluting the water. It's not wasting it. So as long as you can use the water without polluting it, you solve the problem.
You just solved all water scarcity, though. So let's start drinking ocean water, everybody. Because the problem is the salt.
Desalination does exist.
Yeah, but it's very, very expensive, and it's very difficult to scale to the degree that we need to do it. So the idea is that we don't necessarily, what we need to do is be just more cautious about what we're doing, right? Part of the problem is that every state is different in terms of what it will allow, what it won't, and people are just trying to build where they can. So like when you're trying to build, sorry, there's a really fucking loud car and I have my windows open. But when you're trying to build, like, we're also building them in hot places like Georgia and Southwest Virginia,
Arizona.
Arizona, when you could build in like North Dakota and South Dakota, places where it's really cold, right? When you could literally open windows for cooling 9 months out of the year, right? We're not doing stuff like that. We're not thinking things through. We're not trying to make this like environmentally conscious and like think about the fact that humans need water without a doubt, right? And I get that there's this, China and whatever, there's like some geopolitical thing here too. But like, I think we need to focus on how can we give more funding to material science so that maybe we don't have to build as many data centers? Like, why don't we continue to fund like all these colleges that are coming up with crazy, amazing things, right? But we're losing that edge because a lot of those people are dipping out.
Yeah,
right? We're like, that's the thing.
The grants aren't there either.
All we have to do is design the cooling system so that it is not polluting the water and it solves.
Steve, can I just ask you something? They have no right. Like, this is what I don't understand why you're so tied to water when HR said this, and I say this over and over and over. They don't have to use water, and they have no right to the water that the citizens have put money towards for years and years and years to have a system in place, infrastructure that we paid for it to be for humans and organisms, not for computers and for profit. And so I think there needs to be protections on the water because it's red. We need the water. The only way for us to survive is water. The only way for organisms on this earth to survive is water. Computers don't need water to survive. Wait. Let me finish. I've been real quiet.
Steve, please.
They don't need water to survive. If they need like a coolant for the system, there's other alternatives. Therefore, it should be protected for people that actually need it to survive, especially because these data centers have been known to constantly lie about what they're doing and how they're walking and acting. Like in Georgia, for instance, like we were talking about earlier, Fayetteville, Georgia, the data center there was using 30 million gallons of water illegally, and nobody was notified except for locals realized that the water pressure was very, very, very low. And then they realized what was happening. They were stealing fucking water, and this is going to keep on happening, that they're going to keep on lying about electricity being used and the infrastructure that we've paid for these utilities over and over and over again until we're just fucking screwed.
You can't steal water.
Your electricity. Hi, guys.
The landowner.
I haven't had a chance to speak at all, Steve.
Well, I wanted to reply to her real quick because she was addressing me, but go ahead.
No, I wanted to be here while HR was here. I think it's crazy to be fighting about whether or not the water is allowed for the data centers when we've already said there are other alternatives. It's making everyone's water prices also skyrocket. The same with electricity. So I'm trying to answer you as well, Steve, and piggyback onto what Emma was saying. And then finally, crypto, everyone thinks it's cool, but sadly it needs CPUs, data centers. And thank God New Jersey said, at least for the next year, there will be no new data centers here, because the impacts we just don't have the infrastructure to support it, and they're not willing to build it. So that's another thing I don't understand, is why they are unwilling. Well, I do understand. It's all about profit. And at some point, we're going to have to make a choice.
If they buy the land, they have the rights to the water underneath of the land. It's the same as ag. We have the right to drill wells anywhere we want to drill them and pump the water out of the ground and spray it on crops.
But do you have the right to pollute the water, though, Steve? That's where the nuance comes. Do you have the right to pollute the water?
Which is why I said the pollution is the only problem that we need to solve, because you can't waste water as long as you don't pollute it. It's not physically possible. It cannot be destroyed.
Your whole ontology is fucked. Your whole ontology. Like, why do you have a right to water? Like, it's all
because that's how the law works.
But that's your problem. It's on the ontological level. You have to resolve that. And the law doesn't state that every landowner owns the water rights. Water rights are a separate legal designation. So, like, in California, you have the right to drill so many wells. You can drill 2 wells. You can't drill more than that without deliberation on it. And there's other states that have different models, so there isn't a uniform one, but realistically, nobody should. And, like, for agriculture, right, in California, it makes no sense. They want to grow crops in like some of the hottest, driest places. So they dam up water, and then they create false scarcity of water for people who live in the Sierra Nevada mountains where we have the snow and precipitation. Then they prevent indigenous communities from accessing our own rivers, and then they use canals so that you can use that water for your data centers, your ag, and then like they pipe the rest to large cities in the middle of a freaking desert. Why do you have the right to do that? It's not sustainable. You're harming people, you're harming living organisms, and you don't even care because you're rooted in this industrialist ontology where like ownership and individualism is more important than ecological sustainability. And not to mention, not one person has talked about how pulling water from the aquifer isn't just ecological. You're doing geological and fluvial damage, and you can create earthquakes from doing this at such a large scale.
Yeah, well, you can bitch about it all you want, or we can not let people starve to death. I mean, those are
bitch about it. Again, your whole
How is somebody going to starve to death without a data center?
He was talking about ag.
He's talking about farming.
Oh,
and again, there's other methods of
Have a great night, everyone.
You could hydro farm. You could hydro farm, and then we wouldn't even need you, Steve. Like, and that would produce way more with less.
It takes water too. Why do you think
it takes a lot less water than what you use, Steve. It takes a lot less water, and it's actually more environmentally friendly.
I live in a place that we get 130 fucking inches of rain a year. It's not a problem for me.
Again, Steve, we don't need that, right? We don't do things correctly in this country. We don't use our brains and like what we should be doing. We do it because it's the cheapest method. Sometimes the cheapest method isn't the smartest or the best method, and we're learning that in an environment where our resources are limited, right? And you sitting there 10 tones down prioritizing these slop of a government like whatever over people is pretty crazy to me when you literally work in an industry that is in high demand of people and are supposed to put people first, right? So you don't give a shit about the people you farm for. You just care about your own pocket. So that's cool.
Or even
to that industry specifically, it's how we feed the country.
No, but
and a lot of the world.
We don't need
but that is
There
false.
are better ways. We can all have gardens.
Yes, there is. There's objective science. This was my whole undergrad, Steve. And it's not just my school. I grew up working in a field. I grew up creating permaculture systems. I've learned monoculture. I've learned polyculture. I've learned silver pasture culture. So it's like, this isn't just like some theory for me. It's been my whole life, right? And then I went to school for it. My whole point is that we practice the worst kind of agriculture. And then, I don't want to do a whole TED talk, but just briefly, the reason why is because you had the worst farmers from Western Europe come to the United States and build a really crappy ag model, and then they scaled it up with capitalism. And what you see is you have low crop fertility. So that's why when they shipped off seeds and fertilizers from Monsanto to the Punjab region in North India, which is one of the most fertile regions in the whole world, they had a crop failure, and then farmers were drinking their own pesticides because they couldn't feed themselves. And all of that was because of Monsanto using the Punjabi people as a guinea pig for their fucked up agriculture that they're doing here. So a lot of this is, from the genetic...
We're extremely good at it. We grow...
You're terrible at it.
We have better yields in Illinois and Iowa than anywhere in the world, and it's not even fucking close.
You got to look at per capita, right? Because if you take 1 acre of monoculture, and you compare that to a no-till permaculture that's also on an acre, the permaculture will produce 20 times the amount of food as the 1 acre monoculture that's using till and crop rotation methods.
Because it simply doesn't. Like there's
wrong.
Areas.
You're wrong.
There's areas where that simply doesn't work. Like you try and no-till fucking river bottom and tell me how it works out for you. You won't.
You
grow
shouldn't
a
farm
thing.
there. You should use the air. Like you can't farm in Alaska unless it's summer and you're utilizing a small window of time and hoop houses for the rest with cold tolerant crops. But that's what you have to do. You got to work where you're at, and when you don't work where you're at, you get a dust bowl. Did we not learn from the Dust Bowl?
So again, every year we have a rising amount of food that we're required to produce and less land that we can produce it on. Every single year, this is the trend. Every year going forward.
But
more
Steve,
food, less land. So what are we going to do?
How much food is thrown away every day, Steve? How much produce is thrown away? 50% of the produce that is grown in the United States is thrown in the dumpster. It's false scarcity. The whole problem is your ag model and your economic model. That's the problem. They throw away the food because it's cheaper to throw away 50% of your food that's being produced than it is to distribute that to hungry people. It's false scarcity.
Yeah, and I just looked up what you said, Steve. Hold on, Steve. You said that America has the highest crop yield. That's just not true. It's not even in the top 5. Netherlands is first. Israel is second. Belgium is third. Denmark is fourth. Germany is fifth. 6th is France. The United States is 7th.
Yeah, compare the yield on bushels per acre for Illinois and Iowa compared to everywhere else, and it's not even fucking close. There's a good part of Michigan that's pretty good too, the Schoolcraft Prairie. That's where all the seed corn's grown, but they grow seed corn on it, so it's a little bit different.
Corn. I just can't. I just like our whole culture of like overcropping certain things. Like the amount of corn we put in things is making people actually sick.
Yes, it's creating allergies.
Mm-hmm.
Again, most of that corn isn't even going to people's consumption. It's going to fucking cattle and hog consumption and chicken.
Yeah. But again, because
Israel is number 1. Israel's still number 1 for that. Illinois is number 2 and Iowa is number 3.
Well, and also on your livestock argument, we shouldn't even be having this much livestock because of the tropic layer that ungulates are at, or ruminants more broadly. You need 4 times the amount of resources just to feed one cow. And so now you scale that to a whole economic model. The whole beef industry will be the death of this country. That's why you see in Brazil, they're literally doing slash and burn and burning and unaliving indigenous communities in the Amazon because they want to use this beef model that we started. And now Brazil's the top beef producer, and it's leading to drought and G-side in the Amazon. I mean, like, your whole model is garbage. And then all the water that goes to
Why do I care?
Because your model of agriculture is what they used.
I guess they sure liked it if they adopted it, huh?
Most of your beef comes from Brazil. So whenever you have a hamburger at a fast food place, you're eating a Brazilian cow that needed a community of people to be G-sided.
Most of your beef does not come from from Brazil.
Brazil produces 80% of the world's beef.
That's great, but that doesn't mean 80% of what of it gets consumed here. You're conflating two things that don't fucking correlate in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, you're just wrong. You don't know anything about imports. You don't know anything about agriculture. And it's like, again, like
I don't know anything about agriculture.
I understand coming from a blue collar perspective because I was a picker first. I was cutting grapes first. I worked in viniculture first. Then I worked in permaculture, and then I went to school because I wanted to be able to survive in this wage slavery that we have. So I'm not trying to like white collar explain you, but I'm also telling you you're fucking wrong on every level, trophically, ecologically, geologically, and even agriculturally. You don't know what you're talking about, even agriculturally.
I just get paid by everybody in the local region to do it for them because I'm better at it than everybody else.
Steve, here's the deal. I'm never gonna shit on our farmers. I'm never gonna do that. My mom's from Nebraska. I mean, I didn't grow up there, but I spent some time there. I mean, I love my Midwest farmers. Do not get it twisted. But the way that we farm in this country is so archaic. It's actually really damaging to our environment. There are better ways to farm. There are better ways to cultivate. And the way that we do things are very archaic. And again, y'all aren't happy either most of the time. You're underpaid, overworked. I'm not done, Steve. You're overpaid, underworked.
I didn't say anything.
Problem. Shut the fuck up, Steve.
You said I'm not done. I didn't fucking say a word.
Somebody did.
Yeah, I didn't hear her say anything. Oh.
Where'd she go?
Mojo? Is that Phantom Mojo?
It was probably a mod because she said the STFU.
Oh. You might be just getting picked off too. I don't know. Something's happening.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for having me at Mojo.
Oh, hey.
I was just we're not Omni left. I was gonna ask everybody if you guys noticed that today, when you go into your grocery store, that I have way more fresh produce of like almost the exotic kind ever year round than I did when I was growing up. Like when I was growing up, all my vegetables came from like frozen or like canned and like maybe like fresh here and there. Yeah, but like today it's like insane how many options we have, and I think it's beautiful.
Where are you living?
I was born and raised in California, but I live in Georgia. So.
And you didn't have fresh vegetables?
Oh no, we had fresh vegetables. Yeah, we had fresh produce, but it wasn't like the variety that we have like today, like in the fresh produce aisle. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm getting like jackfruits. I'm getting like these mangoes. I'm getting like these alien looking testicle things that I call them, and then I'm getting like all kinds of like exotic like produce year round, and we didn't have that growing up, So I'm super stoked for having all this abundance and choices.
I mean, I get that, and that's like great for personal choice and ability to eat different vegetables. I get that, and like fruits, but in terms of like the earth and trucks bringing things everywhere and trains, like that, the gas it takes, the diesel it takes, eating local and in your season is the best way for sure, though. Like in general.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
That.
I agree. Yeah, I agree 100% that on that note of eating local and obviously you have to suffer eating seasonal, but our system has allowed us to have all these exotic varieties of ready to eat produce year round at an affordable cost.
And that's just a luxury.
I agree. At the end of the day, it is a luxury, but a modern society, specifically everywhere north of the Mason-Dixon line, is not going to accept that every vegetable and fruit that they eat 8 months out of the year or 7 months out of the year has to be either canned or frozen. They're just not going to fucking accept that.
No, you just change the way you eat. I lived in Italy for 2 years, and like you could go and get things, but there was a lot of things that weren't like rules, but they kind of just ate the way that things were in season. You know what I mean? Or you can't.
So I should never eat another avocado ever again?
That's not what I said. What I said is
you can't grow avocados in Illinois, so.
Oh my God, chill out for a second. They ate, I didn't say they went without. If they wanted to have something, they could go to the store and get it. But for the most part, people in Italy, where I was living, they had their own like little garden, like farm area, and they were very resourceful, and they had small fridges. They bought what they needed every day, and they canned things so that if you wanted tomatoes that only grew in the summer, then you would use the tomatoes you canned, and you would just produce enough that you would have that, or you could still go to the store and get it. But like, there's something to be said about not eating more than you like need in that sense. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to have something. You want it. You don't need it. You want it. And like, the marketing in this country is half of the issue, because they tell us what we need and want all the time instead of what we actually need. Do you know what I mean? Like they convince us.
Most of our population lives in places where it's impossible for them to grow their own food, even if they wanted to, at a scalable enough amount to feed themselves. And secondly, they're just not going to accept that they can't have the things that they want year round.
But real quick though, what you're speaking to, Emma, is a cultural thing, because at one point in time in America's history, we used to have every family in America used to have their own family gardens and stuff like that. And there's actually a really cool documentary about beans, like growing beans. And I guess there's so many varieties of beans that are being forgotten and not grown anymore, that are native or just indicative to America, and that style of culture that we had. Like, families used to have competitions of growing their own strain of beans, and they would like name the strain after their families. It's fascinating stuff. But again, it's a cultural thing, right? How people live in Italy compared to how people live in America is what drives all the demand and the change and the, you know. So it's like, you know, it's more convenient as Americans working and slaving our asses off to pay these fucking taxes and all the shit we hate about what the government does with it. We don't have time to fucking grow fucking gardens, you know.
Well, it's not only that. Like, even if we had time and the means, we don't.
Ella was going to say something.
I didn't hear anyone. My bad.
That's okay. My frequency is often overlooked. Or overheard, I guess. I don't know how to say that then. But I don't have all the context here, but I heard something about, like, in Europe, people typically eat what's in season, and that is a very, very accurate description. I think in the US specifically, and I'm not an ag, this is just a guess, but it seems to me like a lot of the produce that we eat year round is very reliant on places like California and parts of the Midwest and the way they're doing. And in Europe, that has been avoided. So at the core of it, it is just capitalism. And in Europe, not all places can grow the same things as other places, but that's why I grew up during winter mostly eating like potato and cabbage, because that's what we had available. And during the summer you get an abundance of fruits and different types of veggies, because, you know, that's just the way the year goes. And I don't know why that is a problem. If anything, I think back before things were so readily available, it kept people healthier. No, I would say so. So, anyways, that's my only 2 cents.
I also think that European countries are much smaller, and they're much more geographically similar than places of the U.S.
They're really not, though. Like, I mean, sure, you can speak on the landmass, but in terms of geographically similar, that is just not true. Like, Austria and Germany are not at all geographically similar to Belgium and the Netherlands, for example.
Yeah, but they're nowhere near as different as Michigan and Arizona.
Austria and Germany are completely mountainous, to where like Belgium and the Netherlands are so flat, most of it is below sea level.
But
the climate's fairly similar. Not part of it's not a fucking 120 degree Mojave Desert.
No, but the thing is like when I go visit family in Germany and I go to the grocery stores and stuff and shop around, it's the same experience I have in America. There's this abundance of all kinds of fruits and vegetables that are out of season, and they're abundant and they're affordable, and like I don't see like maybe the different kinds and stuff like types of stuff is a little bit different, sure, but like for the most part, like in terms of like what we're talking about here, it's very similar. At least in my experience, you know.
Yeah, I think it's okay to to understand that abundance is not a necessity, and if the abundance is starting to affect the way our environment goes, and if it's starting to affect the way like people have clean water, then perhaps we need to rethink the abundance in favor for all of us and not just part of us.
Wait, quick.
I wouldn't argue the abundance. I wouldn't argue the abundance. I wouldn't argue the abundance part, but I would agree with you and argue that we should be doing it. We should farm it in a more in a better way to help mitigate those environmental risks. The abundance issue is not the problem. It's how we're doing it. That's the issue.
And that's what I was arguing. But like, I have a quick quiz question. Does anybody know what society produced the most high yield of produce in the world and had like one of the largest populations during that time period as well? B, you gotta know this. You gotta
California.
No, it's the Valley of Mexico and Tenochtitlan with the chinampas, the floating gardens.
I never would have thought.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that, but I didn't think nothing of like the time. Did you say timeline or no?
No, not Thailand, but Thailand, their food forests are really interesting. I said the Valley of Mexico in Tenochtitlan, which is like where Mexico City is today.
Mexico City, and they still grow in the center of Mexico City. They still grow those same like hundreds, I don't know, maybe 1,000-year-old farms in that same environment.
You can walk or take like a short ride to the Lake Xochimilco, and they still have the chinanteros, who are the ones who maintain the floating gardens, and that's where all the axolotls are. It's a really cool place.
No,
kind of growth. It might be. Oh, sorry, Steve. Sorry.
Everything that's done in this modern time is done because it's what the consumer demands. Like when the consumer demands beef, we have to feed the beef industry. The consumer demands dairy, we have to feed the dairy industry. That's absolutely wrong.
The consumer demands what we market to it. Like nobody demands an iPhone 17 when the iPhone 16 works just fine. We demand what we've been told to demand. Whether we realize
nobody has marketed ribeyes in fucking 50 years.
Wait, but this is
when was the last time you saw a commercial for how you should go out and get a ribeye? Nobody.
Well, if I want avocados for my white people Taco Tuesday night year round, that's going to create the demand for avocados in my where I can't grow avocados or all that stuff.
Wait, you don't cook steaks as much. You go out for steaks. Like it's not a cheap meal anymore. Yeah,
absolutely not.
I cook a lot of steak because the steaks they sell the steaks they sell in restaurants and Cook Me they suck.
Well, I'm just saying that a lot of people do that.
I have to correct the record though, because if you ask any economist, they'll tell you that oh my god, my brain's not working. Sorry, brain fog. Not desire, the word for a consumer base that drives a market. The consumers production drives the market. It's not the market consumption anymore. We're in latent stage capitalism. Literally.
Would your argument be that demand side economics don't work then?
Not in latent stage capitalism. They did once upon a time, but they don't. Again, like we're throwing 50% of our food away every day. That isn't market drive failing with a limited, production. That is throwing away food because it drives the market price up. We have a surplus production and we create false scarcity because that drives the market.
That is, I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
We have the fucking lowest commodity prices that we've ever had in fucking modern history. Like
where?
Here, right now.
No, you have to be specific because in California that's opposite.
The reason why food prices have been relatively stable and relatively affordable despite inflation, etc., is because we produce so much of it and very cheaply to meet the demand. And then yes, we have excess. You're correct, and we do throw away that excess. Correct, and you're right. They do arbitrarily sometimes, or not sometimes. They do this in reality in American markets where they make they market to us that the expiration date, right? So like a lot of times the expiration date is much sooner than the actual expiration of the stuff, so that way they can feed the market and feed that artificial demand. That is correct.
So true.
But my point is the excess food that we do throw away, that is not sold, that we don't use, right? It doesn't have a set effect because it is so cheap to produce and make again that throwing it away is not detrimental to the overall business model and the effects on the market, etc., etc.
But it's only cheap to produce because we're using labor trafficking so that we don't have to pay Americans minimum wage to produce that food. We're stealing water from places. We're denying indigenous communities water rights so that we can grow their food. And then ironically, the places that produce the most food in the U.S. have the highest grocery prices. Like if you go to the Central Valley of California, we're paying 10 times the amount for the same produce that's being exported to other states for our own food. We live in resource deserts. It's insane. It's all built on false.
So the reason that's actually a good point, but I have a little argument against it a little bit. But take Idaho. Idaho is known for growing those massive, giant, ungodly like potatoes, right? They do not sell those potatoes domestically in Idaho because they make more money exporting them, and they import potatoes that people would buy in Idaho. Now, it's not like a full thing. I'm sure there's access to these massive potatoes here and there and certain times, but the majority of it is used for export because you get a higher price. But people are still not being starved of potatoes. People are still not being starved of those produce that they grow locally, etc. Because the market provides it from elsewhere and still at affordable cost. The reason why we don't have famines in capitalist countries is because we're able to buy the goods and services that are in short supply in other places. We have access to that.
But that's not even true. The United States has one of the highest rates of hold up. The United States has one of the highest rates of child hunger in the Western world.
Yeah, hunger. Yes, and
that's
it's
famine.
No, that's not famine. Hunger. Yes, but it's not the. I don't think it's that one of the highest in the world. I don't believe that.
It is. Here, I'll pull it up right now. I'll pull up the stat. 1 second. My phone's overheating.
I know the people that do unalive from starvation in America are typically the elder, and if I don't know if children are on that, but it has a lot to do with like
the correct term we want to use is food insecurity.
No, food insecurity is when I don't have 50 options to choose from, and I only have 5 options, and I don't like that. That's food insecurity.
That's not food insecurity.
So food insecurity would be if you don't know if you'll have access or will be able to afford food. That's food insecurity.
The ag economy,
I disagree with that.
Is so fucked that we are growing.
I disagree, but that's the definition.
That we are growing corn and beans for the same commodity prices that we were growing them for in the early 70s. Meanwhile, land is 600% more expensive than it was then. Equipment is 350% more expensive than it was then. Fuel is 180% more expensive than it was then. Fertilizer is 250% more expensive than it was
What's
then.
the reason for that?
And we are still at the same commodity prices. I mean, you can look at corn and bean prices from the early 70s. They're basically what they are today. Now, mind you, we've made up for it a little bit in increased yields because of Liberty beans and Roundup Ready beans and different hybrids of corn and whatever else have you. We've made up for that somewhat. We certainly weren't growing 300 bushel to the acre corn in the 70s like we are today. So that's made up for it a little bit, but it's still fucked. Your input costs are, on average 300% more than they were, and the commodity prices are the same.
It says right now, 1970 average about $1.33 per bushel for corn, and right now it's $4.40, and then $2.90 for soybeans in the 70s, and now it's $12.40.
Yeah, look at like 1972, 1973.
It's saying $1.33 versus $2.90. I'm not disagreeing that like it's more expensive. I mean, like my family was all farmers, but like all the Italians, they were all farmers. But it's like the problem isn't like, I'm not saying the problem is farmers. I think the problem is our whole like capitalistic society that's predatory on every single level. And it's everything that everyone's been saying is a part of it. And it's like the food waste is part of it because they're too greedy to give the food to people who need it. And they even get rid of food when it doesn't look right. You know what I mean? Like but it tastes fine. There's nothing wrong with the actual food. It just doesn't look right.
That's because the consumer.
That's bullshit.
No, that's so again, it does go back to marketing. Like we might not see a whole lot of ribeye steak marketed now, but it was marketed grossly a couple of decades ago, and now it's just become a habit, but it is still a habit instilled in us by capitalism and marketing. Like it is just that. So it's not pure consumer demand. You can teach your consumers to demand something different.
I don't think I can teach my taste buds to demand anything different at 30 years old.
Maybe that's not a need, Steve.
That is a privilege. That's not a need. The fact that
no one says it was nobody said it was a need. I simply said that that's what consumers were going to demand now that they're used to having it. Yes, they are. They simply are.
Aren't we arguing about the bad effects of how we farm?
I honestly don't know how y'all got on this topic, but to me, it's about the environment was my guess, but then I also look at because food insecurity was brought up, and I mean, I was like, you're so wrong. Please do Google for yourself the definition of food insecurity, and there's a lot of that happens here in the U.S. Even if some of it is low grade, like no child or no adult for that matter should go to bed hungry because they can't afford or they don't have access to food because they live in a food desert.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
I don't know. Like, again, I don't know how y'all got to this point, but if you're going to bring in food insecurity, then I do want to make sure that we talk about it the right way.
I hear you. I hear you, but I was originally talking about famine, and then food security was brought up and was being compared to famine. And the thing is food insecurity is directly related to issue there is affordability. Is affordability and of course access, but access is predicated on affordability. Like that is also a thing. That's the issue with food insecurity, right? Like again, like I can't afford to have sushi, so I'm forced to have top ramen. That's food insecurity, in my eyes.
Oh my god! It's not like you heard a word you said.
Yeah, Abdul. Hi, welcome to the panel. Can we have your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
I'm 37. And I'm from Canada.
Mojo, are you here? I haven't heard you say anything since I came back.
I know. I haven't heard him since the convo before, Ella. It's been a minute.
Abdul, do you have avocados? Do you have access to avocados year round by chance?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
No patience. Okay,
just Mojo's there now, I think.
I don't like Marxism, to be honest with you guys. I really think it's dangerous, and I hope it never becomes a thing. And I'm very,
and so I wanted to point that out to Mojo, our host.
Oh, I mean, if it's only an American live, Canada will become America one day, 51st state, as they say.
Hey, what's up, Predictor?
Pardon me?
Is that you? Predictor? Sounds like you.
No, it's somebody else.
So, yeah, I mean, I think Canada is pretty much America for all intents and purposes. Therefore, I think I could be here.
No, Canada is a sovereign country, and so
Sovereignty is too big a word for a country like Canada, let's be honest. This is basically America.
I think we were talking about something else, but okay.
Yeah. Mojo. Okay.